Well, Minnesota came out with a purpose. They opened the game with a 13-0 run. The Warriors would cut it to 7 in the second half. But it's been Minnesota's game from start to finish. And this series is now tied at 1 game apiece. Final score, Minnesota 117, Golden State 93. The Warriors will try to get back on the winning track, albeit without number 30.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. You heard the man, 117-93 the final as Minnesota evens this series up in the Western Conference semifinals at 1 game apiece. Heading back to Chase Center, which will be tomorrow, and we'll have all that coverage again right here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, we got Lubman in the back, we got Carter in the back, we got Matt Nahigian in the back. We're fired up about this game. I don't know if it was surprising per se to a lot of people. It was going to be a grind. It was going to be tough without Stephen Curry, who spoke to the media yesterday. We'll hear from Steph in his recovery process. Jimmy Butler, not good enough. Draymond Green, not good enough. Brandon Podziemski, not good enough. That was the theme yesterday for me, just not good enough if you're going to try to win this game offensively. I thought there were some good wrinkles. There were some things you could take away, Joe. Yesterday, I thought Jonathan Kuminga, bright spot. Trace Jackson-Davis, bright spot. But we'll see going forward. This is going to be a tough series without Steph. We knew that, but it was on full display yesterday as Minnesota, complete opposite offensive game from the first game for them. 117 for them. And Anthony Edwards still hasn't really played well, and he has an ankle injury now that he's dealing with. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. You know, that first quarter did them in. And I'm not here to give out orange slices and Capri Suns. I'm actually encouraged after that game. And the reason why I'm encouraged after that game is because I truly believe they have a shot at winning, even without Curry returning to this. Now, they cannot score 15 points in an opening quarter and expect to dig themselves out of it because they're going to be offensively challenged, right? And everyone that wants to, I told you that they didn't have enough offense. Well, obviously, like you're missing one of the greatest offensive firepower players of all time in Steph Curry. Jimmy's numbers might look good. I think Jimmy had a great game yesterday. And if I watch Jimmy pass up a layup one more time to twist and contort to throw it out to somebody after leaving his feet, my head's going to explode. Podziemski has got to hit a shot. I'm looking at 3 guys, and Buddy hit shots late, but I'm looking at 3 guys that are more of the ancillary pieces. Pods, Moody, Buddy Hield. They can ill afford to all simultaneously have dud first halves. One of them has got to do something, all right? And that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure on young guys, but they do. They have to. And I think like one of them could rise to the occasion because Buddy hit late, but it was like, Buddy needed that more in the first half. Then I get to Draymond Green. Draymond, you're the leader of this team. Like, you know this. You're the heart and soul of this team. And I just thought offensively, he didn't have it going, and I thought it carried over into his frustration, and then he allowed that flagrant situation where he got fouled, and look, he hit the guy in the face. You don't get to cry wolf if time and time again.
If you will. Yeah, continue.
What's that?
Cry Timberwolf, in the pun intended.
I didn't even think of that.
Thank you.
But you don't get to do that when you've done a lot of, gray area things. So You have to maintain emotional control. And when he started losing his emotional control, Steph Curry, who's not even suited up, had to come over and talk to him. It's like, hey, look, Dre, this team needs you. Like, this is the time. And I'm having like a heart-to-heart with him right now through the radio. You just can't do that, right? And so anybody who wants to defend him, fine, go right ahead. I'm not going to argue with you today. I'm really not. But we all can agree. Without Draymond being uberly hyper-focused, they're going nowhere.
He had one statement after the game. We'll get to it. We'll get to the play itself. We'll get to all of it. And we want your participation today. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, it's righteously brewed right here in San Francisco. The guests today are the people. 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys. Text line, we got Bonte Hill in studio at 9 o'clock as he joins us each and every Friday in studio for a full hour at 9 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on this game. Again, 1-1 heading back to Chase Center tomorrow. You got the split. You needed the split. You got the split. It's going to be very difficult without Steph Curry. We knew that built into it. And the theme we were talking about yesterday, Joe, kind of came to fruition. You need Jimmy and Draymond to be your best players no matter what. Mm-hmm. Like, they need to be the two best players, whether that's offensively, defensively, or a combination of both. And they just weren't. Whether it was Jimmy being too unselfish, being too much of a ball distributor, if you will, not taking enough shots, 6 of 13 overall for him. Draymond Green, he was chucking a little bit. 1 of 6 overall, 9 points.
No, Draymond was awful.
But he wasn't good enough.
But by the standards that they need him to win the series, you need more.
You need more.
You need excellent Draymond.
You need Hall of Famer Draymond Green. Yeah. And he's been really good lately.
I'm sure he'd admit it too, though.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
But you also need somebody else, especially in that starting lineup. Like with Quinn Post, he looked overwhelmed.
3 minutes gone.
Yeah, rightfully.
Yeah.
He looked overwhelmed. And Potts hit a 3 late, but we need more from Podziemski. And it's a big ask. No one's saying he's got to be Steph Curry.
Dude, my guy got Rudy Gobert threw a ball right off his face in that first quarter. I was like, geez, you had a black eye on one, and then he got the ball thrown at the other eye. I was like, man,
he wasn't taking the midi. He missed a couple of middies, and I think he kind of shied away from it. He couldn't hit the open 3, and the offense was so constipated. And look, there is a silver lining in Jonathan Kuminga. But I also don't want to throw this grand parade on JK, because the reality is, I actually think this game and the final score indicates how far away they were all game.
Yeah.
I don't think they were as close, even though they cut it to 7, and they had moments. To me, there were just too many long stretches where it wasn't a game. And so I would like to see him do that again and build on that. I'm a big JK supporter. You know that. I always have been. And I thought they had to go to him, and I thought he was a little late in going to him. You're going to get a mixed bag from JK early in games. He's going to have a bad turnover. He's going to fall asleep on defense, but you got to ride him out. And you saw his athleticism and pressure on the rim gave Naz Reid problems, gave Gobert problems. He hit a 3 in the corner. And, the big moment everyone's going to point to, but I would just caution everyone. They cut it to 7. And then there was a sequence of turnovers. The Podziemski D-cell where he doesn't jump stop and he just throws it away. The Jimmy Butler jumping in the air turnover. Steve Kerr called timeout. He put in 4 new players alongside of Jimmy Butler, and the game was kind of over, and they kind of killed their momentum. Look, I hear everyone. I would have rode JK too. I would have played him the whole freaking game. The minute after he clocked in the second quarter, it felt like he had it going a little, and no one else did. That being said, let's also have a little perspective. Kerr's pulled every lever for multiple games. He's allowed a redo, all right? I understand it's the playoffs, but I don't think it was as close to that 7-point. It was a 7-point game. I don't think it was that close, though.
Whether it's a cop,
that makes sense.
No, it does. And whether it's a cop-out or not, if you feel like that as a fan, there's no moral victories. But let's keep it a buck. Yesterday was an experiment for Steve Kerr. We all knew that heading into it. You don't have Steph Curry. What the hell are you going to do? He played everyone.
No, he did.
He played Kevin Knox. He played Braxton Key. He played Pat Spencer. Pat, I love you. Some questionable decisions yesterday, but he was trying to find something.
Pat went at the rim right away.
Yeah,
I love Pat Spencer.
No, he did. He absolutely did.
I thought he got a poor whistle on multiple. There was one where he's boxing out Gobert on a loose ball, and they gave him a foul. And then another one where he's diving, and even Van Gundy says, it's him and I believe Naz Reid. Van Gundy's like, that's not a foul. It's just not a foul.
No, Van Gundy and Brian Anderson were very good on the telecast yesterday, as they've been all postseason long for TNT. 888-957-9570. Some of your biggest takeaways from yesterday's L's. The Warriors and T-Wolves are head back to San Francisco now, tied at 1 game apiece. They did their job, and there's some wrinkles that you saw yesterday that could be a positive going forward. But I'm with you. I would urge everyone to take a step back and say, listen, JK, solid, good game. Trace Jackson-Davis, good game.
I was really encouraged with Trace Jackson-Davis.
Yes.
But I also wouldn't be surprised if he can't repeat that performance.
Exactly. What was more frustrating for me yesterday is that I know those guys, they're going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
They've been DNPs. They're coming off
Absolutely.
ice cold. JK.
I mean, Guy Santos had a horrible turnover, and everyone's crushing him. It's like, guys, he's playing a couple of minutes a game.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the guys that cannot afford to make those mental errors, Draymond Green had a lot of them.
Yes.
Jimmy Butler had a lot of them. Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield.
Yes.
Those guys cannot play sloppy basketball if you have a chance in this series.
Completely agree.
Those guys need to play damn near perfect for you to have a chance in this series without Stephen Curry.
And this is why I think that, like, forget the Kuminga performance in that game. What does he bring every single night? Well, athleticism, right?
Yep.
And so when I'm watching this Minnesota matchup, one thing that the Warriors can do to help their offense is get easy transition buckets and push tempo. Well, when Pods is a good rebounder and he's pushing tempo and Draymond is pushing tempo, JK, and you had it last night, they made a basket, they pushed tempo, and JK got another basket on the other end almost immediately. And Van Gundy's like, you can't do that. And I'm talking about Minnesota can't do that.
Right.
That's why JK has to play. And this thing that, he can't play with Jimmy Butler and Draymond. Well, look, you're forced to right now. You have to play whoever can get you easy buckets. And I think that he can get you easy buckets. Now, he has got to limit the mistakes. We know this. But you also have to give him enough grace to play through some of the mistakes. Because right now, Moses Moody is lost.
Yeah.
The poor guy's lost. Ed Quentin Post, I mean, I might try him off the bench in a couple minutes, but he also feels a little lost right now. This game didn't require Kevon Looney, but I think we're going to have to go back to him at some point. GP2, I think he's more of a situational player in this series. I think your best bet against Anthony Edwards, even though he's spectacular, is using JK. JK, his length is the only thing that's going to slow down Anthony Edwards right now. And look, we'll see where his ankle's at, resting and having very little time off. I personally thought something happened in the locker room when he might have got shot up because he was moving around like prime Jordan after that.
Well, it was interesting, right? They called it an ankle sprain, questionable to return. It was Trace Jackson-Davis who inadvertently stepped on his ankle, right? So we
it was ugly.
It was ugly, but it was an accident. Like,
no, it was a total accident. It was a great shot block.
It was. And then I felt, listen, personally, after seeing him come back and doing all the jumps and like the band exercise and everything, I was like, all right, maybe he initially thought it felt worse than it actually was at the time.
I mean, the way it folded.
I know.
It looked bad. And for me, the pressure of TJD on the ankle.
Right. He's a big guy.
Exactly.
He's a small man.
Well, the first thing I thought of was Jimmy G against the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Where
cleats different. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. But like, it's hardwood. Like, it's even less forgiving than grass.
Right. No, for sure. So Anthony Edwards ended up coming back. The explosion was there, but he was grimacing at times, still go to the free throw line. He still doesn't look quite right. And Stan Van Gundy keeps alluding to it on the broadcast. Like, man, he keeps smoking these layups that usually go in for him. He just can't do it.
And he only hit a couple of midi or deep shots. So I think they've done a pretty good job on him. In this game, it was the others. You know, Conley hits a couple early. You obviously get McDaniels playing a really, really well-rounded game.
Nikhil Alexander-Walker, my God.
Well, I mean, look, if you want to play glass half full, one of those guys had contributions in one game.
Right.
Maybe only one of those guys out of those 3 or 4 has a contribution in game 3 or game 4. The chances that all of them go off simultaneously might not be as good.
The flip side to that is, of course, there's going to be, I would say, at least a couple Anthony Edwards games where he just hasn't even had it yet in these first two.
I'm okay with that. So, yesterday's game, I thought Julius Randle was excellent. We haven't even talked about him.
Yeah.
But why was Julius Randle excellent? It's not just that he was scoring, which he was.
Facilitator. Yeah.
What do you have, 7, 8, 9 assists?
11.
Oh, wow, he had that many.
He had 11
wow,
assists.
okay, well, there you go.
24, 11, and 7.
You can't allow him to score and be a playmaker. It's the Şengün thing. I will let you score. I can't let you do both.
No, and I thought his defense was really good. I thought on Jimmy Butler at times. They were switching ad nauseum.
Jimmy's got to be more aggressive.
That's what I'm coming away from this game. Jimmy Butler. And he talked about after the game, we'll get all the post-game sounds.
He's got to be.
Kuminga, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, obviously the one that everyone wants to hear. Draymond had one statement only. I think it was Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider here. He had it. And we'll get to it, I promise. Stephen Curry also talked yesterday about his timetable. I didn't feel really good when I heard what Steph Curry had to say yesterday at shoot around.
It bothers me.
Yeah, it did bother me, LeBron. It did, but 888-957-9570. Jimmy Butler's performance for you, Dub Nation. For me, it just wasn't good enough. If you are going to be the number one guy now, and we all look at playoff Jimmy, and I know he hears it all the time, and this is a different team than Miami Heat squad. It is. But too unselfish. I need some selfishness in my life yesterday. The great ones put the team on their back.
I would agree.
And Anthony Slater, all the beat guys, they were talking about earlier. We were talking about in the chat, everyone. Hey, maybe this is the game where the mid-range game is there for Jimmy all game long. And it will be. That's the thing. That mid-range that he has, he's going to be able to get that shot off whenever he wants. He's big enough. He's athletic enough. He can create separation enough to get that mid-range game going. But you hear the comments after the game. It's, no, I need to get everyone involved. I need to get everyone. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of with him, though.
At times, yes. But there's also times where I just need him with the ball in his hands. Like, if you cut it to single digits, Jimmy, I need you to keep us afloat. I need you to keep us afloat.
Look, in the first quarter, they were packing the paint, and they were daring some of these guys to shoot from the outside. Podziemski, Buddy was pretty bad early on in terms of offensively, and Moses Moody is so lost right now.
Moses Moody had a push shot from like 6 feet away from the hoop. That was an air ball.
He's just playing too fast.
Just like, oh my God.
He's playing so frenetic. He's playing so fast. The guy's confidence.
He had a couple grenades yesterday where I felt bad for him, as he would say. Well, the shot clock buzzer beaters, just like, oh, yeah, here,
but he
Moses.
Can't get his own shot.
He
just can't get his own shot.
Shot clock violations. How many shot clock violations were there for the Warriors yesterday? Oh my God.
So when Minnesota packs the paint, and because no one from the outside, Draymond, Pods, Buddy, and Moody, as well as Quinn Post, none of them need to be honored. They're not going to honor you until you hit a shot. So that's why I continue to come back to, look, yes, Jimmy has to be better. Draymond has got to hit a shot early in a game because it does change the dynamics of how a team defends you. Podziemski's got to hit either a midi or a deep shot to change it. You got to draw these guys out of the paint because that's where Jimmy is most optimal. He's not most optimal, dribbling out on the perimeter with five guys also standing out on the perimeter and a defense with 4 or 5 sets of eyeballs staring at him. They've got to space the floor better.
888-957-9570 is the number. Again, shameless shout-outs. We got at 7:45 today. We got a couple things going on today, Joe. It's not all doom and gloom. I want to make that clear.
Well, I actually am encouraged. I know that sounds loserish, and I get it, but I just think coming into the series, I might have overrated Minnesota as a whole, and I haven't been as impressed. Like, they should have, destroyed us yesterday, and the fact that they only had 36 points with like 4 minutes to go in that second quarter tells me I actually think the Warriors' defense has kind of stymied some of the stuff that they do.
Well, and that's just it. We knew the defense is going to play. They've been one of the best defensive teams. And for as great as Stephen Curry is offensively, they're not really missing a whole hell of a lot from him defensively. So that is something you can control. I always go back to Robert Saleh. By the way, he spoke yesterday to the Niners media out there in Santa Clara. But dominate the controllables is what he used to say, right? You could dominate the controllables. What can you control?
Turnovers.
Your effort level on defense. Turnovers.
I mean,
right?
17 is and again, I think the specific sequence that everyone's going to reference today, and I get it, I would just caution everyone, like, you went on a run, they were going to go on a run, and you had to answer, right? And so, like, there was a 7-point game. Okay, like, you went on your run, but you didn't capitalize on it. And why? The Jimmy Butler turnover, the Podziemski turnover, your inability to defend the three-point shot.
What were your biggest takeaways yesterday, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Are you feeling better about this series overall after yesterday? Or are you feeling a little bit worse? Because there's some people, and you could be both sides. You could be feeling the same. I asked nice guy Stephen Langford when he walked in.
Yeah, what did he feel?
He was like, I feel about the same as I felt heading into the game, which is, we have a shot.
Exactly.
We have a shot.
Exactly.
Okay? I was like, fair enough. But you could also look at it.
But this thing that we're done, I don't subscribe to that. I don't think we're done. And I said it yesterday. I've recalibrated. I do not think we're done. I actually feel really good. Now, they've got to push tempo. They've got to play better half-court offense and get into sets quicker and stop settling for these late. They had, at one point, Van Gundy said 8 shot clock violations in 2 games.
8. 8.
Okay, so what does that tell you? You're walking the ball up the court. You're dribbling out on the perimeter. You're not running sets.
Indecisiveness.
Yes.
Too. Just someone needs, and I said it yesterday, the keys of the game, I'm going to keep saying
Holding the ball.
what the key to the game is. If you have an open shot, take it. I'm done with you have a second, like a split second, and then you dribble it once. I was like, no, take the shot if it's open. And that goes back to confidence on these players. And again, confidence at home for a Moses Moody might be better. For, JK was looking good. The confidence was there on the road. Didn't really matter for him. Trace Jackson, maybe Brandon Pajemski needs that home crowd. I don't know. But something needs to change because you had that one game to play with, and this series is tied now. You got to win one of these next two. Like that is bait. Like if you go down 3-1, we know the history of it. 95% of those teams that go up 3-1, they're going to win that series.
Well, and all of our role players
need to win one of these next two games.
I'm with you. And all of our role players, you're hoping will play better at home.
Yes,
right?
that's baked into the equation. We're going to hope that. We hope we have your participation today as well. Spadone,
I haven't heard this Draymond sound you guys have been talking about.
We're teasing it. We're going to be playing it on the other side. Draymond Green, wait till you hear what he had to say yesterday as he backslaps Naz Reid and gets a technical foul yesterday from Tony Brothers, a.k.a. Catfish. That's what's coming up.
I thought he was good yesterday.
I thought they were fine.
I thought the officials were good yesterday for the most part. Although Gobert, Gobert. Rudy Gobert getting a better whistle than Prime Shaq is the most criminal thing I've ever seen in my life. That guy. Do you want to talk about man up? Yesterday, talking about like raising children. His parents should be ashamed. He's such a softie. What a crybaby. There is nobody that more symbolizes France waving the white flag than Rudy Gobert. Jesus criminy. Suck it up, Buttercup.
By the way.
What a whiner. My face. Someone blew on my face. He's on the bench crying. Chris Finch, play him more.
Chastity, we're bearing the lead. We have an American Pope, people. Woo!
His name is Leonardo.
His name is Leo.
And he's from Chicago.
That's brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. And it's done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
over. Draymond's going to sit down. And the crowd is giving Draymond the business here.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green gets the tech on Naz Reid after he drew the foul off of Naz Reid. And then he does the I don't know what he call that, like a virtual fighter, street fighter, Mortal Kombat, the little spin, judo chop.
I've never seen a player in the history of the game who drew the foul on the other team and then walked away with a flagrant. It happens all the time.
So what's the total at? He's 2 shy now, technical fouls wise, from getting suspended. And I
can't even keep
And I think 2 shy of a flagrant point from getting suspended for a game. So there's that. Bond in Baltimore, Coach all San Diego, Patrick in San Jose. We'll get to you in a second. Start lining them up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Wolves 117, Warriors 93, as this series is tied now at 1 game apiece, heading back to San Francisco. Chase Center should be rocking tomorrow. Can't wait for that. It's going to be exciting. You got to win one of these next 2. You've got to win one of these next 2 games. There are some things coming out of this game that you can lean on potentially, but let's just be honest. Buddy, got to be better. Pods, got to be better. Jimmy Butler, it's got to be better. Everyone's just got to be better. JK, Trace Jackson Davis, anyone, doesn't matter. Without Stephen Curry, you need to be near perfect offensively to have a chance in this series, because I know on the other side, those guys, they are better shooters. They just do. Now, have we been as impressed by them offensively, Minnesota, in these first 2 games? Probably not. But that's a credit to the Warriors defense. So that is something you can control, the defensive effort from this team going forward as well. By the way, real quick, Joe, before you go, I do want to mention this. If you take BART into the city or anywhere, and we talk to a lot of people right now, a lot of people are listening, they take BART. Due to a computer networking problem, BART service is suspended system-wide until further notice. This is from BART Alert. So you got to seek alternative means of transportations, if you will. So, BART out that right
sucks.
now. We'll give you guys the updates if it does come back. But yeah, so
that's terrible.
You take BART, seek alternate means of transportation.
That game was a tough watch for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And this is not exclusive to the Warrior fans, Joe, but there are factions within a fan base at all times. There's the Brandon Belt truthers when it comes to Giants fans, and then there's the real people who actually know baseball and are like, yeah, Brandon Belt's, he's an average player, he's not that great, okay? So there's factions within it. There are Jimmy G truthers, okay? And then there were people that like almost hated on his success.
You know what my favorite truthers were? The Tim Tebow truthers. Well, all he does is win no matter what.
He did win.
He did.
He was a good college. He was one of the great college football players.
No, NFL. I'm talking about NFL Tebow.
Well, he won a playoff game. I mean, whatever. Look, but I've seen a lot worse players get way more opportunities. Sure. Josh Johnson, as we call back to yesterday. But there are factions within a fan base, right? What today I don't want to have happen. And look, I'm the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan. Like probably of the people that talk on the air of the regulars here at 95.7 The Game. You and Guru and Steiny and Willard and Dibbs. I root for the kid. I do. And I do think he's a good player. And I think he kind of gets a bad rap with a segment of the fan base. I see some of the problems. But what I don't want to do today is have a victory lap because he played well yesterday. I'm a Warrior fan. I step back. I want the Warriors to win, right? And so I'm encouraged. I think it's a great sign. I think it's good that he can build his confidence. I was pulling for him. I'm really happy for him. But it's also not some sweeping indication that he should have played prior. Nor is it this thing that you're like, see, you get what you have coming to him. No, guys, we're all Warrior fans here today. I want Pods and JK to play well. I want Draymond to play better. I want Jimmy. I want the Warriors to win, right? And so I'm encouraged. I'm happy for him, but it should not be a victory lap today for a segment of fans that for whatever reason want to make it a sweeping indication that others were wrong and they were right. Today's about what can the Warriors pull away from that game that is sustainable for game 3, game 4, game 5 moving forward.
I think yesterday was a perfect example heading into this series and the rest of the series, what you can and can't do against this team. What you can do is try to get your own shots off against them and use your athleticism if you're Jonathan Kuminga.
And be aggressive.
If you're a Trace Jackson Davis, be aggressive. Mm-hmm. Be decisive. Don't... the moment you think about it, it's not going to go well in this iteration, in this series in particular. When you have to think about it, like when I see Moses Moody attempting a shot, I feel like he's thinking about it. He's not playing within the rhythm of the game.
Poor guy.
I know.
His confidence is so shot.
It's tough to watch right now.
I know.
But again, he might have a moment where if he figures it out. JK, he looked like shot the last couple of games when he had to play. He looked great yesterday. He looked great. He was 8 of 8 at one point. He just looked decisive. He played within himself. He did what everyone wants him to do. God, he had some sick dunks on Gobert. He looked quick. Like, by the way, the spin moves he has and the acceleration, it really is unbelievable when you do watch him and like playing well. It's like, wow, this guy does have it all. If he could just get it all together and be consistent.
Two dunks that were special. One baseline on one side, the other one on Gobert underneath the rim. That was, I mean, it was it should have been an and one.
And what you can't do is what Draymond Green was doing yesterday.
What's that?
That's what you can't do. You can't do the extracurriculars. Wow. You can't be trying to get thrown out of the game. I cannot have Stephen Curry on the bench nursing a hamstring, walking over to you to try to calm you down. That is what I cannot have. And this is what he had to say after the game. Draymond Green had one statement and one statement only in the locker room, and it was this.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Now, I don't know what the agenda he is talking about is. I think when it comes to Draymond Green, he plays on an edge. I think most people would say they would love Draymond Green on their team. And when he's not on their team, they root against him. Like that's kind of the player he is. We have seen that type of performance, whether it's the NBA Finals, the playoffs, a regular season game. I don't know if we've seen in the preseason game. Maybe. I don't know. But we've seen that same act of Draymond's throughout his career. So it's nothing new that's gone into it. It was just frustrating to watch, given the entire circumstances of this game, when you knew he had to play well, had to play damn near perfect offensively and defensively. Him and Jimmy as a tandem have to be this team's best players when Stephen Curry is out. And anything less than that is going to be very noticeable. And it was yesterday. It was very frustrating to watch. So when he says something like that, I think it takes away of just how poor of a performance he had overall. And that's what's frustrating. I'm not here for the angry black man trope. I don't want to get into that, anything like that. I don't, because I do think he's a good person. But I'm not talking about the person right now of a Draymond Green. I'm talking about the play on the court. That is what I'm talking about. And it wasn't good enough yesterday. And that was a foul that deserved a flagrant tech, whatever the hell it was. And you can't do that. You just can't do that in that scenario when you're up 1-0 and you're trying to figure out this thing without Steph. You just can't do that.
Yeah, I also think it's who the messenger is. You know, when like your resume in your life factors into how you're adjudicated and how people are going to perceive you, right? And so when you are consistently just berating officials years on end, you lose a lot of the audience when you try to play the sympathy card. Now, that being said, I'm very empathetic to anyone who feels like they're being portrayed in that way, right? Like, I obviously work with Bonte forever. He's one of my best friends. Yeah. I love the guy to death, you know? And
joining us 9 o'clock in studio, by the way, Bonte Hill for the full hour.
I could never really understand, as a white dude, like his point of view on how he's perceived or what he's thinking or, you know, all that stuff and how people view him. And, you know, I get small glimpses of it. And I can't imagine what he's going through. But that being said, I also feel like there's a time and a place to have that conversation. And I just thought that, like, yesterday, Dre, you lost emotional control. Let's talk about yesterday. Like what exactly happened.
Right.
You did hit him in the face.
Yeah.
And it's you. All right. And your priors do matter.
Yes.
Because it's you. It's Draymond Green. And so you did hit him. And then you became unhinged. And everyone, no matter what their background or where their point of view comes from, said, oh, wow, Draymond's losing his mind on these officials. And Steph Curry, who isn't even in uniform, had to step onto the floor to calm him down, which we literally discussed yesterday. You go, why would Steph even be there?
You did say, no, this was verbatim of what we texted in the chat. I was like, no, you're there so you can calm Draymond down, and it came to fruition. You were right. You were right.
And so, you know, I come back to the same thing. It's like, you can have that point of view. when you bring it up and how you bring it up is really up to you. But where it lands for an audience is very important. And the timing of when you drop that. And so when you're doing the shenanigans and you've had a 10-year record of berating officials, and if I'm being fair, probably getting way more of a runway than anyone else in the league that I can remember in terms of just giving it to officials, I'm not sure you're allowed to be able to pull that card.
Well, the notion, and again, he used the term, he doesn't want to be portrayed as the angry black man. I think what people think about him is just on the court is that he plays with aggression.
No, he
on
plays
that fine
unhinged
line.
at times.
But he does. But like, I don't think anyone has a problem. Like, some people have a problem, obviously, because he gets the text, he gets all that.
No,
again,
I think personally his behavior with officials is very unbecoming of a player of his status in the league.
Sure, but I think people know that at this point, people know this is the Draymond Green experience.
That doesn't make it right.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, he's saying, like, oh, I don't want to be portrayed this way. I was like, Draymond, you've been this way for like a decade now. Like,
yeah, but yesterday in that game, right? It's a playoff game with no Steph.
Yes.
You're a leader. You were unhinged emotionally. You had to be taken off the floor. So not only are you not focused, that's the first part. The second part is you physically got yourself removed from a game that we could ill afford to have you in.
See, I guess I'm having a tough time here for Draymond is I don't think people think about Draymond that way, like, personally. As a player, like,
I think he's one of the more successful off the floor guys in the NBA.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know what he does for the autism community. I know what he's
restaurant.
done.
He's got a
I know what he does for charity
career
around here. Yes.
Yeah, he's a very look, he can be a mixed bag on the floor. Off the floor, he's a pretty stand-up guy.
Which honestly I think means like matters more.
I agree.
So like to hell with anyone. I'm speaking to Draymond personally right now. To hell with anyone cares about you on the floor. Off the floor, you're a good person. That is what matters most. On the floor, Draymond, we just need you to stay in the game.
Yeah.
And to just not make mistakes and not do that extra stuff because it's hurting us right now. It's hurting the team. And that is not what we need. We cannot play with that sort of intensity like that. Or intensity is not even the right word. Unhinged, I think that's the perfect phrase for it. You cannot play like that, especially without your best player, one of the greatest players in the history of the sport, Stephen Curry. It's going to become more and more noticeable, and it was noticeable yesterday. It felt like he was trying to get ejected, and we can't have that. Just can't. If I'm a Warriors fan, we're up against it. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. And by the way, coming up this morning on the Morning Roast, we'll be giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the home opener for the Valkyries on May 16th. That's a week away from today. Their inaugural season is here. And fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Layla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Be locked into the roast at around 7:40 and 8:40 this morning. And listen for this. Do you have the sounder, Carter? Do you have the sounder? You're going to be listening. Not now. Okay. Around 7:40 and then again around 8:40, you're going to be the fifth caller and you will score a pair of tickets to the Valkyries home opener on the 16th. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, Bond, Coach Hall, Patrick, the coach. We'll get to all of you on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
You're darn tootin', Timmy. It's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're rolling. We're going to go to the calls here in a second. 117-93, the final from Minnesota, as the T-Wolves tie this series up in the Western Conference Finals at a game apiece, heading back to Chase Center tomorrow. And hopefully, the Warriors can find their offensive rhythm at home, where the role players tend to play better. They tend to. By the way, if you are someone that usually takes BART for transportation, I just want to let you know, and this is courtesy of our friends at KCBS for letting us know this, there is a problem right now at BART, a networking problem, and service is suspended system-wide. So BART is down. Find other means of transportation if you can, folks. BART is currently down. So that is tough for all those that use BART. I know I've used BART. Shasky uses BART. So find other means of transportation if you can this morning. And when it does come back, thank you. And if it does come back, we will definitely let you know. And until then, for all your BART updates, you can go over to KCBS. They can help you out there as well. In the meantime, Joe, you want to get some of these calls? Is there anything that you'd like to say before that?
I guess regarding the Draymond Green statement, somebody yelled something, a racial slur of some sort.
One more time. We'll play it for those of you who
no, that's what people are saying. They're saying, someone yelled a racial slur at him and while he was on a stationary bike. That's what a lot of people are texting in. And I
don't know if that happens. Yeah, let's just play. This is what all I know is this is what Draymond Green said after the game. It was one statement only in the locker room. And this is what it sounded like.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
And that was what was said yesterday. I don't know if there's an agenda that has made him look like the angry black man, as he's saying. We're just talking about what happened on the court yesterday. And what happened on the court yesterday was a technical foul. That was unnecessary on Naz Reid after you drew the foul on him. So it was frustrating. And I just don't think his game overall was good enough if they wanted to win and compete in that game. They got punched in the mouth early. They never recovered. Steph Curry had to come off the bench to calm him down. It was frustrating overall. It was frustrating for Draymond, Jimmy, Pods, Buddy Hield, 4 of the 5 starters that you needed to show up and contribute offensively consistently weren't able to do that. And that was why you lost the game yesterday. That was why you lost.
Yeah, I don't know. He needed to elaborate then if that's what if this was because, the statement was specifically correlated to someone yelling at him or not, or whether he was talking about how the officials perceive him or whatever. I don't know. They need him, and he lost emotional control. There's nobody who's ever going to come on here like, it's okay to say whatever you want to these players. No. The things that people say to these players are completely out of line. It's not everyone. It's a small percentage of people. It's not right. No one is going to defend fans saying that. That being said, regarding his demeanor on the floor, the crowd was yelling Draymond sucks the entire time, which that's all in bounds. That's all in bounds in terms of
playoff basketball.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But I do feel like he feeds off the crowd hating on him. That doesn't mean that they're allowed to say.
Positively and negatively, I'll say.
Exactly. Yeah. That doesn't mean they're allowed to say anything that they want.
No.
And so, who knows? I don't know. I just know how the officials view him, and how the officials view him is like, hey, dude, you're never going to get the benefit of the doubt. And you are allowed to scream and berate and yell at them, unlike other players in the league. Look, I get frustrated watching Anthony Edwards cry to officials all game. That pales in comparison to watching Draymond run over, get in a guy's face, scream, yell. I don't know.
Let's go to the calls. 888-957-9570. There was some good and some bad and some ugly yesterday. I think that was the theme of yesterday. Shout out Clint Eastwood, The Good and the Bad and the Ugly, one of the greatest films of all time. And I think that's Quentin Tarantino's favorite film of all time. Academy Award winning director. I know you love some Quentin Tarantino. I would love some Quentin post, or we're talking about Quentin's. He had 3 minutes yesterday. He looked a little lost. He was part of the ugly, I thought, yesterday. He just looked lost. Moses Moody, ugly performance, and they need him to get going, and maybe he doesn't even get another opportunity. Jonathan Kuminga, he looked good. Trace Jackson Davis looked good. And like I said, Jimmy, Draymond, Buddy, Pods. Just not good enough yesterday. 93 points overall for the Warriors. As we go,
I do think there are some positives to take. Look, I'm not trying to play Capri Sun guy. I'm not. I'm really not. Like,
I like
this is
Capri
the pros.
Sun. Yeah,
but like, there are some positives, and I do think there are some things that they can adjust and do well and win one of the next two.
Let's go to Bon in Baltimore. Wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. Bon, good morning. How are we feeling about that loss last night?
Good morning, guys. Honestly, I feel good. I'm not really worried about the loss. I honestly think it was a good thing that we lost, so Steve Kerr can get to experiment to see what we are going to do for the next game. I'm just worried about our bench, honestly. I think we found our starting five. I think that's really all we needed to do.
Who is your starting five? Who is your starting five?
To be honest, my starting, I'm a little, because I talk to a lot of Warriors fans in the comments because I got to support my team all the way on Instagram, but I don't know if I want Pods or TJD in because, to be honest, I don't know if Pods has the confidence right now.
So what is your starting five?
Jonathan Kuminga. Say it would be TJD at the center, Draymond at the 4, Kuminga at the 3, Jimmy at the 2, and wait, I'm not missing one.
You want Pods?
Buddy,
Buddy or
Pods. Like I assume they're going to
Buddy. Yeah,
you
Buddy.
Have
So Buddy,
TJD, Dre, Kuminga, Jimmy. But no, I'm not mad at that.
I'm honestly not mad about that. I just feel like Pods looks a little. I don't know if you guys remember, but last year Pods looked good off the bench. He doesn't have that much pressure, and I feel like he can bring the second guys in for the bench. And I think Pods and Moody might have a connection because even though Moody's playing bad, we need a Moody game. We need at least 10 from Moody, and I feel like it's very possible. And if we put Moody in the starting lineup, his confidence is gone. Did y'all see that layup that he missed? That honestly made me laugh. I'm not even going to lie.
Poor guy. Yeah, I wanted to give him a hug. Like, there are times when there are players that are struggling. And like Jake Moody, great example. Like, I wanted to walk up and give Jake Moody a hug.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't know if you did.
The first couple misses.
Okay. Let's keep
then after a while, I wanted to get the scissors out and cut that guy.
Thank you.
But like Moses Moody, I do like he is trying really hard. Almost too hard. He's so frenetic. The guy's just lost.
It's tough. I liken it to golf when you just see like the pressure eat out someone.
Shots, as I call it.
There you go.
He's shanking it so bad he doesn't even know what's wrong.
Get the yips putting, like he's just pushing it.
The ball just keeps finding him.
Right.
And that's when it's bad.
It'll find you. That's the old cliche in sports, right? The ball will find you.
Oh, it's a magnet.
Yep, it's a magnet. Patrick in San Jose wants to join the conversation. Patrick, good morning. How are you feeling about last night?
Good, guys. How are you doing? I'm not too worried as well. I mean, if you think about it, like the Timberwolves played horrible game 1, right? And the Warriors played horrible game 2. So essentially it's a 5-game series and we haven't seen a game yet where both teams are good and you can clearly see, oh, this team's better because it's, it's, there's not really a lot to show. And we use that, the loss of Steph Curry to experiment with different lineups. And I'm going to disagree with that point on Pods because he was freaking awesome in the first series in Houston. And what the lineup I liked, I'm not saying it's a starting lineup, but at the end of the second quarter, when you had Jimmy out, you had Dre, Pods, Buddy, Trace and Kuminga, and that original young core that all the Warriors fans loved. Like for me as a fan, like that was like beautiful to watch that kind of reunion of that young core. And I don't think you can play Jimmy and Kuminga together. Like honestly, like I think Jimmy as like Jimmy, like he has his own brand of basketball that, we adapt to.
But in the third quarter,
and like,
can I pause you for a second? In the third quarter, Jimmy hit multiple assists to Kuminga and they went on a run.
Well, I mean that's fair, but I think Kuminga is going to get more. He's going to get more out of not playing with Jimmy, and you're going to save Jimmy more when you don't play them together because that's a lot of.
Yeah, I don't think. I think with Steph Curry they could have, but now they're at a point where they just have to play their best players. There's no doubt about it. Now, that being said, Dre has better synergy with Kuminga than Butler. It's still a work in progress.
Right.
It's still a work in progress. But like third quarter, one of the big moments of the game, after Jimmy passes to Kuminga, they bang a three. They went on a run. And it's this point right here. Gary Payton II, it's a 9-point game.
Oh, is this the lineup that you're going?
He calls a timeout with 5:04 to go. GP2 gets subbed in for Kuminga. Moody goes in for Pods. TJD for Buddy Hield. Pat Spencer for Green. And it's Jimmy Butler essentially with GP2, Moody, TJD, Spencer. And I
was just about to bring that up because that's the text I sent in the thread last night.
It was a four-man sub.
Yeah, tough.
And right then and there, when Kuminga came off the floor, and it wasn't just him, but when Kuminga and Draymond went off the floor, that's when the other team went on a run, and the Warriors just couldn't sustain offense or defense. And the way they closed that third quarter, with Randall being a big part of it, it was too late. By the time Draymond gets subbed back in at the 3-minute mark, I mean, they had lost an 8-point deficit, grew.
Jimmy Butler talked after the game about playing with Kuminga and that he looks forward to doing that more. We're going to get that cut in just a second.
They have no other option, guys. Like they're going to need him. I don't know what you guys. Yeah. I don't know what you guys are watching.
There's no Stephen Curry. You need the players that are playing well. You stick with the hot hand. And that was yesterday. Like that's what I was saying. You need to stick with the hot hand. Exactly.
If Moody was playing better or Buddy was playing better in the bulk of the game, we would have a different conversation. They're searching for anyone who can get their own shot. And Kuminga's one of the few that can. And he drew a couple of fouls, even though he smoked some free throws.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni at Shasky. 1 hour down, 3 more to go here. In about 40 minutes, we're going to be giving away a pair of Golden State Valkyries home opener tickets. So be listening around 7:40. You're going to hear the sounder, and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets there. Plus it again at 8:40, and then all day long, I think all the shows are doing it as well. So cannot wait for that. Shameless shout outs. 7:45, about 45 minutes. Shout out whoever and whatever you want there. That segment is about you, the people. It's not about us. And again, same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Bonte Hill in studio with us in the 9 o'clock hour to break this down. Series is tied, 1 game apiece, heading back to Chase Center in the Western Conference semis. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, he agrees. He knows he needs to be more aggressive.
No, aggressive, like get in the paint, make plays for everybody. I feel like whenever I'm doing that, it makes everybody else's job easier. They know when to shoot the ball on catch and shoots. They know when to play out of closeouts. When I'm in attack mode, it automatically places them in attack mode.
So it's not just scoring, but I do, and I think Jimmy knows that. He would like to have a couple more baskets, I'm sure. A couple like 6 of 13. Like, I'm not going to be mad if Jimmy Butler next game has 20 field goal attempts. I'm not going to be mad at that. Like, because I need him to be in that range. I need him to be scoring if Draymond Green's going to be 3 of 10, if Buddy Hield's going to be 5 of 14, if Brandon Pajemski is going to be missing or not shooting enough.
Buddy was 5 of 14
overall.
Yeah, yes. I think he hit 3 in the fourth quarter in blowout time.
Exactly.
So he was probably worse than that. Look, Buddy wasn't great in this game.
He wasn't. Nope. None of the starters were.
But that's kind of where I think like we could talk about all these different combinations.
8 turnovers, Joe, from the starters combined. 8.
Joe, one thing is very clear to me in these playoffs. The first quarter gives you a great indication of what Warrior team you're getting on that given night. It never used to be that way, but now it is. And so that the first lineup that they roll out has got to be able to get a couple buckets. I think they're getting stops. There's a lot of lineup combinations that can get some stops and can stymie them. It's what offense can you get from the first 5 guys you put out there? And that's where, like, look, everyone wants to, maybe you go Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer's not starting over Potts. They're going to start Potts. Potts has just got to hit a shot in the first quarter.
What did you see yesterday, Dub Nation, that gives you hope that the Warriors can win this series going forward without Stephen Curry potentially again? We'll get to what Steph had to say yesterday at shoot-around. It wasn't, what I heard from Steph yesterday, and we'll play the sound, I have a very hard time seeing him coming back in this series, even if it does get pushed later. It's very tricky. It's the first time he's had this type of injury to this this soft tissue. The hamstring he's never hurt before in his career. So what I heard from him yesterday was a lot of qualifiers. We'll got to wait and see. There was a lot of stuff, reevaluation. There was a lot of words that made me pause a little bit about his potential availability at all in this series. In the meantime, we got a couple of coaches online. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego first. Coach Hall, good morning. How are you feeling about that loss last night?
Hey, what up, fellas? Hey, man, I don't want no young family reunion on the court, man. We need to play to win the game, and the players got to play. I got so pissed off last night, man, because I'm thinking if we ain't losing by 30, 40, which we wasn't early, the Timberwolves, they were not hitting shots like that. They came out hot, but I really thought that was a winnable game, man. When we cut it to 7, I don't know what Kerr was doing. Once again, you take out the hot hand, they go on a 20-7 run. Listen, man, it's simple. Jimmy, you drive. JK, you cut. Buddy, you spot up. Play to win the game. Take the easy shots. Why do we pass up so many layups for three?
Coach,
just shoot the ball.
Coach, how about the one where Jimmy is in transition and it's him and Dante DiVincenzo, and everyone's thinking, like, dog, go up with it, Jimmy. And he starts slowing down, leaves his feet to just throw it away, and then Pod's decelling instead of jump stopping and just throws it away. The coach, Jimmy's like, hit the jump stop, doggy.
That's it. Just make the simple play, man. I'm sorry. I love Ant, and I don't want to see him hurt, but we missed an opportunity. It was blood in the water. I don't know why we didn't galvanize the troops and go at them. I do not understand that. But, man, I don't know if playoff Jimmy is still in play, but I would like to see him with 25 shot attempts. At least go down swinging, man.
I agree.
That's it, man.
What do you think?
Just play to win the game.
Coach, what do you think about JK and TJD's athleticism? It really translates to this series as opposed to the Rockets series. Like, I think they both, I'm not saying they're going to have the same game, but clearly they're positives against this particular matchup. Naz Reid cannot guard Kuminga.
Nope. That to me, that is the lineup. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Rudy hates when TJD is in the game.
Yeah.
He hates it because he can't cheat over. He's a lob threat. And Draymond threw the one-hand lob to him. I think you play TJD, JK, Jimmy, Buddy, and maybe Pods, I don't know, for some kind of distraction purposes, if he's not going to score the ball. But we got the athletes. And when Ant got a wounded ankle, I think, man, it may be blood in the water. Just play the players, Kerr. That's all I'm asking. Just play the players.
Great call, Coach. And I actually thought, look, I like GP2. We all do. But I think Kuminga's the better matchup on Anthony Edwards. So forget his offense, Kuminga's offense for a second. I just think right now they need length on Anthony Edwards, and they need a little more twitchiness. And I just think laterally moving, JK makes up more ground right now than GP2. It's a bad matchup for GP2. It's okay. He's still going to play, but I lean JK guarding Anthony Edwards. Ant's going to get his. It's making him work.
Right. It's the efficiency with Anthony Edwards. Get him to be like, 8 of 20 instead of 6 of 13 overall yesterday and 2 of 4 from beyond the arc. He got to the free throw line too much for my liking too.
I agree on that. Yeah. There was a point where JK backed up Anthony Edwards and just shot over him too. Yeah. Make him work.
Absolutely. Right there, lock. Same church,
ankle.
Same church, same pew. I don't know about this ankle thing, by the way. Real quick. I'm not saying he's faking it. I'm not saying that at all. But, I mean, you come out of halftime and he's doing like jumping jacks on the floor, putting all the pressure on there. I don't care if he got shot up. He looked fine in the second half. Okay. Like,
so as a guy that just got a local anesthesia, let me tell you.
You're not Anthony Edwards. Sorry, you're not 23. But continue. Sorry, I'm just...
Joe, did you watch the Super Bowl stuff with George Kittle? He literally couldn't lift his shoulder, and then he went into the locker room, got the, was it Toradol, however you pronounce it?
Toradol.
Got the shot, and was like, yeah, like swinging his arm. You could only do that so often. But yes, these guys, there's not a doubt in my mind, these guys go into the locker room in certain situations, and they definitely get shot up. Now, was he embellishing, over-exaggerating, whatever? I don't know. But I do think he clearly got something.
Talking about playoff Jimmy, I think a lot of people coming out of this game are like, okay, Jimmy, you're the guy. You got to be playoff Jimmy. He was asked about that, like the burden of that nickname. Is it something that is a burden to him? And I have that right over here.
I don't have a burden or expectation. I don't. I play basketball the right way. I will continue to play basketball the right way. If that time comes where your people that are saying whatever, supposed to score 40 or 43, whatever the case may be. I'm capable of it. I can do it. But I love making sure that my guys are comfortable, passing the ball to them, taking the right shots at the right time. But we'll talk about it. If that may be needed, who knows?
Is that needed? Do you need him to be Jimmy the ball distributor or Jimmy the scorer more? Of those two.
I need Jimmy and Draymond to be, just... I don't know about scoring because you could have a 14 assist game and have your fingerprints all over scoring. I know we're obsessed about scoring. To me, he will not be able to get a lot of shots in the paint when there are 4 guys packed in because the others aren't hitting from the outside. So you asking for 25 shots, I don't think that that's going to happen unless Buddy's hitting, Pods is hitting, or Moody's hitting. They need some stretch to allow the paint to open up for Jimmy. Otherwise, he's just going to keep being relegated to late shot clock hoists.
So this is something that we always talked about when it was the Cavaliers and the Warriors in that series. It was LeBron. He's too much of a ball distributor. He needs to take over the game. He needs to be the scorer. Well, even one of the greatest players of all time, he can't do it by himself. Other guys need to make shots. So that's where I'm definitely at. But what made LeBron one of the greatest, and what might be the greatest of all time, is his ability to just put his head down and just score. When his team needed him to do that, again, I'm not comparing Jimmy Butler
but he had
to LeBron
Kyrie
James
on the floor, Joe.
No, I'm talking about those later iterations when he didn't have Kyrie Irving. And it felt
like... still had J.R. Smith. You had guys
he needed to be almost perfect scoring the ball wise, too.
We're talking about, again, LeBron 6'8",
I'm not,
280.
listen, I'm not, it's not a like-for-like comparison. I'm saying the nuance of talking about the player is similar to how I think we're going to be viewing Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy's going to play the game the right way, and if the shot is there, he will take it. And if it's not there, he's going to find the open man.
But I do think there's a burden. He's not saying it's a burden, but people are going to view, playoff Jimmy, if he's not scoring 30 points, and if he's not doing that, where's playoff Jimmy? Where's playoff Jimmy? It's going to be unfair is what I'm saying to him.
Oh, I see what
to put this, that's what I'm trying to get out here. Because I thought it was an unfair burden on LeBron at the time, too. I was like, dude, the guy's doing everything he can. Jimmy's clearly going to be doing all he can to get everyone involved, too, because he knows he's going to need Buddy Hield if they're going to win this series. He's going to need Brandon Podziemski. He's going to need Jonathan Kuminga if they're going to win this series. So, yes, he definitely needs to score more, but let's not act like him being a ball distributor is a bad thing all the time. No. He needs to be that too.
But I think what ends up happening is, so ball's in his hands. There's 7 seconds left. He's isolated out on the perimeter. Well, you've got guys sagging off their man because this is man-to-man defense. And so you've got Jimmy going one-on-one with someone, and a double or a triple is right around the corner. So I think it's very more sophisticated than that. Now, here's the specific instances where I want Jimmy to be more aggressive. When it's one-on-one and you're a foot away from the basket, just go up with it. That I agree with. But having him back someone down and throw him the ball in the low block, you're not going to get that because Gobert sagged off of Draymond. You got Julius Randle sagged off of whoever he's guarding because these other guys have got to hit shots from the outside. Moody is unguardable from beyond the line. No one's going to honor him. Buddy Hield, they're like, hey, do it again. That's what they're going to say. Pods, do it again. We dare you. So I think it's when you watch the film, you have one guy guarding Jimmy and 2 or 3 other guys waiting to double. He's going to kick out in that opportunity, and guys are going to have to hit shots around him.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. It's going to be your first opportunity to win a pair of tickets to the Golden State Valkyries home opener, which is a week from today. It's going to be around 7:40, so be locked and loaded for that. Then after that, it's going to be shameless shout out 7:45, plus Bonte Hill in studio for the full hour at 9 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
73-58. And Moses Moody is just having a nightmare of a postseason.
Good morning, Rose. This is the Morning Rose with Joe Saboni and Joe Swasky. We'll be right back after the break.
I know a Joe Taboni, and you're not him.
I'm not?
No.
I like when we play that coming out of a break, and then, but he's saying we're going to break. Yeah. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, shout out to the Taboni family out there.
Paisans?
Oh, they're great people. St. Brendan's.
All right.
Yeah.
Italian?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So they're automatically good people.
I'll see Taboni probably tomorrow morning when I'm lifting, at 5:45 in the morning, and he's running the lake. I don't know how he does all the running he does.
What are you doing lifting? What are you doing?
I lift in the morning. That's the best time to lift.
Like lift what?
Weights.
Oh, like what kind?
Dumbbells.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the exercises of choice for you? What do you do? Like shoulder press?
Chest presses.
Okay, chest presses.
45 degrees. And then I do the Arnold presses. And then,
okay.
I'll do fly chest. I have a whole routine.
Look at you.
Yeah. Do it every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
You know what else I'm
Today I didn't though because the baby.
Yeah, the baby. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah. It's okay.
I've got basically a push-pull methodology. So every other day, depending on what we're doing. And
okay.
Yeah. So now going back to the push-pull, you're talking about Jimmy Butler on the other side, and I get like, well, you got to score more or whatever. Like I hear you, but we also have to understand that someone else has got to be able to get their own shot, and this is why I think Jonathan Kuminga is. Yesterday's performance was a good one, and he needs to build on it, and I'm really encouraged. If Dante DiVincenzo's guarding him, he was super physical, and I thought got away with a lot of hacking on JK, but eventually JK was like, yeah, I'm just going to back you down and shoot over you, and he was really effective. Then they went to Naz Reid to guard JK, and JK blew right by him, and then in different combinations, somehow Gobert ends up on him, and JK went right by him. JK could be a key to unlocking some of their half-court inefficiencies because he's just a difficult guard for them right now, and he's one of the other people outside of Jimmy Butler who can create his own shot. And they need to have him and Jimmy, and they need to have, at some point, we're going to need Pods to be able to hit a couple middies or deep shots because he can get his own shot. And that's what's so important right now for the Warriors is finding other people offensively who can beat threats and create off the dribble. And that's where I think Kuminga could be a key to this series.
888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We want to hear from you all day long right here on 95.7 The Game, because all day long, we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets to the home opener of the Golden State Valkyries a week from today on May 16th. And so be listening for about 20 minutes or so. You're going to hear a sounder, and then you're going to be the fifth caller, and you will score a pair of tickets to the Valkyries home opener again a week from today. Check this out real quick on the Valkyries, and we'll get right back into the Warriors. Pretty insane that for their preseason home opener, they had like 17,000 people were there. That was at the same time as Warriors T-Wolves game one. So 17,000 people went to see the Valkyries preseason home opener instead of watching the Warriors Heels. That's absolutely incredible, to quote Draymond Green. So shout out to Valkyries. I'm sure they're going to have a sellout.
Absolutely incredible.
Actual regular season home opener against the LA Sparks next week. So we'll get into that. Plus, we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Shameless shout outs in about 25 minutes as well. All right, Coach in Vallejo has been hanging on tight. All it says in the box, in the chat box, says,
what does it say?
This is a victory lap for Kuminga.
I mean,
Coach
come on.
Vallejo,
hey, Coach,
the floor is yours.
I don't know about victory lap. The team lost.
Hey, Joe. And Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
And, what good is it being a fan if you can't criticize the coach and if you can't say, I told you so? That's what we do as fans, and that's what makes sports fun. Now, again, Jonathan Kuminga, a lot of people feel that he hasn't been given a fair shake, and you guys know this. You've been doing it for years. Now, when he does do something well, we should be able to say, yep, I told you so. We do that in life. Now, what the Warriors are missing more than anything else is a point guard that can create his own shot. You might love Pods, you might like him, you might think he has a high IQ, but he can't beat anyone off the dribble. They miss Lester Quinones, okay? They miss a point guard that can penetrate and get the shot up. Now, Jonathan Kuminga, Butler, Curry, Draymond, they've all been begging for Kuminga to play. Steve Kerr has been stubborn. Steve Kerr has been wrong. It's okay to say that, and some of us feel that way. So, yes, I would like to take a victory lap for Kuminga. I think the young man availed himself well in the last couple of games, and we should encourage that. Okay,
Coach, if it's coming down to Lester Quinones, like, come on. We're
First
really,
off, both of you butchered the name. Lester Quinones.
Okay, we're at the bottom of the barrel, though, Coach. Come on, like, that's not good. What about Draymond? What about Jimmy Butler? Like,
playoff Jimmy. That's what everyone wants. And are we going to get it?
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? I think a lot of people want him to score 30 points at least.
But he's had games where he scored 25, had 10 assists, 10 rebounds that have been as impactful as any 40
Do you think he's been aggressive enough in these first two games? Scoring the ball. I'm talking scoring.
No, I just thought yesterday, scoring, like, I mean, they did what they needed to in game one. Game two, I just felt like the offense was really boggled down, and they had a really good defensive tactic in the sense of, like, hey, Jimmy, we are going to, like, basically relegate you to 7 seconds or less on the shot clock. You're either going to have to take a quick shot, or as you start to penetrate, we're going to send that double over because the shot clock is our friend. And then we're going to close out on the perimeter, which they did. That's why there were so many shot clock violations.
I mean,
so what do you want them to do, blow through three guys?
We talked about it yesterday, and you were talking about the Miami Heat and that team compared to this Golden State Warriors team. And I do think we need to take a step back. And that most recent Miami Heat team, their second best player was Bam Adebayo, who was a legit big and all-star. And
they had stretch shooting.
Well, that's what I'm getting at here in a second. I know Bam is my big that can get consistent scoring and is going to be a double-double guy. I don't have that on my team right now.
No. Well, that's where I think Kuminga is important.
Like that, exactly.
And I thought he did a good job rebounding yesterday.
So for as much as we want to talk about playoff Jimmy, it is a team sport, and I don't think we're giving enough credit to the others on those Miami Heat squads that were pretty damn good when they needed him to be. Like, maybe they did catch lightning in a bottle with Max Strus and Gabe Vincent, but those guys were hitting their shots.
But Joe,
like Pods, could Pods do that? Can he catch a lightning in a bottle like Gabe Vincent type of run? Absolutely he can.
This is where I disagree with Coach. I do believe Pods can create off the dribble. Not as well as others, but enough in this series, right? Like, it's not like Connolly is some defensive stopper.
No, that Rocket series is tough for him. Like,
yeah, this is a better matchup.
Yes,
There's more freedom of movement. But like, they went McDaniels on Jimmy Butler yesterday because they don't have Steph. Like, that's a tougher assignment.
It was very tough. That length was a problem for Jimmy at times.
And when you send that second guy over late in the shot clock, he's going to make the smart pass and kick it out. This is where, and I keep coming back to Moody and the poor guy. He's not the only one, but like, when I'm begging for more Kevin Knox minutes over Moody, we have a problem.
Yikes!
Like, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? And so we need other guys to hit shots. Buddy's got to be better earlier. Draymond's got to be better. You know, he can't hit the right side of a barn from beyond the arc yesterday. And then he's also passing up shots. And when he's passing up shots, where does Gobert go? Drops lower and lower and lower into the paint, which makes it more difficult for Jimmy to be that assertive, aggressive guy.
I think it just comes down to this. Who do you want to see more of? Who do you want to see less of right now? Yesterday was an experiment game.
TJD more.
You want to see TJD more. You want Kuminga more. Who do you want less of right now?
I still think I want to see a little more Pat Spencer. What's that?
Less Pat Spencer?
No,
more Pat Spencer?
More Pat Spencer.
Okay.
Less Moody right now.
Yeah.
But that could flip. If Moody starts to, and this goes back to play the hot hand, if Moody starts to hit shots, he instantly becomes someone that needs to play. But the way he's going right now, it feels ridiculous to say that out loud. Would you guys agree?
Yes. But again, we were talking about with Jonathan Kuminga, everyone said, his confidence, or he's a knucklehead when he's out there. What is he doing? And then yesterday, he's probably the best player yesterday. Jonathan Kuminga was the best Warrior I saw on the floor yesterday.
He had moments that you're like, what are you doing?
His first couple possessions.
But he got to play through them, which I think is important. And then he went on a run. You could feel the confidence really starting to go. And what I loved about him is he did a great job rebounding yesterday. And even on the plays where he didn't get the rebound, he's right there and he like jumps in the air and lets Draymond get the rebound. He could have had. I thought he had a really good game yesterday. Something to build on.
He talked about it after the game and was asked if more minutes helped him find a rhythm.
I think everything just come back, together. As long as you stay out there and you know who you playing with, just having that rhythm, breaking the sweat and just staying locked in, the rhythm kind of come back, slowly.
888-957-9570. Heading into game 3, who do you want to see more of? Who do you want to see less of? We're going to see Jimmy. We're going to see Draymond. We're going to see Buddy Hield. Are we going to see as much Brandon Pajemski still going forward if his shot's not there? I think we are, but maybe he's on thin ice going forward. I want to see more Jonathan Kuminga. I want to see more Trace Jackson Davis. I don't know about Pat Spencer yesterday. It was a lot. But again, in spurts, Moses Moody, Gary Payton, I'm not sure right now, but it's going to fluctuate. This is a series without Stephen Curry now. All hands on deck. You're going to need every single person to contribute going forward if they get minutes. And yesterday, every single player played at least 3 minutes on the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it was an experiment. It was.
Guy Santos had just an awful turnover and rightfully got yanked.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
So the one thing is for this team, get some more athleticism on the floor against Minnesota. That's TJD and Kuminga. You got to find another shooter. Buddy, and this is why I keep coming, Buddy, Moody, Pods, and Dre. Of those four, can one or two of them have a game? If so, now we got something.
Jimmy Butler talked about, and I think this is where the key to this series could come down to. It's the combination of Jimmy Butler and potentially Jonathan Kuminga. Because those two guys can get their shots off whenever they want. Like, those are probably the only two guys I look at on the squad that could get their shots off and get isolation possessions whenever they want. Now, do I want that all the time for JK? No, occasionally. But he's not an ISO player that I want.
No, but yesterday we were begging for anyone to just be aggressive.
Correct.
And it was really what the doctor ordered. But with Steph out, I think that the whole mindset of their offense changes.
I think it could come down to that tandem, though, without Steph in particular. And Jimmy Butler talked about it after the game. And it actually, if I'm a Warriors fan, this gives me confidence in the series going forward.
I mean, he's a great basketball player. I can play with anybody. He can play with anybody. It's all about playing basketball the right way. That's all it is. Attack to score, attack to pass. You just make the right play over and over and over again every single time, no matter who you're out there with. Just play basketball the right way, and me and JK could thrive, can and will thrive together on the basketball floor.
I love that last part. Can and will thrive on the basketball court together. That is a leadership quote that I needed from Jimmy yesterday. Gassing up the guy that actually had a pretty damn good game, like JK did. Talk about it. Tell him that. Yes, I need you, and we can make sweet love on the court together. Let's go.
Because he knows that, like, JK is a net positive in this series.
Yes.
In this series, it fits. And I think that the dynamic clearly has changed dramatically without Steph Curry. And so they need anyone who can get their own bucket. And for all the people, JK can't dribble. Like, okay, he was backing guys down, turning around and just shooting the midi. And I've been as critical on JK as anyone. So this is, I'm being like, I wouldn't have played him that much in the Houston series, quite frankly. It was not a great matchup for him. He looked lost. Now, conversely, I wouldn't have played TJD in that series either. In this one, it's one game, but it feels like they got a little something there. And I think both guys bring something to the table that they desperately need without Steph Curry. I don't know if GP2 fits as well in this series as he did in the last one, right? So he's a guy I might be fading a little. But I come back to this. Their offense, they've just got to get off to a better start, and it's incumbent on someone else other than Jimmy and JK hitting an outside shot. I'm actually encouraged by this loss.
Are you encouraged by this loss, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Because I'm having a tough time with this, right? And I'm not trying to be the wet blanket. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer or a negative Nancy, whatever superlative or whatever you want to use. I watched the first two games of this series. I didn't think Minnesota could play that awful again offensively. Now you give Golden State some credit defensively, and I give them credit yesterday defensively at times too. They showed up, and that is something you absolutely have to show up with in this series the rest of the way, is that defensive mindset. That cannot go away. The moment you slip defensively in the series, you're going to lose it. You just are, because you just don't have the greatest shooter in the history of the sport on your team to help you right now, and that's Stephen Curry. So in one aspect, yeah, I was encouraged with Jonathan Kuminga. I was encouraged with Trace Jackson Davis. That being said, I don't know if I can count on those guys game in and game out. And that's where it comes to other guys needing to step up. Like, who can you count on in this series to be consistent going forward?
Well, Draymond's a big question. See,
I don't know.
We can talk about all these like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th players all we want. If Draymond is going to give me that performance he did last night, we're in big trouble.
Just say it. If Draymond and Jimmy play like that, the way they did yesterday, going forward, you're losing the series.
But here's the thing on like Minnesota, and
they have to be the best players.
I wasn't that impressed with Minnesota yesterday, and here's the irony: is they actually shot better from 3-point.
Well, doesn't that scare you a little bit? Like I wasn't impressed with Minnesota either, and they won by 24 points.
Joe, every ancillary guy who's not a great shooter hits shots at home. McDaniels. Walker Alexander, Connolly. Like, no, I don't expect all of them to hit all in the same game.
But I gave him confidence now heading in. Like, Nikhil Alexander Walker has confidence. He was 4 of 6 from beyond the arc. He had 20 points yesterday.
Yeah, that's fine. He had a bunch in garbage time, too.
And I think Anthony Edwards hasn't played well at all, and he's going to have a good game in one of these next two.
They have a really, it's kind of like the Steph against Houston. I think that we have a really good defensive strategy against them, and we understand, like.
And what's the strategy against Julius Randle? He killed us yesterday.
That's an adjustment they have to make. That's adjustment. I think you're giving Minnesota way too much credit. I'm not as impressed.
I'm actually not. I just wasn't.
I'm just not, and I'm calling it like I see it. They played a good game yesterday. The Warriors played god awful, not just awful. God awful.
So Minnesota played god awful in game 1. So it's the same thing. This is
a 32% from 3-point land shooting team in the playoffs, and they had a really good game yesterday, 16-37, and a lot of guys that aren't great shooters hit. I don't think that's going to happen again.
So what you're telling me is you have more faith in the Golden State Warriors offense going forward than you do the Minnesota Timberwolves?
I do, because I think they have some answers. I think I have some answers that they kind of figured out yesterday in the middle of that game, and I think that they can be exploited more. And I also think that my top dogs can play better.
I think without Stephen Curry, the margin for error is so damn slim with this team for the Warriors.
I mean, Captain Obvious, call in 88957. Look, man, offense is harder without Steph. Obviously. Like, we know that. But defensively, I still think they're doing things. They held them to 36 points with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, and eventually the defense is going to hang on as long as they can. But if you're not hitting shots, it doesn't matter.
No doubt. There's no doubt on that. There's no doubt on that.
And that's why I have more faith in that Minnesota offense going forward right now than I do with this Golden State Warriors team because of the word consistency. And again, both of these teams, these first two games have shown that they can be inconsistent. We do know that.
Yeah, but I also look at Minnesota's defense and I say to myself, it's nowhere near as difficult as Houston's defense. Now, again, not having Steph changes that dynamic. They're just... I keep coming back to it. When the Warriors don't hit threes, okay, and especially with Steph out, but when Buddy's not hitting, Pod's not hitting, Moody's not hitting, then they have no chance. That's what it is. They need to hit. I'm not even saying they're going to win the series. No, I still think they can win one of the next two, and we'll be 2-2, and we'll take it from there.
Talking about taking it from there, a lot of this and a lot of what people are feeling about these next two games, coming back to home and potentially splitting them, tied up 1 game apiece, split that, 2 games apiece, heading back to Minnesota's. Hey, Steph Curry, 1 week he's going to be reevaluated. We're going to see where his hamstring's at. Can he potentially come back at all this series? Well, Steph was at shoot around yesterday, and he talked about that timetable for return. Let's take a listen.
This is new, and from all that I'm learning about how quickly you can get back, there has to be a healing process is just the way the body works. You can't accelerate it more than what it's telling you. So it'll be one of those, after a week, like really reevaluating every day to kind of understand when it's safe just to even think about playing, let alone like how much can you push it.
Just to even think about playing is what I heard right there. Just when he comes back next week, just to even think about coming back. That's not making me feel good if I'm a Warriors fan. By the way, 4 minutes, Valkyries, pair of tickets to give away, 4 minutes. Be listening. You're going to hear a sounder. Be the 5th caller. I'll give out the contest line then. 4 minutes, giving away a pair of Valkyrie tickets. Here's more from Stephen Curry at shoot around yesterday on the temptation potentially to rush back.
There will be, eventually there will be conversations like that. I'm not even anywhere close to that right now, so I'm not rushing it. Like I said, there has to be a natural healing process that happens, and the body will tell you, even if you're able to do like normal basketball movements pain-free and all that stuff. And I know how tricky hamstrings can be, where they can fool you and think that it's healed even if you don't feel anything. And so that gray area is a little confused. Will be confusing, I'm sure, but I'll do everything in my power to get back as soon as possible.
Jim Barnett joined us yesterday, Joe, Warriors legend, obviously former player, played with some of the greatest players in history of the sport, and talked about that hamstring. It's a tricky one because the moment you think you can come back and the moment you think you're healthy, one more injury to there, and you're missing not just weeks, you're missing months. So that is a very tricky, and it's the first time he's had this injury. So he doesn't know, like, you know your body, but until you have a certain injury that you haven't had before, you don't really know it. Like, it's one thing if he hurt his ankle again. He's dealt with ankle injuries before, or like a sprain, or a knee, right? The bilateral knee tendonitis he had this season. He's never had this injury to that part of his body before. So it's tricky. It's tricky.
Look, I'm going to sound like I'm an insane person. I don't think he's coming back for the series. I still think they can win it. I still think they can win the series. Will it take 7 games? Of course. Even with Steph, I was thinking it'd be an uphill battle to win this series. But now that I've seen Minnesota through a couple of games, I just think I kind of overrated how good they were defensively, number one. And number two, I don't fear some of their players as much as I did heading into the series. Now, Julius Randle had a great game yesterday, and they've got to figure out like what they're going to do with Julius Randle. You can't let him hit threes and get the ball into the paint deeply and be able to shoot over people and be a passer. You got to cut one of those 3 things off. So they need to figure that out. I didn't like the way Draymond kept sliding over and helping over and over, opening up passing lanes. So I don't love that. They're going to have to figure out what the adjustment is on him. I actually like the way that they're playing Anthony Edwards. And this is why the series is over, whatever. When Anthony Edwards was laying on the floor, grabbing his ankle, we all were thinking the same thing. Uh-oh. If you're just a fan of basketball, these series can flip like that.
Well, as a fan of basketball, first and foremost, I was like, great. We're not going to get Steph and Anthony Edwards in this series. Well, that just, that sucks. But at the same point, if you're a Warriors fan with those lenses on, it's like, okay, well, we lost Steph. They may have lost Anthony Edwards. This whole series has changed again,
so
right?
That's why you got to, this is why I tell everyone relax. This is how a series goes. You get punched on the face. Now you're going to have to come back home, win 1 or 2. You have to make adjustments. Starts with, to me, it's very simple. Where am I going to get more half-court offense from, right? How do I balance that floor? Who can hit shots? And I hate doing it comes down to, can you hit a couple threes? But on this team, it does. Because it opens the floor up for others. And then the other one is, how are you going to defend Julius Randle? You can't let him score at multiple levels and be a playmaking passer. One of those things has got to give. And so I think it starts there. And then, some of your ancillary guys have got to hit shots. Between Moody, Buddy, Pods, and Draymond, 1 or 2 of those guys is going to have a half.
888-957-9570. I think the biggest one for me was the fast break points yesterday, too. The transition offense and just 18 points for the T-Wolves, 8 of 9 shooting. You cannot allow that team with that many athletes on it, that size and athleticism, to get ahead of his team. You just can't. You can't happen.
They had a lot of live ball turnovers. I mean, like
the shot clock violations turning into those.
And that fuels an offense. And when you're on the road, it fueled the crowd yesterday. And so, look, the third quarter run, I'm not trying to say that was the end all be all, because it was not. Believe me, every team goes on a run and you go on those things. But that game was a lot closer at times than I wanted to admit. And it was also a lot worse than I wanted to admit. So it was a little bit of both. But I actually think there are some positives. TJD's a positive. I think Kuminga's a positive coming out of that.
That's a positive, too. That's a sounder. And the Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here. And fans, do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. And right now, call 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 now and be caller number 5 and you'll score a pair of tickets to the home opener on May 16th. If you don't want it this time, come back around at 8:40. We're doing it again. We're doing it all day right here on 95.7 The Game. Valkyries home opener next Friday, a week from today. We got shameless shout-outs coming up in about 3.5 minutes. In the meantime, let's go to Coach Dink.
Before you go there.
In Fairfield. Before I go to that, what's up?
I know everyone's going to crush all the... If Draymond plays like that, again, we have no shot in most games against this team. So, like, all the stuff we're talking about that needs to go well, like, Draymond needs to play better. My Hall of Famer, who's one of the most important players on the team and in franchise history, has got to play excellent basketball. They have no shot. It's the same. Like, we could talk till we're blue in the face about Buddy hitting shots. Dre's got to play better.
Coach Dink, Fairfield, wants to step right up. 888-957-9570. Coach Dink, what you got on last night's loss?
Oh man, got a lot. with a little time. So let me just start by saying I don't want Butler being our facilitator. I need him to get us 30. I don't want Kuminga sitting the bench no longer. If we're going to criticize, let's criticize Kerr. Our coach got to be held accountable first and foremost. Our best athlete on our team is sitting the bench. If y'all don't think Kuminga is not the best athlete on the Warriors, we have an issue. Houston, there's the problem. I take the call.
Look, I think Sid Kerr was brilliant for multiple games. I don't think yesterday he was on it on a variety of things. And look, when you praise him, I understand criticizing him, but I'm not going to crush Steve Kerr for yesterday. Guys didn't play well.
I mean, they did their job. They tied the series. It's 1-1. Okay. You got the game you needed.
Had I switched the sequence, we would be feeling different, right? Meaning coming off of a win today.
Correct. Now, and that win would have come out with no Steph Curry. There'd be different feelings involved in that. But again, like that, we all agreed, did we not yesterday? This was an experimental game to see what's going to go on without Steph and Curry, because we knew for at least 3 games, Steph is gone. We don't know who's going to shake out, who's going to step up. And yesterday was a feeling out game. Now, you don't want to hear that as a fan because it's a playoff game, right, Joe? It's like, great. You miss me with that. I want to win the damn game. This is playoffs. There's no such thing for time for experimenting in the playoffs. But yesterday, you kind of needed to.
I mean, Quinn Post has not played in a game where Steph didn't play in. You know what I mean? Like, of this magnitude, even close to it. And so, I mean, look, this is there is a feeling now. And I think that he was searching yesterday for combinations, lineup, scoring, defense. Like, he was looking at everything. Look, he faded Looney in this game, which I was surprised. Coming out of game 1, if you thought they were going to fade Looney, like that wouldn't have been on my bingo card. And it was probably the right move because TJD brought a little something different.
I was surprised by the TJD minutes and then him getting that long. But then as soon as you started playing and like it worked,
he faded Guy Santos in this game. He gave him a look early. He played in the first quarter and then went back to him a little later and it was like, no, this isn't work. I'm not going to go back to it.
Here's Steve Kerr after the game talking about his game plan and how the team executed it.
Well, I think part of the game plan coming in was to play a lot of people, and we did. I think we played 13, 14 people in the first half. And part of the reasoning is, obviously the fatigue of the run we've been on with all the travel and the games, but part of it also is we have to figure out what we're going to be able to do in this series without Steph. And so we gave a lot of people a lot of chances, and then, some guys really stepped up. Trace and JK were both really good in this game. You could see that their athleticism was important. I thought we made a really spirited run, got it to 7, and then we just kind of lost a little bit of composure. We turned it over right out of that timeout a couple of times and gave up a couple of threes where we lost connection defensively. But we learned a lot, and I think this game will help us figure out, how to move forward.
I thought that their timing on when to double was really bad yesterday, and they gave up a lot of good looks. A lot of good looks. Whereas the game prior, I felt like they contested a lot better. They closed out better. In this one, Minnesota contested better and closed out better late in the shot clock than we did.
And that was due to spacing and obviously the gravity of Stephen Curry not being out there. They're going to be a lot more aggressive. They're going to take more chances because they can do that. It's hard to take chances when you know that Stephen Curry's on the opposing end and he can make you pay left and right, especially if they get an offensive rebound, because more often than not, it feels like that's going to go in if you're Steph. If you're Buddy in the offensive rebound category, actually sneakily close, TJD had a couple of them. You had Brandon Pajemski obviously getting a couple of them. Jimmy Butler had a couple offensive rebounds. So that was
Kuminga got that miss. I think it was TJD missed free throw in the corner, and it was either Kuminga or maybe it was Knox. They were both going for it. He batted it to him, and they got another second chance. That's why I think there are some encouraging things. I'm not here to play Capri Suns and orange slices, Joe. That's not.
I know.
This is the playoffs. This is legacies on the line, stakes on the line. You can't be out here experimenting in games. But I do feel like there is a feeling out process. You try something, it doesn't work. Let's try this. It doesn't work. You can't just roll out your normal stuff. You don't have your best player where everything is designed around it. So there is a level of tinkering that is kind of into this game.
Your starters, your normal starters, because I'm not putting QP in here.
The start was awful.
You had 8 turnovers.
Joe,
they had 8 turnovers in your starting lineup. That can't happen.
What was the score? 8-25 or something to start the game?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It was bad.
They couldn't score within like the first 5 minutes of the game. They couldn't do it.
It was bad.
You know what's not bad? Shameless shout-outs. It's not.
Oh, heck yes.
Let's go.
All right, I'm going to start this off. It's one of the closest family friends that we've had. They're basically family. The Bologna family. Richie Bologna turned 40 this week. And I love you, Richie. You're like one of my favorites of all time across the board. Great dude, great family man, great father, great husband, great businessman. I love you, Richie. 40 is an accomplishment. You should be proud of the man that you've become.
I love that. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text on. Again, you can shout us out there. You can shout us on YouTube where we're streaming. Shout outs. The segment's about you, the people, not about us. It's about you. 888-957-9570. I'm going to shout out all the moms. Mother's Day is Sunday. If you know your mom, if you don't have a great relationship with her, if you do have a great relationship with her, mother figures in your life, if it's an aunt, if it's a cousin, right? All the moms and the mom figures out there, shout out to you people. You are amazing. Mom, I love you. And again, all the people
I love that.
People that don't have their moms. I'm thinking about you as well on this Sunday. So 888-957-9570.
And then one more shout out. Angelique. Shout out Angelique out there, who is now the head coach of St. Ignatius Wildcat women's basketball. She's been on the bench for the last couple of years as one of the assistant coaches. She played there in the early 2000s. Just great energy, city girl, great come up. Angelique, I'm really happy for you, and I'm happy for everybody at St. Ignatius, all those young girls that I know, young women that are playing on your team for the next couple of years. Just a great hire, and I'm happy for her.
From AGC, I should say, shout out Kuminga and TJD yesterday. Hey, shout out Kuminga and TJD. They stepped up. Nice to see the young guys step up. Franklin in Oakland wants to join the conversation. Franklin, good morning. Franklin? Who are you shouting out?
Good morning. I want to shout out Gigantic Tate and the San Jose Giants. I'm about to be an official employee.
Let's go.
Let's go. San Jose Giants. I've never been to a San Jose Giants game. You should go to one, Joe. You want to go to one? I've never been to a San
Jose is far away.
Oh, God. Well, that was fun. Hey, Sam, do you want to go to one with me?
I'll go to a San Jose Giants game because I have this thing called a car, which allows me to get from one place to the other
that's a great
in a very efficient amount of time. So San Jose, not that far when you put it in that kind of context.
Would you rather have me lie to you?
Yes.
And say, yeah, we're going to do it, and then just ghost you like Guru?
Guru catching strays on shout-outs?
Another uncle that passed away.
Okay, whoa.
The 141st uncle.
Whoa.
I would run around this studio naked.
Guru, I got your back, brother. I love you. You know that. And that
take Guru with us to a San Jose Giants game.
By the way, shout out to those listening in the car right now because they can't take Bart. Bart is down for those of you just joining us. It is a system-wide outage for Bart. Go to KCBS, our sister station, for any and all updates, but Bart is down. Find an alternative means of transportations if you rely on Bart. In the meantime, Dante in San Francisco has a shout out. Dante, good morning. It's Dante's Inferno.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Yes, I want to give a shout out to my beautiful wife, LaTanya Smith, who's a recently new RN, and also my kids, Jordan Smith and Riley Smith, over at the St. John Community School. Shout them out. My son Jordan Smith on the way to do good on this science fair project.
Nice.
So I like to shout them out this Friday.
Good job, Dad.
Nice,
like
Dante.
That.
Love Dante's just a great name, by the way.
Shout out the Los Lomos high school wrestling team, the 2025 DAL champions.
Oh, isn't that your school, Sam?
Say the school again?
Los Lomos?
No, mine's Los. Is it Lomos or Lomas?
I don't even know.
I think it's Los Lomas is what he's trying to say. Sam, is that
If it's Los Lomas, that's me. If it's Los Lomos, that's someone else.
No, I think it's Los Lomas. It's okay.
I give up.
I mean, we did have a good wrestling program. Yay!
There we go. It's okay. It's Joe, you're doing a great job. 888-957-9570 is the number. Carter, you look like you're champing at the bit over there. You got a shout out?
Yeah, I'm going to shout out the University of North Carolina for
know what you're talking about.
For barring Coach Belichick's girlfriend from the football facilities. I think that was a very, very wise move.
Jordan Hudson is her name, and she is no longer allowed at the UNC practices or the facility. And there are those concerned, quote, per sources, people close to Belichick are concerned about the influence that Jordan Hudson has over him right now. You concerned for Billy B right now?
Not at all.
Okay.
Shout out to Mason, Student of the Year at Woodrow Wilson in Daly City.
Love that.
Can't wait to celebrate this morning at the school district ceremony. I love you, and that's from Daddy 650.
That's awesome. You know, shout out to all the grads coming up here in the next couple of weeks. There's going to be a lot of people graduating, promotion, whatever you got. Shout out to you. It's a big accomplishment for those people.
A lot of proms last week.
A lot of proms, yeah. A lot of proms. The greatest proms.
I saw so many pictures of my niece and all her friends.
Yeah, that's great.
Some of these homes, they have these parties at. My God. I mean, Carter, you'd recognize these houses. This is all like your friends' family.
Did you go to prom?
Did I go to prom?
Yeah.
Not senior year. I was already out.
Junior year, though.
Junior year, absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, the picture just resurfaced
we
recently.
need to see it. Can we post that on social?
That's next TBT.
Yeah, we definitely need that picture. Huh?
Let's just put it, they were all over us, me and my crew. They were ready to breathalyze us. They were ready to, shake us down, pat us down. They knew we were coming.
Sam Loveman, what do you got? Who you shouting out? I was going to say something. I caught myself.
I'm going to shout out our San Jose Sharks for getting the number 2 pick in the NHL draft.
Two-player draft.
It is a 2-player draft, and they're going to get one of those drafts. There's Matthew Schaefer is the consensus number 1 pick. He'll probably go to. I know I wanted a defenseman too, and then Michael Misa looks like the number 2 pick. That's probably who the Sharks will end up with. He's a center, but
so it's basically Ovechkin and Crosby, right? Pick who you like.
Basically, yeah. You want the defenseman, you want the center. The defenseman, but I'll take the center as well. So let's go Sharks. Yay.
There you go. Those are the only players I lean on all the time. Alexander Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby, right? They're Hall of Famers.
Connor McDavid.
Gotta
know that one too.
Edmonton Oilers. Big win for them yesterday.
Over the Knights, yeah.
Huge.
Love to see the Knights lose.
Huge. And then obviously the Capitals tying up their series against the Hurricanes. You like that knowledge? Huh? You like
that? This guy is such a D.
Hey, Steiny. Your guy Chris Finch coached a hell of a game yesterday. Finchy.
Yeah, Finch gives me big Steiny whiner vibes up at the podium.
But does he look like he's friends with Steiny? He does, doesn't
God.
he? Great hair, by the way, for Chris Finch.
Waiting for someone to buy them a drink. That's the face. It's the face.
I see Chris Finch and Steiny at the old ship later today.
It's the cafeteria. I'm looking at the cafeteria later.
Sorry,
I could just hear I'm the one always putting my card down, and none of you guys ever buy me one. I could see it on the face.
In the meantime, let's hit the injury report, Carter. Can we do that? I'm throwing you on the spot. You ready? There you go. Ooh, look at a little fade action. I liked that.
Little DJ action.
Oh, heck yes.
All right. The big injury last night was to Anthony Edwards in his left ankle, and Trace Jackson Davis stepped on it midway through the second quarter. Edwards returned to the locker room, needing to be helped before walking on his own power, and was originally questionable to return. He instead started the second half and showed little to no issues with the ankle the rest of the way. After the game, Ant-Man vowed that he would be on the court for Game 3. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So this Cupping Up the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right, we're halfway home. Series is tied, heading back to Chase Center. What did you like? What did you not like? Who do you want to see more of? Did you see enough from Jonathan Kuminga yesterday to insert him into the starting lineup? Is that too strong? Did you see enough from JK yesterday to say, you know what, we got to stick with that guy going forward? 888-957-9570 is the number. Plus, giving out another pair of tickets in the 8 o'clock hour to the Golden State Valkyries home opener next Friday. Plus, Bonte Hill in studio, 9 o'clock for the entire hour. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
Draymond, right corner, Kuminga with 7. Waits, drives on Gobert, beats it to the rim, goes up and flushed it down right over the top of him.
Oh, my
A dunk by Kuminga. It's a 10-point game, 62-52. What a move by Jonathan Kuminga.
What a move indeed. JK off the bench last night, 18 points. At one point, he was perfect from the floor, but the Warriors were far from perfect. Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you. All the lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for it, getting ready for the weekend. It is Mother's Day weekend, so shout out to all the moms out there. We love you. Those that are mother figures, those are soon-to-be moms, all of you. And the moms that are no longer with us, shouts out to all of you. But we've been reacting this morning to the 117-93 victory for the Minnesota Timberwolves as this Western Conference semifinal series is now tied at a game apiece. Obviously, no Stephen Curry for the foreseeable future in this one, but it's going back to Chase Center tomorrow. And you did your job overall, but it was disappointing. There were some disappointing aspects yesterday that we're going to continue to discuss. Draymond Green, near ejection. Jimmy Butler, not quite good enough. There were some positives, but it was a mixed bag overall. Joe, I teased heading into this JK, but I do think the big story for a lot of people, and I'm seeing it on First Take, I'm seeing it on Get Up, I'm seeing it everywhere, it was what took place after the game. And it was this quote from Draymond Green, who, again, got a technical foul on Naz Reid after he did a spinning back fist that, Joe Rogan would be impressed with in the UFC. But here's Draymond, just one statement and one statement only in the locker room after the game.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
And that was after the game yesterday. And as I alluded to, he did have a technical foul. And I guess there was an interaction between some fans. He was on the elliptical on the side. There was a lot happening. But all I know is they need Draymond at his best in this series. They need him at his best. And they need him on the court. So, yeah, there was a lot yesterday, to say the least. I don't know. I have a very hard time deciphering what was said right there and what, he wants all of us to talk about today. I don't even know if he wants us to talk about it, but we're going to, because he's such a huge part of this team. And I want to talk about the player. I want to talk about just on the court stuff, but it was off the court yesterday, and on the court, he hit Naz Reid in the face, and it deserved a technical foul. It did.
I'm always here for the fan behavior conversation, because I just do think that not everyone, but a small percentage of idiots think that because they buy a ticket, they can say whatever they want and do whatever they want and act however they want, and that's just not true. And you have a small percentage of people, which leaves an imprint on you, and I want to make it very clear, like a small percentage of idiots who say things that are completely unacceptable in every walk of society. As I sent you the video.
So, yeah, a fan was ejected at last night's Timberwolves-Warriors game for directing a racial slur at Draymond per the team's security. Green was on a stationary bike in the tunnel near the bench when he had a back and forth with a fan. So I'm seeing this for the first time. I
don't know exactly when that was.
Nor do I.
Look, there's an element of it's impossible for me to tell Draymond, you got to shake it off and not think about it and just keep on going. I'm not him. I don't know what was exactly said. It's hard to decipher in the video. You can't really hear it. But clearly he was upset, and I understand that. And it's easy for me to say compartmentalize and move on. It's a lot harder to actually do that. Now, what we saw on the floor in the first quarter was a guy that just looked a little tentative, and this is before he went onto the stationary bike. And then whatever happened with him and Naz Reid and the official, it just can't happen. It just can't happen right now. And so I'm going to separate the two incidents as best I can. I don't know if he did. I hope that he did. But let's separate them. And it's like, with Steph out, we can't have you get a flagrant, get a technical. We can't have you lose emotional focus. This team, the margin of error with Steph isn't big. And the margin of error without Steph is...
Yeah.
Minuscule isn't even a word to describe it. So if Draymond is not going to stay focused and he's not going to play locked in, really good, not berating officials, not worrying about the opponent, just playing ball, if he's not going to play that standard of ball, yeah, the Warriors have no shot.
And listen,
right?
Shasky and I will never understand or can understand, getting racial slurs thrown at us. It's just not. No. We're never going to be able to be in that position.
I had a small taste of that with B when we went to Philadelphia, and that's why it left such an imprint on me.
Yes.
Because, and I'm not trying to pretend like it was directed at me, but seeing it through his prism for just a second, it was like, wow. Yeah. And I had to hold him back in the sense of like, I can't even imagine. Like, again, this is why that's why I hate Philly so much. Yeah. And it's not all of Philly. It's a small percentage. And again, you can find these people anywhere.
Same with the T-Wolves, same with any fan base. There's going to be a few knuckleheads.
And there's idiot Niner fans, and idiot Giants fans, and idiot, everything. You're right. There are idiots all over the world. But it doesn't make it right.
No, it doesn't. And listen.
And that doesn't mean that you can't be pissed.
You can be pissed,
on
absolutely.
the receiving end.
Absolutely, you can be pissed. And I remember, multiple times in multiple games and situations where, Draymond's gotten kicked out, and maybe it was fan-related, maybe it was not. But in yesterday's circumstance, given everything that's taken place, and you already mentioned it, Stephen Curry being out, that guy and Jimmy Butler need to be your best players. They just need to be. They need to be your best and most consistent players. And him even flirting with ejection was just tough. If you're a fan watching that game, it's like, Draymond, we need you. Steph had to come out onto the court to talk him down. Steve Kerr actually talked about it after the game. Draymond, that's what makes him a competitor overall. And that fieriness and that tenacity is what makes him a Hall of Famer at the end of the day.
It's part of Draymond, the same thing that makes him such a competitor and a winner, puts him over the top sometimes. And, we know that. And it's our job to try to help him stay poised, stay composed. But the competition is so meaningful to him that, occasionally he goes over the line.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, Joe.
I agree with him, but I would say that like the next sentence I would have put in there if it was me would have been, but in this game and in that setting and without Steph, we can ill afford to have him do that.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's impossible. Like, again, if I were to tell everyone, hey, Draymond, for whatever reason, either became emotionally or was actually ejected, but emotionally was ejected from the game, most people are like, yeah, they got no chance.
No, he needs to be there mentally.
That's with or without Steph.
Yes.
Right?
No, that absolutely. And that's why it was frustrating, because Draymond's been playing his ass off. He's been playing tremendous and tenacious defense.
Game 7, game 1, back-to-back great games.
He was shooting the three ball. Like the score that is Draymond Green, like 2016 scoring Draymond we've seen in spurts. I was like, wow, if we get this version of Draymond Green, we can win this series. But if you get that version that you saw yesterday, you're not. And that's why it was frustrating. And and again, I'm not going to fault Draymond because I'm not in his body. Like, I understand the frustration. I understand the anger. I mean, the fan got ejected. He had to go because he was spouting those things off. Yeah, that would bother me. If, like, not to compare it, but like if I'm doing this show and I'm getting like heckled from someone over there, someone comes in, starts talking smack about me.
We get heckled.
Yeah, we get heckled.
We get heckled on the text line and in our DMs and online all the time.
And we want to say it doesn't get to us, but
no, it does.
It does.
It does.
It gets to everyone.
But you have to compartmentalize it, and also does it make it appropriate. Now, what I can do on some of these things, I can literally block someone to where I don't see the messages. When you're in the arena and you're literally, you can't block them. So there's a level of difference. It's not going to be the same. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, it's not. It's not.
But I do understand the element of the metaphor of being able to move on and, compartmentalize and all that. It's easier said than done, I guess is what I would say.
Absolutely. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And again, in about 30 minutes, we're going to give you another opportunity to win a pair of tickets to the Golden State Valkyries home opener. What are you laughing about?
I got to tell a story because it's so funny. No, like, we were doing a live remote one time out at Levi Stadium, me and Ponte.
Hilton?
Yeah, outside.
Okay.
We were outdoors.
Hilton, Santa Clara.
And people were like, you never had anyone yelling in your face. I literally had the microphone like this, and a Steeler fan, there was like a fence, like one of those like gates that you would put up to like block people from driving.
Like
or
a barricade.
A barricade, exactly. There you go. And this guy was literally nose to nose with me, screaming in my face as I was doing the post-game show. And I kept backing up and backing up and backing up. And I was trying to do the show. And Bonte's grabbing me. He's like, focus, Shasky. And I'm like, the guy is screaming in my face. And out of nowhere, one of the security guards at the Hilton just comes walking, this big, the guy's like a rhino, comes over, picks dude up underneath the armpits, lifts him up, and just backs him up out of the way. And it was the tiniest ever so like metaphor of what these guys go through for the entire game. Okay,
I don't know what happened. Now
I'll be the first to admit I was rattled. I was rattled in the moment. So it is. What I'm getting at is it's easy to say you gotta move on, but it's a lot harder to actually perform when someone is literally face to face with you, screaming at you.
Why was that Steeler fan? Like, did they end up fighting back or no?
What? No, he's just a big heavyset guy. He was huge.
Okay.
He was hammered.
Okay, of course.
And just screaming in my face.
There you go.
And Bonte telling me to like lock in and calm down was not locking me in or calming me down. And again, tiny little metaphor. Not the same. It's not racial slurs. It's not attacking my family. God knows what people say. I mean, you can hear the chants, Draymond sucks. Draymond sucks. I've been in the arena when Boston was yelling, blank you, Draymond. Blank you, Draymond.
I'm sure they were shouting much worse. We know the Boston fan base.
I was rattled. I wasn't even Draymond.
There you go. Dennis is in San Francisco. He wants to discuss this. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dennis, good morning. How are we feeling about that Draymond technical and him having to get pulled back from Steph yesterday?
My family. No, God knows what people say.
Turn off the radio, Dennis. We hear yourself.
That bad?
Dennis, turn the radio off. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Dennis, you got to be locked in. He was not locked in there.
Did you just eject him?
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. I pulled the Tony brothers. He's out of here. Speaking of Steve Kerr, though, and he was talking about
was actually, I thought, pretty good yesterday.
He was tame.
There was so much crying going on from everyone. Draymond crying, the Wolves crying. There's a lot of like everyone. Come on, man. We got to stop with every single time. Like every single thing needs to be challenged and reviewed and looked at. Like as a viewer watching the game, it breaks the momentum of the watch.
We were talking about it yesterday. Like
the
Pat Spencer one when he got blocked. It's like, this is taking forever. Chris Finch was upset. He even had to challenge the call.
We've got to expedite it.
Can we do the expedited review? Because everyone's upset about it. The Wolves, the Warriors. Like,
how about when they all went to the bench and they're like, we're not going to a timeout here. I'm like, what are we doing? We just went to a timeout.
It's like ridiculous. But here's Steve Kerr talking about taking Draymond out when he was upset after the technical foul call.
Yeah, I could see, he had gotten pretty upset, and I just didn't want him to get another technical, so I took him out at that point, and I know he's going to have to be careful now. He's 2 techs away. He's going to have to stay composed. Obviously, we need him, and I'm confident that he will because he knows the circumstances.
So that's Steve Kerr on it. Here's Jimmy Butler after the game, who was also trying to calm Draymond down alongside Stephen Curry. And he was asked about Draymond getting his 5th technical foul of the playoffs.
I think he knows. We all know. I thought he got fouled and, maybe he's trying to sell the call. Somebody got hit. But it's crazy. Every time he does something, it's always a review and it always ends up being something of that nature. Like you said, he got 5. He knows he got 5. So he knows how much we need him now more than ever. So I don't think he gets to 7.
Yeah, trying to sell a foul call.
I don't know.
Didn't we hear that from Nurkic last year? He's like, I was trying to sell a foul. Dude, you backhand slapped him. You pimp slapped him.
Let me give Jimmy, he's new here, so I'll give him some advice.
New student.
Anything can happen when it comes to Draymond.
Yes.
You could get brilliant Draymond going for 20, 10, and 10. You could get, I don't want to play tonight, Draymond, and I'm obsessed with this guy elbowing me. You could get, this particular referee slighted me. He could get mad at his own teammates. We don't, it's a mixed bag.
So we still got this entire series. We got a potential next series if they advance. And then after that, if they advance, got a lot of games still to go potentially. And Draymond, the technical fouls are stacking up. And if they lose him for any game at all, that's the heart and soul of your defense that you're going to lose. Just like the heart and soul of the offense is Stephen Curry. Yeah, I don't want to be losing Draymond Green. And then Jimmy Butler, he's going to have to take 30 field goal attempts if both of those guys are out. That's the last thing this team needs because it's already hard without Steph. If you're losing Steph and Draymond, you're cooked. You're cooked. I'm sorry. It's over. It's a wrap.
Did you feel like he, and this is like just, again, through the television, did you feel like he was locked in yesterday? Because I never got that sense from him. Not that he wasn't trying hard, but there's a different level of focus when there are games where you could see it coming.
Did I feel like this had the same energy as Game 5 of last series? Yes. Within the first 3 minutes.
Wow, really?
Within the first 3 minutes, the game was over. Within the first few minutes,
Are you talking about Draymond or the team?
I'm talking about the team
Gotcha.
and the mentally locked in aspect of it. Because Steve Kerr talked about that in Game 5 a couple weeks ago or last week, whenever it was. God, these series are all blended together. He's like, yeah, I knew within the first couple fouls that we weren't ready.
See, so for me, there was clunky, but I didn't think they didn't try hard because they were getting second chance opportunities. Their execution was awful, and guys were a little afraid of the moment. I didn't get the sense on Draymond until the flagrant situation. And that's when I was like, dude, you got to rein it in here. Because it was a seminal point in the game. It felt like the Warriors were kind of crawling back up. It was one of those, you look up, God, we're lucky to be down 14.
Right.
We're still in this. And I do that as a player, as a fan, coach, hey, guys, we're right where we want them. It just cut this to single digits. And then when he lost control, it's all right, he needs to go sit on the bench for a minute.
Yeah.
He needs to gather himself. We might not be able to get him back, focus-wise in this game.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno wants to join in the conversation around Draymond Green. Dave, good morning. What you got, man? Dave. It's okay, Sam. I heard you through the glass right there. Bro, come on. He's not there. They're not locked in. They're not mentally locked in. Like you're saying, Draymond wasn't mentally locked in early enough in that game. Again, from the starters yesterday, outside of Quentin Post, who was a makeshift starter, he played 3 minutes and then he was gone. You didn't see the rest of the court. 8 turnovers combined from Buddy Hield, Podziemski, Jimmy, and Draymond. 2 apiece. It's not good enough.
They did a good job.
17 total for them compared to what? The 12 of the Minnesota Timberwolves. You lose the turnover battle. We've talked about it all in the Rockets series. It's going to be the same in this series. You turn the ball over more than the other team, you're probably going to lose.
They did a really good job making Buddy put the ball on the floor.
Yeah.
I thought that was a big part of what they were looking to do yesterday, and it worked. The more he dribbled, the more he either dribbled into trouble or just bled the shot clock, which resulted in them settling for a worse shot. And that's later on.
Unfortunately, I've coined the nickname, and I don't like to talk about it, but it rears its ugly head in these losses. The Buddy Butterfingers. He does that. It is what I'll talk about. Butterfingers though too. You're talking about being lucky to be down 14. It should have been 20. If Rudy Gobert can just catch a pass, the guy's got brick hands. I get it. You have to have a semblance of fear of him. I just don't still though as a player.
I want him to be on the floor more.
Yeah, I don't fear that guy. I just don't. He makes some mistakes. He had 3 turnovers yesterday.
A crazy whistle. Pat Spencer was boxing him out. It was such a bad whistle. Yep. And they were like, oh, that's a foul on Pat Spencer. What?
He does dumb fouls too, Rudy Gobert. Talk about dumb fouls. We always made fun of Karl Anthony Towns for doing dumb fouls. Rudy Gobert in his own right does some dumb fouls. He had 4 of them yesterday. Someone who's not dumb, though, is very smart.
It is crazy he has 4 DPOYs.
It is. The big man. They always give it to Evan Mobley just got one this year.
Yeah,
it was
but
good. 4? He's a Hall of Famer. What can you say? Oh. Alex in Atlanta. Alex, how are we feeling about those Draymond texts? Good morning.
I think the best word to describe Draymond's technical foul last night was unsurprising. With all due respect to him, he's a great player, but for the last 8 or 9 years, we've seen kind of a pattern of behavior with him, especially when Steph misses games where Steph isn't available, where he kind of is mentally checked out before the game even gets going. And I'm not saying he was looking for a way to get ejected. I'm not saying he was playing with too much emotion, but this is the kind of thing you've come to expect from him. So I'm a little shocked that so many people are surprised by that type of behavior. Granted, you haven't seen it in a playoff game in a while, but this is the Draymond Green you've come to expect in certain situations. And with all due respect to him, with all due respect to the organization, this kind of behavior has never been reined in properly. This is a dude who punched a teammate at a practice and got rewarded with a brand new contract. You can't be mad at him at this point in a sense because you've been comfortable with this kind of behavior from him for close to a decade now. And I fully expect him to get to 7 technicals or 7 flagrants before the playoffs are over and face a suspension because of it.
With Draymond, anything's
Thanks,
possible.
Alex.
I thought he played maybe his best game in 10 years on Game 7. And then he backed it up with a great game in Game 1. So, look, this morning, are we frustrated with yesterday's performance from Draymond? Absolutely. But we can't, there's some great that comes with some of the ugly.
Absolutely.
We got great Draymond for a couple games. Yesterday was kind of not so good Draymond.
Here's Jimmy Butler again.
Here's the part why yesterday hurt.
All right.
Because you didn't have Steph, and you needed him even more. And so having bad Dre is even more difficult to overcome for the team.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There could be no scenario in which you're losing both Draymond Green and Stephen Curry in one game and expect this team to win. Like, that's just not happening. Like,
I think
you might not even be able to win without Steph. You might not win another game because Steph's gone, and you're really not going to win another one if you lose Draymond for one of these games.
I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
It's just not.
There's not one person who roots for any team in the league that's like, oh yeah, take Curry and Draymond off. They're winning the series.
Joe, like, we're talking about the greatest offensive player in the history of the sport and maybe the greatest defensive player in the history of the sport.
Who's also the trigger man for their offense in terms of setting things up.
Correct. Like, that cannot be understated. And if he's not going to show up like a DPOY that he wanted to be, that he was campaigning to be this year,
they need him.
They need him.
They need him. And that's why I would just say today, like, he played great. He had a bad game. I want to see him bounce back. Let's see what happens. But he can't lose focus like that. And it did affect him and the team in a negative way yesterday.
Jimmy Butler was asked whether he agrees with Draymond saying it was a reputation kind of a call yesterday.
I mean, I'm in agreement. It ain't like he's doing it on purpose. He's trying to sell a call or something like that, and somebody just get hit.
It's a teammate trying to pick him up. Judging intent, it sure looked like that was deemed unnecessary and excessive, and I think that was the proper call on the court. If you disagree, hey, 888-957-9570. I'd love to hear it. It's just a pattern that is going to be following him for the rest of his career. I'm sorry. The priors matter in this. The guy was indefinitely suspended last year because of this stuff. Indefinitely suspended. No one else has been indefinitely suspended in the last decade. Was Rasheed Wallace ever indefinitely suspended for this kind of stuff? I don't even know. Right?
Rasheed Wallace. It was just a different era.
It was just a different era, right?
I watched Rasheed Wallace's entire career. He was awesome.
He was really good.
I loved him. One of the original stretch fours. One of my favorite. I wanted the Warriors to draft him instead of Joe Smith so bad.
Right.
To this day, it ticks me off.
Jimmy's in Danville, wants to join in the Draymond conversation. Jimmy, good morning. How are we feeling about last night's loss?
Man, I want to start off by saying the thing about Draymond is that he takes no accountability, man. You know what I mean? It's like he acts like this is like some type of shocker. It's like if you like have like a cousin, right? And just say his whole life he's known to like lie and tell fibs and stuff like that. So it's going to be hard to believe the guy, right? So when you build that kind of reputation, which Draymond has done, I don't understand why he tried. And then what's even crazier, he took to social media last night in the locker room and said that he hates that people trying to paint this picture of him as an angry black guy and how he's successful and he's good in basketball and a great family guy. Hey, all that is cool, but that's irrelevant of what you do. You do everything, what do you call it? Excessive. You know, you swat, you press guys, you kick guys in the groin, and then when they call you out for it, oh, I didn't do that, or it's such a shocker. And I feel like he's very selfish. And if he gets suspended, that'll be crazy because, like to your point, you said they're already missing Curry, and there's really no real, confirmed timetable on when he's going to come back. And if you're missing Draymond, you might as well pack it up. You guys have a good weekend.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy. That's Jimmy in Danville, 888-957-9570. He is 2 away, by the way, real quick. 2 techs or 2 flagrant foul points away from getting suspended for a playoff game.
So everyone assumes it's Rasheed Wallace, the number 1 most teched up guy of all time. Do you know?
Ooh, I should know this because I feel like whenever Draymond gets one, we play this game. Why am I forgetting? Hold on, let me think.
And this is obviously regular season.
Okay, is it from my lifetime?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll just end it. It's Karl Malone. You're never gonna get it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Karl Malone.
Give me a chance, but it's so fine.
You weren't gonna get it.
Okay. All right.
Number 2,
the postman.
Number 2, Charles Barkley.
Oh, Rasheed. Well, where's Rasheed on this list?
Number 3.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Right. Gary Payton, 250. Rodman, 212. Dirk, 199.
Dirk.
Russell Westbrook.
That's pretty high for Dirk.
Russell Westbrook, 198.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anthony Mason, 192.
Yeah.
Dwight Howard, 178.
Yeah.
Garnett, 172.
Okay. There you go.
Draymond's got a ways to go. Can he play till 50?
What's coming up? Sam just said the show within the show. Jesus, Sam. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. He mentioned one of the players' texts lining up with how many kids they have. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Ponte Hill coming up in 34 minutes for the full hour in studio. We'll get his thoughts on the entire Draymond Green situation. We'll get his thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, no Steph, all of that. Plus, on the other side, giving away another pair of Golden State Valkyrie home opener tickets, a pair of tickets for that coming up a week from now. So again, be listening for the sounder. In the next segment, it's Spadoni, it's Chasky, it's the Morning Roast, it's 95.7 The Game.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Paulie. Thanks, voiceover guy. We got Bontail joining us in about 28 minutes in studio for the entire 9 o'clock hour, as he does each and every Friday. Bontail, host of pre and post game for the Warriors on NBC Sports Bay Area. And you know him, you live in Sponte freaking Hill. He's going to give us an oh baby. I don't think it's going to be as loud as an oh baby as it would have been had they gone up 2-0. But the series is tied 1 game apiece, and the Warriors are not done yet. Now they got very slim, very small margin for error going forward without Stephen Curry. But it's doable. It's doable. And we need Draymond Green on the court to be a part of it. We need Jimmy Butler to be playoff Jimmy. We need Jonathan Kuminga potentially to be playing like he did yesterday. 8 of 11, 18 points off the bench. Trace Jackson Davis off the bench, 15 points, 6 of 6 from the field. He was very active. 888-957-9570. What is the combination that you saw yesterday that makes you, you know what, optimistic going forward? Because for me, Joe, and I'm going to play this cut, I'm going to have you react to it again, it's the Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga connection that maybe at the start of the playoffs, all of us would poo-poo because we were saying, no, I don't think Steve Kerr likes that a lot. I think they're very redundant as players potentially. Well, with no Steph, all options are open. And yesterday, I heard this from Jimmy Butler after the game. It gave me a lot of hope going forward in this series. Take a listen.
I mean, he's a great basketball player. I can play with anybody. He can play with anybody. It's all about playing basketball the right way. That's all it is. Attack to score, attack to pass. You just make the right play over and over and over again every single time, no matter who you're out there with. Just play basketball the right way, and me and JK could thrive, can and will thrive together on the basketball floor.
Me and JK can and will thrive on the basketball court together. Did you love that? Hearing from Jimmy yesterday after that game? And do you believe it? I should ask. Do you believe him when he says that?
Well, yeah. I mean, we've seen small glimpses of it, and they're kind of forced. Like, there's no other option than they're going to have to play Kuminga to some degree, and he's going to have to continue to be good. They need him. They need his scoring. He's
Isn't
one
that
of the
wild?
few guys.
Real quick, isn't that insane? Like what
do you mean?
They need Kuminga now.
Each series presents its own,
I know,
intricacies, and I think that he's an answer to a lot of different issues. Like right now, putting pressure on the rim versus this team because of their length. They don't have a lot of guys that can do that. Well, JK can do that. He did it multiple times. Dunked over 3 guys on one end of the baseline, spun around and dunked on Gobert in the other one. He draws fouls. He got Naz Reid up and out of his stance multiple times. He did it with Dante DiVincenzo. He's quicker than some of their bigger guys, and so he can get down the floor in transition and get them some easy baskets. His mid-range is there. He's not afraid. Is he going to have the bad turnover? Yeah. And so is everyone on this team right now.
Yeah.
So I think that Kuminga is a nice key to this series. Look, is it absurd if you step back and say, well, the fact that he got all these DMPs, yeah, you're probably right. But in each individual moment, I could make an argument like, yeah, Coach is probably right. Coach is probably right. Now look, I like JK more than most that don't like him, right? But I also understand the tolerance level in different series. Your tolerance for certain turnovers in the Houston series isn't as good. I had less tolerance in that series because their transition game would get fueled and they're super athletic. And each possession was a bloodbath. And so each Kuminga turnover was big and accentuated. Whereas in this matchup, look, I don't want to turn it over either, but I don't feel that same sense of congestion in the half court. And so I could tolerate a little more because I think he's going to score more against this team. Do you get where I'm going?
No, I absolutely do. And 888-957-9570. Did you see enough from Jonathan Kuminga off the bench yesterday to say, hey, start the guy next game? Like, if we're talking about setting a tone early on in a game and how important that is, and especially at home, I need a tone set early. And I know he can do that because he set a tone off the bench yesterday. Now, could it be clunky at times, as you alluded to? Sure. It's going to be because the guy's pretty much coming off ice cold. Yeah. Because he's been DNP'd. Same with Trace Jackson Davis. These guys are going to make mistakes. The guys that can't make mistakes are the guys that have been playing ad nauseum, or the guys that you're supposed to lean on, your leaders. Draymond, Jimmy, Buddy, Pods. You guys cannot be making mistakes, and you cannot be careless with the basketballs. Careless turnovers cannot happen. They're going to happen, but those guys in particular, as I mentioned, those starters have got to limit them. And JK, I think, gives them a huge boost early on in a game. Again, I know we always like to, it's always not who's starting, it's who's finishing. That's great. I do think it matters who's starting, especially in these next two games.
Well, their first quarter is a problem.
You can't be down 13-0 like that.
The game was over.
The game was over.
And especially considering you're offensively inept in general without Steph Curry. Forget that game being inept. Joe, the analogy I use is you're searching the desert and you're looking for water.
You're looking for the oasis.
Right? And so right now, the Warriors offense is waltzing through the desert and they're looking for water. Now, there is no doubt about it that Jonathan Kuminga is going to have some negative moments at times. But he gives you some water, meaning some offensive ability. He is a mismatch nightmare. He does put pressure on the rim. He draws fouls. His transition game where they scored a basket, the Minnesota, they pushed it up tempo. Boom, he gets an easy layup. He gets them easier baskets in the half court on a team right now that's searching for guys who can do just that. Gary Payton multiple times, and this isn't an indictment on him, he's a little shy. He's gun shy right now. And I think he's having a difficulty finishing amongst the Redwoods. Well, JK can finish against this team for whatever reason. I think Pajemski right now is a guy kind of searching. Moses Moody is clearly searching for water right now. Clearly.
He's very dehydrated, using your analogy.
I thought that Buddy, for about 3 quarters, was searching yesterday. Now, it was good that he hit late, but I need him to be more impactful early. Draymond Green was searching. I needed a little more from Draymond Green earlier in this game. So right now, TJD seems to be a guy that's got a little bit of water, right? Just a little bit. He has a fit in this series, and it feels like the offense can do some things where you have to honor the roller of the big with TJD that you don't necessarily have to do with Kevon Looney.
Coming up here in about a couple minutes, we're going to be giving you another opportunity to win a pair of Golden State Valkyries tickets for their home opener, which is a week from today against the LA Sparks.
But last thing is this. More important than anything, I thought Kerr's done a great job riding certain hot hands in the games leading up to this one.
Yes.
I thought yesterday, which I'm not going to lose my mind. They went on a run. Minnesota answered. You had to answer back. I'm not saying that was the game because I still think it would have been an uphill battle. But what we learned yesterday was you subbed out Kuminga and a bunch of guys. You did the hockey substitution, and I get why. Kuminga's got young legs. I would have rode that hot hand, and I would have kept going as far as I could have gone with that lineup until it was a little more dry, to go back to this Oasis metaphor.
Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. He wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Oreo Cookie, good morning. You want to see more Kuminga going forward?
Good morning. What up? First off, man, happy Friday. Happy payday Friday. Make sure you take care of your chicken. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
But, I do want to get some more playing time for Kuminga. We got to think more offensively minded because our defense is going to be anchored by 2 guys named Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, regardless on whoever is on the floor. They're the generals on defense, and they're going to get the guys to play how they want them to play. So I do want some more Kuminga. I think he should start, and we should be better off with the start of the games. But back a little bit, going back to what Draymond had said in his interview after the game, the guy can't be playing victim, man, when he's got a reputation of being a dirty player. That is what he is. He's on our team, so we defend him and we love him. And if he wasn't on our team, he's definitely a dirty player. But as far as what color he is, it's weird because if he was a white guy, he would also be an angry white guy. Now, the only angry white guy I know starts at 10 o'clock, and he's on there with our boy Guru. You feel me? Yay!
Oh, it's a walkout. I don't know where he was going with that, but he ended it very strong. We love
I'm going to pull a Draymond right now.
Oh, I'm actually
You're going to punch one of your teammates?
No comment. Is that a comment?
Do we have a sounder that we got to play right now? Help me, please. There it is. The Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here, Joe. And fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes And then this is your favorite player, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. Call 415-523-4652 right now. That's 415-523-4652 now and be the caller number 5.
Hey.
And you'll score a pair of tickets to the home opener on May 16th, which, as you know, is a week from today.
Kate Martin was on that Iowa team with Caden Clark.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I know that name.
That's
She
right.
was good.
There you go.
Very good.
Don't call her Fakeland Clark. She doesn't like that, by the way.
But she was in the league prior.
Who?
Kate Martin.
Oh, Kate Martin. Yeah, because you get to poach other players from different teams. Yeah, you could do that.
I know that she played on another team prior because she wasn't on Caitlin's team her senior year.
All right, let's put a bow on this Draymond Green talk before we're getting joined by Bonte Hill in about 18 minutes at the top of the hour.
Can we explore something?
Sure.
Sam, do you I'm being real, Sam.
He's talking on the phone right now.
He's on the phone.
Screening our calls because we just had a contest.
He always gets in with that Draymond joke, and I just wonder where he's at with Draymond.
Well, I think a lot of fans are just cynical when it comes to Draymond Green, right? Like you kind of have to laugh at the pain at this point. You just it is what it is. Draymond is Draymond. That's
just
the
gonna
Draymond Green
burn you. And
experience.
you just live with it.
Yes, that's what the organization's told you. Again, Alex in Atlanta said it. And I don't want to turn this into the Jordan Poole segment. I hate to go Hawaiian and bring up the punch. Shout out Guru. You don't want to do that. But the guy was rewarded after hitting one of his teammates with a new contract. That's what happened.
He's not the first guy in the world who has been,
No, but he wasn't suspended.
We looked the other way for.
Yeah, but he wasn't suspended, and he didn't discipline him at all after that happened. That happened. In hindsight, that's going to be a stain on Bob Myers and Steve Kerr. If they don't ever win again, you're going to look back to that moment.
Here's, I guess, where I as someone who's made a lot of mistakes in my life, at what point do we are you not beholden to something that you did in the past?
What point? Probably when his career's over, then you look back and then fans are fickle,
so
man.
We're always going to go back to it?
That's what fans do.
Just asking.
That's what fans do. Do you still feel some type of way about certain players that made mistakes in the past that you'll never forgive? Jaquaski Tart on line 1. I don't think.
Yeah, but I don't hate Jaquaski Tart.
No, but fans hear that name.
I feel bad. Yeah,
when you hear that name,
Kyle Williams, it drives me nuts.
Yeah, there you go. That happens though.
Yeah,
that does. It's a reality. Now the good outweighs the bad. The guy won 4 titles, so that's always. I mean,
way outweighs the bad.
Exactly. So it's the totality of everything. It's fine. Dave in Fresno wants to chime in. We lost you earlier, Dave. Welcome back. Your thoughts on Draymond Green last night and the technical foul?
Yeah, so, outside, I don't know what the fan was said to Draymond, that's uncalled for if that's true. But I think he's not an angry black man, but what he is, he's selfish and entitled, Great player, he's right about that. He's an important part to the team and to their success and their past success. But I think he's an example of when the success kind of goes to your head a little bit, even on this podcast, you can hear he speaks like he's Steph Curry. He's walking around like he's the main guy that won all those championships. And just his act yesterday, to see Steph go out there and have to get up and hey man, come on, bro, you're already down there, man. Come on, dude, you hit him. It's the same song, different verse. And then I just get tired of hearing, well, that's Draymond. That's the Draymond experience. No, that's like having a child that acts crazy in the store. And you're like, well, that's how childs are. That's how kids. No, it's not. That's not how they.
But you know what? Let me just pause you here, because there are certain people who grow over time, but there are also other people that they lose emotional control. I know lots of people. I was one for a long, long time, and there are times where I kind of lose emotional control, and it does happen with Draymond, obviously, in the public eye a lot. And yesterday it was very detrimental, but. We call him a child. I don't think that's fair. He's an adult. He just loses emotional control. There's no other way around it. And he can't. He literally cannot lose emotional control because the stakes are too high. But I don't like comparing him to, he's a grown man who is extremely successful off the floor and on the floor.
Thanks, Dave.
It's just a mixed bag with him, and he runs hot.
Well, and again, you can say, oh, it's an excuse. Well, it is what it is at this point. We can bitch and moan about Draymond Green, and he's this is a tired act.
I've come to accept it.
But what do you want us to do? They're not cutting him. They're not trading him.
No, I want him to just be more focused. That's
exactly.
what I want.
That's fine.
That's what I want.
We're talking about the player on the court. Just don't backhand slap Naz Reid. That's all we're asking. Don't there was another moment. I don't even think we talked about it because it was on that Friday, Game 6 against the Rockets. He karate chopped Jalen Green to start the game on the head. I thought that was going to be a tech. Like
maybe,
right? But like that's baked into the equation with it all. Like,
he is creeping up on most ever techs in the postseason.
Oh, whose is that? Is Karl Malone up there?
Karl Malone, 45. Draymond is at a combined 199 right now.
The flagrants and techs?
No. Just
combined.
Techs in the playoffs.
Got it. Okay.
He has 36 techs to Karl Malone's 45. He's got to get that record, right?
He's got to get that record. Well, if they advance
Can
farther,
we stop the game and have a montage video and the whole crowd celebrates him?
Well, no. If I was seriously, you know what I'd do if that happened at an opposing stadium, I would put that on the graphic. I would have a graphic made just in case. Like, can you imagine if it's next series? Against the Denver Nuggets or something, and Denver puts it up. Congratulations, Draymond Green. Most technicals in the playoff history. Yeah!
His next one will be his 200th career tech.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible, as he would say.
You know when people are like, I saw every single Buster Posey home run. I watched every Joe Montana pass. I watched every single Draymond tech.
Lamar, San Francisco.
Remember when they gave out those pins when you saw a Barry Bonds home run?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some similar for like Draymond Techs?
What would it be? What would the pin look like?
I don't know.
Silhouette of him and Rudy Gobert.
No, I was going to say the chokehold, right? It was just a silhouette. Yeah. The Cobra clutch.
Move the logo over, the NBA logo. Jerry West, get out of the way. It's not Steph shooting. It's not Kobe. It's not Jordan.
Nope.
It is the silhouette of Draymond. And you have to have him tucking his own chin while choking out Gobert so that he doesn't get double choked
It's either that one or his Stone Cold Stunner on Steven Adams. It's one of those.
I think it's him just berating an official.
That's not bad. I'm not mad at that. Lamar in San Francisco wants to talk Draymond Green. Lamar, good morning. What you got, man?
Good morning. And what's up, baby? Man, I love Draymond. I hate Draymond. He is a heart attack.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Continue.
It's like you guys. It's beautiful to watch him play when he's man, and it's just frustrating to where you have to walk away at some of the things that he does. But we understand and we have to accept who he is. We don't like who he is. There's a lot of people who don't like who Dylan Brooks is, a number of people way back when with Rodman and all the antics that happen around the league. For many sports, it's always a player who is on some BS. Draymond is the one who has the talent and has the mentality, and he just overdoes it. I believe Jimmy when he said he's overselling a car, and I believe that to the T. Yes, he hit him in the face, but again, he's kicked people in the. You know what I mean? He's got a highlight tape.
It's unreal.
Of physical abuse on the court, of fouls, technicals, the whole deal. But to understand Dre and for everybody to kind of settle down on this guy, dude, he's watched his brother. He's watched his family on the court get beat up and not get calls his whole time here in Golden State. Here in the league, and he's watched Curry get pummeled, the star and one of the faces of the league get pummeled and not get calls. For him to see that and him not to get the calls on the court in the heat of the moment, it is one of these things where I'm not getting this call. Okay, I'm warning you. Okay, now I've warned the player. And now I'm not getting these calls, but I'm going to go down the court, and the same thing's going to happen to me. The same thing is going to happen to me. And not only does this happen on the court, but this happens in his life. And so when the Slurs come out and all of these transitions, man, it's hard to focus on what you get paid to do. This is how he feeds his children. This is his legacy. And it goes to one of these things where it's just like, yo, Draymond, I know Curry's got to talk to him. He don't care. We are down Jordan Poole right now because of Draymond. And it's a good and a bad thing. It's a catch-22. But Draymond is a Hall of Famer. Everybody listening, he's a Hall of Famer. We have him. We have to accept him for what he is and what he does and what he brings to the team. Go Dubs. We have to play Kuminga. We have to play Spencer. We have to get these guys involved. Without getting these guys involved, we're going to flounder. We have to work Edwards on the other side of the court. That's what Kuminga's going to do.
Yes.
Drive to the basket. Get him in foul trouble. Work his lungs. Work his young and tired legs. He's young, but he's got tired legs. Gobert, run him. defense, he looks like an officer I don't want to mess with on the highway. Right? He don't, and he plays like it.
Hey, where are you calling from right now?
Man, Lamar Osborne, San Francisco, Hunters Point, man. Donate to Pierre if you can. I was the maitre d' or one of the head servers and managers there at Pierre in Oakland.
Nice.
But long time Warriors representative, Giants, Niners. Let's go, y'all. We got the opportunity to really get this done with or without Curry and have Curry come back strong and get this ring for the last ride.
In the words of San Quinn, Hunters Point stand.
There you go. Hey, I think that perfectly encapsulated how Warriors fans just feel about Draymond. It was the entire cycle. It's like, God, I love him. I hate him. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was all of it.
So I don't know if you've ever had these moments in your life, but like, you know, sometimes I have them on air. Sometimes I have them when I'm coaching. And I realize like, all right, I'm furious right now.
Charles Dickens.
And there's something that I want to do or say, but I also understand it's doing more harm than good. Now, it's taken me a long time to be able to. Now, are there things I regret that I say and do? Well, absolutely. Right. But I also have really worked on it over 20 years. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart because I do see a lot of similarities between Draymond's anger and temper and my own. And I think a lot of people can relate to that. The part that I think is frustrating for Warrior fans is that every time you think he's turned a corner, it rears its ugly head at the worst possible time, right? And then he somehow, falls back in line, and then he wins you back over again with a game 7 and a game 1. And it's so lightning quick. It's almost bipolar, you know? I mean, again, I just wish he had a little more self-control to realize yesterday wasn't the day to do it. Not that there's ever a day to do it, but yesterday we could ill afford to have it happen.
Brandon and Fairfield, let's try to rat-a-tat-tat some of these before we get to Bonte at the top of the hour.
I'll give Dre. I actually do think he's worked on it a lot. I just think this
champion of change.
And that's a funny thing we joke.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Yeah, but Joe, I know a lot of people that, like, for example, and it's different, but anger is like chain smoking. Anger is like alcohol. I've learned that.
I got my own problems. I go to therapy every week. Yeah. I inherited some anger problems from my father who had them all the time. Yeah.
They're very similar. The traits, and it can pop up out of anywhere, and there are things that trigger it and all that. Like it is a disease in a sense.
You've never driven around with me in the Bay. Like little things like that bother me. It bothers the hell out of me. I might seem very calm, cool, collected in the studio. You drive in a car with me, stuff comes out. It comes out.
Mm-hmm. I truly think he actually has worked on it to some degree, and he can't control it.
Well, I think the downside of that is
I mean that. I'm dead serious.
I think the downside of that, Joe, and I agree with what you're saying. I do believe he is working really, really hard here, but this is one of those things, like, it takes a long time to build up that reputation of that guy who kind of put those past issues behind you.
No, it takes forever.
It takes forever, and one slip up like last night can undo everything. Like, he could have been going to therapy every day for the last 3 years and not had an incident, but then he has an incident like last night, and that's all anyone thinks about, and that kind of goes into the reputation he's kind of built up for himself.
You hear about these like someone has an infidelity in a marriage or whatever, and like for 20 years everything was after the spouse on either side still harbors the resentment from what happened years ago, even though they just can't get past it or whatever it is. So yeah, you're right. This happens a lot. Look, but I don't want to get too deep on it. The reality is very simple. We need a better version of Draymond to beat Minnesota.
Yes.
Period. Right? I'm not trying to get super deep, but there is levels to, and like Dre, you've got to be locked in. We need the best version of you to beat Minnesota. It's that simple.
Brandon Fairfield wants to join the conversation. Brandon, good morning. What you got on Draymond Green getting a tech yesterday?
Well, good morning, guys. I'm going to tell you this right now. How many people did he get to hit in the face? The league is going to suspend him. I'm telling you right now, he needs to have some self-control out there. This guy, I'm sorry to say it, he's probably the biggest cheap shot artist in the NBA. And he has a reputation, and they know this, and he gets no leeway. In a time when you guys need everybody on deck right now, he hits Nas Reed in the face. I mean, come on, Draymond. And there's always somebody else's fault.
I'm with you. Well,
Thanks,
I think
Brandon.
so for me, one of the bigger frustrations watching Dre's 15 years is the lack of accountability.
Right.
And there you can go in the other direction. Like I watched Mike Singletary. we got to do better. Well, okay, timeout. Like, not everything can be full accountability and then you never adjust. Correct. Like, you have to show me some results. But I never hear accountability from Draymond. And so on that level, I get frustrated. I'm with him on that.
Let's go to Larry in Hayward, wants to join in the conversation. Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just have a quick question for you. Why are they calling that a technical foul instead of like a flagrant one foul?
I can't keep up with the adjudication. I don't know what a flagrant is. I don't know what a tech is. I feel like they go back and forth, and it makes no sense. I'm as baffled as you.
I'll tell you this, Larry, it really doesn't matter because both a flagrant point and a technical foul point, they basically are the same thing. And Draymond Green is 2 away from both of those. So if he gets a flagrant 2, which is 2 points, again, if he gets a flagrant 2 at all, then he's going to be ejected next game. Or if he gets 2 flagrant 1s again, he'll be suspended a game. And then if he gets 2 more technical fouls, he'll be suspended. So it's the same thing.
But by the letter of the law, a tech foul is a non-physical violation. I'm reading from the book. Like unsportsmanlike conduct or delaying a game. A flagrant foul, on the other hand, is a personal foul deemed excessive or violent.
Sure. But again, in this scenario, I hear you. Like, it's probably should have been a flagrant 1. It really doesn't matter, though. It really doesn't. Because you can rescind either of them if that's what you're going with.
I think we're everyone, like, we're really confused.
They're tired
of how they're doing it.
Let me make it less confusing. You have a certain amount of technical fouls you can accumulate until you get suspended, just like you have a certain amount of flagrant points that you can accumulate until suspension. Both of those are at the same thing for Draymond Green right now. Both of those totals are at the same point. All right? So if he gets 2 more techs or 2 more flagrant foul penalty 1s, then he's going to be suspended for a game. So you just can't do it. Can't do it. Jan in Mountain View. Jan, good morning. How are you feeling about that loss last night, Jan?
Well, I'll start out by just saying that I want JK and TJD to be in there more often because we have a lob threat now, and I'm glad that Kerr is recognizing this and that Butler has come around to mention that he can play with Kuminga, and we need to stop, juggling this lineup now that we have a better idea, and we need to focus on our offense as well as the defense. And as far as Draymond goes, he needs to be more accountable. And if after the game, he stood up to it and he was making himself more accountable, I bet maybe one or, maybe some of those flagrants or text would be rescinded, but he doesn't want to be accountable, and he makes everybody feel like he's demonstrative, and he needs to maybe, I hate to say this, but grow up. Come on now, how long have you been in the league? And everybody knows that you're a target, so they're going to be coming after you to get more texts, and we need you in that game to help us like you did in Game 7 of that last round. Come on now. You got to do better than that, and you've got to be a leader, and you've got to help Butler out there on the court and bring this thing home for Steph, and let's go together. Go Dubs.
Wow, Janet Mountain View fired up as Bonte Hill walks into studio as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Bonte joins us in studio, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as he always does each and every Friday at this time. We're talking Warriors, we're talking Wolves, Joe, real quick. 117-93, the final, as this series is tied at a game apiece.
So there's 2 theories on this, and I don't really know where I land. I think it's dependent on the individual. There's the theory of a zebra never changes its stripes, right? And like you're Chris Rock. If you've been a crackhead and you're in your 60s, you're probably going to finish your life as a crackhead. That's the Chris Rock, right? But then there's the other one of like, people do change, and it's never too late to change. And, my dad was an individual who changed his life later as an older individual. And so I believe in sobriety, and if you get the right infrastructure and stuff, like you can change your life, and it's never too late to change. I fall somewhere in the middle, right? Like, depends on the individual. The problem with the Dre thing is that every time we feel like we've turned a corner and there is change, we have a big slip up at the most inopportune time. And I just thought that yesterday we just needed a better version of him.
Bonte, good morning. How you doing? How we feeling? Huh? Doing all right? We're talking about everything. It's a beautiful day outside. It's like 70 degrees in San Francisco. The weather, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, It is a beautiful day.
It's beautiful.
It's like pool weather.
Yo, Daniel Tiger, I don't know if you guys watched that. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. There you go. Shout out Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So there you go.
I don't know Daniel Tiger.
PBS Kids. Get after it. There you go. It's a great app.
Mr. Rogers.
There's an app. There's an app. PBS Kids app. Very clutch for all the parents out there. You're going to want to get that. They got games and everything. It's very educational. Speaking of education, I think a lot of people were educated on how good Jonathan Kuminga could be off the bench yesterday, Bonte. 18 points. JK. Wow.
I mean, some people talk about him like he's a scrub. Like, I've watched this league a long time. Scrubs don't just average 16 points a game in limited action. Whether or not he could play with Jimmy Butler is pretty refreshing to hear Jimmy Butler say yesterday, I can play with anybody. JK and I can thrive together on the same floor. I heard the same thing last season when it came to Andrew Wiggins and JK. And what do you know? Wiggins and JK figured it out and played together. So I'm kind of over the rhetoric of Jonathan Kuminga. Like, he's not an all-star. He's not a superstar. I don't even know if he's a very good NBA player yet. But he's 22 years old, and I think on this team, he's definitely not worthy of a DNP. Like, you got to figure out some minutes for this kid. He could do something that nobody else on this team could do. He could go to the rim. You saw the moves that he was making yesterday. And when he plays, you just look at the data. When he plays 30 minutes a game, he shoots about 50%. He averages about 20 and 6. So when he plays within the game, he gets better as the game goes along. And when he has to play without looking over his shoulder, he's a better version of himself. And against a long athletic team like the T-Wolves, you need somebody like that who can get to the rim and show some strength and athleticism and play point of attack defense.
Some guys can never come off the bench and pinch hit. It's wired in them. Eric Young is the reverse. Ultimate great pinch hitter, right? I'm just off the top of my head. There are certain guys that I think struggle to feel out the flow of the game in basketball as an off-the-bench guy. I think GP2 is better off the bench. I think he does a really good job of, okay, I've watched and saw the first 4 or 5 minutes. I know exactly what we need, and then he almost makes an immediate impact. JK is a guy that I think the more he plays, the more comfortable he becomes. And if you limit him to a 2-minute stretch and just yank him, that's not the best way to utilize him because he kind of is clunky in the first minute or two.
Yeah, I just mentioned that he gets better as the game goes along. I could give you an example. A couple years ago against the Pelicans, they're down like 20 or 22. And Draymond had got into it with Herb Jones and they were talking back and forth. Kuminga came in and ended up scoring like 18 or something and shut down Brandon Ingram at the point of attack. You know what was interesting was I'm getting all these notes for the series, and Julius Randle had scored under 20 against the Warriors in the first 5 matchups. In the first, obviously, the 4 matchups in the regular season, he scored under 20 and shot under 39%. The primary defender for Julius Randle on 59 possessions was Jonathan Kuminga.
Really?
Held him to 3 of 10 shooting from the floor.
Who was guarding Anthony Edwards during that? Was it Wiggins?
It was a little Wiggins. Yep.
Gotcha.
He had Andrew Wiggins.
So interesting.
So point of attack, and Jonathan, you guys know how I feel about JK. I'm a JK fan, not a stan, but a fan. And I don't think he's worthy enough on this team. As you look at Keith Santos, who looks unplayable. Right now, Moses Moody looks unplayable as he's 0 for 14 and scored 3 points in the last 3 games. I've always believed in the talent Jonathan Kuminga has. Now, is he the right fit for the Golden State Warriors? That's something we can explore in the offseason. He may not be a good fit for this offense. But I also ask, I watched this team cater for Dennis Schroeder, try to play more pick and roll. We're watching him with Jimmy Butler play more isolation basketball, which is not what Steve Kerr loves. We can't tweak the system a little instead of talking about his weaknesses. Oh, he can't dribble or he can't do this. Well, highlight his strengths. Well, he's got some strengths, right?
Well, when DiVincenzo's guarding him, he adjusted and he backed him down and then shot over him. Although I thought DiVincenzo was fouling him. Then when Naz Reid went out on him, he blew by Naz Reid. I think he's a good matchup in the half court where no one feels like they want to shoot or has confidence shooting. He can get you a bucket.
Well, especially now without Steph Curry, because those open shots that you are accustomed to getting with Steph on the floor, you're not going to get anymore. And Buddy Hield gets elevated on the scouting report. He scores 15 points on 14 FGAs. Draymond Green is now not going to, he's still going to see open threes. He's got to nail those threes.
He does.
GP2's got to nail those open threes. But now you see the space that Moody's not getting. Podziemski's not getting. Jimmy Butler and playing him straight up and not going for his pump fakes and keeping him off the free throw line. So life without Steph Curry is going to be a little rough.
When you first saw the news yesterday, and you obviously are very tapped in, Bonte Hill joining us in the studio right here, Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area, Steph and shoot around it. And I'm not saying it's over for this series, but I would be shocked if he played in this series. I'm just putting it out there. I would be. And if that's the case, and I saw what Jonathan Kuminga was doing yesterday, yeah, he needs minimum for me going forward 20 minutes. He just needs to. That size and athleticism just doesn't grow on trees. And you don't have that guy on your team. You just don't. When I look at the Minnesota Timberwolves, like I look at the Houston Rockets, size and athleticism. You just need to be able to combat that. When I look at all the other series happening in the NBA right now, size and athleticism is at a premium.
Why TJD,
why again? That's another guy right there.
Boost. I don't know how much he can carry over into the next game, but clearly he gave them a little something at the rim on both ends of the floor.
They combined for 33 points yesterday. That was TJD and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
I expected that. Was on my bingo card yesterday.
No, it wasn't on my bingo card either, but you know what? They just gotta have to find a way to scrap a win out. And they're gonna scratch a claw and win here. And that's
You're down.
To me, no, I'm not down. I'm just chilling.
Okay.
You just gotta caught up in that traffic. No, I'm not down. The Warriors got the split. The Warriors got the split. Okay. They got the split. It's 1-1. But you just try to figure out, here's how I'm looking at it.
Can they win one of the next two?
Can they win one of the next two? And we haven't seen Minnesota's best yet. That to me is what's scary. They had 16 threes yesterday. Previous two games, they were 12 of 76 from the three-point line. They found a rhythm, and they were getting wide open looks yesterday. And so for me, the danger zone here without Steph Curry not having that firepower is what if Minnesota does play their A game? They're liable to Anthony Edwards. He's going to erupt. He's a superstar. He's going to have one of those games where he goes 35, 9, and 7. It's going to happen. Nas Reed is going to get open looks. So can the Warriors just scratch and claw to get a game? Because the urgency on Minnesota's sideline right now is, hey, there's no Steph. Let's put our foot on their necks and let's build this lead. Let's go up 3-1. They're not afraid to win on the road. They've won big road games in Denver down 20 in Game 7. They close out the Lakers in L.A. They won Game 1 in L.A. So it's a fine line. Like, we can talk about everything and who needs to step up. The Warriors just need to get a win over the next two.
Well, that was for me anyways, again, you're talking about silver lining. It's a playoff loss, right? We're not doing the Capri Suns. We're not doing the orange slices. You lost. But that being said, their defense has been pretty damn good. I feel like for the most part.
I thought it took a step back yesterday.
Really?
Point of attack defense. Minnesota got to their spots at will.
Well, I thought they did a poor job when Randall got deep. They sent, to me, you have to pick a thing. Either Randall is going to be an in-the-paint scorer only, not a three and in-the-paint scorer, and he can't also be a passer.
Yeah, 11 assists.
Because they sent double teams at him. And so to me, I would play him a little more straight up. If he gets his, fine. Don't let 3 or 4 guys hit from the outside.
Yeah, Walker started hitting. McDaniels was hitting. Anthony Edwards, Conley went 2 of 4.
Yeah.
Edwards went 2 of 4. They had 16 threes yesterday. They started filling it. And so I thought the point of attack defense was atrocious. Anthony Edwards, sometimes he got too deep into the paint, which is why he's missing layups. But they were attacking and penetrating at will. Dante DiVincenzo saw the ball go through the hoop. He's had a bad postseason shooting the ball from the three-point line. He saw 3 shots go in from the perimeter. So I get a little nervous about Minnesota. They're going to have a game.
I agree.
But can you still win in the next 2 and go into Game 5, tied at 2 games apiece? Then you reevaluate Steph Curry, see where he's at with the hamstring.
Well, baked into that, and that was our conversation yesterday. Without Steph, at the bare minimum, I need 2 guys to show up every single game. Right. It's Draymond Green and it's Jimmy Butler. Those guys baked into every game going forward have to be great.
No, they have to be. No, they have to be. Is the vibe around here doom and gloom?
I actually feel encouraged.
I'm not down. They got the split.
Minnesota offense. I walked into this series fearing their offense more. I thought yesterday they got contributions from a lot of different guys. See, I'm actually in the other direction. I don't think 4 guys are going to hit from the outside all in one game. Just law of averages wise. And the Warriors, it comes down to Pods, Dre, Moody. One of those guys has got to hit a couple of threes early in the game to tilt the floor a little.
Pods, I believe, is 5 of 32 from 3 over his last 4. He's shooting 5 of 32.
Say
It's
that
either
again?
5 of 28 or 5 of 32. Brandon Podziemski from
Either
3 over
number's
his last
bad.
4. But for the postseason, he's shooting under 32% from 3.
And what about Moody?
Moody is 0 for 14. Now, he got a couple grenades yesterday.
guy.
He airball, but he
I
also
wanna hug
airballed the fast break. He's over 14 in his last 3. He's only scored 3 points. And he looks like he's sped up. It looks like the game's moving way too fast. But he also got a couple grenades from Jimmy Butler.
No, to me, the transition,
the
midi
floater,
push,
when
push
he looked
thing,
out short.
yeah.
Yeah, that was there a wind tunnel open at the Target Center?
To me, that's confidence.
Yeah, that's
right?
confidence.
Psyche, confidence. I just didn't. God, the poor guy just doesn't have it going. And then GP2, I thought, passed up a couple of different opportunities to just square up at the hoop in the lane.
So they were struggling yesterday. But again, to me, that was a house money game.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't expect them to win game 2 without Steph. First game, and Minnesota came out 13-0. They couldn't score a bucket for the first 5 minutes of the first quarter. So, you know what I'm saying? They scored 15, the fewest points they scored in the quarter all postseason. But you got to split. You got to split against a tough team. Now you come back home to Chase Center, and this is where, without Steph and Curry, this is where the fans got to be up. They got to rally this team.
Well, I think
you're shorthanded, and the role players got to be better.
To me, up-tempo is the way to go, too. So, there's a couple of things. Number one, it's not just up-tempo in terms of fast breaks. Just get into our offense quicker.
Well, that's where Jimmy comes in.
It's just come on.
Well, Jimmy Butler, and this has been kind of trending this way, there's been a lot of isolation basketball. This happened in the Rocket series where I can't wait to look up this data. I'm going to watch the game back a little later and try to chart this.
It's a tough watch.
It's a tough watch, but also, many field goal attempts do they have under 6 seconds of the shot
They
clock?
have 8 shot clock violations in the last 2
it's
games.
unbelievable.
8.
They're holding the ball.
And how many poor ones that aren't shot clock violations, which might as well be.
Contested threes, long threes, 4 shots. That's where Jimmy Butler's got to play .5 basketball. If you're going to drive to the paint, middle of the paint, you got to be decisive and look to score. Jimmy Butler, without Steph Curry, cannot walk off the court with only 13 field goal attempts.
That's what he was saying.
He's got to get to 18, 20,
but
and be aggressive.
I get what you're saying, but the problem is that the way their offense is when Moody's not hitting and Pods is not hitting and Draymond's not hitting, everyone's like, well, we're just going to pack the paint, which is where Jimmy wants to operate, and they're going to lay off of all of those shooters. And I thought they did a great job closing out yesterday without fouling.
Oh, they were rotating.
Well, and for sure,
McDaniels was great.
It's the mindset that bleeds into the rest of the team that I think is incumbent on Jimmy Butler now. So they're all looking to Jimmy, this playoff Jimmy that I know he talked about the burden of playoff Jimmy. He doesn't think it's a burden. It's just the expectation because he's been great in the playoffs, but it was for a different team and a different organization. Like that was a different iteration and a different offense. And I think we if we're Dub Nation, you got to wrap your minds around like that was different. Like that wasn't what this is right now. This is a different version of Jimmy, and he's had to play a different way. But can we get a semblance of that? The aggressive mindset, though, is what he can control. And he talked about that after the game. Like, that is something that could bleed to the other players. Just getting in there, getting your head down, and going to the paint. I know he can get to the paint on this team. I don't, again, maybe I'm the only one. I don't fear Rudy Gobert. I just don't.
Rudy Gobert can alter shots.
He can. The guy's also got brick hands, and he does dumb fouls.
Yeah, but
he does dumb fouls.
Yeah, but defensively, though, he's solid defensively.
But you could get him in foul trouble.
We underrate him, though.
You can.
But you got to get him out on the perimeter.
Exactly.
Down in the paint, he's
zone.
like, you got to give him his credit in the paint. That's his. You get him on the perimeter, and you can start shaking and baking, and maybe get him up in the air on some pump fakes. Great. That's where the Steph factor is. But down in the paint, Rudy Gobert alters shots. He cleans up shots. I think we got to give him a little bit more respect.
And
the reputation is, he's a damn, like you talk to basketball people, sure, you get him on the perimeter, he's food.
That's how JK got the dunk, was he came out to the short corner and went by it, and he was a step slow.
Exactly.
I'm with you. The guy is a load. I said it before game one, like he draws so many, I call box out fouls, where it's shot goes up, you're jarring and boxing out, boom, foul. He gets more of a better whistle. I mean, a better whistle than I feel like prime Shaq got.
Yeah, and you see him blocking shots yesterday. There's an intimidation factor if you're a smaller team that's getting to the rack and you're like, oh, there's Rudy. He's 7'2". Let me try to get this layup past him. And he's getting ate up. They're getting blocked. The T-Wolves are blocking shots left and right, or at least contesting or altering shots. So, look, Jimmy, here's the difference, too. Like, I've been hearing a lot about this. Can he turn into playoff Jimmy, Miami Jimmy? Those Miami teams, even though they had undrafted players like Duncan Robinson, Max Strus, and Gabe Vincent, and who else did they have?
Tyler Hero.
Tyler Hero. They had shooters.
Yeah.
they're better shooters than what the Warriors have around Jimmy right now.
Caleb Martin was shooting during that playoff run.
And Adebayo was a walking double-double every single time he was out there.
Right.
He was a better offensive player than Draymond Green.
You look at the players around Jimmy right now, they're not known for being shooters. So it's going to be some challenges there.
Real quick, we don't do this often, but let's go to the phones. Why not?
Tell me it's who I think it is.
I think we got a special guest on the line. I think he was tweeting Bonte last night.
Yeah, how do I get involved in that conversation?
Yeah, well, there was an involved. I don't know.
How are you? Because I feel like Chasky tweets for it. I think that's Chasky's account. That's a Britter account.
Hey, good morning. Hey, mystery guest. Good morning. How you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing? Bonte looking good. TV's treating you well, Star.
When you said you're my hero, Bonte, I almost fell out of my chair last night.
I know. I knew that would upset him. So
he hates you. Yeah, you have no idea.
I don't hate you. You're one of the few guys I replied to on that app. So feel special, BPA. Not everybody gets a reply from Vontae Hill anymore.
The king, yeah.
I'm honored. I'm honored. I think they got the split, they got the split, and Steph Curry didn't play 7 of the 8 quarters. And, Minnesota, you think they could shoot better than this. But from a matchup standpoint, I just think, you swap out Towns for Randall. And Towns was a problem for us. Randall's not a problem for Draymond, in my personal opinion. He's owned him throughout his career, and that is a pretty big switch up in the matchup. And so I think it's a good matchup for the Warriors generally. I mean, they got it within 7 last night, and then Kerr took all the guys out who got it to 7, including Kuminga, who played great. And, if Kuminga can play like that, I think it changes the series. And Kerr's obviously going to have to give him a shot to be that guy. But he has to play good. He has to play well, obviously, if he wants to get a long run. Anyways, but good job from Kuminga last night. Pods and Moody, my gosh.
Oh my God.
It's bad. I kind of thought they were past that kind of stuff, but wow, they are really, really bad right now, and they need to play better. It's just stone cold truth. They have to play better. Jimmy has to take that open mid-range shot that he has 20 times a game and does that thing where he just keeps dribbling.
BPA, can they beat the T-Wolves without Steph?
Yeah, and you mean win 4 games?
Yes.
I think they would need to win these 2 at home this weekend or whatever, Saturday and Monday. I think it's a tall order. I think they can win one of the next 3 games or one of the next 2 games, but Steph would have to come back, I think, to win the series. But I think they're competitive in the series even without Steph because of that trade that Minnesota made. In my opinion, I think Towns, that was just for this particular matchup. Draymond owns Randall. Right? He can help out and still guard him, come back to him. And, it's just from a matchup standpoint, it's just a better matchup for the Warriors than it was last year. Remember they had all the problems they had with Minnesota last year?
Mm-hmm.
They could not find any space. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. Draymond's going to make some threes, too.
Let's go,
Thanks, Brian. Julius Randle had 24 points, 11 assists, and 7 boards yesterday. He dominated.
Well, they weren't.
He absolutely dominated yesterday. Let's take a step back here.
He was talking about Draymond guarding him.
That's fine. I'm just saying, Julius Randle was the best player on the court yesterday. So I'm just saying.
But his point was, and I agree with him, is that if you're going to go up with him, it's either going to be JK or it's got to be Draymond Green guarding him individually and not Draymond as the off-ball help defender coming to double late in possessions. That to me was the tactic they employed yesterday, and it didn't work.
And also they dissected the Warriors' own defense yesterday. They figured that out as the Warriors were running that 1-3-1 matchup zone in Game 1 and Game 7 against Houston. They had their way with the zone yesterday. So
Conley hitting those 2 quick ones.
Loosened them up.
It did.
And Jaden McDaniels as well.
Absolutely. Actually, I thought McDaniels was excellent on both ends.
Oh, wow. We got an update per our own Stephen Langford, KCBS. So as you know, Bonte, the traffic's been horrible because Bart has had a system-wide outage. So it's been really bad. Bart has been down. But per Langford, nice guy Stephen, Bart is up and running again. So shout out KCBS if you're over there. They were all over it, our sister station. So there you go. Did it really?
It's nasty.
There you go. But it's back, baby.
The helicopter wasn't ready.
Oh, that's tough.
Didn't have anywhere to park.
The chariot wasn't ready to go.
Didn't have anywhere to park.
They have the what is it in
We don't have
Gladiator?
a landing zone on the roof here at Odyssey.
The people carrying the
You had to airdrop
we
it.
don't have parking for cars here. We definitely don't have parking for helicopters. So
you just mentioned it, and you asked the question to BPA. And let me ask this to you then, Monte. Do you think they could win this series without Steph?
It's going to be very difficult. Yeah. Very difficult.
But no. That's a different answer. Like, of course it's going to be different.
I don't think they can.
I still think they can. But yeah, it would require, like, obviously some monumental contributions.
Listen, can they get it to 2-2 at least? And then you reevaluate Steph. Because not having your guy, as we see Stephen Curry, the entire offense revolves around Steph. The gravity, the shots that he creates by just being on the floor. And without him, now you're asking guys who haven't been consistent and haven't had consistent minutes all season long to play consistent basketball in the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. That is a very difficult thing to do. It is tough. Like for TJD to go out there and go 6 for 6 and score 15 without even playing a playoff game, that's hard. But also, he's now on the scouting report.
Yeah.
Now Minnesota's, okay, we got his attention. When this happens, we're going to do this. JK's now on the scouting report. He wasn't on that scouting report early on because he wasn't playing. The guy's racked up 4 DMPs in the playoffs, which is crazy to me. But there's the playoff speed, there's regular season speed, and it's tough to ask these guys to ratchet it up. But oh, by the way, it's Pod's first ever postseason. Rookies usually, or guys who play their first postseason, usually struggle, especially a second-year player. Not making excuses for them. The data's there. The history of the league tells you that young players struggle in the postseason.
Yeah, but the games at home last series, it felt like he played a lot better at home. And so I'm hoping that we get home and he plays better because I don't see them winning any of the games at home without Pods being a positive contributor.
He's got to go to that mid-range jumper. That midi is wide open for him. He has it, too, in his bag. The midi is there for Brendan Podziemski, and he has a good mid-range game. He's got to hit that mid-range jumper.
And that little off-balance push shot that he likes, like that's the one.
He's got to do it.
And speaking of Stephen Curry, if any of you missed this sound yesterday, this is Steph at shoot-around talking about a timetable potentially for his return.
This is new, and from all that I'm learning about how quickly you can get back, there has to be a healing process is just the way the body works. You can't accelerate it more than what it's telling you. So it'll be one of those after a week, like really reevaluating every day to kind of understand when it's safe just to even think about playing, let alone like how much can you push it.
Yeah, I think Warriors fans, if you're under the assumption that, a week passes and he's ready to good to go, I don't think that's the case. When I hear him say that, it says we'll reevaluate and we'll take the steps that need to be taken after that. So, and then yesterday during the game, I thought we were going to lose Anthony Edwards for the series. Potentially this series is going to go from no Steph to no Anthony Edwards.
Why you play the game?
Like that, but Anthony Edwards comes back, Bonte, to start that second half.
You guys thought he was done?
No, I didn't think he was done.
I was like, he's coming back. I remember telling fans, I was like, he's going to come back. The same thing happened in the Lakers series where he was down when he bumped these with LeBron James and whatnot.
He got shot up.
Right. Well, maybe.
That's what happens.
You can only do that so often.
Yeah.
He looked pretty good.
He's also 23.
Yeah, exactly.
Healer.
Exactly.
There's no doubt.
There's absolutely.
But he got stepped on hard. That ankle folded.
And then he made a move in the fourth quarter. It's like, damn, this guy's got a year
That's
old.
what's scaring me. You mentioned it.
He looks like a day and a half.
He hasn't really looked good though. And there's going to be at least a game, a couple that he's just going to go off. He's just going to go off. He is, and there's nothing you could do about it when superstars do that. But baked into that, there's going to be some games where Jimmy Butler I'm expecting now. Can he do that? We want to call him a superstar in the playoffs, this is where you turn into a superstar is in the playoffs, and we've seen it in the past. Can he do that? It starts with being a little bit more selfish to me, and not selfish in the way of, I'm going to just get mine. I'm going to go full Kobe hero mode. No. He still needs to be a ball distributor. That's going to be baked into it. But 20 field goal attempts at least for me going forward need to be baked into it. Because there's not a lot of guys who are confident in their shots right now. Like, honestly, who's confident in their shot right now on the Warriors? Who could you say is confident shooting the ball?
JK's probably got some confidence now.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Who's not a shooter.
No.
Per se.
He's not. That's why. So I need Jimmy Butler. I need him to be shooting the ball. And that mid-range for him, we're talking about mid-range being open.
Look, Jimmy could do what he does and you're still going to need the contributions of Brandon Podzinski, Draymond Green,
You
JK,
can't get
whoever it is.
outshot from three.
Right.
That's the way they play. And the way all the games, if you look at the trend, the 3-point line gives you a good indication of who's playing well and who's not.
Let's discuss the Draymond Green angle to this. He had some comments after the game, or a comment, I should say. I want to get Bonta Hill's thoughts on that. Bonta Hill in studio with us for this entire hour. One more segment to go, and it's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, Bonta Hill in studio. It's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to be humble in this one.
Oh, I love the Bonte drops. Make sure, Bonte, Joe Shasky, that you're subscribed to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys because Lubman, oh yeah, you are because you're a part of the host. Lubman and Joe Shasky and occasionally Steven Risotto, who's walking around today with like a Cubs hat. I don't know what that's about. Have the best Giants talk in the world. Make sure you're subscribed today because you'll hear all about Willy Adames breaking out of his early season slump and the inevitable change at closer the Giants are about to make.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Sam's trying to like nail me down right now as to like doing it's Friday. Okay, I've had a very hellacious week when it comes to just family and life. I got a sick wife at home.
Wait a minute.
That's like every week, but okay.
Wait a minute. Yeah, don't sit here.
What?
And just drop I've had a hellacious week. I mean, I feel like you say that every Friday.
It's true.
Say my week is super crazy, and then you're going to get a haircut. Like
Shasky's call life.
Yeah.
No, I know. That's
we all
my
live
point.
it.
But Sam has nothing anchoring him down. He's not coaching.
You don't
teams.
know that.
He doesn't have a girl.
You don't know that?
He doesn't have a kid.
Do you know that?
Whoa.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
What?
You're single life, man. You're probably busier as a single man because you're
I go,
pushing
Sam,
everything.
what are you doing on Saturdays? Oh, I sleep in. I don't want to give the rest of the story. But
Hey, I'm Lutman. I'm going to be at Freedman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Granny.
He's at Friedman's. They'd have great appliances there, too.
So I'm thinking 11 o'clock immediately, right after the show.
I mean, that's not what I said, but okay, tell your fake story.
Let me get home. 1 o'clock? I'm like, dude, let me get home and let me recalibrate. Let me see what's going on. My wife's
Why don't you tell what actually happened, though?
That's literally what happened.
No, it's not. I came in and said, can you record today? I said, I got to do a training at 11 with Zahigi and all the others. And you said, I got a sick house and my life is hellacious because I got to get my hair cut. And then I said, well, can you do later, like 1 o'clock? And you said, let me get home and figure things out. And I said, don't worry about it. We can always punt it to another day.
Then he goes,
don't
Sunday?
trip.
I go, Mother's Day is Sunday. I've got some
And I
plans.
said, don't trip if we have to do it on Monday. The Giants will be doing baseball things this weekend. We could talk about it on Monday, so you don't need to worry about it.
How about this? I'll get here at 3:30 in the morning and we'll do it on Monday morning.
All right, you guys feel better about that? This back and forth? You guys feel better? Yeah?
I just got my popcorn. That's
Bonte Hill.
Well, just Lubman, though, by the way. That's a win for Lubman.
Point up.
You were capping, Shasky.
How am I capping?
You left some details out. Lubman just put you in your place, man.
Lubman's full of crap.
Speaking of full of crap,
he's like Lamont Wade's on-base percentage. Just full of crap.
I think a lot of...
That's what people say when others tell the truth, you know?
I'm going to try to reel
Some
this
people
thing
can
in.
handle the truth. Some people can't.
Yeah, look to your right.
Jeez. This is all over the place right now. Hey, you know what?
Back to Warriors.
I'm just going to play it. There we go. This is what happened last night.
And Draymond now being talked to by Steph Curry at center court. And Steph is saying, hey, you got to calm down. And Jimmy Butler's going to come in. I think they're going to get Draymond out of the game. And Butler's going to grab Draymond to get him off the floor. And it's a smart move by Warrior coaching staff. Jerry Stackhouse comes over. Draymond's going to...
It's always fun game.
And the crowd is giving Draymond the business here.
All right, so Naz Reid fouls Draymond, and in said foul, Draymond also fouls Naz Reid with a backhand that Joe Rogan would be impressed by, Bonte Hill, or GSP, Georges St. Pierre, shout out UFC. Here's Draymond Green after the game, though, because apparently during the game, and I didn't realize this until this morning, Draymond was working out on a stationary bike during the game. There was a Minnesota fan yelling at him. Apparently racial slurs were used. That fan was removed from security. And Draymond Green just had one statement after the game. It was with Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic. Here's what Draymond Green had to say.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
So 9 points, 5 assists, 4 boards for Draymond, 3 of 10 shooting overall in 29 minutes. Warriors get the L. Draymond obviously needs to play better, but a lot of the attention after those post-game comments. Bonte, what did you make of Draymond Green yesterday, first and foremost, on the court and in the game?
On the court, didn't have his impact that he had in Game 1 and Game 7, obviously. He's got to be better from the three-point line, and I like the fact that he's shooting it. 15 field goal attempts in Game 7 against Houston, 13 against Game 1. A lot of people always say, Bonte, you always say Draymond needs to play better offensively. He's not here for offense. But when he's hitting those shots offensively, it opens up the floor, which got Steph Curry going in that game 7, 19 and 22. Because all of a sudden you have to honor Draymond Green. Same thing in game 1. Rudy Gobert's playing the drop coverage on him. Next thing you know, Rudy Gobert yesterday, you notice him. He's all the way up on Draymond Green because of the threat of the three-point shot. So, look, man, he's got to play better offensively. He's got to have better impact, but he also has to keep his emotions in check. He's at 5 technicals now. 5. He gets 2 more, he's popped for a game.
1 more, and he gets 200 career techs.
Yeah, well, I'm just focused on, forget the career accolades for a second, Shasky. He gets 2 more, he's popped for a game in the series.
Also, 2 more flagrant points.
He's at flagrant 2 points.
There's no way they can even be in the series without a good Draymond.
So first and foremost, Steve Kerr did the right thing. It's subbing him out and sitting him down for about 5-6 minutes. They need him on the floor. So the technicals are starting to pile up. And if you're saying that he doesn't deserve those technicals, well, I would say that, you know what? We should feel fortunate that he hasn't been ejected in one of these games. It could have happened. It could have happened in game 3 against Houston, game 4, game 6. So the fact that he hasn't gotten ejected, I think, is a blessing in disguise. And the referees have allowed these guys to kind of vent on the floor. I saw Westbrook go at Scott Foster. He got the tech. Then Scott Foster let him vent. But Scott Foster was smart enough to know, and I'm not giving Scott Foster's a crook in my book, but the fact that he was like, look, I cannot throw these players out. It's a playoff game. Emotions are running high. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And one of the refs, I think it was game 3, I forget who the ref was, but he told Steve, hey, Draymond, he's got one more thing to say. I'm going to turn my back, Steve. You need to talk to your player because he's close to getting tossed. And Steve Kerr was able to calm down Draymond Green and he didn't get kicked out the game. So he's got to be better. He's got to keep his emotions in check. There's no doubt about that.
I actually thought the officials were really good yesterday for the most part. I didn't think they had a huge impact on the game. I do just despise in general, like Gobert went up and challenged the Kuminga dunk, which was great. And there's some contact. I'm okay with that. The TJD one with Anthony Edwards, I hate, and this is more the league as a whole, when they don't reward shot blockers for getting vertical.
Right.
Like these ticky-tacky, like this is playoffs. So, but overall, I feel like the officials have been good. And I have to give them credit. They've been creative in assessing a flagrant versus a tech to allow Draymond to stay in a game.
Exactly.
And he yesterday went back at the official and was like pointing at the other official. And I was like, Trey, you're cruising for an ejection here.
I thought you were going to say cruising for a cruising. No. But no, you're right, because Steph Curry
the official did a good job.
Yeah, and Steph Curry had to come up off the bench, and Jimmy Butler had to calm him down, and Steve Kerr had to grab him. They had to take him out the game. So, yes, Tony Brothers, believe it or not, I haven't noticed him in game 7 or game 2. So, no, the referees have done a good job of trying to keep these players on the floor. You got to check them. You got to call a tech here and there. And when your arms are flailing and whenever there's contact above the neck, they're going to call it. In today's NBA, they're going to call it.
So, him, too.
Especially with him.
Yes.
You could say it's a reputation tech or whatnot. It was a soft tech. You build up reputations just like Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman wasn't getting the benefit of the doubt anymore. When you're involved and you have a laundry list of techs or flagrants or situations that happen on the floor, you're going to get popped. So I thought it was appropriate that he got the tech. And look, he has to stay away from 2 more or he's going to get popped for a game. And you cannot have that in this series or moving forward.
What did you make of the post-game comment, or just that was it? That was the only statement he made, and he walked out of if you saw the video, he just walked out. He's very upset, obviously. And we were talking about it. I mean, it's hard, to just separate the person from the player, because on the court, his reputation is he's going to play, like he's going to toe the line. He's going to do some things that you love it if he's on your team, and sometimes you don't love it. And if he's on the opposing team, you're going to hate him. Like, that's who Draymond Green is. And it's the Dylan Brooks aspect to it that we all kind of like yell at Dylan Brooks, but it's like, well, you know what? Draymond's kind of similar in that way. So there's a lot baked into the comment itself, that the agenda to make him look like an angry black man. Like, I think of Draymond the person as a good person. Like we were talking about, like the Draymond we know off the court, he's a great guy. Does great things within the community, does a lot for autism. He's spoken about that, charity, restaurants, all of that. I think he's really good in the media. I think he's great.
His restaurant actually delivers us some food yesterday. It's pretty
there
good.
You go.
Yeah.
I missed that. Was that on air?
No, we didn't eat it. It was behind the scenes. Yeah, no DoorDash. Yeah, no DoorDash.
Yeah.
But just separating the person from the player, like Draymond, like the player yesterday that you were out on the court, that can't happen. It just can't. And I think the comment itself, I mean, whether it's fair or not for him to say it, that's his truth. He's speaking it. I do just think it took away from his play on the court, which is just not, it was just not good enough.
It depends on who's talking about it, right? So when I left the post-game show and saw the video, my first reaction was, well, what is the context? who's saying what? And only Draymond Green can answer that. He's got to expound on that. Because I don't think anybody, when I hear people talk about Draymond Green, angry black man doesn't come into the equation. Now, I'm a black man myself, and I've heard things at previous jobs like, oh, the angry black man, oh, he's angry. Like that's out of line. And the people who say this stuff, it's funny because you're talking about one guy who's an angry black man, but yet you're rooting for a bunch of black guys on the team. There ain't many white guys on the Minnesota Timberwolves, so it's kind of hypocritical to say. Right, it's kind of hypocritical to say some things like that. So I don't know about that. But I text Slater. Last night, just asked what the context was. Was he talking about the refs? Was he talking about general discourse? And Slater basically said, I think he's talking about the league, general discourse around him. He was pretty wound up in the postgame show, so I don't know the context to who he was saying it about. Was he talking about the officials? Was he talking about his reputation? Because he's got commercials. He's on inside the NBA once his season's done. So I think the league thinks highly of Draymond Green. And he is a successful black man out of Saginaw, Michigan.
A Starry commercial. He's
got the Kia commercial. Yes. Looking at the Wolf that's been running for over 2 years.
His daughter is
exactly. So I think the league thinks highly of Draymond Green.
I think they want him to be one of the after his playing career is over, one of the faces. To me, obviously Chuck is one of one, but he's one of the few people, unlike Kendrick Perkins, who will literally give you the Chuck-like analysis that is desired by so many of the casual fans.
And so when he does that, for sure. So I don't see angry black man now. I don't think people look at him like that. I know I don't. A lot of people here, it's like, hey, it's Draymond Green. He's a 4-time champ walking into the Hall of Fame. But are fans cursing at him? Oh, I bet you. Like fans are fans. Some fans are just, I go to Warrior games, and I hear some Warrior fans talking to the other team and saying things like, damn, you wouldn't say that to his face.
It's the fan behavior is out of control. That's a total separate
We get it. We get it on a very lower level. I'll pull up the DMs right now. How many STFU, you little this and you little that.
There's an element of we can block it.
We can block it, no doubt.
And when you're in arena, it is a little different. So I'm not saying that you gotta compartmentalize and let it go but to perform at your most optimal, you have to find a way to be able to persevere through it.
So what he said post game, I still think there's some missing context. I don't know exactly who he's referring to. So
do you think the league views him as a whole? Do you think the league views him as this villain that they have to extinguish?
No,
I don't either.
The league props him up. He's on the coverage during the All-Star break, cried out loud. Now, on the set of TNT for the NBA All-Star game.
If they hated him so much, I feel like the referees would be throwing him out of games much quicker than they do, because he really, look, I'm a Warrior fan. I'm biased. Trust me, I know. I'll put on the homer glasses all the time. I mean, for me, even thinking that they have a chance, people might think that's a homer. He should be thrown out of so many of these games where he's allowed mega leeway after getting a technical to just undress an official.
Right. They've been talking about on the broadcast too. Stan Van Gundy, Doris Burke.
Demonstratively get in these guys' faces. Yeah. So like from an officiating standpoint, when I step back, I'm like, wow. I mean, that guy is allowing Draymond to just dehumanize him almost on the court. Yeah, no doubt. In terms of verbally.
No doubt. So I don't know where it comes from. I don't know. But I'm with you. He does get that leash from the officials. I see it. He's, like I said, Game 3, the official turned his back on Draymond and said, Steve, I'm going to throw him out. You got to calm them down. Enough's enough.
But without Steph, it's just my personal belief, I thought it sucked a lot of the air off the bench of the team. Well, and it's just a lot to overcome when he's in that mood without Steph.
It did, but they actually made a run in the third quarter. We're down 7. And I thought he was actually part of that run where he was pushing the rock and whatnot. But let's be real. The Warriors got off to an atrocious start.
No doubt.
They didn't score the first 5 minutes of the basketball game. So offensively, they were challenged and nothing was going right. Nothing at all. So I think the life was already sucked out because you have a big donut for the first 5 minutes and you look up at the scoreboard and you're down 13-0. And you're lucky to be down 13-0.
And that brings me to my next point here is the starting lineup next game. I know closing matters, but starting lineup for next game is important because they need to get off to a better start. You can't be down 13-0. That's obvious.
Well, they've lost 7 of the 9 first quarters of this playoff.
It's not good. It's not good.
Wow. They've trailed in 7 of the 9 after the first quarter and 7 of the 9 games.
And how many different combinations in the 9 games have they?
Yeah, I think it's been like 5 starting lineups.
Yeah.
5. I think it's been 5.
7 of 9.
I think we're going to see 6 tomorrow.
That is incredible.
Back to Draymond for a second.
Sure.
I think nationally, a lot of people view him differently. We view him differently because we see him every single night. Mm-hmm. And we've grown accustomed to who Draymond Green is, and we lived with it. Look, he's a winner. He's going into the Hall of Fame. There's no denying his great defense. There's no denying that he's playing at a high level at the age of 35. But nationally, I think people who don't watch the Warriors every single night may have a strongly different opinion about who he is and what he does on the floor.
They think he is a goon who is a cheap shot artist who is a limited player.
Yep.
On both ends of the floor. And they think he's overrated.
Yes, he's been carried by Steph Curry and Klay Thompson his entire career.
I can see that. So, nationally, their opinions are probably going to be far more different than what ours are going to be, especially after last night. So, I from what I heard is that he told, hey, I'm going to make a statement or whatnot. He made that statement. And I'm like, okay. I don't. Again, I would like to hear more on what spurred him to say all that. Was it just the fan? Was it the officials? Is there something he's reading online? Because I want to know more context to what he was saying last night.
And maybe we will.
There's got to be more.
Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Again, Game 3 tomorrow at Chase Center. 5:30 tip, Bonte? 5:30
tip.
5:30 tip. So get there. 4:30 right here. Warriors Live, 95.7 The Game. Obviously, catch Bonte, NBC Sports, pre and post game. They'll have all that coverage for you there before and after the game. So cannot wait for that. What's the big change you're looking for in the start? I don't think it's going to be Quentin Post again. I think we can all agree on that, right? He's probably not going to get the start again. Or do they go JK, do you think?
Whoever they go to, because I we can talk about starting lineup combinations all we want to. I know it's not going to be Moody with the way he's shooting.
No, it's not going to be Moses Moody.
It may be JK. Who knows? But whoever it is, you got to start playing downhill, not uphill. And what I mean is you can't become – like Minnesota comes out fast and you're trailing in a game without Steph Curry.
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble. Climbing uphill without that firepower and without that gravity, you could get blown out at home. So whatever it is, whoever starts, whether it's GP2, JK, Post, I don't really care. But you got to get out. It's imperative they get off to a great start tomorrow.
It is. And again, you mentioned it in the last series for Minnesota. Not that you could take anything from all the series because each series is its own new chapter. Minnesota's not afraid on the road. They went to the crypto.com and just absolutely eviscerated the Lakers in the Game 1 and Game 5. They got up and they just did not look back. That is something that cannot happen tomorrow. In the meantime, let's hit Fast 5 already. Wow, this is flying by. Carter, you ready? There you go. I mean, bearing the lead with Bonte, the biggest story yesterday wasn't basketball related. Got an American Pope, Bonte. I know you're locked in on that. Pope watch. He's from Chicago. He's a Bears
Leonardo.
fan.
I know, Leo the 14th.
It's so cool.
Well, his real name's Robert, but then he gets like a Pope name, so they're calling him Pope Bob. Too.
Somewhere
Pope
E4, he's like Louis the 14th.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I'm not mad at that.
I thought you was going to talk about, I saw the best soccer game I've ever watched in my life. Inter Milan.
Well, this guy tried
Barcelona.
to pull it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a game. The saves. Let me tell you something, Shasky. Ray Hudson, color commentator for all the big games in soccer, might be one of one. One of one. No. See, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be doing that.
Inter Milan with one of the biggest upsets we've seen.
Yep.
Lewandowski, gone. Lamine Yamal, gone. Rafinha, gone. There you go.
Nielsen ratings, gone.
Hey, no. Inter Milan against PSG.
That's right.
The stadium I went to go visit.
Oh, are you back on the PSG bandwagon, Bonte?
Yeah, absolutely. Dembele. Hey, look, Parc de France is rocking right now. They're going to be playing in Germany for the Champions League final. I'm all in on soccer, man.
This is the first Serie A League championship final and Champions League in over 30 years.
Wow.
How about that? You like that knowledge?
Not really.
Very good knowledge.
You guys are just saying things.
I know. It's like,
no, it's not. No, Carter knows. Carter's in my ear saying
this. This is the thing, Bonte. They're all going to try to jump on the World Cup next year when it's here.
I know, so phony.
I love it. I'm going to go there.
Well, that's for America at that point. It's not about
No.
I'm not going to allow you guys to do it.
It's about the blind patriotism.
No, I'm not going to allow you guys to do it.
I only have so much bandwidth. No. And I just don't have enough bandwidth for soccer.
That's the difference between them and us, Bonte. They just don't get it.
Liverpool winning Premier League. Barcelona's about to win La Liga. Come on, man. Broaden your horizons. We got the French Open coming up.
All I care about is tomorrow's SFYBL playoffs for all of our teams. We have 6 teams playing tomorrow.
That'll crush the ratings.
Here's my final thought real quick. Rat-a-tat-tat. I got the Celtics rattling. Sorry, I cut you off, Sasky. Sorry, I just cut you. I just railroaded you. Right. Celtics are coming back to win the series. All right, I'm done.
No, keep going.
Yeah, is Jason Tatum going to... What is
the mail-in Friday? It's the Friday show. I'm ready to just walk off the studio anyway.
No, don't shortchange the kids. Let me know what's going on with YBL.
SFYBL. What's going on, Joe? It's okay.
SFYBL, we have 6 playoff games tomorrow. The league as a whole.
Wow.
Everybody, good luck tomorrow. We'll be all over the city. We've got McCoppin. We've got West Sunset. We've got Crocker Park. We've got Glen Park. We've got all of the parks. Exactly. And good luck to everybody out there.
All right. Carter, what you got?
Mine's simple today, man. I just want to wish everyone a happy weekend. It's,
you know what?
Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day
happy
to all
Mother's
the beautiful
Day.
moms out there, the baby mamas, the
Enjoy
single
the
mamas,
sun, get
the mamas who are
outside.
getting catered to, the sugar mamas,
The mother
all the
figures.
mamas.
Yes,
the
in
mother
people's
figures.
lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
People that don't have their mom anymore.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
Say, come on, Sask. See,
Oh, trust me. Believe me, we're going over there tomorrow at 5:30 to watch the Warrior game.
Hey, Michelle, happy Mother's Day. That's what you're supposed to say right
She's
there.
sick right now. She's lying in bed. She knows.
what?
So that's
You
what
say
happy Mother's Day.
Damn,
She's
dude.
sick right
Sorry,
now.
Michelle, you're sick. You don't get to do Mother's Day.
I love you, Michelle. Happy Mother's Day. Every day is Mother's Day in our house.
The morning mail-in. Oh, yeah.
Sam, what you got?
Hey, Carter, you got a chance to see. It's been a week. I literally sat LJ on my lap yesterday and we were just watching the game. My guy was like dying. Like, oh my gosh. Yesterday
Draymond was
a lot.
really that hard on him?
Shout out to Angelique being named the SI Women's Basketball Coach.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out Valkyries basketball.
Shout out Valkyries
home opener
basketball.
A week from today.
Saving the worst
regular
season.
home opener. And we gave away 2 pairs of tickets today, Sam, already. We're going to be giving away 4 more pairs the rest of today, aren't we?
And then I think we're giving out tickets next week, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Shout out to Paul and Eric. They are the winners of our Valkyrie contest today. And, shout out to all the moms. Happy early Mother's Day with all the moms. And, I'll be hanging out with my mom on Sunday.
There you go.
We're all going to be hanging out with our
I
moms
believe
on
the
Sunday.
Record the pod with her.
I could. I could actually get some good
That's
takes.
right. You know what you should say? You know what you should, Sam? You know why? Because the future, it's female. And that was Fast 5.
That's true. Girls
you
on
like
the road.
that? That's right. I'm an ally, baby. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity.
What was
At
that?
home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Stopped paying
Steiny
attention
and
20 minutes
Guru.
ago.
Damn.
Steiny and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont
locked
Bank.
on that at home.
Here for you. Here for good.
Yes, but don't he's black.
All righty, Warriors get beaten game 2 by the T-Wolves, 117-93. No Steph Curry. Minnesota played better than in game 1. Yeah. Warriors didn't play well. Draymond Green got a technical foul. And now we're coming back to the Bay. What's up, Goo?
Yeah, what's up, baby? I got to tell you, it's 1-1 on this beautiful Friday, and I'm a little despondent, Steiny. You know I react to new information, and what I'm reacting on is 48 more minutes of a playoff series between Minnesota and Golden State, and I'm going to just start here. Jimmy Butler, I believe, is still hurt, and to his credit, he's not using that. And the reason I start my theory on what went down yesterday with him is because he's the most important player. And Steiny, if that's the Jimmy Butler we're going to get for the rest of this series or the next couple games because Steph's out, it's a wrap. And this team went the first 5-6 minutes without scoring a bucket. I didn't feel like he was assertive. I think it starts with him. But, man, I don't know, Steiny. I just don't know how a team could lose. And Curry, again, may come back. But any team in the association lose their best player. This is where I'm at. And we still expect him to win a series. Is that what it's really about, partner? Because that's where I'm at. I'm not mad at anybody. Pods, Moody, everybody's playing their tails off. There's a whole nother thing. If we got to do it today, we got to do it. We keep it real from 10-2. Jonathan Kuminga can put the ball in the hole. Whoa. You know, so many feelings going through my body right now that I'm going to just leave it at Jimmy has to be ultra aggressive if this team's going to do something without Steph. And you say what to that? And good morning, man.
I say nobody tells Jimmy how to play.
You said that.
And he said as much at the podium last night. We'll talk a lot about what he said. And we'll talk a lot about this game, obviously. I did feel like yesterday there was an, how do I want to put it?
Give it to me.
I didn't think some Warrior fans were realizing how difficult it's going to be without Steph Curry.
And maybe I'm at the porch right now on that doorstep.
And it is, I'm talking to Susan after the first quarter, and she's like, how's it going? I'm like, they're getting beat pretty bad. And she said, what's going on? I said, they don't have Steph Curry.
Man.
And it's unbelievable how much this guy impacts everything.
Can I call that gravity?
I'm talking about, I'm not even talking about just on the court.
Oh, okay, got you.
I'm talking about this guy is, he affects everything. He affects every single player on the team. It affects all the coaches because they've got to do something different. It includes all the fans who now are, disappointed that he's out. It's just incredible how this one guy, you realize everything revolves around him. And when they don't have him, they're not the Warriors. They're just not the Warriors without Steph Curry.
No. Wow. So, with that said, what do you do in the meantime? Because I felt like, and I heard from a lot of people, I don't agree with it. I don't care if you're at 1-0. That you don't have a game to play or trick off and have tryouts, because that's what it felt like Steve Kerr was doing, and a lot of Warrior fans were okay with, you know what, we already won one. Well, you're not the same team, and we saw that yesterday, so I don't know what to expect tomorrow night. And I'm not mad at the effort. I thought it was there. But all of a sudden, the youngsters, Steiny, are, they got to pass that final exam, and they're not passing it. And I don't know if it's because the brights are too light. But Draymond Green, you almost got through out the game. And you know what Norm said to me?
What?
He don't like to play when Steph's out. And it hit me like a bag of bricks. That doesn't apply to the playoffs, does it? And he almost got thrown out. So I don't think he did us any good. And we'll get to his comments after. But Steiny, Jimmy Butler, 13 field goal attempts. When the chef is out, I believe he's hurt.
Yep.
And shout out to Dejan.
I mean,
he can't muster the
when did he get hurt?
The spill against Houston, game 2. Like, that's still lingering. You don't like that?
I don't care. I mean, maybe you might be right, but like none.
That wasn't it, right? That wasn't the recipe, Jimmy.
You brought up Draymond Green.
Oh boy, man.
And it's unbelievable.
Lord help me.
I'm not touching the comments after the game right now.
Okay.
I'm just saying this. I don't know how he doesn't get ejected from that game last night. He has one technical foul. He's right in front of the ref's face and twice says, "That's effing BS. That's effing BS." And then he walks to half court and he starts pointing to the other official and saying the same thing. And I'm thinking,
but the way he said, I'm interrupting.
So you're allowed to go up to the ref and now say that. Okay. And I know exactly what's happening. He had one technical, they knew it, and they just didn't want to be the guys.
Then.
But
that's BS.
And a lot of people are going to disagree with me, I guarantee you. A lot of people are going to say, "You're crazy, Steiny. He shouldn't have been thrown out. He shouldn't have even gotten one technical."
I saw him run down a referee who was at the score table, and Draymond got a foul. He ran him down as if he had bad intentions. I know he didn't, but Doris Burke said it when he knocked Jalen Green in the face, and then he just was in front of his team 72 hours ago, guys. Make this make sense. Apologizing for starting the game off, hitting Jalen Green upside the head. So then now all of a sudden you're the victim? And when did he start flailing? Dude, come on, man. We've been around him more than a few blocks. You're hitting these dudes. When did you start flailing? And for you to say, and I sent you the video last Friday night, I went to the game, came back home, I got to control my emotions, and watched the game, and the great Doris Burke and company talked about the play where he hit Green early, Steiny, and Steve Kerr didn't even like it, and she said there's a double standard, and the double standard is now you want to play victim, and the refs are giving you passes left and right for you to continue to play. So we'll save it, but miss me with all the world's out to get you.
Yeah.
And that's coming from a black man.
Yeah, we'll talk about the game, obviously, too. I just thought, okay, so playing without Steph Curry is,
boy.
I mean, Jimmy Butler, in essence, just got here. And he's played 30 or 40 games, and he's used to playing with Steph Curry. And he's starting to get used to playing with Steph Curry. And now Curry's gone, and everybody's now got to figure out how to play with Butler. And Butler only. It's a lot to ask. And now especially, everybody under the sun knows that Jimmy Butler has to be outstanding to win this series if you're Golden State. The Timberwolves know that too. And it's interesting because he's the kind of player that doesn't like to force things. And so he and the Warriors are going to have to play that game of what's the perfect amount and dose of Jimmy Butler and the perfect amount of the others to sprinkle around him. Like they almost have. It almost feels like last night they were saying we understand tonight's going to be a brutal game to win, but we've got to figure out how we're even going to play from game 3 to game 6 or 7.
But Steiny, am I wrong to say you should already have those answers?
Well, no, because Butler's been the number 2 here essentially, and yeah, I mean we're all familiar with his game now, but this is also what I mean about Steph Curry. The difference in a team that has Steph Curry and doesn't, it was totally on display last night. He affects everything.
Per 100 possessions, with Steph Curry, Stoney, they score 116 points. Guess how many without him? 93.
I mean,
just think about that. like I'm really truly worried now moving forward, and I'm not mad at anybody.
Worried about what?
Just this series.
Well, why? I mean,
Minnesota is not Houston, but they're not chopped liver defensively and lengthwise. And that has a lot to do. I'm surprised the Warriors got to the line 25 times, but Steiny, if it starts, Jimmy Butler's got to be Steph Curry. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, if you're talking they need him to get 30 or 35, yes, but he can't get them like Steph. It's going to take a lot longer. He doesn't shoot threes. He's not going to make 8 threes. So he's going to have to get them 2 by 2, and if he can get to the line, he can get to the line. But it's more that, you got to figure out how to even use him and make sure that when you run it through him, guys aren't standing around. And they got to figure this all out by tomorrow. So
wow, you said tomorrow.
And again, the other thing, it doesn't matter now, but I thought this was going to be a really tough series with Steph Curry for the Warriors.
Well, there it is.
Without Steph Curry, it's a different team.
Yeah. But what's happened to the others? I'm throwing GP2 in there, Pods, Moody, Stoney. What's happened to the others? And I'm telling you, I got this on my list. They made Buddy Hield put that damn ball on the floor, Stoney. It wasn't no old Klay Thompson or Buddy Hield catch and shoot. And that's a difference. And, is it the bright lights? Because they're killing this team right now. And, I'm talking about Jimmy, but we got to keep it real, man.
Remember when you asked me about why I didn't think the Warriors were going to win it? This is back in maybe a month or two ago. Yeah. And I said, I think their best players are too old and their role players are too young right now.
I remember that.
Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour today, we're going to be giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the home opener on May 16th. That's the Golden State Valkyries, and it's their inaugural season, and it's here. Fans, you don't want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and all the Valkyries all summer long, and they're playing at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. That segment was also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Well, Minnesota came out with a purpose. They opened the game with a 13-0 run. The Warriors would cut it to 7 in the second half. But it's been Minnesota's game from start to finish. And this series is now tied at 1 game apiece. Final score, Minnesota 117, Golden State 93. The Warriors will try to get back on the winning track, albeit without number 30.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, that was Tim Roy on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. Game 3 tomorrow at Chase starts at 5:30. You can get started right here with Warriors Live at 4:30. Yeah. 4:30. So
big game.
Yes, Tim Roy was exactly right. The Warriors had cut it to 62-55 with the ball at one point. And Jimmy Butler turned it over. Jimmy Butler turned it over on a semi-fast break where he kind of got caught between a pass and a dribble. He got called for a walk, and Naz Reid then knocked down a three.
But he also took Kuminga out.
Well, Kuminga hit a three right after that.
Yeah.
So Butler made it, Reid made it a 10-point game. Kuminga made a three to get it back to 7.
Okay.
Then DiVincenzo made a three right after that to get it right up to 10.
I got a different sequence. Okay.
And then Podziemski turned it over when he drove into the lane and threw it out to Jaden McDaniels, who went the length of the court, and boom, it was 12. They had it to 7, and they let it get to 12 within 2 minutes. And then he started subbing a bunch of guys out.
Yeah, I was listening to our guys, Willard and Dibbs, yesterday, and Dibbs was talking about not selling it because there's nothing, good about not having Steph Curry. But basically, I'm not paraphrasing, if you can remove, a Steph Curry game with 7 turnovers, where you at? Could that benefit you? And Steiny, without Steph last night, I don't know, 17 is too many for me. I don't think they took care of the ball like they had previously in, the prior playoff games. That was not good.
No, that's too many for the Warriors.
Okay, without Steph Curry.
or even with him, but
right.
yes. I think the Warriors would take between 12 and 14, but they've been doing even better than that. I haven't even thrown out the number yet to Warrior fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get blown out last night by 24. Again, they had it to 7 with about 7 minutes left in the third, but that's as close as they would get. Minnesota made more threes, obviously, last night than they did. And my question to Warrior fans is, you're not going to have Steph Curry for at least the next 2 games. How do you steal one? How do you get one against the Timberwolves?
Right.
Or do you think this team's capable of going up 3-1? And I'm talking about the Warriors.
Well, what Jimmy Butler are we going to get? Again, to his credit, you know what? He did tell a reporter he's still feeling something. But if we're not going to get the ultra-aggressive, and I don't want to sound like a basketball simpleton, Steiny, and say, the game's just predicated on points, but you know what I'm talking about. You cannot have 3 more shots than Draymond Green. He took 13. Buddy Hield had 14. Jimmy Butler has done this. And that's why I'm asking Steiny if he's compromised and he's doing the old John Wayne, hey, soldier, I get it, and not blaming, his injury that when he fell to the ground, the pelvic contusion, I understand it. But if you're telling me he's only going to disperse 13 shots, then they're not going to beat Minnesota tomorrow.
All right, here's this was asked by Marcus Thompson asked about playoff Jimmy and those expectations.
I don't have a burden or expectation. I don't. I play basketball the right way. I will continue to play basketball the right way. If that time comes where, you're people that are saying whatever, supposed to score 40 or 43, whatever the case may be, I'm capable of it. I can do it. But I love making sure that my guys are comfortable, passing the ball to them, taking the right shots at the right time. But we'll talk about it. If that may be needed, who knows?
I know, Jimmy. I know. I'm just thinking about Minnesota, and I heard Shasky, Spadoni, and Bonte talk about it. What scares me? You didn't ask. I'm all over. Help me, Steiny. Minnesota hadn't played their best game yet. That's what scares me, Steiny. And they kind of did what this game wasn't over in the first quarter, but man, the Warriors went damn near 6 minutes without a bucket. And when you got Jimmy Butler, I think that's too long.
I mean, it was 25-7 at one point.
Yeah.
And, the Warriors never really got back into it. A couple bright spots.
Oh, good. Let's go. I
for
can't
sure.
wait.
Trace Jackson-Davis. But it's part of a larger conversation. And Jonathan Kuminga played 26 minutes last night, had 18 points. Great from the field, 8 for 11, 1 for 3 from 3, 5 rebounds and assists.
Yeah.
He was fine. Trace Jackson-Davis came in, gave the Warriors a boost. He had 15 and 6. And that's what I'm saying. He gave the Warriors a boost. But did he? I'm looking at Trace Jackson-Davis, and I thought he was a bright spot. Now I'm looking, he was minus 15.
But hold on. You got to look at it through the prism of he's been in basketball jail. He's been in basketball Alcatraz.
Yeah.
So has Kuminga. So to go out there and just perform, Steiny, I'm going to be real, in a game that you lose by 24, I don't think the plus minus supersedes what we saw. Like, he's capable. His hands and legs work. And Jonathan Kuminga, oh my gosh, Steiny, I'm just I'm flustered. I have so many emotions going through me, and there's so many different conversations to be had, but not to do you and the listeners a disservice, there's only one we can have at a time. And I thought JK and Trace Jackson-Davis showed the world last night that there should never be a 48-minute game where you can't be called upon. That's another story. But moving forward, Steiny, I'm being real. Jonathan Kuminga has to start tomorrow. And forget that this just happened yesterday. I felt that way. You got to go at athleticism and length with athleticism and length. And the rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, is this Warrior team does not have a luxury of a lot of that. So I expect JK. He has to, good or bad. I felt like yesterday were tryouts. And if you want to tell me, we had one in our pocket, goo, okay.
No, it had nothing to do with one in their pocket.
But I was hearing a lot of that.
It has to do with their.
Talk to me.
They're not a great team without Curry.
Oh,
I mean, they're just not.
Yeah.
And I don't want to throw cold water on these guys because they're young and they chipped in. But Trace Jackson-Davis and Kuminga, they were good. But it's in the context of a blowout.
All right. I was waiting on you to kind of go there.
And but listen, I'll give you this, because this is incredible. Anybody who wants to argue against plus minus, just take this box score. Just show them the Warriors box score from last night.
Right.
There was one player in positive plus minus. Pajemski.
And I want to break my computer as much as I love pods.
Can anyone explain that to me?
I don't want to.
And how plus minus is it all relevant?
I don't want to.
After a game last night.
And what about, real quick, Donnie, I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga was perfect, but damn it, he was the best player to me, and he's a -8. So throw that out. For what he's been dealing with, basketball Alcatraz, to get off the bench, and we can say the game was a blowout, but he's got something the rest of the team doesn't have in regard to length, athleticism, and power. Shout out Stars.
Well, I mean, okay. And he's going to play more.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, he's going to play more.
Okay.
And, I don't, this thing's not over. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga didn't play much in the Houston series. They won it. Game 1, the Warriors were in control all game. He played a little bit. He chipped in. They won. Game 2, he played 26 minutes. He had 18. They lost. Okay, so now he goes to Game 3. He's got to play.
All right.
He's got to play. And you're right, because he has to play. They got to, even if they need another scorer.
Yeah. So I love how you brought up Steph. And again, I'm not going tragic because he might be back. But Steiny, damn it. If I told you Jalen Brunson was going to miss the Knicks' next playoff game, they're not winning. If I told you SGA is off of OKC tonight or Jokic, I guess I'm mad that I bit the pill. And again, they can prove me wrong tomorrow and win a game. But Steiny, how many teams can lose their best player and the expectations not take a dip? And I didn't think that last night. I was thinking Jimmy Butler will be Steph, Buddy Hield will be Buddy. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, I think, you may have inadvertently said something that's going to make me shrug my shoulders. I mean, look at the team right now. Steph Curry's hurt, okay? And you came in today saying Jimmy Butler is not 100%. Something's wrong with Jimmy Butler. Okay, well, those are two older players. And, oh, by the way, your other veteran player, once again, is knocking on the door to a suspension in the playoffs. So you have your best player out, your oldest best player out, your second best player, who's also the second oldest, apparently he's hurt if you're right. Yeah. And then Draymond Green is doing the same old Draymond Green stuff. So I don't know where you go from here, because the whole thing is built around Curry, Butler, and Draymond Green. The whole thing.
14 guys played in that game yesterday. 14. And it's kind of funny, right? It gets back to when he was playing 16 at the start of the year, right? And we all laughed. But Steiny, there's 100 ways to skin a cat, right? But the bottom line is some guys, the youngsters, and you said it were too old, too young. We need more of a balance. But some of these guys have waited to the worst time to kind of. I mean, Moody shot an air ball.
Well, it's playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a playoffs, and everybody thinks that you're just going to, Moody and Pods in the playoffs, and they'll play 25 minutes, and they'll do everything they did in the regular season. No, it's like, as far as I'm concerned, this is Pods and Moody's first real playoffs. It definitely is Pods. Yeah. And I have to be honest with you. I'm looking last night at the starting lineup. When they flashed the starting lineups.
Yeah, I got it wrong. Yeah,
Mike Conley, Jaden McDaniels, Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert. Mm-hmm. And the Warriors starting five is Podziemski, Buddy Hield, Butler Green, and Quentin Post. I'm looking at those starting lineups last night, and I'm saying, Minnesota's better. Yeah. It's a better team. Yeah. But that doesn't mean the Warriors should give up or quit.
And I'm not advocating that.
You don't have to be the better team to necessarily win a series. But you have to be the better team in that series. That's all you have to do.
When you look at that starting lineup again, just on the name recognition alone, are you surprised in a playoff game it took them almost 6 minutes to get a bucket?
Yes and no. It was the first 6 minutes, essentially. I get it. I get that Steph got hurt and didn't play 3 quarters, but I think it's a little different when you come out at the start of the game and you don't have him.
And what's happening where we're not getting the shots early in the shot clock? If I see another Warrior try to do something or catch a grenade with 6 seconds left, what is that a byproduct of? That's why I say it starts with Jimmy.
But okay, how do you want the Warriors and Butler to attack Minnesota?
Swing the ball. What's the how many second offense? Like read and react.
That's not running the offense through Butler. Read and react. And this is the bottom line: is the Warriors don't. Last night they didn't have enough guys chipping in, and then you can guard them closer. Let's go to, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 games coming up here at Chase Center. Warriors are going to have to play them without Steph Curry. That's just, unfortunately, the way it is.
Yeah.
How do you, forget splitting, how do you win Saturday? How do you win tomorrow? What do you got to do to win tomorrow?
Take care of the ball.
All right.
Show me that grimy defense. But somebody's got to lead, and I'm sorry, I'm doing this. It's got to be Jimmy Butler, and I need Jonathan Kuminga in the starting lineup. And if we lose, we put our best foot forward. But these days of the post-Hill pod, Snotty, is rapidly evaporating for me to where I think you can, without Steph Curry, beat this Minnesota team. And Minnesota's long. I kind of ripped them. I didn't. I like, y'all ain't Houston. They got D, Steiny. I saw it, and it's bothering the Warriors.
They are a good defensive team. They have been all year, Minnesota.
So you asked me, those were my three.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure he could if he really wanted to. I'm going to talk about Jimmy Butler here. The idea of Jimmy Butler being aggressive. Yes, you're right. He needs to be more aggressive. But without Steph Curry on the floor, he's the focus. So he can be as aggressive as he wants.
But wasn't he the focus in Miami with Vincent and the rest of those games?
And now I think we're finding out that there's a difference between Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo offensively and Draymond Green and Pods Moody or Buddy Hield. So all I'm saying is this, if Jimmy's going to be aggressive, there's going to be a lot of people collapsing on him defensively because there's no Steph Curry. So Jimmy Butler can try to do everything under the sun, and he may be successful, but it's going to be really hard because every single eye is looking at Jimmy Butler when he's got the ball on the wing, and they're just ready to help.
I want to ask our guys,
unless somebody can start making shots, they are going to be in trouble.
Right, but how do you make shots? You got to take them. I want to ask Carter in the back and Risotto and you, Steiny. If you look at a box score after the game has been completed, this is just my Jimmy Butler glasses, and he only got to the charity stripe 5 times. I swear to you, partner, I'm telling you, that team lost that game. What happened to that part of his game?
They're not going for fakes.
And the Pods is right behind them they're not going for that either. They're not going for fakes.
I mean, I think they got Butler scouted pretty good.
He is driving to the rack and just jumping in the air looking for a pass. That's not fooling anybody.
Right. I don't think it fooled Houston much either. So, maybe. I mean, look, you don't need to be a NBA GM to see that, you know what? They're staying down on Butler. And then he's got to either try to shoot over you or kick it out. I will say this about the Warriors defense. It's been very good. I know they got 114 last night, but the defense is not going to be the problem.
Kind of kept them in the game.
If they continue to play defense like this, I think, that they're playing very good defense. And all I'll tell you is I watched the whole Minnesota series. Yeah. Minnesota, the Lakers, and now I'm watching Minnesota play the Warriors, and it is night and day. I mean, Julius Randle was very, very good last night, but he's working. His shots are tougher.
I love it.
Than they were against the Lakers. Edwards' shots are tougher than they were against the Lakers. So I think the
Warriors were a top 5 defense with Jimmy Butler. So are we surprised on that? What you just said?
A little bit, but the defense is not the problem. The defense is certainly capable enough. It's going to be the offense without Steph. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Shane in San Francisco. What's up, Shane? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
All right, back to Kuminga.
All right.
Let's put the rat on the table here.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
There we go. When it comes to the whole cockamamie benching of JK, I'm really sick and tired of the cognitive dissonance that's been presented, repeated, and defended by Steve Kerr, and then especially embraced by a certain subset of the Warrior fan base, as if this was somehow justified or made any sense at all. Like, as if it would be crazy to give him 12 to 16 minutes a game just to feel it out and to see what you got, as opposed to saying, oh, well, we have Steph and we have Jimmy, so all we need is Guy Santos to hustle and Gary Payton to stay in front of his man, which he doesn't do nearly as often as he used to. But then on top of that, the thing that really strikes me is towards the end of this regular season, and I think one of them was after the Laker game where Draymond was quoted, and then I think it was JK's first DNP on the Clipper game, last game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Both Steph and Dre were quoted nearly saying the same thing, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something along the lines of, if we're going to get where we want to go, we need JK. And clearly there's a disconnect between that notion where, the heart of your team is saying something, and then your head coach is kind of saying, well, it doesn't work. We don't need him, blah, blah, blah. We have Steph and Jimmy. And just one more thing, that idea of, suggesting that Steph and Jimmy is enough to win you a championship reminds me of Kyle Shanahan riding Christian McCaffrey into the ground and saying, like, oh, well, we were blowing them out, but he was getting touches with 5 minutes left in the game, and he got 32 touches, and then in the Super Bowl he fumbles on the first possession and can't walk the rest of the game, and they lose. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
All right.
Unfortunate connection. But thanks,
I got you. Listen, we're probably going to get a lot of calls on Kuminga, and
rightfully so.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what if I told you, like, what's in the past can't be changed? But he's going to play.
Okay.
Okay. Like,
and that's what people want. And he should have been playing, but you're saying that ain't the story.
People can believe that or not, whether he should have been playing more. But I'm just saying, from this point on, he's going to play.
Yeah.
So.
No doubt.
So we can complain about what's happened up to this point. I'm just telling you that, again, you don't have to be an expert on basketball to understand that they got to have more scoring, and they have a guy who could possibly do that.
And I'm with you. Steiny, what the hell has happened to GP2? I'm just asking you.
Well, how do you mean?
He's been rendered like he's not himself. He was the guy that would come out there with the Batman utility belt, hit a corner three, steal a ball, make big plays. 11 minutes, 0 for 2, and he's out there. A -13, but it felt like that. That's the second game that I feel like, what's up with GP2? And now there's another 4 more guys I can name or add to that list, or do I credit Minnesota?
You can do both.
Or is it a byproduct of Gary Payton II when he's out there with Steph Curry?
Let me ask you a question.
It's different than when Gary Payton II is out there when he's not there.
You think the Warriors, as is right now, are better than the Timberwolves?
No, I don't.
All right, so then it's going to be a tough series.
I don't.
I mean, then you got to be prepared it to be a tough series.
You hit me with that one.
888-957-9570 is the number. And, again, like this is, I don't want to look too far ahead, but if you're right, and Butler isn't right, and there's something wrong with Butler, how do you look at the future and realize it's risky with this core?
Well, I got something for you on the other side.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, you get a chance to win a pair of Valkyries tickets to their home opener May 16th. It's their inaugural season. It's here, and you don't want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets available at Valkyries.com. Tune in for Warriors Live tomorrow. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. And that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Now to Moody. He'll back up. Got to go with 3, with 2. Backs up. Rainbow 3. It's going to be an air ball. Grabbed by Randall. Outlet McDaniels. Breakaway dunk. 73-58. And Moses Moody is just having a nightmare of a postseason.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, that was Tim Roy on the call. Moses Moody hasn't made a shot in 3 games.
Man, they've been so good, man.
We got a text on the Boxer and Gerson work attorneys text line that from our guy Zucci Mane, and he said, you can still take some little victories out of last night's game. And I actually do think that's true. I mean, what did we find out yesterday? The Kuminga's got to play. All right? They didn't use him a lot. They won the first round. It's now 1-1 in the second. He's going to play. They know they have to play him now. Trace Jackson-Davis, he's going to get a crack at it. He got one last night. He was good enough. He's going to play more.
But that doesn't supersede the score.
I don't know. If it helps you win the series down the line, I think it does.
But then, I'm not saying, trying to be negative.
Okay, let's just talk about last night. What could they have done last night to win that game?
Played better.
Okay,
are we just now realizing TJD and Jonathan Kuminga can make contributions?
Yes.
See that
in the playoffs,
I'm going
yes.
back.
In the playoffs, yes. They won the Houston series basically without him.
Yeah.
So, okay, they could have used him. They didn't use him, but they didn't pay the price for it. And now we're in game 3, and they're available, and they're going to play. I don't think, if not playing, okay, let's put it this way. If Kuminga doesn't get off the bench the rest of the series and the Minnesota Timberwolves win the series, yeah, then you can say, what's going on? Why didn't Kuminga play? But they won the Houston series. So then, not that it's this way, but Kerr can get away with saying, yeah, we won the series. So he's gonna play in this series.
And I guess it
might be too little, too late. But I don't know.
Zucci, man. But I guess I'm just saying, with both of those names that you mentioned, those players, I don't feel any more confident that they're going to win the game because I think there's a bigger problem at hand. You know what I mean? But I get it. Hey, find a positive and a negative, right?
Of course.
And if that works for you, it works for you. But I'm just I don't feel any better about tomorrow night at 5:30 here in the Bay about those 2 guys playing. I'm happy they're playing.
Don't you really?
Yeah, it's bigger than those 2 guys.
I know.
Yeah.
But Kuminga and Trace Jackson-Davis are going to play tomorrow. I get it. They might, I get it. They doesn't mean they're going to come through.
Yeah, right. And they might.
They're trying it. I don't, what can Steve Kerr do? I mean, they're going to play, but they don't have Steph.
Yeah, no doubt. But I'm going to say this to that. You should already know what time it is. Shout out Morris Day. You should already know who on your team and what they're capable of. So that's why I haven't been getting this 14, 15 guys are going to play. I mean, Quentin Post was there 3 minutes. I'm not saying he should have been there 4 minutes. But Steiny, can 3 minutes really give you enough time to see if a dude can cook or is that just too fast? Or is it unfair? Life's unfair. I get it, right? We're talking sports, but I'm just what are we doing?
Well,
we should already know what Carter, what Steiny, what Risotto's going to do.
Okay, well.
And I felt like yesterday was a tryout game in the offs.
I think it was, and it had to be. What other choice did Steve Kerr have last night?
Tell Jimmy Butler we need you to be a dog that you are.
No,
that was not playoff Jimmy. That was, what are you doing? You're coasting.
35. He's playing against a young athletic team, and he doesn't have Steph Curry. Here's the other thing about Post.
Yeah. And
they were down 13-0.
Yeah.
He played 3.5 minutes. He's a minus 13.
I got you.
No, it's not all on him.
I'm not saying, he should have played more. I'm just wow, what is really going on? I get it. No Curry.
I think what's really going on is we're finding out that the playoffs are different than the regular season. And Moody's finding it out. And Pajemski's finding it out. And Post is finding it out. And Peyton may have lost a step, and so he's finding it out also. Kuminga, when he's gotten in there for the most part, is finding out that the playoffs are different.
And so am I. I kind of knew it.
It's good. I mean, you can't expect your role players to be better in the playoffs than they were in the regular season. That's got to be the Stars' job.
I'm with you.
Let's go to T in Oakland. What's going on, T? How you doing?
Man, good morning. You know, I had to call my therapist, man.
Man.
Woo! Dude, man, I feel you, bro. I feel you. I'm just as frustrated. I'm still optimistic because I love my Warriors. I saw a lot last night. First of all, I saw a lot of, we were exposed. Number one, Steph's not out there, totally different team. I saw Jimmy trying to do some stuff, but my question is, when you're 3 feet from the basket, why not take the shot? Why do you throw it back out? Especially when guys are cold. That's number one. Number two, they need to be working on getting a backup point guard right now, moving forward. We don't have a point guard, somebody that can come in and control the ball. That's scary. The other thing is, I believe Quentin Post needs to learn how to move and create his own shot. Wow. He didn't take one shot last night, I don't believe. You can't stand in the corner, man. Those guys are closing out way too fast for you to think that they're going to give you time to shoot. That's the other thing. And then, of course, man, I love Draymond. But at some point, Draymond has to tell himself, I can't keep doing this. You know, the flailing stuff, that's over with, bro. You cannot go to Hollywood and be an actor because it's not working. They figured you out. They're going to call that every time. It is the playoffs. And when we go out there, we need to develop some type of chemistry. Right now, I'm scared for the simple fact we can compete, but we're not competing on the same level that Minnesota did last night. I believe we can get one of the two that's coming up, and hopefully, man, we can tread water until Steph comes back. If not, man, I don't know what to say. It's not looking good. And like I said, I'm optimistic, but we got to develop some type of scoring, man. It's ugly basketball when you can't get a shot off in 24 seconds. We got to learn how to flow again, man. I don't know. I really don't.
All right, hang in there, T.
And
there's my therapy.
Yeah, no doubt, Steiny. And Post didn't attempt a shot. He's right, but again, I brought this up yesterday, and I'll bring it up again today, Steiny. The point of attack defense, we are getting killed, man. And maybe you're right. You're playing better athletes, guys that can cook and do the but man, I'm just watching the Warriors, and hey, I'm not giving the defensive effort an F by any stretch, but those dudes were getting to the bucket. Yeah, they were missing them and the rest of the gang, Steiny. They were getting what they want.
Yeah,
PFA defense is a problem for us, man.
Yeah, and that's an issue within the game. I hear you. You're not wrong at all. I'm looking at it just from a little bit of a bigger picture, and you got to take Minnesota into account. All right, they were 49-33. They finished their season very well. They've had the same starting lineup almost the whole season. The whole season they've been playing together.
Okay.
And, you know, it took them half a year to figure out Julius Randle, but it looks like they figured out Julius Randle. Okay, so now the Timberwolves come into the playoffs. They know exactly what they're doing. They just do. They have a pecking order. They know how hard they have to play defensively, what they have to do. And the Warriors kind of out of nowhere have to play without Steph Curry, and it is such a dramatic difference that it's impossible to believe the transition to playing without Steph is going to be seamless, especially if they have to do it in a hurry. It's a monster challenge.
Now, the guy mentioned therapist. I need you to be mine right here. I'm being real, putting all my cards on the table. Matt Steinmetz, we made a trade for a guy that has the moniker of Jimmy Buckets, playoff Jimmy. And you talked We had fun with who he is. He beats at his own drum. And even after the game yesterday, in which he took only 13 shots, he said, I'm just going to play right basketball and get my guys involved and make them comfortable. Guys didn't look comfortable yesterday. So if you were to have a conversation with Jimmy Butler, would you let him know, hey, Jimmy, I know you think you're doing it right, but when we're down one of the best dudes in the game, it's imperative that you be more aggressive offensively, because if he keeps this up, this formula, we're doomed. It starts to me with the guy that can handle it. And maybe it's too big of an ask, but you're so great that you've done it. We need you to do 20 to 26 shots. There's no way we can win, Jimmy, if you don't do that.
So, okay.
Is that unfair?
Yes, mate. If you came in today and said, Jimmy Butler's not right, I think he's still hurt.
Okay.
Okay, so he's hurt and he's 35. So there's your answer. He might not be able, it was 2 years ago. He did what he did in the playoffs with Miami. 2 years.
Wow.
Now he's 35. I think, in a way, it's almost unfair to think Butler can go out and get you 40 2 out of 3 nights if he has to. I'm not sure he can do that.
Yeah, Austin San Jose saying we might not see playoff Jimmy.
It's a
Miami version.
It's a big athletic team. And he's never been overly athletic, but he's a good athlete for sure, but they got young length, and they're fundamentally pretty sound defensively.
Yeah, I got to use this. My guy, Silk Basie, you met him at Norm's party. He sent this to me. So, Steiny, when I say this word that I'm about to describe, Jimmy Butler's offensive weaponry, it's not to demean it. But when you talk about Kevin Durant or Tracy McGrady's or Steph Curry's or LeBron's or Kobe's and Michael's, there's a magic to the gifts that they have offensively, how they try to cook. Silk Basie sent me a text, and it read, Jimmy's offensive game is basic. And by basic, he goes to the free throw line, the head fakes. But when that's not working, Steiny, then what are we really going to in regard to,
now we're talking about two different players. You're talking about playoff Jimmy, this guy who can score 35 or 40, and now we're saying, well, his offensive game is basic. Well, first of all, I think it's basic too. If he's on the perimeter, he loves to take a 17-footer. If you get too close to him, he'll drive by and try to draw a foul. Like, that's his game. That's his game. But everybody knows it's his game. So he's being defended a little bit better in this series. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. What's up, Smooth?
Talk to us, man.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, Austin. Hey, you're not Austin. Big Smooth, real quick. Just give me a sec here.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You're on.
Hey, man. I could have did that for you, Steiny, but listen. Dude, the best player is not playing. What if you took the best player from every team left in the playoffs?
I just said that. I just said it. Go ahead.
Jokic's gone. So we got the best player. One of the best top 5 in the league. He's not on our team, guys. What are we expecting? Do we? I don't even think we can win without Steph. That's just my personal, if you really look at it. But so this is what we have. Jimmy's not going to all of a sudden turn into a it's not his game. He's basic, but he's brilliantly basic. And it works when Steph is out there. You don't have the gravity. The best thing we can do is put the best defensive team we've got. The reason why he played so many people, he was trying to find somebody who had a hot offense yesterday, and he couldn't find them. So he kept shuffling people through. I'm good now because I was watching a game, and Pods was guarding Edwards, and he slid his feet, and the next thing you know, Ed just flew by him. It wasn't even close. And I'm just like, that's a different speed that he plays at, man. And Nobody's going to gain speed all of a sudden. We have what we have. Nobody's going to get better right now. Can somebody bust out and have a brilliant game? It happens, yeah. Look at what was that? What was that when we lost to the Lakers? What's that guy?
Lonnie Walker.
Lonnie Walker the third.
Lonnie Walker the ace or whatever, however many it was. But he had a game, and it's like, where did this come from? And I was like, oh, that Lonnie Walker the third. So somebody can do this. Sleepy Floyd, somebody can bust out. But we just got to win one. We just got to win one. And one thing we know about Minnesota, they're going to give us a chance. Now, whether we can win, because they're going to blow it at some point.
But Smoothie, real quick, we got to win 3 more. Don't say 1. We got to win 3 more, man. Let's be real.
No, listen. We got to win 1 in order to get the chef back. That's all I'm talking about. And even if he comes back, I don't know if we can win it. Because he may be gimpy. Let's just be realistic. Right now, to carry this thing to game 5 or 6, because I know Steph wants to play, he's just going to listen to his body. But we got to win 1 to even talk about that. We can't even talk about that until.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate the call. The idea of, bringing Steph back is really going to be a tough one for the Warriors. It's really going to be a tough one. I mean, even if they're down 3-2 and game 6 comes.
He's everything. Do you want to risk it?
Exactly.
No, I'm saying, you know?
Yes.
He's fine China.
I do know.
You got to think about the big picture.
I mean, here's
bigger than these playoffs.
Here's the other thing I was thinking. If he comes back game 6 and tears it, that's a 3-month.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
You can't.
Yeah. He might not even let you do that to him.
Well, and the team might. You can't say, Steph, we know you're banged up. Just go out there and give it a try. And if you get hurt, well, you just have to rehab for 3 months instead of having a normal off-season.
Yeah.
If it's anywhere, I don't know if you can bring him back this series.
Okay. Can I just share? I need to get it off my chest. It's been an hour. So 72 hours ago, Draymond Green shared with the world that he was disappointed in his play, his foul. He committed, he started flailing, and in the Houston series on 2 different occasions, did something I've never seen before with his body, his arms, and he caught the guys from the neck up, and the guys were Van Vliet and Jalen Green Friday. He said he got in front of the team and apologized, so he owned it. And I'm just offended that this is our Warrior. I called him a junkyard dog, one of the all-time great defenders. But now you're the little boy that cried wolf, Steiny, because you almost and should have gotten thrown out of that game last night. And I just think it's a bad look. I get embarrassed watching you argue after you get technicals, flagrants, you're in the wrong, but you don't own up to them. And I think it's a bad look for the organization. And now you want to pull the race car with angry black man. That cut me, Steiny, because that's not what it is. The film does not lie. Now, what was said to you in the arena or arenas, I'll give you that all day. But I've watched every game you've played, and time again, when you get teed up, you're in the ref's face barking like you want more or you haven't learned. You knocked your teammate out at practice after you said something was going on at home. So that wasn't angry black man. That was Draymond Green not controlling his emotions. And you did it yesterday again. And I thought changed the whole just flow of the game. And you made Steph cry last year in Orlando. And there still was no penalty. So Draymond Green, just real quick, Steiny, black man to black man, I'm embarrassed for you because you're not getting it, man. And to sit here now, not own up to it and play the race card, I think is weak. I really think it's weak, and I'm disappointed, and I'm not the only one disappointed. Your comrades in the league think that you get away with extra stuff. But to play that card, Steiny, I am so disappointed in Dre. He ran from it. He ran to 72 hours. You were in front of your team apologizing because you couldn't control your emotions. And now you want to act like this is some civil rights thing or Emmett Till, something real. Please, Stoney, I'm just disappointed, man.
I got you.
Thank you for listening.
It's all good. It's all good. It just goes to show. The heat of the battle can get you. It just can. And he's a you know what he is? I was going to say he's just unapologetically competitive, but he just
he's not getting it.
There's not a lot of excuses.
Yeah, he's not getting it.
Let's go to John in Richmond. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing? Listen, Guru just kind of stole my thunder because I was going to say the same thing. I couldn't believe that he came up with that excuse after the game, after everything that he's done over the years. Like, it's just ridiculous. Also, about like GP2 not being playable, I think that's just the greatness of Steph. I think there's very few teams that GP2 would be playable on. I think the gravity, he basically just has to sit in one spot and shoot on offense or cut to the rim and catch lobs. And he's not going to get those kind of shots when Steph's not in the game, which is why the flip side, which is I don't think Kuminga is a good fit with the Warriors. I think if he would have played a lot in the Houston series, they actually would have lost. But they need him now because Steph's not there, and Kuminga is one of the only guys that can get his own shot. So, and we still lost by 25. So, he got his numbers, but, what can you do at this point? Like, there's no other option.
Right.
It's kind of like, and my last point, Jimmy Butler must throw at least 5 or 6 grenades a game. He's got the ball. Sometimes he's 3 feet from the rim. Sometimes he's 10 feet from the rim. And instead of shooting it with 2 seconds left, he passes it out to somebody else. How many shot clock violations have we got in the last couple series? Because Jimmy Butler, and, I think McDaniels is just too long and athletic for him. And it's one thing when he was guarding Steph, but now that he's on Jimmy, I don't think he's athletic, and it's just like you guys are saying, his game is basic. He's great at drawing fouls, he's great at finishing through contact, but he's not super quick. He doesn't do any of those things. So, really their only option is Kuminga, and even though Kuminga scored great, he was not great defensively. I think the first play he came in on, he got totally pushed out of the way, and they got a rebound, and they kicked out for a 3. So
it's gonna,
but
no,
it's your only option.
Yeah, thanks, John. Appreciate the call. Yeah, it might take Kuminga. He might take him a game or two.
Right, but the title of this show for me, Stoney, is the gravity of what you said in Steph Curry and how he helps others be the best version of themselves.
Every single player.
And now I'm ready in this Warrior offense to put Jimmy in there.
Of course. Jimmy.
See, I had it.
Well, do you? I'm just kind of messing with you here, but do you think Jimmy Butler lies when he says after Game 7 in Houston or after Game 1, we need Steph. The game's so much easier. He's telling the truth. But I thought
there was kind of a deep down. He knows who he is. He's his own Batman. It was like what he's doing with Buddy. But
what I've never quite understood.
Jimmy said it.
What I've never quite understood is, we live in an area where we've seen Steph Curry for 15 years, and we understand how great he is. I understand how great he is. Fans probably think he's greater than I think he is. But we all know he's a great player, and we've talked about how great he is for 15 years.
Oh, man.
So when he doesn't play in a playoff game against a team like Minnesota, this is where you also, unfortunately, see Steph Curry's greatness. It's just a different team. They're not the Golden State Warriors without Steph Curry. By the way, on the other side, we're going to be giving you a chance to win Valkyries tickets. When you hear this sounder, all right, when you hear that sounder in the next segment, You want to call into the contest line, and caller number, what do you think? Caller number 5 will get Valkyries tickets for their home opener, which is on the 16th of May. So next segment, you're going to hear the sounder. Call into the contest line, which I'll give you, and go ahead and go see that Valkyries opener. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And remember, when you hear the sounder, this segment, call the contest line, which I'll give you. Caller number 5 is going to the Valkyries opener at Chase.
You like my shirt, Valkyries?
Yeah, those are
pretty
cool.
nice.
Yeah,
Huh?
I like those.
Dude,
colors.
they're sold out. Let's go.
Yeah,
WNBA.
You know,
I'm trying to. Who's their Curry?
Hey, quietly, I think I got an issue here. Hey, hold on, Goo. Hey, Steven, I can hear you guys in my ear, so thank you. All right, that's much better.
Could you imagine if they said something about you that's happened to me and I've heard Evan back there? I'm like, let me see what
you're worthless.
Yeah.
So caller number 5 when you hear the sounder sometime this segment. Let's go to Larry in San Francisco. Hey, Larry, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, I'm telling you, last night it was pathetic. First of all, why don't we have a backup point guard? I blame that on Kerr in the drafting. And can we say we miss Klay Thompson? I do. I don't know about you, but I do.
Wow.
And another thing, why didn't we start Kuminga, Jackson, and Post in the backcourt? Then you give the guard position over to Moody and Zach Butler. That's where you go from. Then from there, let's find some good backups. But that last night was pathetic. It was pathetic, shameful that we didn't have a backup point guard. I don't know what they're thinking. And the trade, now you missed that trade with Klay Thompson. Look at him out.
Yeah, well, thanks, Larry. Appreciate the call. Klay Thompson's not walking through that door.
No, he's not. And as great as Buddy Hield is, I'm not mad at him. 15 points, Donnie, but they were making him dribble. It wasn't those catch and shoots. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what they were doing. And I saw a story in The Athletic. It was about Mike Conley, written by a Minnesota writer. And Mike Conley he's a hell of a leader. That's what he is.
I've always liked him.
If you want to get a good insight on a player.
How about McDaniel making the first 3 of the game, and that's superseding what they did all of last game in the half? Just think about that. I'm like, they eclipsed it just like that.
Yeah, tough game for the Warriors, but
is it a one-off though? That's what I don't know. Chase has the fans are gonna do their thing, but Steiny, I guess I'm a little irritated. That's too strong. Well, if you heard me last segment, you think I am. But what Butler are we gonna get? I think that bothers me. That we don't know.
Here's the other thing.
Thousand Island, Blue Cheese Ranch.
But here's the other thing.
Which one is it?
You're saying, what Jimmy Butler are we going to get? And it feels like you're discounting anything and everything Minnesota may be doing to combat it. Like, he goes in, he doesn't have a preconceived plan about going into a game. Now, maybe he'll start to. I don't know. But it's just not as simple as when are we going to see Jimmy Butler be playoff Jimmy Butler? I mean, it's hard to be playoff Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
Yep. Good morning to you.
Goo, I got a quick question. What if Draymond was addressing what they were saying to him in the arena when he got the guy thrown out and they were like, why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad? Would that change how you feel a little?
Well, I guess I'm just starting back from page 1 because I don't know the context, but the bottom line is hitting Jordan Poole. Who was that on? Riding up on KD. Who was that on? Stomping on Sabonis. Who was that on? I mean, that's where I started from, and that's why it opened that wound. And I did say during that when I just kind of said what I said, there's no room for that if he was being called that. But the whole way he said it, he's tired. And I'm like, I'm tired of watching you not control. You are a smart dude. You are good at basketball, but not control your emotions. So if that happened, I get that. But I believe you know what I'm talking about, the whole book.
No, I agree with you on the court antics, but I don't think he was addressing that because of what he said when they asked him about competitive and physical play against the Rockets. And he said, I won't even complain because then I'd look silly. So I think it was all because they were disrespecting him in the crowd. But I don't know. It'll come out later.
Yeah, right.
I feel what you're saying, though. I don't disagree with you, but I
hear you
coming
too.
from his perspective.
I hear you too.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate the call.
I guess he was on the bike, Steiny, and some fans were, we don't know.
Yeah, I guess a fan got thrown out.
Yeah.
For, I guess Warriors security confirmed somebody was thrown out. It was.
Well, what did you make of his game?
Whose?
Draymond. I thought he was frustrated.
I thought he was actually really good defensively again. In fact, I wrote that down. I'm like, man, he is a hell of a defender. But I don't think he played great. I don't think he was much of a factor. Like he was making some solid defensive plays, but they weren't getting them anywhere. They weren't getting the Warriors anywhere. Because the Warriors just couldn't string together buckets.
They got it to 7, but I never felt like, well, I did. I'm lying. I'm like, is Minnesota going to blow this? Are they not buttoned up? And they came back, like you said. I forget who hit the 3 after they got it to set. DiVincenzo?
Naz Reid hit the first one.
He's good.
And then Kuminga came right back and hit a 3. Yeah. And then DiVincenzo came right back and hit a 3. So the Warriors actually cut it to 7 twice. The second time was literally only for about 8 seconds because DiVincenzo hit that shot in the corner.
And real quick, Stoney, I don't want to nitpick because Kuminga, oh God, y'all got me. Kuminga, in a playoff game, those free throws are everything. Well, and maybe when you were down 7, that bad boy could have been 4, but you can't have it all. But damn, he missed 2. He missed 2 back to back.
Okay.
I'm just saying, and I know he hadn't been playing.
Okay, this is one that I have written down.
Oh, boy.
Kuminga played last game, and they were up, 15?
Yeah, all right.
Okay, and I think he made 3 out of 4. Now he's playing a lot, and he's at the line in the first half, and I think they were down about 12 or 14.
I got you.
Like, those are different foul shots. I'm sorry. They're different foul shots. You're down 12. You know you got every point counts. There's more pressure on those. And same with Trace. I think Trace Jackson Davis went 2 for 3.
3 of 5.
Oh, 3 of 5. I mean, I guess you take that for Trace Jackson Davis, but I think, that's the other thing. I mean, it's a harder game in the playoffs. Let's go to Jay. Jay's in San Francisco. Hey, Jay, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you guys doing? Hey, what confused me the most last night was, we got the game within 7 points. I mean, that the squad that was in was actually playing, in my opinion, pretty well. And then Steve Kerr just rips them right out. And I was just like, what are we doing here? I mean, it was just a rotation of guys coming in and out and in and out. I feel like we gave up on the game before we even stepped on the floor. It was just the most fresh. And then on top of that, Jimmy Butler, it's the second round of the playoffs, man. You got to start shooting the ball a little bit more. You're getting to the rack. You have point blank layups. Take the layup. Take the layup, right? But no, I love Steve Curry. He's gotten those 4 championships. He's the man. But yesterday was just, it's probably the most frustrating coaching game I've ever seen in my life.
Well, listen, I know the stretch you're talking about, and let me put it this way.
See, I thought he took Kuminga off. That's why I said it when they got it within 7. I thought it was a line change.
And he didn't take him out when they were down 7. So what happened is Buddy Hield makes a shot with 7 minutes to make it 62-55. And then they actually had the ball with because Reed misses. Uh-huh. Butler turned it over in the backcourt. Remember that one?
Okay, gotcha.
Where he got caught between a pass and a dribble.
Yeah.
All right. So they blow that opportunity with Butler to get it to 5. Naz Reid hits a 3. Kuminga hits a 3. DiVincenzo hits a 3. And so it's back to 10. All right? But that same unit's still playing. Draymond Green misses. McDaniels misses. Podziemski turnover, which led to the McDaniels breakout. Now it's 70-58. And now there's 5 minutes left in the third quarter. And that's when he goes to his subs, which...
In real time, it played out different.
Kuminga played the first 7 minutes. Pods, Heald, and Green. I mean, he's got to take Green out. He's got to take Green out at some point. So, I thought they cut it to 7 twice, and they had a chance. They didn't get it done, and boom, it went to 12. And I think he said, I think these guys are getting a little tired.
Yeah.
But the Pods turnover was brutal.
Yeah, and I'll just say this about these two games as a whole. Steiny, I am worried that Ant-Man, who looked like he was going to be out of the series, comes back, had 20 points, was a plus 21, but he could come here tomorrow and get what he wants. I know something's going on upstairs where he's just missing bunnies, but my goodness, he's not quitting. But what if I told you I have fear in my heart about tomorrow on the road, not at home? We get the best version of Ant and maybe the best version of Minnesota, because it is a 1-1 series. It just doesn't feel like that in my gut because there's no Steph, and that's why.
There it is. There it is. There it is. They don't have their best offensive player in the past 15 years. He's not on the court, and it is a monster adjustment. And
9 of 32 as a whole from deep, 28%.
I mean, I think the real question is, after you watch last night without Steph Curry and you kind of see how different it is, can you find something that you can rely on offensively over the rest of this series?
I've been telling you, and it's one name.
Well, who?
Jimmy Butler.
Well,
playoff Jimmy. Said a couple years ago, and that pelvic contusion ain't went nowhere. I know again, no excuses. Everybody's dealing with something, right? But man, I need the 6 for 13. It's not even if he goes 9 for 27, and I'll take it because you're showing me you're trying.
I think he's trying.
Well, I'm not like that. Yeah, I ain't saying he's dogging it, but you know what I mean?
I know. All right, there it is. There's the sounder. Caller number 5 will win tickets to the first ever WNBA game in the Bay Area. Caller number 5, and here's the number, 415-523-4652. If you want 2 tickets to Chase Center for a May 16th opener with the Valkyries, WNBA, be the 5th caller, 415-523-4652. Have a good time at that game. Going to be fun. They had 17,000 there.
Man, that's what I just said.
For an exhibition game.
I can't wait to go.
Boy. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get out there.
Yeah. Can you name a few players?
Yeah. Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton. That's their big 3.
If you could see how Risotto, our producer today, looked at you because you cheated, and then you come down my road and read me the riot act, you just went to the...
I just got it right. That's all. I just wanted to get it right.
Finessing this system.
All right, let's get some sanity in here.
Right.
City boy.
Our man.
What's going on, City? How you doing?
Hey, what up, guys? Well, I'm pretty good. Obviously a little worried about if Steph's going to be able to come back healthy, because that's what everything hinges on, the entire season, of course. And, him crying worries me a little bit because, it makes you think, does he really think it's worse than a grade 1? But if it truly, but that was in the moment and he was upset. So maybe it really is a grade 1 and maybe we'll see him in game 6. I don't see them playing him in game 5 just because they have the 3 days off. That being said, they could play him 15, 20 minutes in game 5, test it out. And obviously, if we don't win another game, there won't be a game 6, right? So,
wow.
But I got to believe, I don't want to say Kerr sold the game or Jimmy sold the game, but I think they went into that game knowing that Minnesota was going to be desperate and that they were going to beat us yesterday. I honestly, after losses, a lot of times I'll have angst. I'll be frustrated. I didn't even care yesterday. I wanted to win. When we cut it to 7, I was rooting for the win and all that. But you could see what Steve was doing. He knows that he's without Steph. He knows we're coming home for a couple games. I felt like he was letting everyone get some run, trying to work on different rotations, look at different lineups, because he knows we have to win at least one here in the city, right? So I think, we got to steal one. Maybe if we win 2, great. If we're up 3-2, then we really can keep Steph out until Game 6.
But City Boy, you said you didn't care. What does that mean? That was a playoff
game. I expected to lose yesterday. I expected to lose yesterday. Kind of like how Denver got blown out. Do you think Denver's scared?
Yeah.
No, they're not. It's a road game. I think, and also, I know this doesn't necessarily play into an individual game, but what was the road team, like 8-1 in the second round so far or something? Look, that was a scheduled loss. We were going to lose that one. I'm sorry. That's how I saw it going into the game. I expected to lose. I was hoping to win. I was rooting, but I think we saw some positives. Kuminga looked great. I will say this, and mistakes aside, free throws aside, I think he needs to start in the 2 games in San Francisco, and I want to see him get 30-plus minutes. Yep. He jumps off the page. His athleticism is what we need, and I could see Jonathan playing a big role in these next 2 games. The Warriors get 1. We're 2-2 going back to Minnesota, and maybe the chef is doing okay. Maybe he plays. I expect to see a triumphant return from Steph Curry and the Warriors to advance to the Western Conference Finals.
All right.
If Steph is not healthy, obviously then the season's over. But if Steph can pull it together, I think it could be a great storyline and a fun end of the season. And by the way, I wish Draymond would just stick to basketball. He distracts from the enjoyment of the series with all of his BS. And that's unfortunate. And I know he feels some type of way. I've never been yelled at by fans like that. It's got to be hard. I do understand that he's an emotional guy, so I'm not I'm not mad at him, but man, let's keep it to hoops. That's my 2 cents. The guys, can't really blame him though if they're yelling stuff at him. Anyway,
all right, City. Appreciate it, my man. This is what Steve Kerr said, and I think City's right on. This was Kerr's game plan last night.
Well, I think part of the game plan coming in was to play a lot of people, and we did. I think we played 13, 14 people in the first half. And part of the reasoning is, obviously the fatigue of the run we've been on with all the travel and the games, but part of it also is we have to figure out what we're going to be able to do in this series without Steph. And so we gave a lot of people a lot of chances, and then, some guys really stepped up. Trace and JK were both really good in this game. You could see that their athleticism was important. I thought we made a really spirited run, got it to 7, and then we just kind of lost a little bit of composure. We turned it over right out of that timeout a couple of times and gave up a couple of threes where we lost connection defensively. But we learned a lot, and I think this game will help us figure out, how to move forward.
Feel better?
Yeah, talk to me tomorrow night. Give me a call.
No, do you feel better about what Kerr was trying to accomplish last night?
No, because I think you're going to try to accomplish that every game.
Well, let's take this statement.
Because the game plan is to try to win.
Right, but let's take this statement. We got to figure out what we're going to be able to even do in this series. Not even. He said, we got to figure out what they'll be able to do without Steph. Like how?
And again,
I guess what I'm asking is, should they have? I don't like. He's such a dramatic. It's such a dramatic difference between him playing and him not. I kind of understand what Kerr's saying.
Well, where do you draw the line now with tryouts? Now that it's 1-1, we won't have City Boy call and say I expected to lose. Because that doesn't apply tomorrow night.
They lost game 2 against the Rockets.
Yeah, no, but my point being, just because Kuminga showed some glimpses yesterday does not mean he's going to play that exact way Saturday.
No, but he's going to play
better.
No, but he's going to play.
But how well?
Well, I don't
that's
know.
all I'm concerned with.
Well, if he played 82 regular season games and 8 playoff games, we wouldn't know how he's going to play tomorrow.
My point is you should already know this.
Know what?
What I can count on from Steiny. What I can count on from Goo. And just because you got glimpses yesterday to take into game 3 does not make it necessary that they're going to play automatically like that. So what's the plan
B
now that the guys, when you didn't count on them, showed up, and now the guys, when you give them a chance to show up when you didn't think them to show up, have nothing? What's the plan after that? So you're just kicking the can down the road. My point is you should have a feel by now what you got, who you got, and we lose with who we got.
Well, they don't have Curry. And so every player is affected, whether we like it or not. Every player is affected. And for you to say, well, we should know by now what if they have it or not, I got news for you. They don't. You know why? Because Curry's not playing. And everything's different. Every single thing is different for the Golden State Warriors. Jimmy Butler is being played differently. Everything changes. And so when I think what he was doing last night is whatever Pods has done this season, whatever Moody's done this season, I'm sorry, it's out the window. Why? Because now they got to play without Steph Curry. This to me has been Moody's issue. When Moses Moody plays with some really good players, he's kind of fine because he can blend in and he's not asked to do too much. But now he's got to do more, and he might not be capable of it. But as far as, yes, you should have guys you can count on, but the game is just not the same.
Right.
And every player not only has to play a little differently, they got to play better. But they're playing but they're doing something brand new.
Right.
Brand new.
And I don't want to beat up on the guy because I've been his biggest fan. I'm talking about Moses Moody, but Stotty, we start seeing slippage with Steph playing. So again, the blessing right now, and I got to get back on the positive train. The blessing is you control your destiny right now, even without Steph Curry, and his Operation Game 3. I guess I'm starting to think if you're onto something and I'm the Warriors, and in the next 2-3 years, it's Operation Try to Get number 5 for all of us, I might now have to look myself in the mirror and say that guy, Matt Steinmetz from Reading, PA, might have been onto something, because maybe now when we get to the playoffs, my others, they're different than the regular season others. And I think we could be seeing that, and it's just a question I have of not just swap everybody out, but it's like the Warriors when this ends, and I said this a month ago, when they do lose, if they lose, Donnie, they'll be able to look themselves in the mirror and know why. And then you can try to go shop for that why. Right. Or it might be. But now I'm worried as I watch Pods and Moody, great stories, but as they shrink in the playoffs, is this just a one-off? They're just, they're playoff puberty, or is this something, you know what I mean? Because
Did you, and this is what I mean. I mean, I guess you thought that Brandon Pajemski, who's never played in the playoffs, was going to exceed his play in the regular season. Ditto for Moses Moody. You can tell me all you want, and I think it's a bunch of crap, quite frankly, that Moody played during the championship year. Yes, primarily in blowouts, and primarily when they needed to just play him for a few minutes at a time. It's totally different now. These guys need to be relied upon. And it might be asking too much of them.
Right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr laid it out there. He and the Warriors have to figure out, what they can do against this team. And I guarantee you, Kuminga, he's going to play at this point. And if you say it's too late, I get you. But those are the facts, and he's going to play. So he's got a shot, and that's not necessarily a bad thing after, what he's going through. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Memorial Day weekend is almost here, but before you hit the road for that well-earned getaway, swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment, stay in your car, done in 15 minutes. Visit Bay Area Oil Change for locations and coupons.
Quick, Stoney, I don't want to nitpick because Kuminga, oh God, y'all got me. You and me, man.
That's about as bad a text as you can get during the break.
Tell the people what it read.
That's as bad a text as I can get.
Ice Cube, it ain't a good day when you get that
it's about
text.
5 words. I think we need an exterminator.
Oh, boy.
Good thing we got Atco Pest Control.
Yeah.
Where's Billy?
I shot you his number.
Billy, I need you.
We can really put the rat on the table.
Maybe
I hope it's a mice. Hope it's
It doesn't matter. Well, it does.
We just had a friend come in the studio say he was at home, had a mouse. It was so brave. Came to the middle of the living room, just stared at him.
Yeah, but he's not afraid of him.
I'll jump on the couch.
I'm
That's
afraid
my
of him.
kryptonite.
I'm afraid of him.
I'm so upset.
Not afraid of him.
I'm afraid of them.
I just can't stand. Oh,
they're poisonous.
Well, they're not. But I get you. I get you.
Oh my God.
510 Goo. Channeling.
I'm good now.
Channeling his inner guru on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Our guy Zucci saying lots of lemon booty out there, if you ask me.
Well,
and the Warriors are susceptible to that too.
Okay, again, this is my guy, the Moody airball. It wasn't you shouldn't be able to airball shot. You were that close.
The floater.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Is that what it was?
They hung him out to dry on his 2 threes that he missed.
I've been hearing a lot of the grenade talk.
They hung Moses Moody out to dry.
Well, the shot clock. I got you. I got you.
Exactly.
But how many times did we see guys Jimmy do his fadeaway and they're blocking it? That's what it's like. Me against my sons. Like, dude, you're getting older when that happens, Tiny. I saw that and I'm like, oh, it's not a good sign.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 3 coming right at you tomorrow night, 5:30, Chase Center. You will have Warriors live at 4:30. Warriors got to figure out a way to try to win a game.
Man.
Ideally tomorrow. And they're going to have to do it without Steph Curry. And that's
he was right there. He had to coach. He had to calm Draymond down.
I guess what I'm wondering is, listen, can the Warriors win this series without Steph Curry? Yes. But it's going to be so hard without him. And I feel like, I don't know if it's people aren't giving Minnesota respect or enough, or people have outsized expectations of some of the Warriors role players. But it was a game 2. They had a game. Minnesota came out and blew them out without Steph Curry. And I guess I'm a little surprised that it's so doom and gloom, even though I get it, Curry's out. They might have gotten beaten by 30 if Curry played in this series, in that game. The way some series sometimes go.
And again, the right on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is, if you're into this, let's be honest, Donnie, let's talk about it. With a healthy Steph Curry, this team, the Minnesota Timberwolves, were heavily favored. So now you take him, all-time great, off the team. You know, I'm sorry if I can't muster up. I'm trying to be Bob, and hope. But, man, until I see it, like tomorrow, I don't know what to expect.
In fairness, you saw it for 3 quarters in game 1 without Steph. They were up 10, and they ended up winning by about 10.
With an all-time offensive turd from Minnesota that we may never see again. And what if they come in here to the Bay on the road, us Tupac, us against the world, and play like normal? Like, I feel like Ant could score 40 and they can lose.
Let me ask you this. If the Warriors don't have Steph Curry and both teams play quote-unquote normal, who's going to win the series?
Minnesota.
So the Warriors have to do something.
Do you feel that's the right answer? Like, how would you answer that? Well, Vegas,
It would be, of course. Yeah. I mean, it would be, of course. But this series is now about, can you somehow scrounge up a win tomorrow? You win tomorrow, Then all of a sudden everything changes because then the possibility of Curry.
Didn't Shams have something on Curry?
He's definitely not playing game 5.
So the earliest would be, we would hope,
would be Sunday, a week from tomorrow, game 6. Game 6.
Well, let's focus about tomorrow. I got you. Yeah. I asked you.
So they got to win a game to get it to a game 6.
Yep.
But you know what? The Timberwolves have to win another game to get it to a 6 also. Let's go to Xavier in Oakland. What's up, Xavier? How you doing?
The town.
Good afternoon, Guru. Good afternoon, Spanish.
Hey.
All right, so here we go, man. We got to start JK. I think he got his mojo back. We have to bench number 2. I think he showed us the playoffs are getting to him. He needs to come up the bench, a 6-man. I think it's time. Bring Jimmy. Jimmy needs to be the primary ball handler. Draymond, the secondary ball handler. With Buddy in post. In post is interchangeable. With, honestly, if you want to go with Brute, Bronze, you can go Loon. But if you want to go Young Legs, I like TJD because he did show promise as well with this team. They just match up pretty good. Again, I've already said this, with like a couple games left in the season that, number 2 needs to, get benched. But Kerr got petty and benched JK for the rest of the season. But that's fine. No here, no there. Moody, you guys, like I keep saying, he's our POA. He's using all his energy on defense. I mean, yeah, like I said, he had a couple hot potatoes, that floater was, I felt he should have just jammed it on Randall, honestly. I thought he was going to be aggressive, but again, I feel like when you have tired legs playing, you're all out on defense, I feel like you should get a pass. Everyone should chill out on Moody, bro. He's literally on defense. And with that being said, again, at the same token, if JK has his mojo back, we should literally just start JK. Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, he's still a lottery pick. I'm going to keep saying this again. He was our 7th pick for a reason. I mean, that's all I got to say, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man. Let's go Warriors. We like I said, again, before game 1, I said, I don't know why we're even tripping, about the Timberwolves. Like, we got it. And, at the beginning of the game, Curry already had 13 points. I don't even want Curry to come back to the series. I know I'm talking about. I don't want him to come back to the series because hammy can get tricky. It can go to the calf, and I feel like he should just wait.
Right.
Wait
for.
Look it up. If we lose, we lose.
Wait for what?
Wait to see if we get 1 at home. If we get 1 at home, then think about coming back game 5 or game 6. I don't want to come back game 6.
All right.
But if we lose, we lose. Let's just keep Curry healthy.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to shock you, Sonny, by Captain Obvious. I can do it with the best of them. He is your franchise, so you can't play with this. You get me?
That I agree with.
I'm being serious here. And that's why I think there were tears and him saying, even if I thought about it, that's when you're like, you ain't close. I could be wrong.
No, I think the Warriors are prepared to play the whole series without him.
Great. So, all right, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
We ain't even mentioned his pay.
I know. We
got mice running around and I'm yelling. So it's not the best one. But listen, I'm being real with what I'm about to ask you and the listeners. What has TJD done to basically become an artifact up until yesterday?
Okay. Hold on.
And before you answer, hold on, let me just add one more caveat to it. You cannot front and sit here and tell me, not for a day or a show, at any point in his young career, that we're like the youngsters got something. And I'll wait for your rebuttal. I'm just asking you, what has he done to constitute to be an artifact and now have to be dusted off? I don't think it's a good look. And I'm gonna add Kuminga to that too.
Well, I mean, I think if you do the math, that you can't play 12 guys. And the bottom line is, when Jimmy Butler got to this team, they went 30-10, and they made the playoffs, doing it the way they were doing it. And they won in the first round, doing it the way they were doing it. And now they've got a big injury to Steph Curry, and they unfortunately have to figure out now the best way to beat Minnesota. Okay, we got to have some athleticism. Well, guess what? That's not good for Quentin Post, and it's probably not great for Looney, but it might be good for Trace Jackson-Davis and Kuminga. So I fully expect they will play, and they'll be given minutes on Saturday. I mean, Steve Kerr all but said it when he said we saw some really good things out of Kuminga and TJD. Now, if you're going to tell me that, but Steiny, they've been on ice for 3-4 weeks, and now you need them, I'll agree with you. You're right. You're right. They have been on ice, but that's the conditions they got to deal with. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's go to Schleprock.
Our man.
What's up, Schleprock? How you doing?
He came to the gig.
What's going on? Good morning to you guys. Hey, let me ask you this, Steiny.
Okay.
Who's been the Warriors' best player this season?
Curry.
Okay, right. You got that. Guru, who has been the Warriors' best player throughout the playoffs up until the hamstring?
Curry.
Okay, you got that right. So when you lose your best player, your second best player, I'm just going to assume, is Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler has to do Steph Curry-like things, but guess what? Jimmy Butler doesn't do Steph Curry-like things. So it's inherent up to the other players to play at the best of their abilities every time they get out on that hardwood floor, and that's not happening. Moody is basically a catch-and-shoot guy. He's not catching and shooting, and he's one of your three-point guys. Post, catch-and-shoot guy, one of your three-point makers. He's not making three-pointers. So when you have that dynamic, it's stacked up against you, but here's the clincher, though. They've played 2 games, and both of them have a win. So I'm saying this to say this. Both of these teams still have a chance to win the playoffs, and both of these teams still have a chance to lose in these playoffs, and that's how I'm going to go forward. What do you think of that, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it that way.
I ain't mad at him.
Sleprock. I mean, let's say there's an offensive pecking order of Curry, Butler, and I'm not putting Kuminga in there yet because he wasn't their third scoring option the last month or two. Who was their third leading scorer? Let's just say Hield.
All right.
Buddy Hield. Okay? So now you got no Curry. That means Butler's your number 1 scoring option.
Yep.
Now you got to dust off Kuminga and ask him to be your number 2 scoring option.
Well,
he hasn't played in a month.
Okay.
And then Hield again.
But he was I know you don't, for the sake of this exercise, Kuminga naturally was your third leading scorer until you told him you hit the pause button on him.
Well, until they got Jimmy Butler. Everything changed. He was hurt, and they got Butler, and everything changed.
That I can't argue.
And again, Goo, seriously, if you want to say, well, it was Kerr's job to keep Kuminga engaged, I can't fight you on that. I can't fight you on that.
But if you ask McDaniel or Anthony Edwards or even Randall or your guy Finchie, I don't even know if they're in town yet, Steiny, who scares you with the ball in their hands, Buddy Hield or Kuminga? I got the answer. And every other of the 29 other teams would answer, Steiny, 28, Jonathan Kuminga. He's got some gifts. I'm not saying he's perfect or not flawed. Steiny, he puts pressure on the rim. How about it's over now, build him up and let him breathe. And we do what we're doing with Pods. We do what we're doing with Moody. And I'm starting to think, Steiny, has that just been the theme of this year from Warrior fans? It's not just about TJD and Kuminga being out of the lineup. It's just about watching others maybe make errors and still be given rope. And in these two guys' cases, it's like sink or swim.
Well,
just a thought. I'm just watching my TV like, man.
I kind of look at every series differently as its own new thing. And they beat Houston, so now they're playing the Timberwolves. And the first 2 games, they felt each other out. And now you start playing the guys who you think give you the biggest advantage. And it very well may be Trace Jackson Davis and Jonathan Kuminga. It might be.
I got to run this by you.
Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city.
And I'm going to be a true blue, as real as I can possibly be, like I do every day with you. And Austin in San Jose, he hadn't even wrote anything this morning. He has, but this is not about that. He's often called, and he said, our young players, we overestimate them, or I overestimate our young players. And Steiny, I think I'm somewhat emotional right now because we saw against the Rockets, and I think we're seeing against Houston. Minnesota. I gave our young players, including Moody and Pods on their best day, and Guy Santos, the ideals and the possibilities in post. But now I'm doubling back to where, can I really question Dre? Can I really question Jimmy? And Curry's out. Maybe I overestimated the youngsters being able to inflict or impose their will on this stage, and it goes back to Austin and San Jose.
You're asking role players to exert their will?
How good are our young players? Maybe they're okay, but I overestimated them.
Goo.
I think that's on the table, and I'm having a problem dealing with it.
Goo. I love you. Think about it. The Houston Rockets took the Warriors to 7 games. They played 4 players who are 23 and under. Core players, frontline players. We're talking about young role players. Secondarily, let's go to the T-Wolves. Anthony Edwards is 23. Jaden McDaniels is young as hell. I think Naz Reid is 25. But those are frontline young players. Unfortunately, the Warriors' frontline players are role players, whether that's because that's all they are or whether that's because they've been held down. Right. It doesn't matter at this point.
And they're okay, Stoney. I'm not saying they're bad, but now I'm seeing maybe what Austins of the world were saying when it's a team game and you got to rely. And those guys had such a great season. Pods, Moody, Post. Like, I bought into that. And I'm not saying it's over, but the reality is you're right. It is a different season in the offs.
From the YouTube chat, Saad Boozy or something like that. Steiny, we have Jonathan Kuminga, 22 years old. Exactly. That's my point. You have Kuminga,
who is not chopped liver.
No, but he's not a frontline player. Not this season. He hasn't been. He and again, even if it's not his fault, unfortunately now you got to ask him to be a frontline player. Wow. Well, guess what? That's going to be hard if he hasn't done it since midseason. And yeah, I am putting Pods. I will do it. Pods, Post, Kuminga, Moody. And then you go to the Houston Rockets. Well, they got Şengün, Thompson, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., Minnesota. They have Edwards. I mean, that's going to we'll deal with that after Curry's gone. But I don't like that.
I'm not mad at anybody, Stoney. I'm disappointed in Jimmy Butler, though. I am, if it doesn't change tomorrow.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's point out some good things. Series even. Warriors have home court advantage right now.
I like it.
Game 3 tomorrow, 5:30.
I'm checking the uniforms right now. Keep going.
Just win a game tomorrow. Right. Can you win the game tomorrow somehow, some way?
Can they score 110 points?
It's going to be hard. If you want to say they're not as good defensively as Houston, I'm not going to argue with you, but they are pretty good defensively.
They are no punks. I sign off on that.
And again, without Steph Curry.
Oh. It's the pregnancy offense, Steiny. It's just a labor, man.
It is. And, now they need to kind of pull a rabbit out of a hat. And the rabbit is Kuminga. I mean, there's no one else but Kuminga it can be at this point.
Now, what about Jimmy saying him and Kuminga all of a sudden can cook?
Yeah. Remember that? Yeah, take a listen. Hold on. Here, Jimmy.
I mean, he's a great basketball player. I can play with anybody. He can play with anybody. It's all about playing basketball the right way. That's all it is. Attack to score, attack to pass. You just make the right play over and over and over again every single time, no matter who you're out there with. Just play basketball the right way, and me and JK could thrive, can and will thrive together on the basketball floor.
Now, I love that, but what if the convention I thought they couldn't play.
Steve Kerr said that. Steve Kerr said they weren't very good together. I mean, that's on the record. So they're going to have to do something that's maybe Steve Kerr doesn't believe in.
Man.
You know?
Give me some other good.
All right.
Pat Spencer?
Not last night.
Not Did we jinx them?
I'll tell you. Okay,
you giving them nicknames.
I got a lot of positives.
Yeah.
You're going to think I'm crazy.
We love you, Pat. Give me some good news, damn it.
All right.
Hurry up.
I said this to
Evan.
Yeah.
On the private line.
No. I thought last night was actually a testament to the Warriors' professionalism. Because I do believe that how you finish a game that you're not competitive in is important. It's about a standard. It's about a culture, if you want to go there. It's about setting some kind of bar that you have to clear to be a Golden State Warrior. And I thought on a night like last night, he used however many guys he used.
Okay.
I thought they played as hard as they could possibly play. And I'm telling you, in a game like that, if you're getting blown out, what's the difference between getting blown out by 20 and getting blown out by 40? The difference is getting blown out by 20 as opposed to getting blown out by 40. These guys hung in there as well as they could. There were a lot of guys getting experience that never, I bet a bunch of guys played their biggest minutes of the postseason. And no, they didn't win the game, but
it's a playoff game, though, Stoney. Isn't that the standard?
Not for guys who don't play in the playoffs. You can't expect a guy to just go out there in his first playoff game and play in big minutes and not struggle. And so I just feel like
that was a win.
Not a win. Of course it wasn't a win.
For Kuminga and TJD, let's put the right on the table. Brought to you by Echo.
No, it wasn't a win for them. It was just experience.
Like that's who you just described.
Yeah, it's experience. They got experience last night, and they played hard. Kuminga came out after being on ice for a month, and he was engaged. He wasn't sulking. These guys came in and they're playing hard. They went up against Minnesota's first unit for most of the time. And you do realize that if they don't have Steph Curry, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble.
Right.
Okay.
They're in bigger trouble than I thought, though.
Okay.
That can change if Jimmy is going to be more engaged offensively.
Yeah.
And Draymond wasn't hitting his three. Not that that was key to the game, but it's kind of nice when he is. But, yeah. I can't wait I have no idea what Warrior team we're going to see tomorrow. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Can't be good.
Yeah, I actually have here.
We'll see.
I actually have one of my points. Yeah. This is kind of why Steve Kerr to me is a great coach. Believe it or not, is because of a game like last night. He has everybody on that.
14 deep?
No, just, his strategy was, I got to figure out a way to win some games in this series, but I don't even know how at this point. So he played a game last night. They lost it. And now he probably believes he's got a better sense of the way they're going to have to do it, which is going to be different than they've ever done it. And
so that's why you're telling me ease up on losing Curry, ease up on everybody.
I'm saying ease up on the loss last night. I'm not telling you not to worry that Steph Curry's not playing. In fact, I think most people are, again, I'm flummoxed. It's Steph Curry. You've run an offense around him for 15 years, and it's a unique offense. And now he's gone. So, I don't know. Everybody who played in that game played hard. They're trying to do the right thing. They all defended. And Minnesota was better last night, and they had better players last night, and the better players played better than your better players.
There it is.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they lose game 2. They are still even in this series, 1 game apiece. and they're coming back to Chase tomorrow. Without Steph Curry, it's going to be tough. There's no doubt about it. But can they win a game without Steph Curry? I mean, they've gone 9-3 with him before last night in the playoffs. I get it, different circumstances. But it is different without Steph Curry, particularly because now you don't have Clay and Draymond. I mean, you have Draymond, but you know they were more equipped to play without Steph than they are now, if for no other reason than Clay had played without Steph for long stretches during his career, and Jimmy Butler's just getting to know this Warriors team. All right, what do we got here? We got what's coming up in the game. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Good. Hey, so I just want to call in, man, just to chime in on the game. So I had a feeling we were going to lose, but, man, I'm going to have to revoke their name I gave them, man. We're looking like the Bucket Brothers. They're looking like the Garbage Brothers, man. I mean, Buddy was just chucking up threes. He looked like it was a grenade. He just had to let it go like John Morant. So I don't know what he was doing. I mean, I had a feeling we were going to lose, but, man, I got one thing to say to Jimmy Butler. Man, when you come back to the Bay, man, you got to swallow that joy, and you got to give us 30 and go for a triple-double. I don't see what's going on with the guy. Now, I know he's banged up. He's got that butt contusion or whatever it is.
Pelvic contusion.
Yeah, that pelvic contusion. But, man, I understand you weren't having joy being the one in Miami, so we brought you over here. You got paid. You know, because everywhere he goes, that's always been the big thing, right, is that he's not getting paid the money that he deserves. So you got paid. You got the money that you deserve for the next 2 years, and our captain goes down. So now you got to step up. Now you're the one. You got to swallow that joy. You got to give us 30, and you got to go for a triple-double. And one last thing, Gru, I completely agree with you, man. I mean, I understand we love Draymond. We love the passion that he brings on the court. And, yeah, these fans call in and they say, you know, that's what got him to the league. But eventually at a certain point, man, you got to just swallow your pride, bro. I mean, you got to have control over your own body. You don't just flail your arms and hit people in the faces like, oh, I didn't see their face right there. You know, like you got to learn how to control that. Because once Daddy goes down, when Daddy Curry's not in the game, he's quick to just want to be on the bench and start biting his fingernails. Like, what is that, bro? You got to be a professional. You swear up and down you're a captain of this team. Be a captain and keep playing the game like it should be played. All right, guys, have a good one.
I mean, even the heart,
as you said it, Sonny, he don't want to play when Steph's not out there. I thought he was trying to get run.
The hardest core Warrior fan has to acknowledge there's something about Draymond when he doesn't have Steph.
Right.
Even the hardest core Warrior fan is asking that question. And on any other night, he would have gotten run last night.
I don't even know because there's a double standard for him, Sonny. It's like they're afraid of him. They give him the leeway. And I got to say this to you. This is just me. I'm not Mother Teresa, nor am I Martin Luther King, and I'm not perfect. But miss me with the athlete that is strong and built like Draymond Green in the face of older refs. It's like you're not, it's a conversation. One, you're yelling at him. Two, you were wrong. But three, just the optics of it, I don't like seeing it. Like, just let the old men go and do their job, Dre. Come on. And you're wrong. That's just me, man.
Well, what kind of puzzles me is, so they call a foul on Naz Reid.
It was a foul, Dre. Right. They had your back, Dre. Go ahead.
Then he flails.
When did that start happening?
And then they go to review, and they give him a technical foul on review Why is he in the ref's face on the court when New York took a look at it?
When you get the answer, let your boy know.
I don't understand.
I mean, with vengeance.
And maybe he thought he shouldn't have gotten a T in the first place, and if they would have let it go, they wouldn't have even had to go to New York, and that's why I'm mad at you guys on the court. But hell,
what about Steph? He's probably looking like, dude, you had me in tears in Orlando. You can't let the team down. And again, I know I'm being a one-trick pony here, Stoney, but this thing just has me going. Do you have a problem with a regular guy like myself going back to Saturday night in Houston, where Draymond Green stood up and shared with the world he told his team he let him down and he had lost his emotions? So now a couple days later, you're doing the same thing, and they didn't run you. But then you played a race card at the end. Okay.
I mean, I wish I could say it's surprising. I wish I could say, boy, he hasn't done that before. But
got a new contract after knocking your young teammate in the face. Okay, I won't even bring that up.
Well, you did.
Ran Durant off. I won't bring that up. Got suspended in the 16 finals, cost him the finals. Got suspended last year, cost him the playoffs. I won't bring that. You got to take accountability, man. And I know he's smart and successful, but Draymond, you're losing the battle of controlling your emotions, even when you're having a conversation with refs that are in their 70s or late 60s. Why are you screaming at them like you're about to do something to them? Especially, Stoney, when you're in the wrong.
Well, this to me, I mean, this is the deal you made. You know,
Draymond being Draymond, okay.
I don't want to say, you made a deal with the devil with Draymond.
I got you.
No, you made a deal with Draymond and you went in with your eyes open and he was, getting older and he's always been, a volatile player. It's not like they signed him and didn't know what they were getting, so
he had to come out the game.
You get what you got. I mean, you get what you got.
Yeah, he had to. Kerr said I had to take him out the game
to preserve more technicals for down the line.
And I'm being
that's
real
really
with
what he was doing.
Since we're having a conversation, when did the flailing start? I know he hit Nurkic. Is that when the flail? Draymond, we're not dumb. I played pickup ball. Don't tell me that's an accident when you do the exorcist thing and, oh, by the way, I catch you with an open hand. Come on, Steiny.
I mean, I thought he flailed with a kick when he did it to Adams a long time ago. I mean, they reviewed it, and they called it a technical. And you better hope they don't look at that whole sequence, or they may give him another technical, which would get him to 6, because he should have been ejected last night. I mean, I cannot believe what he got away with in that referee's face. And I guess good for the referee. After Draymond said, that's effing BS twice,
man,
the ref just walked away. Good for Draymond.
And I thought they hooked him up game 3. What was that? Game 4 here in Golden State when they gave him assessed him a flagrant and the technical so he wouldn't get 2 and get ran.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's go to Jimmy in Stockton. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, if Jimmy Buckets, I'm sorry. Got his name.
What team?
Buddy Hield.
Gotcha.
Buddy Hield. If he can learn how to dribble the ball, he can be an all-star in this league. But it's just some things will never change. Like the great Tupac Shakur says, it's going to change. But 2 things stood out to me is the post-game commentary by the head coach. He's the head coach. I don't understand why, Terry Stotts doesn't step in to do some of the talking or intervening when players are getting out of line. It's just, it seems like Stackhouse is doing more of that all year. But Stotts is just sitting there and looking like just like a booth. But basically what I'm saying is that, the post-game commentary by Kerr saying, well, we're experimenting this and that. Guys, he's had 432 minutes of freaking playoff basketball. Why are there still chemistry buttons being pushed on this team? I just don't get it.
I'm with you.
Well, because Thanks, Jimmy. Because when
I feel
Steph
like Jimmy
doesn't play, your chemistry goes to hell. It just does. Everything revolves around Curry. And when he's gone, it's a monster adjustment.
Hopefully one they can make happen.
All right. So, Draymond Green last night basically accused the NBA of having an agenda against him, and he thinks he's unfairly treated and doesn't think he deserves some of the technicals and flagrants he gets. Brian Windhorst of ESPN was on this morning, and they were talking about Draymond's technical foul last night and then what ensued without getting a technical foul. And this is Brian Windhorst from earlier today.
9 playoff games. Those, he probably should have more technicals. It was a restraint showed by the referees. By the way, that's a big complaint across the league, that Draymond gets away with stuff after he commits a flagrant and after he commits a technical, and sometimes even after he gets 5 fouls. There's a belief that Draymond actually gets too much leeway. This is not my words. This is what people tell me. They say he gets away with too much stuff because the referees don't want to be the one who ejects him or calls a second flagrant on him, because they know that there's going to be an onslaught. That's the perception of opponents out there, not necessarily my mind. He's got 5.
All right. I think there's truth in that.
I mean, we see it nightly.
Yeah. What we got here? Let's go to T and Campbell. What's up, T? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, doing good. Great show, guys. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Kerr a little bit here.
All right.
Well, first of all, Steiny, the Warriors were terrible last night. I think we can say that.
Okay.
And I think the only reason the game was close is because the Wolves weren't great either.
Right.
I don't think we've seen it the best the Wolves can get, and that's a little scary. But this offense they ran, it's like this anemic offense with 2-man ISO, and they post people up in the corners. It's not helping. It's not working, and it's not helping. I mean, there's a couple of possessions where I couldn't even find Kuminga on the screen of my TV. He's so far out waiting there for 20 seconds of the offense. And then these guys get these hand grenades passed to them with, 3 or 4 seconds left, and we expect great things from them. Like poor Moody, what is he going to do? There's only one guy in the league who can do something with a ball behind the three-point line with 3 seconds left, and he's injured. So I don't think it's helping. I'm trying to figure out Kerr a little bit here. Either he's this genius who's smarter than everyone, or he's making some mistakes here. I don't think this offense is helping those guys' confidence in any way. And so I'm trying to figure out, I think Kerr's got to wear this, success or failure. And the other thing I was going to mention is about injuries and muscle fatigue. So these guys are wearing down their muscles, and they're, getting sore, and that means you're damaging your muscles, right? And you need to recover from that. You don't start each day fresh. You kind of have a buildup of damage.
All right.
And the way they played against Houston is the reason that Steph is injured, right? Like his muscles were worn down. And so, the summary here is Kerr is kind of running, he's playing the main guys a lot. He's not developing or not working in the bench players. And now we're kind of paying the price for it.
All right.
And
no, thanks, T. Appreciate the call. You good. I think a lot of people share that sentiment, but
yeah, we disagreed.
It's too late now. I mean, now you got to deal with what you got to deal with. One of the things I think the Warriors are having trouble with, obviously, is if Jimmy Butler has the ball on the wing with 20 feet from the basket and Jaden McDaniels is guarding him, what should he do?
Say it again.
If Jimmy Butler catches the ball in the wing, and Jaden McDaniels is guarding him, what should Butler do?
Try to go by him.
Okay. And then he runs into Gobert.
Now I'm picturing
now
him.
he fakes.
Yeah.
Now he fakes. All right. Fakes. As he's faking, everybody on Minnesota now is starting to flood, meaning work their way back to the 3-point line. They converged when he got in. Gobert's sitting there, or maybe they don't even converge. I'd have to look at it. He gets into the lane, but Gobert's there. Pump fake. Now kick it out. And what usually happens? He kicks it out to the 3-point line. They don't have a shot off that. And then here comes, Naz Reid or
now the 24 seconds, I feel like it's 8 seconds or 6.
Or Ant coming out and guarding you. And they have an athleticism advantage. So now Pods or Moody has the ball with 8 seconds left. And now they got to make a play.
Yeah.
And
good luck with that.
The reality of the situation, and even DiVincenzo. I mean, I finally saw DiVincenzo help a team when he wasn't making shots. I thought he was really good defensively, and he's good, he plays really hard, and he defends. I don't know. Yeah. All right, I see everybody. I see everybody on hold, and we'll get to you obviously on the other side. Warriors and Timberwolves, they're even. 1 game apiece. Game 3 tomorrow at Chase Center. 5:30 tip. 4:30 Warriors Live. And you can hear every single play of that series right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's see. Bear with me. That segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. And thanks to my good friend Dave. Tom Petty from Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida is.
I didn't want to tell you, 49er Frankie hit me, said it's not Florida State, Florida, but you'd already correct that.
And you know what? That's
what life's about.
It's why I like doing what I'm doing. Yeah, you can get information. It's access at your fingertips. By the way, Goo, I must tell you that I'm looking forward to seeing Willard today.
Oh, because Risotto and I were talking about, are you scared more of rats or Willard?
Rats.
Okay.
But we've gotten a lot of texts on the YouTube chat and the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and people are noticing that you're down.
But I'm warming up. I'm getting back.
But they're worried about you.
And I guess
is what I'm saying.
And I'm worried about the Warriors.
And that's why I need Willard in here because, he'll have the rose-colored glasses on, and I think he'll be able to. I think he'll be able to help you more than I can.
But he's been shocking us lately, though. Sonny. Willard comes the other day. I was like, oh, he'll give me some positivity. He's kind of like, Goo, I ain't got nothing. Like, I understand. But so that's how I was going to ask you, how would you describe me today? I'm concerned, but the engine is Jimmy Butler, Steiny. And we could talk about everything under the sun. If I text you tomorrow night and he has under 15 field goal attempts, I don't think we're winning that game.
What if you do?
But it's highly
I'm
unlikely.
playing this game.
Okay. Okay, then somebody else did. Kuminga went off.
Okay, good. And Butler set him up. By the way, where's the one thing I had written down? I'm watching.
Dude, I'm loving my Valkyries shirt.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Just a little thing.
Oh,
I needed to say to you as I'm watching that game last night in the fourth quarter. I thought to myself, like, this is why it bothers me when you even brought up the idea of a Warrior sweep.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. I mean, come on now. Yeah, I hear you.
That's all.
Yeah. And to be honest, the math was there, and now it's not. Yeah.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go to Mystic. Mystic's in the city.
Our man, he keeps it real.
Man, oh man. I'm upset, guys, as usual. But I'm encouraged, but I'm upset. Yeah. Hey, check this out. When I watch Anthony Edwards, you know who I see? Jonathan Kuminga. I see a guy about the same size. Hold on. I see a guy about the same size whose game is built on explosive power and speed, who has a decent mid-range game and a suspect three-point shot, just like Jonathan Kuminga. I see a lottery pick. The difference is Edwards was allowed to grow into a role that was niched out, that was carved out for him as a high pick, and Kuminga was relegated to a role player experience. Now, here's the other thing that's a problem for me. Kuminga comes in and he starts scoring. He's finally getting his groove back. Now, Steve Kerr, why haven't you diversified your offense to include sometimes you're running through Kuminga? Because guess what? Butler's injured, and Curry's not coming through the door. So you need something besides just your exotic motion triangle, and you haven't empowered your youngster to do it. So maybe he can come in and save us. Hopefully he does. Go ahead. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Do you really think Kuminga's in the same league as Anthony Edwards?
I think that if Kuminga had a role niched out for him and was able to play through his mistakes the last 2 years, yes.
Okay. All right. Real quick. Who's the best player on the Minnesota Timberwolves?
It's Anthony Edwards.
Right. So he does everything. You really think Kuminga, given that same responsibility, could have done it under different circumstances?
I do, and I think that I understand that the Splash Brothers had a cachet. You had to set up an offense for them, and that's what you should run. But the last 2 years, while Curry is wearing down, you got to diversify the offense and put Kuminga in a position. So hopefully on Sunday or this next game, you see Kuminga getting the ball at the top of the key and on the wing instead of Jimmy Butler because Jimmy Butler is hurt.
All right, I got to ask Mystic. I'm going to ask you one more. Can you name one aspect of the game that Kuminga does better than Anthony Edwards?
Better than Anthony Edwards? I think he's on par with Anthony Edwards. I think they're very similar. I'm not sure who's better right now other than Edwards has more playing experience.
Okay. Thanks, Mystic. Appreciate the call. That's your guy, Goo.
Yeah, I love Mystic, but I'll meet him at the wherever he's at sipping because he's not as good as Ant right now. But I get what he's saying.
Who's a better scorer? Let's just do this. For Mystic. Let's just do a radio show for Mystic.
And I'm getting mad that you want to do it, but go ahead. AE. Okay. That's the answer to all of them.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, to Mystic, when it's all said and done, Kuminga came to the wrong team for him to get that responsibility because you had the Beatles, the Jackson 5 here before Kuminga got here, Steiny. So he never would get afforded those luxuries that young Anthony Edwards got. Being the number 1 pick with Minnesota. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm a big Kuminga fan, but I'm telling you this, somebody on the YouTube chat, I don't know what they've been listening to this afternoon now, but they go, Goo, the Jimmy disrespect. No, it's the ultra sign of respect. Jimmy has done this. He can do it. But to Mystic's point, if he can't physically, and of course he ain't going to tell anybody, Stoney, but I'll be able to know tomorrow.
No, apparently you knew last night.
No, JK can do it. And we'll see. It's just, life's funny, isn't it? How it all comes around. Full circle, Kenny. Guy was a bump on the pickle, and now you might need him. Now, ain't no might, you do need him. I'm rooting for the Warriors, man. I just,
what?
I do want to say something to you. Now, I'm not having fun here. I'm being real. Put my serious hat on. I won't tell you where I read it, but a Warrior fan made a comment middle third quarter after the game was over, middle third quarter, that was a winnable game. That the Warriors that was a winnable game. And I thought, okay, Kenny, do you think, Stoney, when it was all said, of course it was a blowout when it was all said and done, but you had that thing down to 7, had a couple chances. That doesn't constitute a winnable game for me. Your thoughts?
No.
We're all different.
No.
All right.
I mean, every game's winnable.
But when it was 7, I'm like, okay, we something to see here. But then they went back up and boosted that thing up, and it was put the kids to sleep.
I mean, they lost by 24.
Yeah.
So.
Willie Mays number.
Kevin's in Louisiana. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Kev.
How you doing, you and Guru?
We trying to figure it out, man.
Draymond was wrong, point blank. Draymond flailed. You can't flail Draymond. You're going to get a take. You know that. Okay, Steve Kerr. I'm with the other guy that just called not too long ago. No, JK is nowhere near Edwards, but it's Steve Kerr's responsibility to develop these guys so they'll have a role, a defined role. So when they get put in a situation, it's not the break the glass mentality, which is Steve Kerr is using right now. He's using the break the glass mentality. You can't do that. Those guys should be developed to a point where he can rely on them, much like Thibodeau is doing with New York. We have the talent. And yes, that game was in the realm of possibility of winning if those guys were developed to a point where they could respond the way we needed them to respond last night. When you watch that game in the first quarter, them guys didn't have a clue of what they were to do because they hadn't been prepared for that situation like Steve Kerr should have. We've talked about this before. Now he's in the great break the glass mode now. And he shouldn't be in that point. He's been a coach in this league too long to have a break the glass mentality. I have another point. Trace Jackson used to play with joy coming out there. I watched that interview. He looked like a guy like man, I'm getting some relief. Come on now, develop these guys, put them in position to be successful. Draymond didn't want to be in there because he knew that he had to play too much on the back end help defense with a 3-guard lineup. You got to go in there, play inside out, downhill, outside, kick the ball out. Jimmy is doing great. He's not the savior. He hasn't been there long enough to even get the gist of what everybody can do on that team.
All right, Kevin. Appreciate it, man. No, you're everybody's, or not everybody, but a lot of people have the same sentiment about Jonathan Kuminga, and this, I think, is how do I want to put this? It's a thought that not a lot of people share with me, but I don't think it's Steve Kerr's job to develop Jonathan Kuminga. I think it's Jonathan Kuminga's job to develop Jonathan Kuminga, and then Kerr will use him the way he sees fit, or it's the assistant coaches who have to develop Jonathan Kuminga. And I'll just ask you this. Now, he's been on the Warriors 4 years. Can somebody tell me what has discernibly improved with Jonathan Kuminga, where it's like, wow, remember when he came into the league, he couldn't do this? I don't know. I mean, I think he's got a better feel for the game, but that's because he didn't have any feel when he came in, and he knows the right play to make in certain situations, but I don't think it's instinctual. And you can say maybe that's Kerr's fault, but he hasn't improved his 3-point shooting. He doesn't rebound any better than he did.
He had that Laker game, though.
I just hate to say it, but I don't get it. Like why was Jordan Poole able to go from a lousy player to somebody who became vital to their championship run?
I'm turning into you.
It was because Poole worked his ass off.
Well, I'm gonna give you that. I like that because he did, and I never saw that metamorphosis coming from one Jordan Poole.
Me neither.
But what about the college component that you always bring up?
Which is?
Jonathan didn't get to experience that.
He didn't. It's unfair.
But the game and life doesn't wait for anyone. So what are the Warriors going to do?
I don't know. We'll wait. We'll see.
If you had to bet. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he'll be here next year. That's just me. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. Let's go to JD in Oakland.
JD.
Smelling a Draymond apologist. Uh-oh.
I miss you guys. How you guys doing?
What's up, JD?
Now, I got a couple. Hey, Guru, I got a couple things. First of all, we're going to tackle this Draymond situation. You guys got to understand, and I think the listeners, I mean, it makes my heart jump for joy when I hear guys calling in from Louisiana and listening to you guys' show. That's beautiful.
It is.
But Draymond Green is a 6'6" center. And if you don't know basketball, first of all, he's 6 inches to 8 inches smaller than all of the guys he's bumping head with for 48 minutes a game. You have to allow him the latitude to be a John Stockton, to be a Isaiah Thomas from a undersized position. And some of the things that he does on the floor are calculated. Because I tell you, the Ron Artest of the world had a position in the NBA because of their reputation. People have to know that Draymond is that pit bull behind the gate that may just bite your leg off if you jump over this fence. And that is necessary for this finesse team of the Golden State Warriors to have in that player to make sure that people understand if need be, we can be physical. We can unleash a Dennis Rodman on you guys. And he has made himself a Hall of Famer as a 6'6", average athletic guy who plays from a very, very smart position. And that's Draymond Green. He doesn't do anything crazy off the court. And the text that he gets and the problems that he has is just fails in comparisons to the championship and the winning that he's brought to this team. So understand that. Secondly, let me say this about Steph Curry. Everybody understands how good Steph Curry is, but you also have to understand the mistakes that he covers up being himself, the inadequacies and the other players that Steph Curry covers up because of who he is. And if you understand that, then you know he may be one player, but when you take him out of that lineup, it affects everybody. And the last thing, everybody's talking about JK and all of this, is his onus to get better as a player. I know when he was in the G League and he played for the Ignite, if you guys know me, you know I can say this from a very confident standpoint. He has a basketball arrogance that hinders him from being the best player he can be. And if he was to tackle that, then I think he can be a very good player. But under no circumstances do we confuse him and Anthony Edwards. They're not in the same boat. For that guy. One thing you guys need to do if you listen to me, when a guy comes up and says something crazy, be like Howard Stern and just hang up the phone.
Wow, because I love it.
He is nowhere near Anthony Edwards.
Hey, JD, before we let you go, I got to do this, man. Brother to brother. Let's put the right on the table, man. Brother to brother. I was offended, and you could be like, come on, Goo. I was offended that everything you described about Dre, and I see it, that he played that card about the angry black man. How did you process that? Because I wanted him to stand on business and not hide behind that. Be who you are, that pit bull and junkyard dog.
He has to, but at this point, with social media and all the different conversations that are around Draymond now, we're taking it from a basketball standpoint to something else. Draymond has never been in trouble. He hasn't hit a woman. He doesn't have road rage. He's not beating up people in restaurants. What he does is calculated on the basketball court and is necessary and needed by this organization to be 4 championships in 6 years. And you just got to know how hard that is. You look at Denver, Milwaukee, the Lakers. Nobody's been able to have a comeback season and do what the Warriors have done. That just goes.
All right, man. Thanks, JD. I think he summed it up. It's like, yes, one of the reasons Draymond's with a chip on his shoulder and has to play with that edge is because he's 6'6". I agree with all that.
And maybe he was frustrated last night.
Yeah, I just feel like, you're right about all those things. And then in addition, he goes over the line sometimes. Right. And again, this is the one where, hey, if the Warriors are cool with it.
And that's where I feel like I grown up in our relationships, Donnie. The times we've been together, I don't agree with it. But the fact that Steve Kerr, time and time again, has his back and they allow him to get that off and then still put their arms around him, who am I to try to get in the way and say, but I'm just a regular Joe Blow. Watching that game, I can tell you, Norm don't like it. We got a thing in Texas, Maddie, my dad's friend Maddie. She joked yesterday, Tex, you're going to take Draymond his meds. She's watching the game. He looks like he's about to snap. Am I wrong with that assessment? No.
What I worry about with Draymond is I think some frustration comes when a guy gets a little older and they just can't quite do what they did in the past.
Oh, wow.
And that is a very frustrating thing. So, but that's not going to get any easier. That's going to get harder to not be frustrated because you're not going to be able to do some of the things at 35 that you could do at 25. So he's got to deal with that. He's got to, how do I want to put this? I'm not saying he has to change his game, but as he gets older, he's already got the savvy, the mox, all that stuff. He's the smart, but when he starts losing athleticism, what's going to happen?
Frustration.
He's already the smartest guy. Let's call him the smartest guy in the league defensively. So he's always going to have that. He's always going to be able to play.
But frustrations, Donnie.
But he's just not going to be able to play it at the level that he once did. Let's go to Nikki in San Francisco. Hey, Nikki. Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. This is the first time I've rang a radio
Take your
station.
time. Take your time.
I think you should calm down a bit about Draymond. I believe that he's not referring to what's happening on the field. He's talking about reporters and whatnot, kind of painting him as this angry person, and he's not like that. So I just feel like you're kind of negative and just like using him to, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this, young lady. When he hit Jordan Poole in practice and thought that wasn't going to get out, what act do you call that? What adjective would you call that when you viciously strike a coworker?
Mm-hmm.
What do you call that?
I've done it before.
Yeah, but okay.
So the thing is, I'm not defending that. Not at all.
All right.
But we don't know the context. And I agree with what the players were saying, which is, you don't record that and show it to the media. So I mean, I'm not saying that he's like perfect. And I completely agree with the other gentleman who called a few minutes ago. He has, to some degree, we need someone like that on the team.
Thanks, Nikki. I'll give you a B. I'll give you a B for your debut. Solid B.
Topic. She gets an A. She struck a coworker.
Oh, that's why she got a B in my book. I had to take a letter grade off
Take that. Pow!
B for do better.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That didn't go well last night.
Well, it's 1-1.
Let me see what we got here. That's all Curry. Let's talk to Kuminga.
I think everything just come back, together. As long as you stay out there and you know who you're playing with, just having that rhythm, breaking the sweat and just staying locked in, the rhythm kind of come back, slowly.
All right.
Way to stay ready, JK. I mean that.
Oh, okay. Hey, even though we got beat by 24, you had a nice dunk.
I don't know, a lot of people didn't see it, but Draymond had me, and I was trying to find Jimmy, and Jimmy was like, go. Because once he saw Gobert, he was just like, go. And I was like, wow, this is the moment. Might as well just make something good happen. And I think, just having Draymond and Jimmy telling me to go, that's a big trust, and they just had to make something happen.
Bow.
Well, you can't play that after losses. All right, I'm feeling better, Stoney. 1-1 tomorrow.
And Willard's on his way.
Well, how's he feeling? Did you see anything on Twitter from him?
I can just assume that he's...
What about Dibbs?
Dibbs sees the writing on the wall.
Thanks. That's the best voice in radio. Oh, man.
Let's go to Ace. Ace is in Marin. How you doing, man?
Hey, boys. How you doing this afternoon?
Hey.
Doing well.
Good. I will not even dignify the Jonathan Kuminga is the same as Anthony Edwards comment. That's ridiculous. And the guy complaining about Kerr breaking the glass. Well, duh, you're going to break the glass when your best player, the best shooter of all time, gets hurt. So yes, it's time to break the glass.
All right.
What I wanted to mention, though, and this is how I felt prior to the playoffs even, and it's somewhat simplistic. I'd like to get your feedback. And it goes like this. As go Pods and Moody, so go the Warriors. And Pods and Moody have been miserable, and the Warriors are suffering. What do you guys think?
I'll go first, Tony.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. And we shouldn't have expected anything differently from a first-year guy or second-year player making his first playoff appearance. And I'm sorry, but another guy who's also making his first playoff experience, Moses Moody, with a role of significance.
Yeah, and I'm you're talking to me. You can say it. I'm with that caller. That I expected the best version of themselves every game. Come on, Stoney. And now I'm really shook to the core about the big three to a degree, because Moses and Pods right now, Stoney, they don't mirror what they were, on their best day. So it can start tomorrow, right?
Sure. Why not?
Well, you got to get in the game first, and I'm wondering how much trust, Kerr's got left with Moody. I know he's got some he could start, but my point being, you want to get out of that 9-minute range. And Pods, you just have nobody else to bring the ball up. So he's always going to be out there, I believe.
Yeah.
Or we got Spencer.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah,
very good.
because you wanted to give him a nickname. He didn't play bad, but it was like, oh boy.
All right. 888. You know what? I'm not even going to throw the line out because we got full lines, and I'm going to try to get to y'all on the other side. Warriors game 3 tomorrow, 5:30 tip right here on 95.7 The Game.
I'd like to see some more Pat Spencer in my life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who is this? I like this type stuff.
Stone Temple Pilots.
Never heard of them.
I think, yeah.
Stone Temple.
Forward yesterday makes me want.
Dude,
Anyway,
you're really not bad at singing, man.
The best line is, and this is a line that should become your mantra.
Hold on now.
I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man. You never heard that song?
You think Draymond was the one thinking that?
Hey, you didn't ask me.
No, Draymond is, I'm half the player I used to be. All right, I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done
you didn't ask me about my doctor visit. No torn MCL or ACL or meniscus.
I knew.
Evan victory lap. I got tight hammies. I got a stretch.
You and Steph.
Oh, boy.
You and Steph with hamstring issues.
Hey, I know we got full lines. This is our last segment before
I know
the weekend. Hey, JD called from Oakland, and you know what a bar is lyrically, right? It's when somebody writes a line like
I just did one.
Well, if you think. But he said, Jonathan Kuminga, basketball arrogance? And I want to ask you, what could that mean?
That maybe,
he thinks he's better than he is, or
that's what it sounds. That's what I think he was inferring.
Or don't show me how to do this because I know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, I got you. I just stuck with me.
Yeah. Let's go to
they need him tomorrow.
KO in San Jose. What's up, KO? How you doing?
Hey guys, what did I tell you 3 weeks ago? To RELAX, relax, right? And was I right or was I right?
Guru?
I got to hear what you told us 3 weeks ago.
To relax.
You guys.
I'm panicked, so I'm not relaxed. I'm panicked right now. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm confident the Warriors are going to win it in 6. We're going to win the next 2 at home, lose Game 5, win Game 6 with Steph's return, and we'll take on either Denver or Oklahoma City.
So,
I'm not sweating it.
KO.
There it is.
KO.
Yes.
You know, Steph's not playing in the next 3 games.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He's coming back for Game 6.
Right. But so you think, without putting too much thought in it, that Warriors should win the next 2 out of 3 without Steph?
Yeah, we're playing at home. We're really good at home, so we're not going to lose.
Right.
I'm confident.
Okay, you're actually not that great at home, but that's fine.
What you got? Oh, he got.
Thanks, KO. I'm not stifling anybody's optimism.
My fams on the YouTube chat, this hit me, Steiny, almost in a good way, but it's negative. Guru, stop buying into the speculation. I'm not. When he said that about JK, I thought to myself, give me some good news, damn it. Got a game tomorrow at home.
Shaka in Berkeley.
Kuminga played. He'll be
Shaka.
happy.
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, man, first I want to say about Draymond, man. You know, we got to rock. When he does bad, whenever he go, he's our enforcer. Charles Oakley did it. A bunch of Xavier McGaines has always been enforcers in the league. It is what it is. I rock with him regardless, man. I'm going to stick with him. I ain't here to judge him.
Wow.
He brought 4 championships to the Bay Area. I wish, that everything be all right, but I ain't going to go against him. But what I really want to say is about JK, man. I watched the game yesterday. Did y'all watch the game?
Yeah. He was incredible.
Because I saw a guy flying through the air that never plays, man, and I was like, if I'm looking at what I saw he dunked on a 4-time defensive player of the year, man. Like he was a little kid. I know that's what I saw. I don't know if he's not growing. I know they taking him out the game, destroying his confidence. I know like 4 months ago we were saying he was the player for us. And then we got Butler. Things changed. He stopped going. He got injured. He stopped going into the game. So I'm saying that would kill anybody.
Yeah.
After all that at the age of 22. I don't think he would have played. I don't know how long he's been playing basketball. I know he's only 22 years old.
Yeah.
I can just look at his athletic abilities, and I look at the Warriors, the teammate, the Steve Kerr story. Okay, let's go through that. You got Paz, not really athletic. Okay, you got Pope, not really athletic. Okay, you Heel, not really athletic. You can't throw a not really athletic team against a tall athletic team and expect the game.
Hey, Shaka, you're right. Not without Steph Curry. Not without Steph Curry.
Well, I hear that. I feel it, but today is not the day because the series is not over and it's still a series they can win. But the bottom line, Stoney, is maybe shame on me for thinking this team can stay afloat when you lose the likes of number 30, man.
Javier in Vacaville.
Javi.
What's up, Mr. Javier?
How you doing? It's just time to Mr. Derek the Guru Johnson. I'm going to let you guys know, I was very emphatically wrong about worrying about Edwards in game 1, but unfortunately in game 2, he was a matchup problem. Obviously the game has changed with, the likes of Curry being injured for the next 2-3 games. My two questions, or one question and one comment is, I don't understand why Post was taken out and given such a short leash. They killed us in the interior with Gobert and with Reed along with Randall. If you're not going to use, which I think they should try the Post Kevon Looney double big lineup, you got to have one in there at all times. Draymond is not a guy that is weak in the interior per se with his, strength, but his stature in regards to him being 6'6", 6'7" against a 7'3" guy like Gobert, give or take. I just feel like it puts us at a disadvantage, and you see it. So a lot of wear and tear on him as a player. And I just want to see what you got. I mean, granted, I can't even calculate the number of, lineups we've ran in the last 2 games, along with we've played 14+ guys, but I think TJD needs to deserve more run, along with obviously Kuminga scoring punch. He just has to be more consistent in the flow of the offense with the schematic play design. I feel like he just be out there winging it sometimes, just doing his own thing like he's at the park. My comment is this. We're all right or indifferent. I want you guys to comment on my suggestion about the bigs when I get off, and then this too.
Okay.
I'm not saying Draymond Green is some, lunatic. I understand that some things he may or may not should do. As a 4-year college ball player, I play like that to a certain extent with the edge, a chip on my shoulder, being a Bay Cat, playing in Southern California, having that underdog mentality, prove against the world. Like,
hustle.
I'm from the Bay Area, though. It's like him.
Yeah.
You guys understand, like, the Warriors are from Oakland. There's a representation of him and in the team of, like, where we're at. And you guys are all part of this, too, because you guys are from here. I'm not saying him going crazy, but that's the representation of the people where we're at. We're always doubted and having to push that extra inch to get what we want. Don't forget, before they went to San Francisco, they were in the hood of Oakland, and they had World Court playing a representation.
66
Javi.
66 Avs, Donnie.
Okay, you know what, Javi? Yes, Draymond has a lot of the same traits as Oakland. Yeah. That's great. Okay. So Quentin Post played 3.5 minutes.
Did he play like a big?
And no. And the Warriors were down 13-0.
Okay, but don't put it all on him.
No, but of course I'm not going to put it all on him.
There. Dre was out there. Buddy was out there. But Pods was out there.
When your 7-footer can't protect the rim or move laterally,
let's be honest, he's not out there for that. Somebody give him an open look.
Well, when
he can't, that's defense.
But he can't be a sieve on defense. I mean, you put him in the pick and roll, you may as well just automatically acknowledge somebody's going by him.
Now, do keep in mind, Stoney, this is first half rodeo.
That's right. So why did everybody think he was going to be a 14-point per game scorer?
But, Stoney, I'm like a DVR with you in our show. There were some mornings and afternoons we talked about goo. I'm doing my Stoney risotto. That's Post. They might have something, and they very well may.
They might. He might help them a game here, a game there.
But I don't look at last night like you were down 13-0 because of Post.
He stunk. It
wasn't his best game.
He stunk.
I got you.
And he stunk recently. If he can't make shots, and here might be the real problem. If he can't get shots off.
That's
we got a problem.
And that's why I'm like Minius. And what about Pods? He stunk, Stoney. Let's keep it real.
+1.
I need to use the restroom number 2. Give me that plus minus.
No Warrior. If somebody wants to tell, no Warrior. Let me finish because it's important. The Warriors had one player, positive plus minus last night. Brandon Pajemski.
Pods can dunk.
+1.
That's my guy. I've never seen a scouting report get around so fast. Stoney, they have figured out that move, the deceleration. He's throwing it back out into interceptions. Like, it's gotten to that point. I want to just Pods. They figured that out, son. Yeah.
I know. And it kind of stinks, too, because I was starting to get really good in that celebration he used to do when he played against Charlotte and when he played against Utah.
I'm just thinking, what happened to those days?
They're playing a playoff team.
No doubt, man. It gets real.
I mean, I'll give, you know how Oprah was like, you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
Yeah.
It's like you could do that with the Warriors. You stunk, and you stunk, and him over there stunk. And you know what? The Timberwolves stunk in game 1. Here we go.
Our guy, Ken, comes in here. Board op Ken comes in here during the break. He goes, what's the rotation? I'm like, dude, it's tryouts right now. I don't know.
I know the starting lineup tomorrow.
I don't know.
Starting lineup's going to be Pods, Hield, Green, JK, Butler.
Well, if we're talking plus minus, I mean, Draymond Green and Braxton Key had the same plus minus. So what's the difference,
Which was what?
-3.
Oh, that was pretty good for last night.
Yeah.
Horace is in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing?
I'm doing great, fellas. How you doing?
We're doing well, thank you.
All right. Hey, man, I just want to tell you, look, I'm one of the biggest Warrior fans out there. I love the way Draymond Green actually plays the game when he plays it right. But I'm going to tell you something, man. These guys that calling up talking about, hey, you got to understand Draymond Green's a 6'6" center. Oh, you got to understand he's a bulldog. You got to understand he's got to do it that way. And he's got to. No, I ain't going for it, man. I love the Warriors. But listen, let me tell you who don't have to understand that. The other team don't have to understand that crap. No. The referees don't have to understand it. Jordan Poole don't have to understand it. Steven Adams don't have to understand it. Rudy Gobert don't have to understand it. I'm getting so tired. As much as I love the Warriors, I'm getting so tired of this Draymond Green crap. All you're doing is rewarding bad behavior. Hey, it's their fault that they chose to make a 6'6" center. You know, nobody has to understand that crap, man. I'm so tired of these excuses they make for him for going out there wreaking havoc on people and getting away with it. That's all I got to say.
No, Horace,
thanks,
I love you for keeping it real,
Appreciate it, Horace. And Horace has turned into a loyal listener, and he is usually more positive or, you know, so I'll tell you what, like, let me tell you something. What? No, I even though I've never met Horace, I feel like I kind of know him.
I do that with all the callers.
I can tell the kind of I can tell he's a man of honor.
The fabric.
Yeah, I think you can just tell, and
I get that.
And he thinks it's too much.
But what about the lady that says she hit a coworker? That'll stay with. She said it. You don't want to believe it. Right.
Well, welcome to the new America.
Yeah.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah.
Just. You know. Oh boy, I am a little shocked today. I will at the surprise
and that
at how the Warriors lost last night. That's like
it's the ineptness.
No, it's
Jimmy is in the slow lane and he needs to be in the diamond lane.
What'd you think? You're going to sweep the Minnesota Timberwolves?
No, not sweep.
Okay,
get more than 13 shots.
Well, then tell that to Butler. But you can't.
No.
Because you can't tell him how to play.
And that's all I thought about last night from you. And he was up there telling you again in his leather do-rag. He was telling you.
Well, he did say at the end, you know, if you need me to do that,
well, he said that the day before, the night before the game when he said, I'm going to go in the lab, work on my one-on-one game because I know they're going to need scoring.
Ask your question. You know, you're always this.
I got something
You're
for you
always
too.
this big guy about Stein. He can get a shot off. Hey, Steiny, I respect the guy who get 29 shots.
No, that's real.
Even
Ken,
if
you looking at
yeah,
me.
well, guess what? Maybe Butler can't
And
generate
that's where
25
I was
shots.
going.
No, you weren't, because you didn't
are.
say it. You think he can. Maybe he can.
I'm saying it now because
Well,
it's on my list. Listen.
It's too late.
What do you think of Butler's burst? He plays at his own pace, Donnie, but that burst, I don't know if it's that Miami playoff Jimmy burst.
But
when there's no Curry, I'm watching it.
But we were talking about some of this when they were winning.
But you had
that he's in the lane and he jumps up and he can't do, like, how many times has he gone into the lane, jumped,
But I thought he was like Picanha, pacing himself then. That's what we talked about, right? He's pacing himself. Yeah.
Sometimes I think people live in fantasy land.
Tattoo, deep lane. You remember that?
Yeah.
Help me out
Hervey
now.
Villachese.
Who?
Hervey Villachese was the
I didn't have his name.
the plane. Ricardo Montalban.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Fantasy Island.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I used to watch that all the time.
They should do a reboot.
They should, actually.
They did.
Oh.
With who?
It was more of a thriller type of movie. I think
Michael Jackson.
M. Night Shyamalan might have done it.
I'm rubbing off on you, Stoney.
All right, we got here. A-Rod in Berkeley. What's up, A-Rod? How you doing?
Yo, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Going well, thanks.
I wanted to comment on where I think we ended up losing the game last night. There was a point where we're, I think, within 6 or 5. It's 65-59. Kuminga at this point is a perfect 7 for 7 from the field.
Okay.
And then timeout by the T-Wolves. Next time we come back in, there's a whole new 5 out on the floor. And Kuminga's on the bench for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Why is a guy who is a perfect 7 for 7, doesn't need the rest, is being then taken out, and then he doesn't come back in for another 3 or 4 minutes? I think at that point we were closing it, and then he went out. We had no offense, got stagnant. By the time he came back in, we just didn't have it anymore.
Twitter
So
went
that's my
crazy.
thought, guys.
No, good call. That was the sequence, Donnie.
Okay, and let me take you through the sequence again, and let me tell you what I think, but everybody's going to disagree with me. The score is 62-55.
All right.
That's the closest they got. They had the ball down 7. Jimmy Butler traveled. Okay? Naz Reid hits a 3. Kuminga hits a 3, back to 7. DiVincenzo hits a 3 5 seconds later.
Right.
And they're back up 10.
Yep.
Okay.
Draymond misses.
Draymond misses.
All right.
Edwards rebounds.
Yep.
McDaniels misses. Pajemski turns it over, and then McDaniels gets a running dunk, and it's now 70-58.
Yeah.
And we're now 2 minutes after they had cut it to 7.
But let me just ask you his point. Do you still down 12 constitute Peyton coming in for Kuminga, who's your hottest guy?
First of all, here's what I disagree completely with. Oh, Sonny, he's 22. He could just play all day. No, he can't. Not if he hasn't been playing. You can't play him 12 minutes at a time if he's at 0. So he had 7 minutes. The game was at 12. It was at 12. It wasn't at 7.
Yeah.
So
but you're still kind of in it. You know what I mean? 12 ain't 20.
Okay, so then the other guys who play, and everybody's going to have to play, have to keep it tight, and then get Kuminga back in there, and maybe he can bring it home. But, I mean, what was the score at half? 15. All right, so it was 15 at half. Okay, when they called the timeout and took Kuminga out, it was 12. It was 12. They made up 2 points. Anyway.
Yeah.
Just trying to tell you what to...
Tomato.
No. Let's go to Eric in San Mateo.
What's going on?
Hey, man.
I just wanted to say I really love your guys' show. I'm driving most of the day at my job, and I listen to the roast, and then you guys, and then what's it called?
Willard and Diz.
Yeah. A lot of people forget that one.
You guys are the ones, man. I don't want to pick favorites, but you guys got that dynamic, man.
Man. Look at it.
Had a baby.
What I wanted to say is, so last night again, I was watching the game, and I felt the whole time we were playing with house money, so I wasn't really too pressed about ever seeing how bad the score looked. But after the game, when I seen Jimmy's his post game press conference, and he's in his little leather Dewey, and he's talking about I don't got any expectations, man, and if I need to hit 40, I'm capable of it. And the thing is, it's like, do we not need that right now? I'm wondering, because up until now we have not seen playoff Jimmy yet. We haven't. And my question to you guys is there a lack of urgency from Jimmy that we should be seeing? Because at this point, it feels like it. It feels like it.
I'm gonna hold out till tomorrow after tomorrow's game.
Oh, go ahead. One more.
One more thing on alarming thing to me is that on offense, the person with the most confidence and Honeys is Pascal Steiny. White smoke. Why is that, man?
Hey, you're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah,
so
he had a problem. You giving the. I did too
with what?
With the nickname so fast.
That's the beauty of it.
Nah, but
that's the beauty of it. He's going to be
he wasn't bad last night.
Okay,
but
so what? So you shouldn't call Scalabrini White Mamba. He didn't play much. What's your point?
Yeah,
that's part of what makes it so good.
Every time he had the ball, I just was waiting for it to be Larry Bird. I'm like, that's damn Steiny. That's all of us. Hey, it's 1-1, right?
If you say so.
You going tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yep. What time you getting there?
5:30
start.
Might be there all day tomorrow. We'll see. Might go to shoot-arounds. We'll see.
I got some plans too.
We'll see. Yeah. Let's wait.
Yeah,
can you hold on?
I'm ready.
Can you hold on to it till Monday?
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, that's all I want.
I can't.
Because
I didn't tell the homies.
If it falls through, then it's going to be.
Yeah, Risotto looking like what y'all talking about. But Monday, Steiny. And hopefully we're talking about a 2-1 Warrior lead. But Jimmy's got to step up.
What if he can't?
And that's.
Do you think Jimmy can score 40 in a game, a playoff game right now? Can Jimmy forget 40, 35?
Wow.
What's his season high with the Warriors? Has he even had 30?
I want to say 37. Wasn't it 37?
Oh, maybe
I think he had 37.
I think you might be right.
If I hit this,
37. That's right. Him and Curry were spectacular.
Oh, Risotto's looking like,
Uh-oh. They're both looking.
What is it?
We're trying.
Oh, okay.
You just got to go to his game log. Just go to his game log and look at it, and then find PTS at the top, and then just go down that column.
My man.
And see if there's a number, let's say over 30.
Oh, my man.
There's a bunch of 25s in here.
Oh, boy. I thought he had 37 one game. He did.
I kind of
26.
Hold on, Jimmy.
Give it to me,
It's
Stoney.
20. It's 30. The last regular season game was 30.
Okay, game logs.
Damn.
24, 25.
No 37, huh? No.
Points. And that was in a regular season game. But that was a big regular season game, right? That was the
last game against the Clippers.
Yeah, against the Clippers. He had 30.
Wow.
In a loss.
You asked me, is he capable of getting 35?
In the playoffs.
Yeah. With no Curry.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. If they win, he has to. That's the only way they can win. What if Edwards comes out here tomorrow and drops 35 or 40, which he could easily do?
What if they lose? What if he does that and they lose? The Timberwolves. There's no recipe.
What's their record when he goes for 35 or more? That's what Minnesota's good and they're long. They're playing.
They were good and they were long before the series started. And you know what they're doing?
They don't got to double anybody. It's just straight up defense.
And yet you're surprised that the Warriors got beat last night. All right, Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Before you hit the road for that well-earned getaway, swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment. Stay in your car, and it's done in about 15 minutes. Visit Bay Area Oil Change for locations and coupons. Willard coming in to cheer everybody up, and Dan Dibley, too, on 95.7. Okay.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is, it's the crossover today.
Yeah.
And today, it always, on Fridays, it's sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
This is amazing.
The What's Bugging You tag.
Whatever.
The What's Bugging You segment's coming up in about 12 minutes. Willard and Dibbs in the house.
Real quick, I got to start. Dibbs said count the bucket. I was right. What did you find out about Jimmy's career high, his game high, being a Warrior? I was right.
What?
37.
When?
In the play-in.
That doesn't count.
Help me out.
That is stricken from the books.
Well,
find me that box score. If you can find me the box score, I'll believe it happened.
That's not my job. He scored 37. Dibbs counted.
I can find you the box score.
Yeah.
The point is,
I bet it takes you at least 10 minutes.
Go ahead. Internet.
Go ahead right now. Try it. Go ahead, Dibbs. Yes.
No problem.
it counts because it's a game that the league, the association, it's a game that the association determined actually matters. And whether or not that they put that in Basketball Reference or wherever they put that, that's on them. They had a basketball game. He played. He had 37. He gets credit for that.
Dibbs, you used to work. You used to work with a guy who would say this. Yeah, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Okay. Yeah. I called him like 3 months. Well, I called him like 17 times.
Really?
And then 3 months ago, he answered.
He's having something in Chicago right now.
Of course, leave it to Willard.
We had a nice conversation.
Leave it to Willard to have Christy send him that box score.
Willard found the box score. Wow.
Shout out Doug.
Right here. It was really hard. I went to ESPN on the date they played it.
Count
and
the
there
bucket
it is.
for Goo and the
computer.
You come to Gary.
Why isn't it on Basketball Reference?
Because
I want an hour worth of that. Wow.
That's the wrong
How's he doing?
Gary's doing great. His youngest son, and you know, he had a first family like me. He had a first family and a second family, and I believe his youngest son is a junior or a senior in high school in San Jose.
Wow. Okay.
He's going to high school where Gary actually went to high school.
That's tight.
So Gary is kind of splitting time between San Jose and the city And
just for the Gary, man.
I don't want to give too much away about what Gary and I talked about, but he's doing well, and his
coming
son's
on your
doing
show.
well. And no.
Oh, I'd probably tear up.
We didn't even go there.
I got you.
Like actually, I mentioned it, and he's like, God, come on. He doesn't want to do that.
He's the man, Willard.
I got to give him credit. He walked away and he stayed away.
Wow.
And he said he was going to do it.
Yeah.
He's the man.
There's a problem with your point, though, Goo.
Oh, boy.
There's a problem with your point.
The 37?
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to me.
Are you ready for it? It wasn't 37.
Oh, no.
What happened, Steiny?
I don't know.
You told me it was 37.
No, I heard it from Ken.
It was 38.
Oh, okay.
Steph scored 37.
Blaming Ken.
Ken.
38. So
Been bad today, bud.
As usual, you're both wrong with everything that you say. Both of you.
All right, what do you...
Willard,
tell me
we got a
something.
bet going with you.
Tell
And
me
how you
something
feeling.
about...
I heard it. I heard it. Tell me something good.
Wow.
What's the bet?
You think he's going to be positive, and I'm like, he might not be. I don't know.
Or you want me to, save Guru's mentality
No.
today or something.
I just want you to do what you normally do, which is, it was a game 2. They were up 1-0.
Pivotal.
It's look what happened to Denver. They're coming home 1-1.
Well, it's a free swing.
But he didn't. There you go. Free swing.
We all agreed yesterday it was a free swing. You're not allowed to be mad today.
Yeah.
I don't care what the hell happened. You're not allowed to be mad. But I was shocked at what some of the people calling your show were saying about Steve Kerr. Take a lap. All of you. Go get an iced coffee and calm down. We're in the second round of the freaking playoffs. Butler's missed 2 games. Curry's missed a game. And you're coming at coaching and you're acting like they're supposed to be ready for this? You're supposed to spend time all year being ready for Steph Curry to not play. Are you crazy? If you get ready for Steph Curry to not play, do you know what you're doing this week? You're watching. You're in Cancun. You don't get to play this week if you spend all year developing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing some of your people say. Are you guys, are we really, you're down on Steve Kerr?
No.
Not you.
Yeah.
Really? Really?
Well,
wow. He's down on Butler.
No, I'm real quick,
you're not.
before you go, I'm not mad. I was just disappointed. Just because you're up 1-0 doesn't mean you can't go up 2-0. And again, Minnesota was all-time bad game 1. But what scares me is the fact that he didn't go ultra-aggressive offensively with Shotgate. He spoke about it with the leather do-rag at the podium after.
Yep.
But Willard, I need 20 to 25 shots from him tomorrow. If you tell me that's not going to happen, Dibs, I can tell you they didn't win. Is he hurt?
He's not going to do that. He's going to play basketball the way that he thinks basketball should be played. And I respect it, because Jimmy Butler does not look at a game, all right, Steph's out, I need to cook. I need to get the I need to shoot 25 times. Jimmy Butler goes on every possession and looks at it like, what can I do to make us the best and to make us have the best shot we can have? And if that means he shoots 4 times or 28 times, I admire Jimmy Butler for that, because Jimmy Butler looks at basketball as a basketball player, not like I'm a 1, I'm Batman, I need to cook, I need to this, I need to that. He looks at it like, how do we get the best shot we can right now? And I don't think that he thinks about his numbers or what people think about his numbers.
Well, he has 8 career 40-point playoff games in the playoffs. And how do you get the moniker of playoff Jimmy or Jimmy Buckets, and you only take 3 more shots than Dre? That's not helping the team.
Well, last night, maybe not. But I do think that Jimmy looks at this game and this series and this situation different. Like when he was in Miami, and Steiny, you mentioned it earlier about Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo, and even before those guys,
they're not bums.
No, but they might have been back then. They were young players when he was taking 28 shots a game, and now he's on a team where maybe he can't do that. And Steiny, you made a great point earlier, and I hate to keep praising you because it makes me nauseous, but the whole idea about Minnesota, they're not buying the pump fake. No. And so Jimmy gets down there, and Jimmy loves the pump, and then you buy it, and then now I'm on the line, and same thing with Pods.
They're learning it. They are learning it, man.
Finchie's got him coached up, so if Jimmy Butler gets down deep against a guy who is 5 inches taller, and you pump fake, and they don't buy it, Well, now what, Jimmy? Now what?
Throw a grenade. I haven't heard a pass called a grenade until these playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, right.
And what did Moses throw at the hoop at that on that?
When you
breakaway?
find out, call me.
You could call that whatever.
Wow.
No, he actually. The only thing I would say differently than what you just said, Dibbs, is he might shoot it 25 times.
Right.
But he has to think that that's the right thing to do in that moment. So it's whatever the read is. One thing that surprises me sometimes when we watch this, especially as Warrior fans. This has been such brilliant basketball for 12 years.
Oh, man.
This is not just individuals going out to play ball. That's not what this is. That's kind of why I got really bummed to hear some fans be like, here we go because of one good half. Now we're back to Kerr has ruined Kuminga and you weren't ready for this moment. You
knew that was coming.
Of course, but you can't this isn't individuals and then just go play basketball and beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. There's a plan, there's strategy, there are plays being run, there are analytics, there's a whole thing that the Warriors are doing out there. And it's not just, here, you five, go cook the other five. There's an actual plan here, and the plan gets blown to smithereens when Steph Curry gets hurt. So now you need a new plan, and you've got to crash course it, and you can't do that overnight. So we probably should have expected last night even more than we did. And I don't mean the final score. I mean the fact that this was an exploration mode game. They've got to find some new things that work because what they do doesn't work anymore because he's not there.
Yeah, he affects everybody. Every player that he'd be on the court with. I will say this about Butler. Now we've seen him, about a half a year?
Yeah.
Yep.
And, I always say when you see a guy 40 times, it's different than when you see some highlights in Miami. He is a very different kind of player.
Very.
I mean,
a little bit of a throwback, right?
He really is. I mean, he's like a guy who, in a way, he floats like Wiggins, but while he's floating, he's doing more than Wiggins did.
And don't dare tell him to do more.
But he refuses to take chances if he doesn't think they're necessary. And one of the things is he hates to turn the ball over, so most of his passes are like solid passes. They're not trying to thread a needle. He doesn't want to turn it over. And I just find him very, very interesting. And with Steph Curry, you can see why and how they were pretty good. But no Steph Curry changes everything. There's a news flash.
Well, I mean, for everyone. And so if you're asking Jimmy Butler to step up now and become like the one, the way Steph was the one, I think you're right, Steiny. That's not what he does. At times, when there's a matchup that he can exploit, well, then, Jimmy will cook. And this is not the same Jimmy that it was in Miami a few years back when he took an 8 seed to the playoffs. He's older, and this team is...
And hurt. I still think that thing's lingering.
And that's what he said. So he's a little bit hampered and all the rest of it. But the way this team plays is also very different.
Yeah. You want to do what's bugging you? All right, we'll do it. What's bugging you is sponsored by...
We should do the legal first, probably.
Thank you.
Before we get deep into
Time
it.
for the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's time for What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Ticks are tough. They may even latch on to you and your pets, but Atco Pest Control, they're tougher. Our expert solutions eliminate tick populations and help keep them from coming back. Don't wait to protect your home and family. Today, visit AtcoPestControl.com and mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment. $10 off any tick treatment.
Nice. And I know you got pest issues at home. I heard that earlier.
Oh, tell Willard about the text you got. He hadn't heard. Dibs heard.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It's about as bad a text as you could possibly get.
Did you respond to it?
Yeah,
of course,
I said,
it's his partner.
I texted back an expletive. It said, we may need an exterminator.
You know what that would be, right?
Oh, man, Will.
You could say it.
Fortunately, we have one in Atco Pest Control
there
right
you
on.
go.
It would be an extermination sensation.
Yes, it would.
What do you need to exterminate?
What do you think?
Termites?
No.
The rats.
No, I heard you guys talking about rats.
They're my kryptonite.
Well,
I ain't seen them in a minute.
You guys have spent an entire career making fun of rats, so now you get it. You've been
I respect the rat.
You've been putting rats on tables.
Oh yeah,
for almost
I got
a decade.
Dude, it's my kryptonite.
In this city, and so
we had a coworker
what
come
goes
in
around
here
comes around.
say that a rat came in his living room, stared at him like it was tough.
Oh yeah,
and just stared at him. I said I would have fainted. Call Kaiser. Here I come.
We should call him Rat Spencer because they're just like him. They ain't
That's a
scared.
3.
They are
That
not
might
scared.
be a 4.
Might be.
They will. They'll just look at you. And they're like, we're heading out to get a bite to
Steiny
eat.
jinxed him yesterday on Pat Spencer.
Yeah,
Gave him a
that
nickname.
That didn't go well.
White Smoke.
You want to know how scared I am of rats? Yeah. I'm more scared of them than Willard.
Dude, they are the worst.
Willard used to be the name of a rat in a movie that was...
Willard the
Ben
rat.
and Willard?
It's what's that?
Was it Ben and Willard? Willard and Ben
I'm not old enough to know.
Okay.
I'm old enough to know that when I was a kid, old people would be like, "Oh, like Willard the rat." And
I love that I don't know that reference.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll look it up when I can. And then I had to wait for Google to get invented, and then I learned what is about a little bit. But yeah, it's before my time.
Steiny, wow.
Yeah, and I know this, Steiny, because your old house back near Highland Hospital, there was a major rat issue. And I know that, there were a couple of rat sightings that were like the size of cats.
New York rats.
When rats become cats.
Well, the problem is when roads are worked on for construction, it gets the rats out of their routine.
Yep. Yeah.
And then all right. Who wants to start? All right, I will.
All right.
Here's what's bugging me. It happened to me yesterday. Did I miss a memo?
Sure.
Uh-oh.
You're allowed to take motorcycles on BART now?
Wait, motorcycles?
Have you seen...
Not an actual motorcycle.
Dude.
At least you're lucky. At least you were lucky enough to go on BART.
I thought it said Suzuki. That's all I know. I'm telling you.
Shout out Ichiro.
This was like... it used to be the little... electronic bike you could carry. I'm telling you, this thing was 300 horsepower, and they're wheeling it into BART.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But, one rule of thumb I try to abide by is don't say anything to a stranger on BART.
Well,
I told you that.
I mean, you haven't learned that by now?
Yeah.
What's more offensive to you, though? Isn't it interesting that we've arrived at a time where you can bring an animal? You can bring an animal onto BART, and nobody will even blink. But if you bring a motorcycle that's turned off, somehow that bothers you
takes
more.
up a lot of space.
But
Mark.
it's not going to lick you. I don't think.
No.
Funny you say that about not talking to strangers, because today, just coming in this morning, there was a young couple, and this young man is on his phone, and clearly his girlfriend is like looking for attention, and I'm looking at these two from behind, and I'm like, dude, I hope that you like realize that this is it for you. Like you'll never do any better than that. And finally, he gave her some attention. And so I get to my stop, and they're sitting there, and I walk up, and I give him the very gentle finger on the shoulder, and he looks over, and I said, she's a keeper. And she looks over at me, and she smiles, and I said, dude, don't blow it. She's a keeper. And I walked out. Because
did you ever say so wrong? No,
he kind of smiled. No, dude, trust me. I profiled him properly.
That's gutsy to go touch the guy.
Yeah,
it was very gentle. It wasn't a shake. It was like one of those nudges where you look over, and I just told him, you better be careful.
Yeah.
She's a keeper. And he kind of like looked at me like, oh, okay. And she smiled, and I said, dude, don't blow it. And I just walked away because he probably will blow it, but I wanted her to know that he is like already way over his skis, and for him, he needs to know that this is it for him, dude. He'll never do better.
Your take lives right in the middle of charming and creepy.
Not at all.
It lives right in
like
it's neither charming nor creepy.
It's looking both ways going,
you know what it is, Mark? It was educational because for you as a younger man and me as a younger man, I would have loved to have somebody like tap me on the shoulder in a moment where I eventually would blow it. I would love to have an OG be like, dude, this is it for you. Like, this is your thing.
This is it for you.
And
I hope nobody ever taps me on the shoulder and says that.
Well, when you were 23, yeah. You probably made a lot of mistakes. I'll go next because I'm hogging the mic.
Who, me?
I'm doing Westbrook. What's bugging me is Tesla drivers with the Elon circle / sticker on the back.
Oh.
You don't get to do that.
Wow.
You bought a Tesla. He owns Tesla. You don't get to buy a Tesla and then have I have a Tesla, but I'm down on Elon. You know what? You're doing that because you don't want people to slash your tires.
There it is.
And I want to slash your tires more because you're a phony. You bought a Tesla. He owns Tesla. You don't get to say, no, thank you, Elon. No, I'm a circle / Elon, but I bought a Tesla. You're a fraud. You're more likely to get vandalized than you think you are. That's what's bugging me.
That's pretty good.
Facts.
Pretty funny. You could sell your Tesla.
Yeah.
That's what's funny about it.
And I would have that sticker
on it.
Yeah.
We're still going to drive it.
They're public enemy number one right now.
But you got the circle / I have a Tesla, but I don't cohort with Elon. Well, you bought his car.
It's basically stand on business.
Thank you. Stand on it.
Can we save you for last?
Oh, go ahead.
Yours is usually the most fun. Anyway, this has happened 2 days in a row.
Don't butter me up.
No, it's not
too late.
It's not. It's not a big. You were right about the play-in game. No, it's not a big deal. I don't know why it gets under my skin the way it does. This started in COVID, and a lot of businesses just still have never decided to fix it.
Okay.
If you're at a business, you have to answer your phone.
Oh, wow.
You have to answer. You're a business. You're not a person. A person doesn't have to answer their phone. You can't call a business at 11 in the morning, just went to voicemail. If you've reached this during business hours, it means we're flipping ignoring you because we're smoking weed in the back closet.
Oh, man.
What are you doing? You're running a business, and I'm trying to call you to use your business. Answer your phone.
Man.
Why is that? I don't even understand it.
I don't even understand.
The employees are all there.
Can you help me fix my phone?
Pick up the phone. That's all.
I love it.
I'm trying to give you my business.
Just answer. You can't.
No.
I don't even know why you have voicemail. That's for when you're closed. You're open.
It's like, what are you doing?
Pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Probably, yeah.
Go ahead.
So this is a recycle one, but it happened to me last night after the game. My sister, Tina, she does so much for us and my father. Got off work late, had an issue, and she came home. Nobody cooked, so she wanted something. And I said, hey, as a brother, I'll go get you something. What do you want? Golden Arches. Don't judge me. Or her. So I go out to the Golden Arches to get what we deem fast food, listening to Evan on the post game.
You just did 2 fingers.
Yeah, buddy.
Go ahead.
But when in the 80s and 70s, you got the brown bag as soon as you paid. Why do I got to go now to what they have? Can you go to lane 3? And there's people in lane 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm waiting 10, 12 minutes, Steiny. When did fast food be slow food? And I want to know, what are you guys doing in there to where the breakdown is? I can pay you, but who's cooking? Who's on fries? Why am I had to wait 15 minutes, and then I ain't no punk. But then you look in the other cars like, who am I in line with? And then it gets to that, like, I just want to get my bag and go to the house.
Yeah.
That's all. Dibs, they need management. Like, I wanted to get out the car and knock on the door.
Yeah.
What's the backup?
Just 2 follow-up questions, if I may. One, what time was it?
We gave about 10:20.
Okay.
At night.
Yeah. At night.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
A little bit of a shorter
And it was
staff.
packed, yeah.
And the second thing is,
Shorter
because you get outside of Prime, right? And you get here, you walk in this building at 10:20, and you don't have a full house of people.
That might be peak hours at McDonald's. But anyway,
if I may, my second follow-up, was there a specialty part of the order? Like, can I get a...
No, she wanted a cheeseburger, small fry.
That's it?
I should be out.
You didn't like hold the ketchup.
No, none of that.
One pickle, not 2.
But don't forget the other people that were waiting before me.
No, I can answer.
So I pull up like,
what happened.
this happens all the time.
No, I can answer what happened. I'm with you, but I know what happened. What? This is all because of DoorDash. This is because the majority of the orders are not coming from the people who are in that parking lot.
It happens at Chipotle.
You're at an app. You're at a
goodness.
You're at Uber Eats, and
I'm waiting to get served, and here comes a whole line.
It's kind of like when you go to Starbucks and there's 2 people there, and you're like, why is this taking 15 minutes, and why are there 738 cups over there?
Yeah.
Because all the orders.
That is wrong.
They all came from outside the building.
Give me back to the 80s.
Right.
But you're right. It's like a ride at Disneyland. You know, when you get to the front of the line, they're like, go to lane 4.
Oh, my.
You go to lane 6. It's like that now. Where you get in line and you have to go to a certain door and sit there and wait.
This stinks.
Yep.
Well, I think that most of the people who were inside working at the McDonald's were probably listening to Evan.
Well, there you go.
So, I mean, it's like...
After a loss.
Yeah,
I mean,
slow after
seriously.
a loss.
Yeah, and the bottom line, though, is on the fast food experience, whether it's the Arches or the King or the Bell or whatever, go inside. Going inside,
but I couldn't go. Yeah, it was like it was late.
Locked up.
Yeah, locked up.
Yeah, shout out
especially
Akon.
these days. Yeah,
I got it. Yeah.
All right.
I feel better.
I just saw a story come in. You guys might want to monitor it. It's not
What's
a big story.
going on?
Pat Riley just apparently gave his season-ending, State of the Union. And he talked about Jimmy Butler.
Oh.
How he impacted their season, but he wishes him well. But there's some interesting stuff in it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Pat Riley coming out after a loss.
Yeah,
Could have just
Where was
paid
that
him.
after a game 1 win,
Hey,
Pat?
you know
just
what?
paid
What
him.
a phony.
Could have just paid
Well,
him.
that was part of it. He said, "Why should I have to apologize for not giving somebody a contract extension that we didn't feel we wanted to give him?"
Well, then why should he have to apologize for bucking in the other direction when he doesn't agree with you? Like he's an employee on a contract year.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, did you find the paint for your house yesterday? I listened while I was going to the doctor.
We got some samples.
Okay.
We got some samples.
You took stuff off of other people's homes?
Nope. We knocked on their door.
Did you?
You did not.
No way, Stoney.
You didn't.
And then
of course.
if they weren't home, we had a little note that said, "Hey, we love the color of your house. We're looking to do it. Here's my email if you know the exact colors."
You can't be knocking on people's doors.
Nobody does that anymore.
I know. It's terrifying now when somebody knocks on your door.
Well, but
you get down when someone knocks on your door.
There was one caveat. We were doing it in Piedmont. So, yeah.
All right.
I mean, in Piedmont, I saw a 9-year-old walking a dog by himself. Like, Piedmont's like
when I said
Mayberry.
yesterday that you were profiling, you looked at me sideways.
I chuckled when I
What does
heard
that mean again?
But you were. Yeah, listen. You went to the ritzy neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Why not?
You're profiling.
Well, it's the closest neighborhood to us, but we're not part of it. We're not part of it.
Close.
And a couple, like one gentleman was working on his car in the garage. Excuse me.
Oh.
How you doing?
Oh, man. Dude, he probably thought you were going to sell him an encyclopedia or something.
I had a nice sweater on.
That's even worse.
Yeah. All right.
Well, walking up to people in their homes.
Listen, you guys got a job to do today, and it's called cheering up the masses.
If the masses are in need of being cheered up, then I can't help them.
They did it wrong.
1-1.
Yeah, they did it
and
wrong.
you still have home court. So, whatever. My partner, Captain Positive, is going to have to take a backseat to me because I'm going to be even more positive than the captain.
Oh, boy.
Absolutely.
How about that?
Your boy Finchie's in trouble.
Have you talked to him?
I asked him on air. He said, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
What does he say?
I said, I'll see you tomorrow.
And what'd he say?
He said, okay.
Did he like it or did he say okay?
All right, I'm going to tell you this.
Ooh.
You better.
Yeah.
He said,
I want the truth.
I said, I'll see you tomorrow. And he said, I got your sweater.
I got your sweater?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like what I'm wearing right now, Minnesota Timberwolves. I love Washington Wizards.
Where are you sitting tomorrow night?
It's funny you asked that too, Willard, and you're really being nosy, but that's fine. I'm in a good mood.
Right.
I actually texted Raymond Ritter and said, is there anything like standing room at Chase? You know, they have standing room only.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, we have a couple places like that. And I was like, okay, I know where I'm going.
But how weak is it that I'm just talking to my two comrades that Finchie's not on the show?
Yeah, did you even
you don't think like
did you even ask?
We'll see.
Then that's what hurts. He didn't even ask.
Relax.
No, Dibber's just that was your guy, I'd be like, yeah, pull up on us.
We're all grown. We're going to wait till they get down 3-1, and then I'll have them on. How about that?
Where are you watching tomorrow night? Or are you going?
I got
what? Where are you going?
No. I'm leaving.
You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that.
I'm leaving.
Wait a minute. What was that?
Mark,
I got a little invite somewhere. I might be out of town.
Mark, let me get off the air. We have that minute.
That's fine.
We'll tell you.
That's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm off.
All right.
The whole room.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right.
That was like that ride at Disneyland where the floor just falls out.
It was like Bart this morning. We got to stop down.
Yeah, we'll talk to you Monday.
I stepped in dog poop and it was more comfortable than that.
This is Tom Petty.
Wow.
He's working on something big. On 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. It's totally okay.
It's
Wait a minute.
okay.
Did you all not hear the show yesterday?
Right?
What the hell's going on?
Did you not hear me tell you that was going to happen?
It's a free swing.
It was Nostradamus. I said they'd lose by 30.
Yes.
And you're like, really? And I said, well, maybe 20 and whatever. And I said, you know what?
You were wrong.
I said, you're going to lay the 10.5. If you're a betting person, which I'm not, that one was as predictable as a Brock Purdy telegraph pass against Kansas City.
Yes or no?
Or Baltimore.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, in terms of result. No, in terms of sort of why and how.
Yes, how?
No.
They were down 13-0.
Understood that. Yeah, that's
Night.
No, not really, because they still made it a game in the third quarter and all that stuff. My point is this. It was very evident quickly what Steve was doing, but I didn't think that he was going to do it. I didn't know before the game that he's going to turn yesterday into a tryout. He turned it into a tryout. And I know that a lot of you are bugged by that. How can you do that in a playoff game? My response would be, now that I see him do it, and I watch the way the players play, I don't know how you not do that. I don't know how the Warriors were supposed to know how to play in the playoffs on the road without Steph Curry. And I don't know why some of you think that they should know that. Why would they know that? How would they know that? Unless you actually think that the Warriors win basketball games because the 8 guys who play are just godlike figures and they can go out there and they can beat other NBA teams without a plan. They just go out there because they're that much better. If that's what you believe, then that's what you believe. But I believe what Steve has been telling us all year long, which is that there is a process of trial and error. And then there was a major acquisition, and it arrived at a spot where the Warriors, as Steve has said over and over, we found something. Well, that thing they found in February is now gone. It's gone because their best player's hurt. So you got to go refine something else. You have to do it very quickly. And the quickest way to do it, I would argue, is not to try one thing and then realize after a game, oops, that was wrong. Now let's try something else in game 3. Oops, that was wrong. Now you're down 2-1. Let's try. No, try it all. Try it all right now so we can see what does work and what doesn't work. And if it's a winnable game, go for it. If it's not, fine. It's 1-1. Let's go home with a clue about what we're going to try to do on Saturday night. I thought it made perfect sense once I saw him do it.
Yeah, and I thought that would be the way he would go going into it. Now, did I think that they would play 14 guys in the first half? No, I didn't think that they would go that dramatically in that direction, but I told you yesterday that I thought that it was going to be a throw everything at the wall kind of game and figure out who you have and what works. And you know what? Quentin Post played 3.5 minutes, and he was a minus 13. They were down 13-0, and it was not all his fault. But after 3.5 minutes, you realized, okay, maybe Quentin's not the guy for this game. So who else? Who else can we go to? And eventually you went to TJD. You played Knox. You played almost everybody on the roster in that first half. Pat Spencer. Okay, turns out that Pat's probably not the long-term answer. Moses Moody. My goodness. My God. Moses, where are you? Like, you might as well be in a red and white striped shirt. We can call you Waldo because where are you, Waldo? But I do think that over the course of the first half last night, Steve Kerr and company got a look at everybody, and they probably now know who might work, who might not work, what combos work. We don't know that, but I do think you looked at that game, especially the first half, and you realize that there are 3 or 4 guys who are probably not quite ready for the moment.
All right, so we're fully aware you're all going to call us homers all day for the takes that we just threw out there, but let me explain why it's an extension of the fact that those of you who disagree with what Dibbs and I just said, you're the homers. You're the homers, not us. It's you.
Not us?
No, it's you.
It's always us.
You want to know why? You want to know why it's you? Do you understand how myopic it is for any of you to think that the Warriors are just going to go right out and beat the Wolves without Steph Curry? Do you understand how unbelievably myopic that is? Like, honestly, I want to just look at people and be like, where do you get off? Like, how disrespectful are you to the opponent? And in many ways, how disrespectful are you to Steph Curry? Did you actually thought the Warriors were just going to go, yep, didn't miss a beat. Take that, Wolves. We're still better. Really? Really? That's why I'm kind of taken aback today by what sounds like many still went to their TV with expectation last night. I don't get it.
Well, I had expectation.
Well, of
and
what?
It was of that.
So do what? Yes.
Of that.
And
my expectation was Minnesota is down 1-0. They're at home. You don't have Steph. You're going to get hammered. So for me, that game was exactly what I thought it would be.
I agree with that. And I would say that you can have expectations about certain things. Like there were cutaway shots to the bench where guys were just shaking their head because there were things last night that an NBA team should not do. I don't care who's available. You just mentioned the way Moody played. I mean, they were sloppy. They were disorganized. I get it to a certain degree because they were holding tryouts right in front of our eyes. At the same time, there are specific things that certain players are doing where you're just like, you guys, come on, be an adult. So that's fine. But I am finding a lot of what I'm hearing to be a little bit surprising with regard to the idea. Again, what was the whole theme of our conversation yesterday? Hope? Yes. Expectation? No. You thought they were just going to go win because they have Warrior jerseys? I don't know, man. Who's the homer now? Like, come on, you guys. Steph Curry's out. Steph Curry is out.
Right.
You got to acknowledge that.
For sure. But
you have to.
I do look at the next 2 games, and, game 3 tomorrow and game 4 is Monday, and I look at how you can possibly win one of those games, and I do think that the blueprint last night existed because there were times where defensively you played great, and you were able to hold Minnesota at bay. And even though offensively you didn't do a lot in the first half or the second half, I think that there is a blueprint for how the Warriors can win a game against Minnesota. Because you look at the total of the game, and yeah, they had 117, but that's not really 117. Like, it was a game that was, I think, closer than that for a long time. And then you got to the fourth quarter and Steve punted and they did what they did and they won by 23. Fine. It didn't even matter what the final score was. I saw stretches in that game where the Warriors competed, the Warriors defended, the Warriors were every bit up to the task of playing Minnesota. And that, for me, is what makes me feel good about last night.
Yeah, I was asked, a good friend texted during the show and goes, Willard, do you think that they can still win a game in this series based on what we're looking at? And I'm like, absolutely. Of course they can. First of all, they're coming home. They're coming home. It is going to look different. Second of all, they're obviously in the process right now of information gathering.
Yep.
And you named some people who I think stood up, raised their hand, and said, hey, Steve, don't go to me. But there were some people who did the opposite. And you all know who the leader of that pack is. And isn't life funny?
Isn't it weird?
Life is so amazing sometimes.
He was on the podium.
Here's your shot, Jonathan. Here it is. Like we've spent 2 months at this station going back, forth, sideways, upside down about Jonathan Kuminga, often at times where it wasn't even a relevant conversation, but so many people were into it. Well, the world twisted and turned, and here it is. And he has an opportunity now to really change the entire conversation and, quite frankly, save his Warriors career if he still wants to be a Warrior. I don't even know. But Jonathan Kuminga, the Eminem song is playing. Here's your shot. Here's your shot. And he, after a terrible start, man, he did it last night. And that changes where this is going next, no doubt. All right. We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems, and we'd love to hear your calls all afternoon long. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your calls right now. Series tied 1-1, Willard and Dibbs.
Draymond. Right corner, Kuminga with 7. Waits, drives on Gobert, beats it to the rim, goes up and flushed it down right over the top of him. A dunk by Kuminga. It's a 10-point game, 62-52. What a move by Jonathan Kuminga.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Get that man an apron and let him cook.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
I thought I already killed that phrase.
No, I mean,
I don't want anyone to cook. I want the Warriors to play good basketball.
I've already bought him a spatula and some tongs and an apron.
Gonna need more than that to cook. All that'll do is flip it.
Slap it up, flip it,
put my thing
rub it down. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, no. Anyway.
That's it.
Anyway, it's a Friday. We can.
Whatever.
Anyway, we're supposed to be mad. The Warriors lost, Mark. I'm angry.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe that the Warriors went into Minnesota as double-digit underdogs in a game where the high-level opponent was desperate and didn't have their best player and lost.
If they haven't fired Kerr by now.
Chokers.
If they haven't fired Kerr by now, then I don't even know what we're doing, Lacob.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Come on.
You sit down and you dive into these games with all of the fandom and hope and all of those things. But, and sometimes we throw stuff out there before a game, and I'll straight admit it if we come in the next day and it wasn't true. It's kind of like when I said I'm never going to get mad at Buddy again. Well, 2 games in, I haven't. No, not mad at him at all.
No.
And I went into last night. What do you and I call that game? That's
Give me the gravy game.
It's the most relaxing playoff game of all time. And it was. It was. Went on over to Floodwater, Manhattan on the Rocks, get a couple of appetizers, and it's 13-0. And you're like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
So, again, there's plenty of stuff to break down, but in that scenario, once it started to unfold and you see the whole team going into the game, I thought it was pretty quickly evident what the Warrior coaching staff decided to do. And it does make sense. And I'll fully understand a fan that goes, dude, this is a playoff game. These are urgent. You can't kick these things. Well, I would argue that coaches do it all the time in moments, depending on the scenario, because it's also kind of funny that a lot of you have gotten mad at Steve Kerr for minutes for Steph Curry in the Rockets series, and you'll say, oh, this is an overusage injury. And then the next breath, you're like, how come Draymond and Jimmy are only playing 29 minutes? You got to go get that. No. You look for moments where you are doing a risk reward. And that's all that was happening last night. And so last night was true to form. That was gravy. If you could get it, awesome. But you're not going to spend your last dollar trying to get it, because it is much more likely that you will win tomorrow night. Not likely, but much more likely.
Or Monday, right?
Or Monday.
Yep.
Or maybe even both if you get lucky.
You're allowed to.
Yep. They did it last series. So how do you sort of attempt to win, see how your team's going to react, but also keep your guys fresh and gather the necessary information for games 3 and 4? Again, I know it wasn't the most fun game to watch, but I understood it.
Yeah, no doubt.
I understand what they're doing.
And I understood what was happening in real time, and I kind of thought that would be the way that game would go. And if you just look at the first quarter, when the Warriors had 15 points and they left the quarter down 14, and in that quarter, they played 11 players, which is pretty dramatic when you talk about a playoff rotation. Houston played 8 only in games 1 through 7. They never got beyond 8 unless it was garbage time. And yet in this game last night, all right, we're going to start QP, and we're going to see what he can do. 3 minutes and 18 seconds, no shot attempts, minus 13. Okay, Q, it's not going your way. We're down 13-0. We're going to go ahead and take you out. All right, Gary, get in there. Moses, fingers crossed. Can you be the Moses you were in January, in February? Well, no. All right, Pat Spencer, we caught lightning in a bottle with you little lacrosse-playing D1 basketball tough guy. Oh, boy. He was a minus 10 in 2 minutes and 48 seconds in the first quarter. All right, Gee, you're an energy guy. Get in there, Gee. All right, Gee, he did pretty well. And
turned the ball over a ton, but yeah.
Well, not in the first quarter.
Yes.
I'm just thinking about that first quarter where Steve was like,
true.
you. I'm going to give you 2 of these and 3 of these and 1 of those. And it's like everything that he tried, Gary, I don't know what happened to Gary Payton II, but he has not been the same Gary. Moses Moody is on a milk carton. And, Kevon Looney has not been effective. Kuminga came in and he was okay in the first quarter, and then he got really, really good.
I thought he was way less than okay in the first quarter. I thought he was objectively awful in the first quarter.
Were, and you actually mentioned in our show thread that he barfed on himself, and my response was that they all barfed on themselves.
But I will give Jonathan that he hung in there, and I do also, by the way, I'm going to give Jonathan some grace that some of these other players don't get because he hasn't been playing.
Yeah.
So it's like, dude, Moody, you don't really have the luxury of being like, ooh, my confidence is shot. Well, no, you don't get to do that in professional sports. Kuminga gets a minute. He gets a minute because if his confidence is shot and he's questioning himself, you get that grace, I think. But what I kept saying to the TV, because I am a TV talker, sometimes the TV will listen, usually not, but I'll talk to that TV. And I told Jonathan Kuminga through the TV in that second half, dude, just go. Whatever it is you're going to do, and I've noticed this is his biggest problem, and I think it's what drives the coaching staff crazy at times. Whatever you're going to do it.
Do it.
Do it.
I love when you do that.
If you want to pass the ball, pass the ball. If you want to attack the rim, attack the rim. What we really can't have is you sitting there with the ball in your hand going,
You doing Steiny noises?
Good Lord, dude, go. And then he went.
Yep.
And then he went like 8 of 11. And I'm like, there you go. There you go. All of these role players need to know that with Steph Curry out, I think there's more room for missed shots. Like, we're not going to come down your road. You've got to fire. They may go in. You're going to need a little luck here. Your franchise is out. He's out. You're going to need a little luck here, but be decisive with whatever you're doing and trust your instincts. And I thought in the second half, he really did that.
Yeah, no doubt.
So awesome. They're going to need that now.
They're going to need a lot of it. And I'm just looking at the first quarter, and they're down 25-7, and Steve Kerr calls timeout, and they put 5 players in, and they took 5 players out. That's all you need to know about the coaching staff was thinking.
It's a youth game.
It's a youth game, and it's also like, we got nothing, guys. We're down 25-7, so, Pods, Buddy, Jimmy, Gee, and Draymond, get in there. And Gary, Jonathan, Moses, Kevon, and Pat, you come out. 5 in, 5 out in an NBA game?
Well, I had told you before the game that I was expecting Jimmy Butler to do 3 minutes per half on the sideline. And when Jimmy went out for the second time in the first half, and it was at like the 9-minute mark of the second quarter, he went and sat out. And I even said to Christy, there goes Jimmy. Jimmy's going out. She goes, he already went out. He came back in. He went out again. And I was like, ooh. And that was the moment where I was like, okay, they're playing this different. Because if they were going all out, to the wall, if they were doing that, Jimmy was barely coming off of the floor. And so then it's like the light bulb goes on, and it's like, right, the Warriors and all NBA teams say all year, this is about combinations. It's about certain combinations on the floor together. Some of them fit, some of them don't. How's the other team going to defend this combination? How are they going to defend that combination? There's no way that the Warriors have access to that information before last night without Steph Curry. There's no way for them to do that. This is not as simple as like, well, you need to develop them. No. How can you run all of these permutations when you don't have games to do that?
Right.
You can't run it in practice. How are the Timberwolves going to react to this guy and that guy and this group of people? You need to know that. And if you're going to do that and something starts working and you got a close game, okay, go for it. But if not, grab Draymond a few extra minutes on the bench. Get some more information, see who's ready for the moment, and I guarantee you on this plane flight home today, They sat there with a pen and paper and wrote the whole thing out, and they've got a much better idea of at least what they want to try tomorrow night.
Right. I mean, you look at the subs in the second quarter, and we'll get to the Draymond part of it where, there was a moment where you had to just take Draymond out to protect Draymond
For sure.
and keep him away from 7 technicals, which is a suspension, and keep him away from flagrant fouls and the rest of it, because Draymond on the court, he was a little bit unhinged. He was a little bit not out of control, but he was trending toward getting to the spot where he was going to get a tech. He did.
He could
a second
have.
tech.
He could have.
An ejection, a flagrant, whatever. He was, I think, going down that road. And I know that there are a lot of reasons that have happened. They've been well documented. We can talk about all of it. But to your point, like the subs, and I'm looking at the game log in the second quarter, Knoxy comes in.
Yeah.
A minute in the second for Gee. And then 40 seconds later, TJD in for Jimmy. Then Spencer in for Pods. And Butler in for Draymond. It was a constant in and out, trying to figure out what combination might actually work.
My man even went into the game. What's my guy? Braxton Key went in. Braxton Key went in the game.
B-Key.
We're watching the game, and we got a couple of, hey, who's that?
Right.
We got a couple of those. So yes, that's what the Warriors. Yeah, that's what the Warriors are trying to do, and I get it. I get in a playoff game how that can feel. Pretty frustrating, but as I saw it, I'm like, oh yeah, if you're going to try to actually win game 3 and 4, you got to know, you got to figure this out. You probably wouldn't do it that way if Steph was going to miss 1 game, maybe even 2 games, but Steph's going to miss, and Sham said it, what many of us were already sort of thinking yesterday is game 6 is the earliest return. That's the earliest return. And so you have to prepare for this series to potentially even get to its conclusion without Steph Curry, which means the Warriors, this is studying for a final exam and starting the night before the exam. That's what they're doing. You got to find
you got to cram.
Yep. You got to find a whole new scenario, a new plan, new strategy, and you need to do it on the fly with plane flights every other day.
No doubt. And I do think that they may have found something in that third quarter where you cut it to 7, Buddy hits a 3, and the T-Wolves take timeout, and it's like, okay. And then Naz Reid misses a layup. Jimmy Butler gets it in the front court, and the traveling from Jimmy Butler, remember when he jumped up?
Yes.
And then he landed, and he tried to dribble. And
I thought it was a travel and an up and down, and it was.
It was a lot of things.
It was all of those things.
But they had the ball down 7.
Yep.
Not that they were going to win the game.
No,
but I do think that first part of the third quarter is something that, you talked about the plane flight. The coaching staff looks at that part of the third, and you think, okay, what do we have? We had Butler, we had Kuminga, we had Pods, we had Hield, we had Draymond. Is that something that can work for longer stretches? I hope so.
Maybe. Yeah, we're going to go to the phones here. The Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here. You do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton. Get to know these names and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. But remember, as we told you yesterday, we've got 2 chances for you to win a pair of tickets to the May 16th home opener. That's a week from tonight. And you can win that with us today. So just make sure you're listening during the 4 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour for your chance to win your way in. All right, out to the phones. Let's go to Mike and Hayward. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
I think you guys are being a little too easy on Kerr. I think...
Mike, are you okay?
I'm fine. I think that he should already know, what he should do in this situation.
How? How's that even possible? Explain it to me.
What do you mean, how is it possible?
How would he... No. Just don't say he's a professional. How would you know what groups of players work well together when you don't do that during the regular season because Steph Curry is a part of the team and you're trying to win those games desperately? How would you have an opportunity to test drive all of these other combinations?
It's called practice.
Yeah, you can't do it in practice because there's not an opposing elite level basketball team trying to defend you in practice.
Agreed, but you still can run drill. You know, you can run plays, you can do stuff. You don't have to look so disorganized.
Yeah. I mean, Mike, your phone it sounds like you're in a windstorm or something there. I disagree.
Well, I agree in principle, but if you want to look at their schedule and you want to find me the time when they were able to practice, and Steve Kerr has actually said that to us.
Another good point.
You know, Steve Kerr has said that there hasn't been a lot of time to actually practice, and you didn't really have a lot of opportunity to play JK with Jimmy Butler because Kuminga was hurt for a long time when Butler came. And, you know, TJD, he has been out of the rotation, so now you don't have Steph, and so you're going to need all hands on deck. Well, how does TJD and JK and Butler play with Draymond? Like, what are those combinations? You can't possibly know that in advance.
No, I'm with you. That's a good point that, first of all, at this time of year, they have not had a lot of practice time, and I will take it a step further. I don't even think the practice time helps. You can't go find that information in a practice setting by, as you say, running drills.
Right.
You have to do it against Rudy Gobert. And oh, by the way, who would have been there for all of those practices if they had happened? Steph Curry is there and playing basketball. And I hope everyone understands how much that changes everyone's job. Like, you may even look at a Moody or a Peyton or something like that in these upcoming games, and you're like, why do they look so bad? Their shots are so much more open when Steph Curry's on the floor. Now he's not on the floor. He's not a threat.
Yep.
That's going to change everybody's defense. It's going to change everybody's role. So the idea that you could just call a practice and know how different combinations of players are going to react against Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, and Julius Randle, I don't see that. I don't see that as an opportunity, and your point is well taken. They haven't even had the practice time in the last 2 months because of an absolute breakneck schedule that they've been running. Let's go to Hassan in Milpitas. Hi, Hassan. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, hey guys, appreciate you guys taking my call. I think what you've been saying, Willard, this last hour or so I've been listening is like, I think it resonates a lot with the fan base. I think people that don't really understand what's happening right now with Steph being out, I think that is maybe even a result of shock because people just don't get it. Like everything changes after this, right? So I agree a lot with what you've said, and I think that resonates a lot. Now, with Steph being out, there isn't an ability to create something that's going to give you something that effective, right? So you're going to try things, and I think Steve Kerr did a really good job of that to see what's going on because he's given the circumstances he's in, right? So that's kind of one of my first points is like people that don't get that the team's not gonna go out there and start winning games without Steph Curry if there isn't a plan. So you know, the team going down, fighting back to 7 points, and Steve Kerr takes everyone out. There was circumstances to that. I totally agree with that. Like there was circumstances to that. So with that said, I think moving on to the next few games, you got to find out what works, right? And one good thing, one positive is I just don't see Timberwolves like you're not looking at them and you're afraid. Like there's definitely a lot of opportunity for the team to take advantage of some of these games while Steph's out. So yeah, with that said, and then one more other point I wanted to make, and I've been hearing a lot about this, is Draymond Green. Draymond Green is Draymond Green. Like, you're not going to change this guy. Like, people that are very close to him, that have been with him for years, have not been able to do that. He's a double-edged sword. You're going to get what you're going to get. So the only thing that I love Draymond Green. Like, there's no championships without him. So, like, one thing is he's just putting himself an opportunity to make his put his teammates in a position where they could fail, because he's reaching that point where he's going to get suspended, you know, if he continues this. So letting down his teammates is really my biggest gripe with him, you know, and so that I wanted to get that off my chest. I appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, Hassan, you too.
Thank you, Hassan.
It's such a difficult line to walk. And I get where everyone's coming from on that. where it's like, dude, you've got to tap it down because you need to be there and your teammates need you there. And I think his response would be, right, I totally get that, but I wonder if everybody understands I literally don't know another way to play. And the way that he has played has led to such unbelievable success. So I get it. It's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating to watch Draymond continue to do what looks like some sort of self-implosion, but at the same time, fully understanding, and we've learned this for more than a decade now, this is him. It's not going to change. I don't know if he would be as effective of a player without it. Yeah, like, it seems like, you could probably be just as effective without whacking people in the face when they foul you in the. I don't know why you have to do that.
Sure.
I don't get it.
Right.
But I'm not Draymond Green, and I don't, you know what I mean? I also can't really fully question the success that he and the organization have had with him.
Right. So, but when you look at incidents like last night where you get fouled, and in the act of you being fouled, you throw your forearm or your elbow into Naz Reid's face, and now you get a technical foul for that, then that becomes, to me, a net neutral where you did a good thing. You drew a foul on their player, and now you get free throws, or I don't think they were in the bonus, or maybe it was a shooting foul or not, and you follow up the contact by putting your arm and, knocking somebody basically to the floor. So that for me becomes almost a net negative because now that's 5 technical fouls, and it's not a flagrant foul. It's a technical foul, and I'm looking at the definition of it right now in the NBA rule book that that I love, but you're Draymond, and now you've got 5 techs, and when you get 2 more, you're suspended. So let's just play this out. You come out in game 3 at home, and you win. You come out in game 4, and you lose, and Draymond gets a tech because he gets a tech every, game and a half, roughly. He's gotten 5 techs in 9 games.
More than every other game, correct. Yeah.
Right. So basically a half a tech a game. So every other game he gets a tech. So you win game 3, you lose game 4, you get a tech. You lose game 5, you win game 6, you get a tech.
You're out.
You're out for game 7.
Yep.
So what are we doing here? We've gotten to a point where, Draymond's putting himself in a certain amount of jeopardy based on things like last night, which to me was totally unnecessary.
It was totally unnecessary, and he's got to figure it out, and he's done it before, but then again, he's also gone over the line and cost his team in the playoffs before. Yep. So listen, we've all experienced this. We've watched him walk that line. 888-957-9570. We're going to keep going with the phones. I wanted to throw this out there too, though, just to at least, I don't know. Clearly, there are a lot of people that watched this maybe a little differently than you and I did, and that's fine. Everybody watch it and expect what you want. That's great. But, what I thought last night wasn't it in Green Bay this year? Brandon Allen. Remember that game?
Yep.
Remember how quickly it was over? Remember how completely pointless it felt to go out there and be like, okay, I think we could win this game. And then you went out and watched it for 4 minutes, and you're like, oh my God. Oh, God. What is this team? It's a team without its leader. And again, if that backup gets a different, and it's a little different in football, I get it, but like if you get some more time and you get some more reps, maybe you can figure out something that moves the ball down the field a little bit. But that first game, come on, man. What'd y'all expect?
Yep.
What'd y'all expect? Steph Curry's out.
It's a good comp, by the way.
I mean, Lord, I can't believe how many people are like, it's fine. It's not fine. Curry's out. It's totally different. Everything. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll keep going with the calls here in just a sec. Stay right where you are. It's Willard and Dibs.
Draymond with a catch. And Naz Reid I was going to say he got away with a foul, but he didn't. He fouled Draymond Green, and now they're going to look at it because he got popped, and Naz Reid is on the deck. Draymond is going to get called for a flagrant foul here. He exaggerated on the follow-through on the foul and whacked Reid in the head.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, you are. And there's a whole separate Draymond conversation that we'll have a little bit later on, but definitely want to keep talking this all out with you. Listen, I want to try to meet people halfway here. I saw this Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I thought this was an intelligent way to say it, even though I don't necessarily see it the same way. I wonder what you think, Dibbs. This is from one of our listeners at 925. Hi, Willard and Dibbs. While the injury to Steph is obviously a bummer, it's not ridiculous for Steve Kerr and the team to have a contingency plan. Businesses around the world have to do this all the time. It's rare in life that everything goes to plan all the time, and Steph has been injured multiple times before. Okay.
That's fair.
That's a completely fair and intelligent way to look at it. What is your response to that, though, in this particular business?
Well, the contingency plan is next man up, and Bob Fitzgerald joined us yesterday and said, don't you dare say that.
Don't you do it.
And I'm only saying it because I know Fitz is listening on the way to his next golf round,
Hi,
but
Fitz.
There is no next man up. So the contingency plan for Steph Curry is, okay, well, somebody else has to play, and somebody else has to be really good. So who is that going to be? Moses Moody. He hasn't hit a shot in a week. He has not hit a shot in a week.
I mean,
Mark.
I bet he did in practice.
Right.
Maybe.
Shoot your shot, that's all you got.
Yeah.
He's played 3 games, and he has gone over. Okay, so contingency plan number 1, it's not working. So I do think that if Steve Kerr were to, in case of emergency, break glass, who is that glass you're going to break? Gary Payton II has not been very good. Moses has not made a shot. We can go all the way down. Pat Spencer, cup of coffee, lightning in a bottle. He was amazing, and he was bad yesterday. Quentin Post, he was unplayable in 3.5 minutes. So if you want to go through all of the machinations of what Steve could, has, will, and would, and should do, none of them are working.
Well,
so I don't know. I mean, I like the text. I think the text is spot on. It's not as easy as, Mark, you're our number 1 salesperson and you're out on paternity leave. So you know what? Number 2 sales guy, get in there and sell.
No, it's not and that's kind of my response to it. While it's a completely fair way to look at it, you can argue this is Steve's contingency plan. They already won a game where Steph missed 3/4 of the game and they were able to hang in there. And then the contingency plan to go into the next night is to, and I want people to remember this, he doesn't play it that way if they're down 0-1. Keep that in mind.
Agreed.
He doesn't play it that way if they're down 0-1, but they're up 1-0. And you can say, all playoff games matter, and they do. But I love what you said before the show, which is that a 7-game series is a living, breathing thing. And here's the other thing. The comp to all businesses have contingency plans. Right, but most businesses don't have a different competitor every day that they wake up. Home Depot goes against Lowe's. And when they come up with a plan and need a contingency, they're still going against Lowe's. But not the Warriors. The Warriors show up the next day and it's now we're playing the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is this specific series that we need to win. What works here? So some of you are almost acting like, if you had developed Kuminga against the Rockets, you'd have been ready for this. Well, maybe not. That's the Rockets. It's a completely different matchup.
And maybe you don't advance.
Maybe you don't. Well, and that was Steve's point the other day, which I think is actually the number 1 response to all of this. All this idea of you overused Curry and you didn't develop your other people. Great. Underuse Curry and develop Kuminga and enjoy Cancun. And the Wolves play the Rockets, and how excited would you be about that coming up this weekend? Yep. You would have lost. The series was obviously close enough that you could not mess around with minutes. You got to go with your best foot forward and take the risk. They did. They've gotten burned. Okay. What do you do now? Well, the assignment is not just be ready for Steph's injury. It's be ready for this moment, this team, this series, this matchup, and these defenders. And so that's why I buy the idea of let's go see these players against those players, because that's all we're doing right now over the next week is trying to defeat these defenders. Which players are working, which aren't, which are hot, which are not. It's fair. It's fair. And they also bought some minutes for their veteran players.
A little bit.
To go all out for these home games that are coming.
My only concern is that you went into an exploratory phase, and I think that what you learned was more bad than good. And I look at, like Quentin Post, ooh, boy, can't play him. Kevon Looney, he didn't play 3 minutes. Can't play him. GP2 struggled. Can't play him. Moses Moody can't shoot. Can't play him.
I get what you're saying, but just because somebody didn't look good last night doesn't necessarily automatically mean they're never playing again.
Fair. But what I think that when you go into last night's game and you play 14 different guys, you're hoping that you get more than 2 guys to really pop. And I look at Jonathan Kuminga, who not great in the first quarter, and the team was behind by a lot, and it's like, all right, JK, go out there and cook. And I know you hate that, but he did go out there and he played great after the first quarter. And the other one was Trace Jackson-Davis. I think that he earned himself some more minutes. But beyond that, like all of the other, hey, let's see, guys, I don't think that any of those other let's see guys did enough to make me feel good about Game 3.
Here's the optimism that I bring out of it. First of all, I still didn't think Minnesota played a very good game, which tells me that I think the Warriors defense has some answers for this particular Minnesota group, and that's good. And we were hopeful of that. Remember, yesterday, that's what we thought was the key. And I know they scored 117 points, but that was definitely buoyed by garbage time and different things. The other thing is, I don't know if you're getting an answer so much about a specific player as you are a specific style of player.
Yeah, and combos too, yeah.
Right, so it's combos, and then, what do Kuminga and TJD have in common? Well, they're athletic. All right, so is that the answer that you got? Oh, Minnesota struggles a little bit with athletic, tall guys. Okay, so now we can lean into that a little bit more, and you go with your guys that are a little bit more athletic. Maybe that means Kevin Knox is going to play some in this series. I don't know.
Yep.
But he's more athletic than some of the other people that they have that play that position. Maybe Knox starts getting Moody's minutes. I don't know. But that worked in this matchup. That's an answer, and that's good to have. All right, let's keep going with as many of you as possible. Let's go to Mr. D. Hi, Mr. D. Thank you for the call.
Hey, guys, listen. Now, I called you guys during the Houston series, and I said, Kerr needs to play some of these young guys, Kuminga included, because you can sit there and see his confidence shrinking by the minute, and he's getting these DMPs. Now, all of a sudden, okay, dog, we need you now. Get in there, but play with one hand behind your back because you got to be looking over your shoulder. And then we expect him to just explode. No, that's why he was so shaky in the first quarter, because he's shell-shocked. And you're playing these old guys all these minutes, and they're logging these minutes. They're old. And now you got Steph. And if you're going to keep continuing with Jimmy and with Draymond, they're younger, but I can tell you right now, they're going to be the next ones. Keep logging them 40-something minutes. You got to play some of these young guys. You got to see at least what you got.
Mr. D, even if I acknowledge that what you're saying makes a lot of sense on paper, I have a question for you. Do you believe that if they had lowered the minutes of the veteran guys, because Steve very clearly answered this exact question to us a couple of days ago, if you take some of the minutes away from the key players in the Rockets series, do you think the Warriors are even in this series?
They went 7 anyway.
Exactly.
You would know what you had.
But Mr. D, but then you know what you have, and you don't have any more games. You don't just give me that. Do you buy that? Do you think that if they lower the minutes for the key players in the Rockets series, do you think the Warriors still win the series?
the Rockets might win the series, but I'm saying if you get these guys all injured, what have you gained? What have you accomplished?
But if the Rockets win the series, what the hell's the point? We're all done.
Well, okay, so we're going to be done if Curry's out, obviously, because none of these guys have confidence to play.
Well, you're doing hindsight is 2020 now, Mr. D. Like, yes, Curry got hurt, but that wasn't a guarantee. You have, again, and thank you, Mr. D, like you have to take that chance. If you're going to acknowledge that you would have lost to Houston if you didn't do this, then what's the point of the conversation? You would have lost to Houston. So who cares who's ready for the Timberwolves series?
Yeah, nobody.
You'd be on a boat.
Exactly. So Steph's hamstring would be much better.
Nobody's arguing that they weren't taking a risk, but it's a risk you have to take.
And it's a risk that they took, and it actually netted a win. So I look at this, and the Steph Curry injury, you can look at overuse, and you can make that the cause of it. I don't really believe that. I mean, the guy has never had this injury before, and he's played a lot of minutes before, but I look at where you are now, tied at 1 game apiece, and last night for me was a game you're going to lose anyway. If Steph didn't have a bad hamstring, I still would have picked Minnesota. I think Minnesota would have won that game no matter what. And that's just my own opinion about where the T-Wolves were and how bad they were in game 1. And the Warriors came out, and even though they didn't have Steph, they had a 7-point deficit in the third quarter. They were in the game for a lot of the game. And, they dug a big hole, and then they fought back, and they were only down 7. So I do think that they found some things that could work for game 3.
All 4 home teams that lost game 1 came out in game 2 and immediately built a 20-point lead.
Right.
Now, yes, 2 of them gagged it.
Gagged.
2 of them gagged it. But to the point you're making, like, yeah, that's a game you're supposed to lose.
Right.
You're 10.5-point underdog. It's a game you're supposed to lose. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Before you hit the road for that well-earned getaway, swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment, stay in your car, done in about 15 minutes. Visit Bay Area Oil Change for locations and coupons. We're in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco, and you are all righteously waiting for your turn here at 888-957-9570. And we're going to just keep on rolling through each and every one of you. So stay right where you are, Chuck and Mike and Jim and Abdul and Ruben. Thank you for listening and for engaging. And we want to hear what each and every one of you have to say. So we're coming to you next on Willard and Dibs.
Now to Moody. He'll back up. Got to go with 3, with 2. Backs up. Rainbow 3. It's going to be an air ball. Grabbed by Randall. Outlet McDaniels. Breakaway dunk. 73-58. And Moses Moody is just having a nightmare of a postseason.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I was kind of mean-spirited, Grandy. Good Lord. At Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You know, the guy that Tim Roy just absolutely was clowning on 95.7 The Game moments ago.
He wasn't clowning him. He kept it real, Mark.
Yeah, he did.
He kept it a buck.
He's having a nightmare postseason, but I was more referencing Tim's tone with the air ball. Moody for 3. It's an air ball down the other end. Pass, dunk, Minnesota. Tim was not happy.
No. It didn't start out as a nightmare postseason, but of late, last 3 games, 0-5, 0-4, 0-5.
Yep. No, he is.
0 for 14. His last make was May 2nd. And that was a week ago.
He's struggling. Bad.
It's beyond like Joe Namath. Struggling.
Yeah, he's really, really struggling.
I don't really care that Moses is struggling. It's one of the all-time great halftime interviews, or it was in-game.
Was that the I Want to Kiss You thing?
Yes.
Yeah, with Susie Colbert.
But the whole part before that was, I don't really care that the Jets are struggling. And his use of struggling.
Yeah, it was good.
And again, it's another one-word impersonation for me. Struggling.
Yeah, no, it works.
Yeah.
It works.
And right now, Moses Moody, he's having a Joe Namath.
Yeah.
Struggling.
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 510. The last caller is so off base, it's not even funny. Warrior fans always want to place blame on Kerr. And that's from Niner J. Would have put your name on it. Niner J.
Put your name on it.
Yeah, stand on it. And then 415 texts in and says,
stand on it.
There you go. Fans, please stick to being FANS. Fans, stop trying to be coaches because you don't have the blueprint.
You coaching?
You don't have the hoop schematic, bandwidth, nor intellectual analytical logistics.
Perhaps.
Monday morning QBs always want to share their great ideas, but clearly lack the basketball IQ mandated to successfully or productively break down the highest level.
It's good.
A lot of big words in there.
It is, but part of being a fan is being a coach, a player, a GM, an owner, a team president, all the rest of it. That's what being a fan is about.
Well, there's no rules. You get to do this however you want. And so you get to be mad at whoever you want. But in life, if you're going to express anger at someone or something, put your dukes up. You better be ready. You better be ready for what comes back at you. I have no issue with a fan that looks at last night and goes, well, this is a bunch of crap. That's fine. That's fine. When you then get a drink of water, use the restroom, brush your teeth, go to bed, wake up the next morning and decide, Steve Kerr's an idiot.
Got to go.
With all of the championship rings and the fact that you're sitting here in the second round of the playoffs as the 7th seed because of literally now a brilliant run of basketball for a 2.5-month stretch. And you decide that now is the moment in a game where you're on the road against a desperate team without your franchise player. Now is your moment. You're like, all right, I'm going to strike. Steve Kerr's a dummy. Come on. Come on.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to.
You're allowed to.
You can fan however you want to fan.
And we, and I don't want to speak for you, are allowed to say that that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I find it to be a little bit ridiculous. And I look at last night and going into the game, and I said it yesterday on the show, I thought they were going to lose by 20. I might have said 30. I might have said 80, just being glib and being sarcastic. But I thought that game was going to go that way. Now, I didn't anticipate a 13-0 deficit. And I finally got in the car and Tim Roy with they finally broke a throw. They broke the seal.
Yeah.
And that's a terrible Tim Roy, but
it's 5 minutes into the game.
Right.
It was the 7:01 that they scored for the first time.
A basket.
Yes.
Right. It felt like I was watching Arsenal in the Champions League.
Wow. That was a shot.
He's not listening, which is kind of fun. But
good thing.
It's their team that also couldn't score. But, you got to that point, they're down 13-0. And I didn't think that they were going to lose like that quickly, but I thought it would be that game. And I also told you that I thought that it was going to be a throw everything at the wall kind of game. And that's what he did.
That's what
it's
it
like,
was. Yep.
All right, guys, anybody in a uniform, can you play? Are you any good in this series? Let's find out. And Pat, no, wasn't your night. And Quentin, no, didn't work out. And, you mentioned Knox, and he might have been a guy who, showed a little bit.
I don't know if people even know that Kevin Knox is I think he was the same pick in the draft as Kuminga was. I know so many people are like, Kuminga's a lottery pick. You got to this, that, the other. So was Kevin Knox. He might have been 9th. I don't know if he was 9th
Kevin
or
Knox
7th.
was 9th.
Yeah, he's 9th pick in the draft.
Now you're listening.
2018.
Hi, Grandy.
I just took a shot at you and you weren't listening, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
One of the rare times that you actually were in Lucas mode.
Do you want to guess what he took a shot at?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
So many options.
I was...
it's a good thing I tuned out for that moment.
I was comparing the Golden State Warriors offense to that of Arsenal in the Champions League. Got them.
We don't have a striker, Dibs.
When we
Neither
don't
do
have
the
a point
Warriors.
guard.
Thank you.
Hello.
You see why it works?
We don't have a literal top 10 in the history of the NBA player anymore. So, I don't know. Just acknowledge that. That's all I want. Can we let that into the room? Steph's not playing. He's not playing. So, I would like that to be in the analysis of the game last night. That's all.
No, for sure. And what I said yesterday, I still believe today, and we'll go to the phones, and I know we've got one line open.
No,
full phones. I do believe that last night was about learning and exploration, and I still think that what I saw last night, it was, exploratory. I do think that what they learned last night, they can apply, and they can still win the series. I'm not ready to throw up the white flag and totally give up just because you got blown out in game 2.
Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570 is the number. How about Chuck in Mountain View? Hi, Chuck. Thank you for the call.
Hey, what's up, Will and Dibs? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Hey, Chuck.
You know what, Mountain View Chuck. I was with you back at George Floyd, man. I want to give you much love for that night. Still paying off, still paying dividends. Anyway,
oh wow,
you know what those fans are having trouble with? Those fans that are having trouble with the Wizards, Steve Kerr, they're struggling bugman. Because think of it, he just threw curveballs at the Wizards.
How so?
They're not going to know how to defend. This next coming game, isn't it a little bit of a positive that works with what he's doing, that the Wizards aren't really going to be able to plan for what they're not going to be able to plan for what he's doing. What rotation is he going to put out there? We don't know. 11 players within the first, you know what I mean? That might be a positive. Also, the Draymond thing. He's trying his damnedest to do what's right for the team. But there are other guys out there giving him elbows, giving him knees. You know they're coming after him. That can't be easy. And also, last thing, contingency plan, it's a little different. J.K. was hurt. They went out and got Jimmy Butler. The Jimmy Butler combination with Steph Curry got us here. There's no time to work on a contingency plan. That's why Steve Kerr's a wizard. He's working on it now. He's going to come up with it, and we're going to take this series, boys.
Chuck, thank you for the call. That might even be too optimistic for me, but I hear what he's saying. I'm not going to build that up as some huge advantage that the Warriors have, which is that the Wolves don't know who's going to start because the Warriors don't actually have enough starting players. Right. I'm not going to build that up as an advantage. It could be some sort of a factor, though. I mean, there is that in this stew, which is that the Warriors largely know who the Wolves are, and right now the Wolves don't know who the Warriors are. The problem is the Warriors might not know who the Warriors are right now.
And
anyway.
I do think that the Warriors are hoping to rely on certain players, and some of those players are not playing well enough to where you want to rely on them. And that, for me, is the biggest issue with Moses Moody. a guy who was starting a bunch of games down the stretch, and he was starting and you weren't losing, and he was amazing. And now over the last 3 playoff games, he's not been that. And, Pods is still a net positive player, but he's not playing as well as he did in the Houston series. And Gary Payton II, I don't know what's going on with GP2, but he's not playing that well either.
You keep saying that. I thought, last night was kind of wonky. I thought he was really good in game 1, GP2.
I thought he was okay.
Yeah, he was really good. I thought, defensively, he's himself. He hit some big shots for the team when Minnesota was making their fourth quarter run.
That game was pretty much well at bay, though, and I look at last night as a game where you need Gary to step up and, do a little bit more. Draymond certainly as well, and Draymond did not have a good game offensively, so nobody really played great offensively other than Jonathan Kuminga, and that came when the team was already down by 15.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Next, we're going to go to Mike in San Jose. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I never thought I'd be doing this, but I want to take a minute and just defend Draymond Green. Now, last night I was going off during the game in my group chat on him. I thought he didn't really need to flail as much as he did, and now we're in a bad spot with his text. But, that being said, it wasn't that bad of a flail. And just last week, during the Rockets series, when Steph Curry was being abused game in, game out, and Jimmy Butler was getting x-rays, the NBA was celebrating the physicality of the playoffs, and there a lot of propaganda about physicality that we were seeing on TV. And all of a sudden in this series, that's no longer the case, and they're going to review this and give Draymond a tech. Like in the Rockets series, if you remember, Dylan Brooks got fouled and then, lost control and spear tackled GP2 under the basket. Nothing happened there. And then Amin Thompson was also, I guess pushed a little bit and lost control. And that's why he upended Jimmy Butler and sent him to get x-rays, and he got a slap on the wrist for that. So I don't really think Draymond's incident last night should have been called to even be reviewed, or let alone concluded to be a tech. And lastly, I just want to say, Draymond looked kind of emotional at the end of the game in his interview. And while I just want to say it's easy for us looking in to be like, oh, come on, don't lose your cool. The team really needs you. But when something is personally directed at, us, it's easier said than done to not take something personal. And it's obviously getting to him.
No doubt. And Mike, I don't know how many people, and thank you for the call. I don't know how many people know there were 2 fans ejected from the basketball game last night. One seemingly actually was taken care of by security. The other one, it was actually other fans around him that reported that all kinds of discriminatory and racial things were being thrown at Draymond Green, especially there's that video of while he was on the exercise bike. Yep. And so Dibbs and I both agree on this, and we'll have a conversation about it a little bit later. But if you heard Draymond after the game and what he said, I just think there's 2 different things going on here at the same time. And if the frustration is boiled over because of inappropriate racist behavior in the stands, and the fact that who Draymond is as a basketball player has probably led to that in every arena he visits all year long, I cannot imagine. And I would never, ever expect someone to act with decorum in ridiculous situations like that. And if that's what's bubbling over for Draymond, I feel for him. I get it. And it's beyond unfortunate and unacceptable. If he's bubbling over about the refs, I don't know what to say other than that. You've built this castle and now you have to live in it. You know what I mean? Like what he's saying about the technical foul with Draymond Green, and he's comparing it to other players who've done other things. Here's what I'd say. Let's say you're a meter maid, okay? And you're patrolling around all the area of the parked cars, and you come up upon a car and the meter has just expired a couple of minutes ago. You're going to write that person a ticket, right? And then the next car over is in an expired meter, and there's 6 other parking tickets already sitting on the window. Are we going to treat both cars the exact same way?
No. One of them gets booted.
Yeah, exactly. So if Draymond has a specific act that he keeps doing, let's just be real. He keeps doing this. If you touch his arm, he flails it and hits you in the neck. Like, I'm sorry. They're going to try to send you the message to stop doing that.
Right.
And he hasn't gotten the message yet.
Right. And, looking at the rules, a technical can be issued for anything that is, physical contact when the ball is alive, and also something that is, deemed to be unnecessary. It doesn't have to be a flagrant. It can be with, something that the official deems, in his opinion, is detrimental to the game. And when you get fouled and your arms go up and one of your arms goes out into the face of Naz Reid, and they think that that's detrimental to the game, well, that's a tech. And another reason why you could get a tech is for use of profanity. And Steiny mentioned this earlier, where he runs up to a ref and he's basically screaming at the ref, that's F and BS, and then he finds the other ref and does the exact same thing. Those can be technicals, like garden variety, but they weren't. And so Draymond Green, the player, and I'm putting aside what happened to him on the bike because, as I mentioned to you and the guys during the crossover, I have no idea. I can never even begin to fathom what that's like, to have somebody use that language to you based on how you look. Like, you and I have a certain level of privilege that, we can be apologetic for it. We can and be guilty for it. And all that is fine and good. But you and I will never understand what it's like to walk a mile in Guru shoes, Bonte, Draymond Green, so many other people. I have no idea what that is like, let alone like everyday life. So, Draymond Green, for me, you get all of the grace in the world if, when he said what he said in the post game about how he's sick and tired of being portrayed as an angry black man and this and that. And, I hope that he doesn't think that we, the media, are a part of it. But, I don't know.
I can promise
you he does. Yeah. But I don't know what to say about that. Like,
yeah. By the way, for people who have not heard what Dibbs is referencing, this is from Anthony Slater's Twitter. He was one of the reporters, along with Ron Kroichik, that were right in front of Draymond when he told them, he's like, I really just have one message that I want to get across tonight. This is what it was.
I look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
And then he walked off. And listen, I'm not going to act like any of these players we talk about, I'm not going to act like I know them. We do get the opportunity at times to be around them. This was actually years ago. This was even prior to being at 95.7 The Game. Right when I arrived back home here in San Francisco, was given the opportunity to tour Chase Center. And Draymond Green was in the group that was touring Chase Center. It was like just getting ready to open, and we all put hard hats on, and we went into Chase Center, and Draymond and his lovely wife were there. This is one of the few experiences I've had where it was like not in a sports talk forum where I was able to actually be in the presence of Draymond Green. And I'll just tell you, so that doesn't mean I know him by any stretch of the imagination. But what it does mean is I can tell you this. You would probably be very surprised if you ever got the chance to interact with Draymond Green. This is a respectful, look you in the eye, no matter who you are, and speak to you like you're another human being type person. That's who he was that day to me. There's also something floating around social media today that was in TikTok form that was a compilation of Draymond Green interacting with referees, opponents, fans, and media members, like before games and as they were about to start, teammates too, and it would warm your heart. You should go seek it out and go watch it, because there's a reason that Draymond Green kind of ignites everybody so much, because he does compete sometimes too hard. But if what we're going to boil this down to is kind of like who he is, those fouls are not who he is. And it's why so much of the league in their spare time actually tells all of us that they love him. I just don't, and I think that's why he's boiling over a little bit. The on-court stuff, dude, there's nothing anybody can do about it. You play the way you play.
Right.
But he's not that person 24 hours a day.
Right. And nor is he or should anyone be subject to the kind of verbal assaults that he's getting. And so I think that that's partly why he said what he said in the postgame, because the notion among other fans, and certainly even fans in our own Golden State Warrior fan base, they don't know Draymond Green. How could we know Draymond? We don't know any of these guys, honestly. We see what we see, we hear what we hear, and we make our judgments based on that. And if fans in Minnesota are choosing to, go about berating him with racial epithets, well, that's disgusting. And I'm glad those fans got ejected, and hopefully they're banned from going to Minnesota Timberwolves games. And if you're Draymond, it's got to be incredibly frustrating to where no matter where you go, based on what the perception is of you as a player, that now spills over into you as a person.
Well, here's one thing that occurred to me, and we're going to get back to the calls in just a sec. Stay right where you are. We'll keep talking about last night's game. But this kind of occurred to me last year when the suspension happened, and everyone was like, anger management. Okay. If Draymond Green needed anger management courses, don't you think that, once in his life, ever, there'd be a story of something bubbling over off the court? People who have anger management issues don't reserve it for 3 nights a week at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
There has never been anything. Nothing. There's been literally next to nothing with regard to, I know there was a bar in Michigan and
that's right.
Somebody yelled at somebody.
He slapped a Michigan State football player in a bar.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So
does that qualify for somebody who needs anger management?
Well, it's not great, but that's one time in a 15-year public career. I don't see how this person is, as he puts it, being portrayed as the angry black man, but apparently no one's ever seen him do anything angry except for on a basketball court.
Charles Barkley threw somebody through a bar window, and we all thought that it was hilarious. And I knew it was a different era, but nobody...
Well, it's also Charles. Charles has that personality.
But I also don't think that anybody at the time was like, anger management.
Right.
You need to go get help. So we pick and choose how we want to perceive and judge these athletes. I think that you're right to say it's two different things. For me, the on-court Draymond Green flailing of the arms and, continuing to find his way into trouble, quote unquote, on the court, it's going to put his team into a spot, and we've seen it before. The other stuff, my heart goes out to him because I honestly, Mark, I have no idea what it is like. I will never know. You and I have talked about this at length about, white privilege and how, it's something that we honestly have to step away from when it comes to these things.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're here for your calls. A lot of people want to weigh in. We're coming to all of you, so stay right where you are. Jim and Rod and Ruben and Brody and Dave and North Bay Jay, we see you, and here we come. And plus, we're also giving away a couple pairs of Valkyries tickets here, one in the 4 o'clock hour, one in the 5 o'clock hour. More to tell you about that coming up in just a moment on Willard and Dibs.
Now a bad pass by Santos, stolen by Naz Reid. Reid on the left wing, back out to Alexander Walker for three. It's good. Alexander Walker with his third three of the night. He's got 13, and the lead is up to 20. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're going to go to the phones. Willard and Dibbs, Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Look, this is a fair response to the conversation that we just had. A lot of people are like, yo, hello, guys, Jordan Poole. Hello, Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Sure, and that's not wrong. And I hope that nothing either of us said sounded like Draymond Green just like runs like a dude in flip-flops out by the pool all day, every day. But even though that act is completely outside of the realm of basketball, it still happened in basketball, just like when Michael Jordan punched the head coach of the Golden State Warriors once upon a time. So does Draymond Green go to a different place when he is on the basketball court? Yes, I believe that he does. Does that place end up sometimes in a not good place? Yes, I believe it does. But if somebody is truly, as a human being, dealing with anger management issues, that would not just be on the basketball court. It would go to all areas of their life. And by the way, I can't tell you with 100% certainty that it doesn't, because I don't know the man and I'm not in his home. But I would gather that at that level of celebrity, if he truly was this live wire who was a jerk to people around him all the time, more things would have happened in the last 15 years than have. That's just my take.
And my take is kind of alongside of what you're saying, and it goes a little further to where I hesitate to assign labels and illnesses like Draymond has anger management issues, or so-and-so is bipolar, or so-and-so is this or that. We don't know these people. Like, you can look at Draymond Green's action on the floor, and I just was watching ESPN, and he's had 37 technical fouls since 2015 in the playoffs, which is almost triple the person who's number 2 on the list.
Plays a lot of playoff games, though.
So if you want to talk about what issue he has a technical foul and flagrant foul issue. That you can see as a basketball fan, as a basketball aficionado, whatever you want to see. You can watch the game and look at Draymond Green and say, yeah, he has a hard time avoiding getting technical fouls. It doesn't mean that he's got anger issues. And what he did to Jordan Poole, I was one of the most adamant about criticizing it and criticizing the team for not punishing him and all the rest of it. So does that mean that he had one moment where he lost his cool with a teammate, so now he's got anger management issues? I hesitate to put these labels on people that none of us really know.
I think that's incredibly fair. Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here. You do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area, and the first ever WNBA game that counts here in the Bay Area is next Friday night. Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, get to know these names and follow their game. And the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets available at Valkyries.com. And as mentioned, we've got 2 chances for you to win your way into that game on May 16th, a week from tonight, with us today. Make sure you're listening in the 4 o'clock hour, the 5 o'clock hour for your chance to win. And that's coming like a freight train because it's $3.50 right now.
It's so great. Yeah. Just 20 seconds on the Valkyries, because Steiny and Goo earlier, Guru tried to catch Steiny because Steiny was doing the thing, and Guru's like, name one Valkyrie. And Steiny had the copy that you have. So Steiny reads off 3 names.
Kayla Thornton.
Totally. And so Guru's like, yeah, all right, you do like the Valkyries. And I'm in my car thinking, the dude's got the copy in front of him.
Tiffany Hayes. Yeah.
I just thought it was Kate Martin.
Name one Valkyrie not on the copy.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, I would struggle with that.
It just was one of those moments.
I'll tell you this, though. I'm going to know. I will know.
We'll all know.
I don't know yet, but I'm going to know.
Yep.
I can't wait to go check this out. My daughter can't wait to go check this out. My sons want to go check this out. My daughter really, really wants to check this out, but my sons want to go. I want to go. I can't wait to see this. Did they have, check this,
Dude,
hold on.
Yes.
Did they have 17,000 people show up for a game that doesn't count last week?
Yes, Mark.
Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes, 17,000 for a preseason game.
Yo.
My daughter also can't wait to go. And I was telling her about the opener against the Sparks. I don't yike the Sparks. Good girl, honey.
You know what's even crazier?
What's that?
That game was going on at the same time as Warriors T-Wolves game 1.
Right.
And they still had 17,000.
17,000 basketball fans who are like, I don't need to watch game 1 of the Warriors.
Whatever. There'll be 6 more of these.
Go to the Valkyrie game that doesn't count. That's crazy.
Yep.
That's very cool. That's very cool. All right, back to the phones. Sure, the Warriors lost last night, and maybe it was set up to be a loss. Maybe you didn't think without the way Steve Kerr played this one was intense enough for it. To me, I get the vibe. Like it's a playoff game. You want to go all out for all of them. But at the same time, do I understand that the Warriors are unfortunately in reboot mode? They're not going to have Steph Curry pretty much almost for sure until at least game 6, maybe not in this series at all. You have to find new rotations. You have to find players that look right against this specific matchup. And so that's what he took a lot of the game to do. And I don't really get the one thing, you don't have to like that. I don't care if you don't like that. That's fine. But those of you who are like, should have been ready for this, you could have been, I don't know how. I don't understand how you were supposed to give other guys more minutes in the Rockets series. You would have lost. I don't understand how you're supposed to achieve this in practice. Rudy Gobert doesn't come to the Warriors practices. Plus, as you pointed out, they barely practice right now with the schedule they're running. So I don't understand the concept that the Warriors should have just been like, okay, let's immediately go to that plan B that we've been working on for the last 6 months. Ready, break. Like, I just don't think that exists.
No, it doesn't exist. And like you always say, you just don't know when you play somebody if they're going to play well or not. So you go with Quentin Post in the starting lineup, and he plays 3 minutes, and he's a minus 13, and you're down 13-0. And you call timeout, and you say, all right, Quentin, it might not be your night tonight. No fault of your own necessarily. Might have been his fault, but you're going to go ahead and pull the plug and try something else. So for me, game 2 was always going to be about that. It was kind of like sophomore year in biology lab where you do a little bit of the blue fluid and you put some of the red in, and you get the Petri dish and you got the beaker and all the rest of it. You're just trying to test it out. You don't know what's going to work or not work, but you're up 1-0. You had that luxury.
Yep, you sure did. You don't anymore.
No.
But yeah, tomorrow night is a complete, you will. I can promise you that. You're going to see a very different approach tomorrow night. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be different. It'll be different. I think it'll be shorter rotations. It'll be more targeted, more strategic. We'll see. We'll see who kind of, survived last night's reality show to make it to the next round. 888-957-9570. How about Jim and Martinez? Hi, Jim. Thanks for calling.
Guys, you're killing it. Dibs, long time no talk. I got a couple things to say, just a few. None of them are long, but you guys keep coming up with more stuff, like the Joe Namath interview, the impersonation sensation, Dibs. Awesome. Not so much on the next one. Anyway.
Yeah, 1 for 2 is good in baseball.
So I've been a Warriors fan. It's funny hearing these people call in and talking about Kerr when he just had Kuminga killing it in the season. Then Kuminga went down for 2 months. He came back for like a game or two, and then he went down again. And the Warriors have been in the playoffs for like 2 months now, at least. Every game was like a must-win game. There was no developing. And get this, everybody, please step back a little and realize what we have here. We had Clay. We have Steph Curry. We have Draymond Green. Draymond Green, if he was 6'10", he would probably be the best defensive player of all time outside of Bill Russell. And would Phil Jackson have been getting all this crap if Michael Jordan was out? And they'd be saying, why didn't you develop blah, blah, blah? And you know what Steve Kerr could have done? He could have gone out on the court and started shooting the ball in the game last night, because that's the only thing that would have helped. I don't know what's going on with Moses Moody. I love the kid. He did great during the regular season. Houston seemed to get in his head, and he can't. He's not just missing. He's like missing the backboard.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's amazing. And Draymond Green, real quick, the idea that we got this guy. I used to watch a lot more college ball, and the idea we got him, and everybody, this guy's like 6'5", maybe 6'6", and he is dominant on defense. He is like having Joe Montana back there directing your offense, but he's on defense. And this is tough. Jimmy Butler, I think, is definitely not 100%. Obviously, Steph's out. But now, all of a sudden, Kerr, who has brought us 6 championship series and 4 rings, which is 3 more than the last 50 stinking years. And everybody's going to come in and go, oh, Steve Kerr, he's horrible because Jonathan Kuminga didn't play last night. My goodness, guys. Get a clue, please.
Jim, thanks. Appreciate it.
Love that guy.
That's a pretty strong call.
Very good.
You know what I was thinking about as he's talking about this? How many times through the years, whether it was a Warrior fan or like a national analyst, would say, oh, the Warriors on some of their playoff runs, they've sure had a lot of lucky breaks. Because why? Oh, Kawhi got hurt. Kyrie got hurt. We can go through all of this. Remember when they played Denver and like all they had was Jokic?
Yep.
They didn't have any of their other good players. There was no Porter. There was no Murray. Those guys all got hurt. So what do we do with those teams when they lose their best players? We automatically go, oh, well, yeah, they're not really a viable team anymore. Yet somehow, because we root for this jersey, we're going to pop out the other side of this and demand that the Warriors are still awesome sauce, even though Steph Curry, who's better than all of those players I just mentioned, is now not available. Like, I'm not telling you the Warriors are dust, but I think you're crazy if you don't adjust your expectation and prediction of this series. I think you're crazy if you think the Warriors are just going to not miss a beat. That's nuts.
Of course they'll miss a beat.
They'll miss a bunch of beats.
Well, hopefully not a bunch of beats. Hopefully they miss a beat or they miss a couple of beats. And I think about 2016 when Steph stepped on Patrick Beverley's foot and he missed a game. And then Houston comes out and they win game 3. And Steph fights to get back and he doesn't play in game 4, but the Warriors won. Then he comes back in game 5 and then he slips on Lake Montejunas and he's out for almost the entirety of the next series as well. And then when he eventually did come back, he had a grade 2 MCL sprain, and they would go on to lose to Cleveland in the NBA Finals, and Steph was never quite 100% right. And that was a team with Iguodala and, Livingston and, of course, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. So it was probably a more deep team, although those guys were all in their 20s. We didn't yet quite fully know. We knew that Iguodala was already established and great, but we didn't know that the other guys were going to go on to be as good as they were. But you were able to survive Steph missing a couple of games and then a bunch more games. But what it took was strength in numbers, that kind of a vibe. And, Livingston stepped up and Mo Buckets had a huge game and Iguodala was terrific. And, Klay Thompson had a game where he went out and carried the load. So not that this team has that same ability, but you're going to need that same level of a step-up performance from a bunch of different guys here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hey, also, that Cleveland Pacers Game 3, the Cavaliers are back healthy. It's official. Evan Mobley, Darius Garland will play. They will play in this game tonight. And the Cavs are on the road and probably have to win.
Pretty big.
I know it's not a quote-unquote must win. The series isn't over if they lose, but they're down 3-0 if they lose, and I think that they would be dust. So this is an
no
interesting
team's
one.
ever come back from 3-0.
Correct.
In the NBA.
And it's at Indiana, and they've not lost a home game in the playoffs yet. So something's got to give tonight. We'll see. The 1 seed is up against it for sure. 888-957-9570. Ruben in Fremont. Hi, Ruben. Thank you for calling.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one, the main problem with the Warriors, and I know every Warriors fan can relate to this, are these stupid turnovers. that's what's killing the Warriors. The Warriors are giving the other team opportunities, and they're scoring points on the Warriors. How many games that we've seen that they've lost that they had like 16, 14 turnovers all the time? But when they play really good basketball and they make like maybe 8, 10 turnovers, they win. And then I blame it on Kerr because he's the coach. He has to get on these players. It's just like getting on Draymond, telling him not to go and act like a fool, when he's not supposed to, because he's going to cost them the season. And he'll get kicked out and he won't be able to play anymore. And the thing is, Kerr has to talk to these players. These players are professionals. And you got to look like, say, Vince Lombardi. If all his football players were making dumb mistakes like the Warriors on their games every Sunday, you think he would put up with that? No. That's why Vince got on their players.
Hey, Ruben, you're obviously an awesome sports fan. Are you running around here with the premise that Steve Kerr doesn't talk to his players and he doesn't tell them to take care of the basketball?
But when they don't react to what he's telling them, because I see him telling them, I hear him telling the players on the bench, hurry up, don't make, turnovers. And yet they're doing it. So I don't know if it's the players that they have no, intelligence or what. But this also goes for Steph. Steph makes turnovers all the time.
Right, but Ruben, you know what? You know what's funny here, Ruben, and thank you very much for the call. You sort of make it sound like a defiant teenager. They're not trying to turn the ball over.
You can't tell me not to turn it over, Steve. I'll turn it over if I want to.
So, I do like, Ruben, that you're pointing out this specific stat, because this is the stat that we've been playing with on this show all playoffs long. And yes, last night, the streak continued. Mm-hmm. Whoever wins the turnover battle in Warrior playoff games is 9-0. That means the Warriors 5 times have won the turnover battle, and 4 times they've lost the turnover battle. So you absolutely can have the opinion that they turn it over too much and they're too sloppy at times. And I think that that's all fair and true. At the same time, the way you spoke about it, it was as if they either they don't know that they're not supposed to turn it over, or they've decided, hey, guys, I know Steve told us not to turn it over, but what the hell does he know?
We'll show him.
Watch this.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to throw the ball in the 5th row. I don't know about you. So, look, there's another highly paid team out there. Whenever the Warriors win the turnover battle, the other cities' radio shows are complaining about the fact that they turned it over too many times. They know, but there's 7-foot millionaires on the other team that are trying to get you to mess up. And I'd add last night, which I think might have been their worst turnover number of the postseason yet. It was 17. It was definitely one of the worst 2 or 3.
I think it wound up being 20 if you count all the team turnovers as well.
Maybe the team ones, but yes, in the box score, they've turned it over 17 times.
Yep, I'm looking at all of them right now.
I think I'd argue that last night you're especially prone to the turnover because your main ball handler.
Hello, thank you.
Is gone.
Just go ahead and lead with that.
Yeah.
So the point guard, sorry, Chris Paul, but the best point guard in franchise history and your best ball handler is not on the team. So what does that lead to? And I'm looking at the list of turnovers, and you can go to NBA.com and click on the box score, and you can look at all 17 of them. And I see Hield, Butler, Pat Spencer had one where he drove in and he got caught, and Kuminga had a bad pass.
Oh, I remember that one. Yep.
It's lost ball, bad pass. Buddy Hield with a backcourt violation where...
Oh, that one was so stupid.
And you know what? And I just was looking at that one. Yep. It was a bang call, and I think the ref had it right.
The ref had it right.
He caught it before Pat Spencer actually landed it.
Yeah, Pat had not established his feet on the
front
ground
court.
yet. Yes.
But those turnovers are buddy.
What are you doing?
Buttered. My name's Buddy. I know it is Buddy. Can you wait a half a second? And the one that really...
My name is Buddy.
That's right.
The real backbreaker, and I'm looking at it right now.
It didn't save the day
the
yesterday.
Warriors coax a miss.
I'm Batman.
The Warriors get the rebound. 6.5 to go. They're down 7.
Yeah.
And it's okay. Down 7.
Time to boogie.
Here comes Jimmy Butler in the backcourt, and he's about to be double teamed. Dribble, jump, land, dribble. Jimmy, that's like
a
fourth grade
turnover.
bees.
The audacity.
Even me as a CYO ref, even I couldn't have let that one go.
The funny one was he tried to argue it. He looked at the
Right.
ref like, no, what are you doing? No, that was just my normal run. It was
Right.
kind of like the guy that trips walking down the street and then starts to jog to make it look like that's what I was trying to do. What are you looking at? Anyway, yes.
I mean, so all the turnovers are not created equally, but that was the one where if you can go down there and you hit a 3 and you cut it to 4, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
you got a game.
You got a game. And instead, they went down and it was bam, bam. I think they hit 2 straight threes. Yeah,
they hit a 3.
And so all of a sudden you go from down 7 to down 13, and it's like, okay, cute little run over. It's night-night.
Let's go to Rod in Vallejo. Hi, Rod. Thanks for the call.
Great show, guys. Love listening to you.
Thanks, man. What's up?
Yeah, I played, I'm 75 now, but I played baseball, basketball, and football. And what I'm seeing from Moses Moody right now is a guy who's dinged up. He's got a sprained knee or a bad shoulder or a deep thigh bruise or something, and he's worked so hard to get where he's gotten. He's getting a lot more minutes now, and he's not saying anything. You look at those shots, that's exactly what happens when you shoot air balls, when you're dinged. And I feel that he's playing way below what he was playing at the end of the season. A huge drop off, and I think he's dinged up right now, and he's just keeping quiet about it. What do you think?
I mean, it's certainly possible. Rod, thanks. I mean, I have no idea, and I think
knee, shoulder, thigh. Those were all the 3 that he threw out as possibilities.
What about it? Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Oh yeah.
Knees and toes.
That's on a short list of songs in my house, no doubt.
No, I think, Rod, I'd answer it this way. This might be a weird answer, but when you do what we do for a living, you really, really get into the practice of not trying to guess on what other bodies are going through.
Right.
Because it's not fair. So I don't, but maybe there's 2 ways to answer that. One, it's maybe, and B, it's like everybody's probably in pain right now. It's May in the NBA. They have been playing since October, and yes, they are probably all hurting on some level, especially those who have been playing heavy minutes. And for the last month or 2, Moses Moody has been that.
Yeah, but not the last week.
Nope.
I mean, he played 11 minutes in Game 7 against Houston. He played 8.5 in Game 1, and he played 16.5 last night. And part of that 16.5 was white flag. And we're going to go with Noxie and Key and Spencer. And you know what, Moses? You're a part of it.
You're in.
Yeah, which I do think is a little bit of the kind of the scarlet letter. It tells me what the coaching staff right now is thinking of Moses. He's gone from starter to garbage time finisher.
Yep.
And even at that, and I was really watching him closely because I had him as my over 5.5 in my take it to the bank prediction yesterday. And he wound up with 3 points. So I'm watching him in garbage time think, yes, Mark, I got it wrong. Can you please let me set it up first before?
Does it make you feel better? I got mine wrong too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
I like it when I get a buzzer.
I don't dislike it. I just was trying to build up to the point where he could have actually buzzed me at the appropriate time because I'm watching it and he's got the 3 points and I'm thinking, all right, Moses, go ahead and get me one of these oh, by the way, 3s. But he didn't.
Nope. 0 for 5.
I was about to bring it home. And I lost. I lost.
There you go.
There you go.
That was the good one.
Is it that hard?
That was a good
Where
one.
were you in rehearsal?
Nowhere to be found.
Totally, dude. I mean,
I love that.
Can you just wait for the build
My
up?
favorite question that you get in public is when people go, hey, you're just sitting there just talking for 4 hours. Who tells you what to say?
That's right.
I always look at him and I go, well, we actually stick a rod up the back of our shirt. And there's a guy with a hand and he sticks it in the back of your head and he moves my lips for me. And then there's another guy that has the script. He's got the script and he's just feeding it. He's feeding it and he's typing away as fast as possible. And so that's how we do it. Other than that, I don't even know how I would do this job.
All the
Thank
good
you,
points
Lucas
come
and Mark.
from me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all Grandy and
Why
Lucas.
are you telling people this?
I know.
Because sometimes I like to let people behind the curtain.
You got to pull back the curtain. Yeah.
Like, are you guys so young that you don't even know what Wizard of Oz is?
Come on.
Who?
Yeah, the man behind the curtain.
Shortstop for the Cardinals?
These guys.
It's a home run by the Wizard.
Grandy's an old soul. Lucas just makes stuff up. Lucas just pretends.
Lucas is just guessing
I
in
think
life.
Grandy probably as a 5-year-old went to a theater and watched the black and white version with his parents. That's what I mean. I
don't know for sure, but maybe
it's possible.
How much were movies when you were a kid, Grandy? Back in my day. I loved the current grandpas who used to see movies for a nickel. Those are my favorite. I used to see movies for a nickel. We went down there and we'd play for a nickel, and then we'd get popcorn for a penny, 6 cents.
And before the movie, they would show you like the newsreel, like news of the day. The Hindenburg has crashed.
That's correct. Read all about it.
Anyway.
Okay.
I'm that old.
Wow.
Boy, I need a nap.
All right. Jay, Telmo, Brody, Mac, Zach, North Bay, Jay, stay where you are. Plus, we're going to get you details on winning your way into the Valkyries game next Friday night. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. This is Willie and Dippy.
Double pass to McDaniel, stripped by Draymond to Pajemski. Bounce pass, Buddy Hield, left corner, three. Got it! The Warriors are back in business. Minnesota has to call time. It's 62-55, an 8-0 burst by the Dubs. And they are getting back into a game that many thought they were going to get blown out.
My name is Buddy. I'm Batman. I saved the day.
Hey, Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, even when he threw it to Pat Spencer when Pat Spencer was not across half court yet, I'm like, not going to get upset.
No.
You do you, buddy. You do you, buttered.
Right. My name's Buddy.
Yeah, whatever you
want. My name is Buddy.
We'll go back to the phones in a sec.
Tim's exuberance on that call was kind of how I was feeling. Like, okay, Warriors.
Yeah, that was the only moment. I told you we went to Floodwater last night. That was the only moment where the room got into it. The room reacted. Like, okay, time out.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Better call one.
Better call Tyrone. But
look at you.
Yeah, but then that was the end of that.
It was only the end of that because Jimmy Butler had to travel, and then Naz Reid 3, Kuminga 3. Okay.
Yep.
Still down 7.
Yep.
Adivinchen. So he hit a 3. McDaniel's a finger roll. You're down 12, and that's when the Warriors take time out, and it's like, all right, you 4 out, you 4 in, and, you brought in GP2, Moses, TJD, and Pat Spencer. All right, guys, make a run.
Okay, go beat Go beat the Wolves.
Sure.
So that leads us to the all-important, where are you watching this tomorrow night? And who are you watching this with?
Yeah.
Are you going? You going to go to the game?
No.
You're not going to go to the game?
No.
What are you going to do?
It'll be a home game for me. It will be watch it at the house, and I'll watch it with my almost 3-year-old, 2.5-year-old, and we'll see how long she lasts before she gets banished.
Okay.
Hey. Because as I told her in Game 7 against Houston,
you're right.
Mila, you need to lock in. I am yocked in. And she wasn't yocked in. So we got late third, early fourth, and I said, you need to go in the office and watch Masha.
Let me talk to Mila, though, because the Warriors weren't yocked in either.
No. But Game 7, they were, and she wasn't.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So I said,
I think tomorrow, and I would argue last night was not a yock-in game.
No.
It was a free swing. And tomorrow night, we need to yock back in.
No doubt.
And
by yock, we mean locked. My daughter's L's are Y's.
Yeah.
For those of you who aren't able to speak toddler, she's all, her L's are Y's.
Yes. And when the Warriors lose, she doesn't yike it.
No.
So anyway, but tomorrow I got to yock back in.
Yep.
So we're going to go with familiarity.
Okay.
We are going back to a place that has been wonderful for the vibes. In fact, this is where we went when the Warriors didn't have Jimmy Butler. And we expected them to lose. But they didn't. They won. Game 3. Series switches to home. You're missing a star. You don't think you can win. You win. It's the exact same scenario tomorrow night. So we're going right back to B&V Whiskey Bar and Grill in Sonoma.
All right.
And we're going to be watching the damn thing.
I love it.
It's becoming a little superstitious, to be honest with you.
Well, we need it. So whatever your superstition is, and not just you, but everyone out there, let's do it, because you and I have had this debate about which game is the pivotal game. You think it's the even-numbered games, and you've been right, and you are mostly right. I feel like in this series, tomorrow is the pivotal game. If the Warriors lose, they can still win Game 4 and everything is okay. But if the Warriors can win tomorrow, in my mind, it all but guarantees that Steph Curry will play more basketball this year.
Ooh, well, that's quite a statement, because
I think that he's going to be ready for Game 6.
Okay,
that's my belief.
Okay, and that's fine. I
don't know. I'm not his hamstring,
Right.
and I'm not Dr. Rick Celebrini. Although I've been a radio doctor as long as he's been an actual doctor.
You look a little like a hamstring.
I don't even know how to take that.
I don't either.
Offensively.
I don't know. You're the one who kind of
Randy,
brought it
should
there.
I be mad?
No audacity.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You're like, I'm not his hamstring.
I'm not.
I've never heard someone say that before.
Well, I'm not.
And you're not.
These are facts.
But you could pass for it.
Yeah, I don't think I yike when you say that. Okay? You don't know what a hamstring looks like. I know this.
Thanks.
And these.
But when I imagine what it looks like you.
Okay, it's Friday. It's 4:20. Normally you don't get like super like irrationally giggly until 5 o'clock, but it's all right. You're allowed to.
Right.
I'll just say this as we get it back to the Dubs, and
you know what this is?
It's an inebriation sensation. It seems like it.
Personification sensation.
Gotcha.
Cash me out one time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what, Fitz. What's going on here is I'm saying that I believe that Steph Curry will be ready to play basketball a week from Sunday, which is when Game 6 will be held.
Yeah, so I hear where you're coming from. I do.
Just based on the way I see him like moving around a little bit. I mean, he's up there rebounding at shoot around, and he's on the bench, and he's standing up. And
I hope.
He's not in traction.
No, and I'm with you. And the reason, for those who don't know, the reason I always believe the even number games, the pivotal ones, because those are the games where one of the teams has a chance to really stamp it and take a 2-game lead, like the Warriors had that last night. That didn't happen. And they've got to win, I believe, at least one of the next 2. And whenever you're in that situation, spoiler alert, it's a hell of a lot more comfortable if you get the first of those 2. So, yes, tomorrow night is huge, and it creates a massive opportunity for you to, A, maybe get to when Steph Curry plays again, and B, have another home game where you can take control of the series. Is that asking a lot? You're damn right it is. You're damn right it is. But I'm with you. In this scenario, tomorrow night is very, very big for the Warriors. So we're going to where the vibes play. That's where we're going.
Nice.
And so we're doing it. Guess what else we're doing? We're going to give away a pair of tickets to the Valkyries' first ever real regular season game here in San Francisco. So if you would like to win a pair of tickets to see the Valkyries on May 16th, week from tonight, home opener, first ever WNBA season, we are giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets this segment, okay? This segment. We'll do it again in the 5 o'clock hour. For now, just keep listening for the cue to call. While you're waiting, this is the part where everybody gets very upset because we're going to give you the contest line so that you can write it down, but we all know what you're actually going to do. You're going to call it so it saves it in your phone, and then Luke is going to get very upset because those of you who are calling, and in fact, I don't even have to say it, the lines are already going crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Don't call. You're not going to win. You're not going to win right now. But if you don't have the contest line, it's 415-523-4652. That's the contest line. 415-523-4652. But we're not doing anything right now. Okay? So get that number ready. Don't call now. But sometime this segment, which is going to run for at least another 15 minutes.
Okay.
We will give away our first pair of tickets to the Valkyries opener. And then we'll do it again in the 5 o'clock hour.
I love it. And based on how many people just called when you asked them not to call, that tells me that these are hot tickets.
People want to go.
Yeah.
People want to go. I want to go. I'm going to be out of town, but I'd go if I wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. All right. Back to you. Let's go to Telmo on 280. Hi, Telmo. Thanks for calling. Telmo. Tell less. All right. Let's go to Mac Zach in the town. What's up, Mac Zach?
Hey, fellas. Mark, I wanted to heap a little praise on you, man. About 10 years ago, I had a job where I was working weekends, and I hated it. And I would turn on my dial. You were working on another station, and I would listen to you. You would get me through my work day, man, and I appreciate your sensibility and the way that you kind of filter out the hyperbole. And it, I just really appreciate it. And I followed you over to 95.7 The Game, and that's why, I have you on, your station on my preset, and I listen to you daily.
Well,
so thank you.
Yeah, that's probably enough for that, Max Zach. I mean, those were nice words, but
no, those are my favorite. No.
It's about enough, Max Zach.
If there was something that helped you get through the day, those are my favorite sort of comments when people have them. So yeah, and I extra love it, Max Zach, because If y'all could see what those kinds of calls do to Dan Dibley.
God, make me sick.
I mean, you weren't on your third word, and he was already head down shaking his head. God. He couldn't believe what was happening.
Hey, sorry about it, Dibs. You know what? He turned me on to you, and I love you too. So you got to give me some props for that.
I mean, in that case,
he would have never even heard you if it weren't for me.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Thanks, Mark. Max Zach, please tell me you have some other content other than heaping praise on what's his name over here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So basically, I know you guys see these games, and when Draymond Green, I guess he feels like he's got a grievance with the referee after a play, and you'll see like the shot, he's sprinting down the court just to berate the referee, ignoring the game totally and the action that's going on and his defensive assignment. He blacks out. And, I know, you guys are trying to steer away from, having any comments about his mental health, but he's absolutely insane when he's on that court in between those lines. And he cracks me up. He's one of my favorite players. He's my spirit animal. I love his aggressiveness and his tenacity, and he, wears his feelings on his sleeve. And it's not easy what he does, playing in front of the world. And so I understand that, but he really cracks me up, and he's insane.
Max Zach, you call anytime. Thank you very, very much for checking in. We've seen this with athletes before. I think Max Zach is absolutely right, and that's why it's kind of hard. The conversation you and I had with regard to Draymond. I get that. There are people that were texting in and on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and YouTube comments and all this about like, oh, you're enabling him. You're making excuses for Draymond, and it's like, I don't always love who he is on the basketball court. I wonder if that helps. I don't always love who he is on the basketball court. My point in that conversation was that's who he is on the basketball court. That doesn't mean that's who he is everywhere else in life.
Agreed.
And I think that's what he was kind of getting at last night. I think that commentary was at least pushed by the racial stuff that was thrown at him from the crowd where people got kicked out of the game last night. I don't even know exactly what was said, but it was obviously beyond inappropriate. And, I cannot relate and would never judge in a situation. I mean, that's awful. It's awful. No matter how successful you are, no matter what you've achieved, to have other people constantly trying to make you feel small because they don't like you the way that you play basketball, I think it's just brutal. It's absolutely brutal. But I've seen this before with athletes. They go to a different place when they're playing. They go to a completely different place. You would not recognize them. The person who stands out for me, at least in my career, just in who I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot, was Troy Polamalu. Troy Polamalu, I covered him when he was at USC.
Boop.
And Troy is the most soft-spoken,
genteel, yeah, no doubt,
kindest.
Yep.
Would, like, if he stepped on your foot, he'd follow you home to make sure you had another pair of shoes kind of guy.
Yep.
And then the game started.
Right.
And people were like, that dude's dirty. The dichotomy in between the lines and outside the sidelines with that guy, I've never seen larger. And I wonder if that's Draymond Green also.
When a lot of football players, I think, are more like that because the game itself calls upon you to be physical beyond maybe the letter of the law. And Polamalu is a great example. And, I've had the chance to talk to many NFL players, football players, and I did 4 years of radio with Lorenzo Neal, for example. And you watch Lo Neal play, and you would never characterize him as a, quote, dirty player, but you watch Lo Neal as a blocker, a lead blocker, and he's out there trying to destroy people. He's trying to run you over, pancake you, and eliminate you. And another guy who is just incredibly genteel and friendly off the court. So you get into Draymond Green, and it's a little bit different because, the things that Draymond Green does on the court, like last night's a great example where you get fouled, and as you're getting fouled, you go up and then you have an opportunity and you put your forearm in somebody else's face. Right. And it just is unfortunate. And there was another incident earlier in the game where he could have easily gotten a technical foul. He could have been ejected from that game. And Steiny actually was asking me that, I think before the crossover started. He said, are you surprised he didn't get thrown out of that game? It's like, yeah, of course.
But are you actually? Like with the way it's gone in these playoffs,
I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised he didn't get a technical foul when he ran up to one ref and screamed at him, that's F and BS. And then he went to the other ref. He basically hunted, quote unquote, down two different refs to get that point across, and they gave him the room. They didn't give him a tech. And then when he forearmed Naz Reid in the face, that's a technical foul. Boom, you get one. And had he already gotten one, he would have been ejected.
Yep. And
it would have been, I think, understandable.
The refs in the playoffs have done a good job of awareness. Now, we've had all kinds of discussion about physicality and, they're holding Steph off the ball and all the things that everybody looks at in these games. And we've talked about targeting pre-existing injuries and whether that's Steph's thumb or whether it's Jason Tatum with what's gone on with his arm and just different injuries around the league. And I don't love that stuff. In fact, I really don't like it. I don't like it at all when you're targeting the pre-existing injuries. But what the refs have done as far as kind of showing some conservatism with regard to throwing Draymond Green out of the game, it fits with the way that they're calling the game. They're letting guys do things. So they let Draymond yell at him too. I mean, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is up for debate, but I tend to think it's a good thing. You know what I mean? Whatever you can do to keep the stars in the game, you do it. And if they just completely go over the line and lose it and they really earn that second tech, then okay. But I think trying to keep them in the game is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And, yet and still, Draymond Green's now gotten 5 technical fouls in 9 playoff games. So that's not trending in the right direction. If he gets to 7, he's suspended. And if he gets to 9 and they're still playing, he gets suspended again. So it's every other technical foul. So if you get to 7, 9, 11, those are all suspensions. So he's already now 2 techs away. He gets one more tech before he gets suspended from the game.
Suspended, exactly. All right, listen, hey, some point in the next, I think like 2.5 minutes.
Oh, boy.
At some point in the next 2.5 minutes, you're going to hear the bop, 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 boop, 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 boop. You're going to hear the sounder. Okay? And as soon as you hear that, then it's going to be time to give away a pair of tickets to the Valkyries next Friday night, the home opener. So just keep listening. Don't call yet, but some point here, we're getting real, real close. Jay in the North Bay is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jay. Thanks for calling. Jay, you there?
Hi, fellas.
Hey,
so,
what's up?
Yep. Yes, sir. I just can't get over all this Steve Kerr slander. It's like the guy's been 19 and 2. Is that what it is? It's like, okay, so tell me when Phil Jackson won the finals without Michael Jordan in Chicago. Tell me when Popovich won without the big fundamental in San Antonio, or without Kobe in LA. It's like the guy's got an impeccable record, and I think people forget what it was like before him, and don't appreciate now that he's here. And I do have criticisms about him. I think he waits a little too late in the season to dial in a secondary package, but I think people are getting a little selfish or a little greedy. And I also would like to commend Dibs. I have 2 things in common with you. I have been a referee for 8 years, and I've also thrown a potato at a homeless person.
Wow. Okay. I'm not sure about the relative housing situation of this individual, but yes, this individual, and I'll use my estimated pronoun of they threw the potato at me first. And so once they hit me on the elbow and they fled across the street, only then did I hurl the russet back at this individual. And yes, I did throw it 50 yards in the air. And yes, I did miss high and wide left, but it's the way it goes sometimes, Mark.
Oh, my God.
Sometimes you got to throw a potato at a person.
That might be one of my favorite moments in the history of this show.
A long-time listener right there.
I have something in common with Dibs.
Yep. Two things.
I referee youth games. And I, too, have thrown a potato at a homeless person.
Yeah. That works there, actually. And again, I don't know if this individual, and again, we're going to keep the pronoun neutral and just leave it at that. But I don't know what the relative housing situation was, but I do know this. They started it. I'm angry, Jeff.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, I just think when people do that, we got something in common. It's usually like, I also have 3 kids.
I thought that's where we were going.
Or I went to the same high school.
Totally.
I've never heard someone go that far out of the area code. We got something in common.
Yeah.
I hocked a potato at somebody one time, too.
Right.
That's a new one.
It is new.
That's I've never had that happen before.
It's somebody who's been listening to the station for a long time because that incident happened probably 8 years ago, I would say, 7 years ago. And the story was told. And the story.
Was it that recent?
It lives on. It was during the Jolo and Dibs era.
Okay.
Which
I thought it was even longer ago. But.
No, because Jolo and Dibs went from 2016 to 2020.
Yeah.
And then early days pandemic, Joe Fortenbaugh got himself another job. And then I was able to latch on with Steiny and Guru for 50 glorious weeks of distance broadcasting.
Ooh, okay, there it is. It is contest time. Ready, set, go. If you want to win a pair of tickets to the first ever regular season home game for the Golden State Valkyries, which is next Friday night, all you got to do is be caller 5 right now. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 now wins a pair of tickets to the Valkyries game next Friday night, May 16th. Remember, if you don't win, 2 things. You can always go to Valkyries.com, but we've got another pair coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. I see tons of you calling the call-in line. That's not going to win you Bubkiss. It will
win you Bubkiss.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's going to win you Bubkiss. It's all now. It could allow you to get on the air and tell Dan Dibley that you too once throw a potato at somebody.
Yeah, it's possible.
You could do that on the regular line, but the regular line, the 888-957, that's not going to do you anything right now.
No,
unless you just want to talk Warriors with us, which is great. But if you want to go to the Valkyries game next Friday night, you got to go to the contest line, and that's what you're going to need in the 5 o'clock hour too, because we will do it again not too long from right now.
Right. And just give the number again for people who are going to lock in an hour from now.
It's 415.
Okay.
523.
Okay.
4652.
523-4652.
Right here in the 415 area code.
Okay. Perfect.
San Francisco, California.
Okay. So I got to pay long distance if I'm in the 925. Remember long distance? Just real quick. Remember long distance?
Your parents would get so mad at you.
So mad.
They'd pull out the whole bill. Who called somebody in Bakersfield? Do you have friends come over here and call an uncle in Bakersfield? We had to pay 23 cents for that.
Dude, long distance.
God. Ellen Willard hated long distance. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, Dan Dibley here, and it's a short distance to get from where you are, hearing the sound of my voice, to your nearest Fremont Bank branch, because there's 21 of them right here in the Bay Area. And as you know, it's a family-owned bank with the
by Santos, stolen by Naz Reid. Reid on the left wing, back out to Alexander Walker for three. It's good. Alexander Walker with his third three of the night. He's got 13, and the lead is up to 20.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Tina in Fremont. You listening?
Tina?
Tina. Congratulations.
Tina.
And thank you for listening. Tina's going to the Valkyries game next Friday night, along with whoever the hell Tina wants to bring.
Yeah, Tina.
Okay? So all you people who know Tina, better cozy up. Better stop calling our contest line and call Tina. That's the only way you're getting those tickets. Now, you could win again in the 5 o'clock hour.
You could.
But you should look at your phone. It's not the 5 o'clock hour right now.
It's not. And if you're one of 3 people who is sitting there with your phone ringing into the contest line, and I won't, well, now there's 4 of you, and I won't name check you because that would be wrong, but to the 4 of you, from all of us to all of you, knock it off.
Rachel.
Don't do it.
Shigeki.
That's not fair.
I see you.
Wireless caller.
I mean, stop it. Yeah, just chill.
Knock it off.
Like, I mean, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again.
You're wasting your time. Like, and I appreciate you listening, and I encourage you to be ready and be ready to win, but...
The energy is great. The energy is great.
Right, but right now, you're wasting your energy. You're just making Lucas mad, which unfortunately will filter into us getting mad.
Yeah.
Because if Lucas is upset, then darn it, we're upset too.
That's right.
It's not true.
That's right.
Couldn't even finish it. Keep calling.
Oh, God.
Do me a favor, keep calling.
I am really into this new smoker's cough that you've got this week.
Well,
it's fun. You sound like you have had 8 Manhattans right now.
Monday, Grandy actually is really good about giving me a look when I'm starting to lose my voice.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
Monday was a little dicey.
Yep.
Monday, I actually looked in, and Grandy kind of gave me the half eyebrow of do I need to get loose in here?
No, we didn't send Bob Melvin out, but we sent the pitching coach out.
Sure.
Just take a look. How we doing out here? Are we doing okay? And we're going to warm somebody up.
Yeah.
We didn't need to use it. That's good. You got out of the inning.
It would be a lot more fun if it was a smoker's cough, but it's a toddler cough.
No, I know.
Yeah. Do you remember those days? Because, your youngest is a 5th grader, so it's not the same. Even if somebody in his class is sick, 5th graders are better about, I don't know, covering their cough and blowing their nose.
Yeah, no, we don't deal with it anymore. But yes, I remember those days.
I'm in the Petri dish.
I know you are.
It's a Petri dish of emotion.
I know you are. And you get mad at all the other parents all the time. Every one of you, all you elementary school parents, you all do the same thing.
I'm angry, Jeff.
Yep. It's awesome. Yeah. You send your kid to school when they're sick, or if it's a close call, you do it. Because why? You don't want that kid at home? You got crap to do. Oh, but if somebody else brings an illness to school, they're the worst parents who have ever lived in mankind and creation. All of them. How dare they send a kid to school? Because that's what you need. You got to go to school, kid.
We kept our daughter home all last week, all 5 days.
I know you did.
Because we don't want to be those parents.
Yep.
And there's a parent in the preschool there's a group of parents, actually, there's a pair. We really want to be their friend. My wife's I really like them.
Yeah.
I want to be their friend.
But they're 6-enders, aren't they?
6-enders. And this young lady, who will remain nameless for HIPAA reasons and the fact that she's only 3, not once, Mark, but twice, was she sent to school sick.
Yeah.
They're 6-enders.
Yeah, we got to get that kid out the house. You got to live, Dibs. You cannot, that kid, they got to go. They have got to go. So, I get it.
Right.
All right.
6-enders.
All guests.
It's really good.
Just made it up. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? 888-957-957 is the number. We will continue to go with your calls. Plus, apparently, right around the corner. First of all, yes, another pair of Valkyries tickets.
Yes.
But apparently, Steve Kerr is speaking to the assembled media at the whatever the hell's going on over at Chase Center hullabaloo as we get ready for Game 3. And we will have at least a portion of what he said for you shortly.
Well, first of all, I don't really care.
Well, we do. And I'd also say this. We'll give you a little teaser, and it's this. Steve Kerr has confirmed that both Jonathan Kuminga and Trayce Jackson-Davis will be a part of the rotation tomorrow night. I don't find that much of a surprise.
Right, especially when your rotation's 14 deep.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think that will be tomorrow.
I know, I agree.
I don't think tomorrow. What do you got? Give me an over-under rotation tomorrow. Number of players, and I'm not talking about the guy that got a minute.
Right.
Or what,
9.5 would be the number.
There you go.
And I would take the over, but again, like last night, does Quentin Post count as being in the rotation?
Well, he started.
But he played 3.5 minutes, and that was going to be about enough out of you, QP. But he counts. Like, Kevon Looney only played, 5 minutes?
Kevon had 3. Also had 3, just like QP.
Right. So
and it was a -10.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Kevon counts as being in the rotation. And last night, the rotation was probably 13, maybe 14. And I'm with you that come tomorrow night, it's going to be a lot shorter.
Why don't we play a game?
Yep.
I'm going to say the name. You say whether the person is in the rotation or out of the rotation.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
And I'm not going to take any liberties. We're going with all the names, even the obvious ones.
All right.
All right? So in or out? Draymond Green.
In.
Jimmy Butler.
In.
Buddy Hield.
In.
Brandon Pajemski.
In.
Quentin Post.
Out.
Wow, that was a noise. All right, so we're sticking with 4.
What? Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
We're doing rapid fire. You
Yeah.
don't have to be right. It's not like you don't get to come in Monday or whatever.
I've got a little bit of a fear of the buzzer.
Okay.
But I guess he doesn't know yet either. But
Yeah, Grandy doesn't know. Nobody knows. Steve knows. But we don't know. Jonathan Kuminga.
In.
Kevon Looney.
In.
Oh, all right. Braxton Key.
He's out.
Kevin Knox.
Out.
Trayce Jackson-Davis.
In.
Trayce Jackson-Davis.
All 3 of them are in.
Okay. Guy Santos.
Out.
All right. We're still at 7. Gary Payton II.
He's in.
In. That's 8. Moses Moody.
He's in.
That's 9. And then
he's out.
White Smoke.
He's out.
Pat Spencer.
I'm afraid he's out.
All right. So you got a rotation of 9.
Right.
I could ask you about Steph Curry, but
he's out.
He's out.
And I do think that, there's some possible wiggle room for Guy just to get that 3 or 4 minutes of run in there with your headband on and see if you can't mess some S up. There's room for that. And also a short, or a short leash, as Lo Neal might say famously.
Probably for almost everybody.
Well, Moses Moody.
Yeah.
Like, for me, that's the one of all the things that we've seen over the last few games. That is the most head-scratchingest for me.
I agree.
Like, what's happened, Moses?
I don't know. And the question is if Moses goes out, then and if that leash gets pulled, who gets put back in? Is it heavier minutes for one of the guys you just mentioned, or do you go further down the bench and grab a Guy Santos, or grab a Kevin Knox and stick him in the game? I don't know, but you went with Draymond, Jimmy, Buddy, Buttered, Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kuminga, Kevon Looney, TJD, GP2, and Moses Moody. That's your rotation tomorrow night.
Yeah. And
sounds pretty, that sounds viable.
It does, but as I take a slight step back from my own 9-man rotation, that's a little terrifying because Moses Moody right now is north Alaska. He is cold as ice.
Yeah.
GP2 has been, he was okay in game 1. He hit a couple of big shots, but by and large, he has not been an offensive threat. TJD is no threat. Kevon Looney is no threat. Draymond Green, he's hit the 3 at times. He sure didn't last night. So I'm looking at that 9-man rotation, and I'm thinking, boy, you better win this game 80-79.
Well, I don't think it's that bad. Remember, you're at home. We said the same thing when Jimmy Butler was out, and they scored over 100 points and beat the Rockets in Game 3 a week and a half ago. I get what you're saying, but I think we just have to live with that. there's no lineup without Steph Curry that's not going to feel terrifying. It doesn't matter what names I just said. I think it's fair when you go, that's terrifying. Yes, the Warriors are Stephless. That is terrifying. If I had offered that to you before it happened, you would have said that's terrifying. Well, here we are. Guess what? It is. It's terrifying.
Yeah, I guess if you would offer me that 2 weeks ago, I would have felt better about Gary and Moses.
Oh, well, that's fair.
You know,
but just the concept of no Steph Curry, like, I don't know, man. It's funny to me. I sort of feel stuck in this spot. You know, you love to call me Captain Positive.
Yep.
And I'm not going to kill anybody's dream. And I'll always have belief in the, well, maybe. I mean, I think just by virtue of being a baseball fan, the best players out there are out 7 out of 10 times. But like every time they go up, I'm like, maybe they're going to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Yeah, the Warriors might win. I think it'd be smart for a Warrior fan to prepare yourself for them not winning this series. I mean, that's just
yeah, of course.
Prepare yourself for the possibility that losing Steph Curry is your downfall.
Well, I'm prepared for the reality, the possibility that they might not win another game in this series. You might be done in 5, and
yeah, that would surprise me. But yeah. Sure.
Well, okay, if that would surprise you, then you're thinking that they should be able to win one game.
At least.
Right.
Yeah, at least one of these 2 home games.
Right. So that was going to be my next thought is if you're going to win one game, one additional game in this series, it would either be game 3, 4, or 5, or maybe 6, but you can't get to 6 unless you win 3, 4, or 5. So if you're going to win 3, 4, or 5, it really means you're going to win 3 or 4. So can you win game 3? And if you don't, Monday against game 4 against Minnesota, is that the one? Can you really look at this and think, yeah, a split? Because I think about absolutely a split.
Yes. Kukush.
Lock it up.
Warriors will get at least one of the next 2. There you go.
There it is.
All right. Yes. I feel good about that.
I do too.
Okay.
I do too.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. It's always live on the free Odyssey app. It's now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And if you want to win a pair of tickets to see the Golden State Valkyries next Friday night, home opener, first ever WNBA season, first ever WNBA game here in the city, we're giving you a chance to win another pair of tickets. This segment, behind the curtain, is beefy. It's big. Because me and Dibs were tough, and we have no problem just talking forever. So we're here. It's the 5 o'clock hour, and at some point here in the next handful of 15, 20, 25 minutes, we've got another chance for you to win a pair of tickets and get into that game. Just keep listening for the cue to call, okay? The contest line, I think most of you have it. I'll give it to you again a little bit later on in the hour. Don't call now. Keep listening for the cue to call. We will have you ready to win a pair of tickets to see the Valkyries. All right. Back to the regular phones, though. Let's go to Alex. He's on 101. Hi, Alex. What's going on?
Not too much. It's hot out here in my truck, but
it's a beautiful day.
Waiting to get on the line has been exhilarating, and I just wanted to rewind a couple minutes when you guys were talking about that's Dibley, right? His voice getting a little haggard.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, I wanted to talk about your voice, Willard, because I notice sometimes on Sunday when I'm puttering around, I flip the radio on and I hear you on the radio.
Yeah.
And then I watch Sunday Night Baseball, and then you're doing the games for ESPN. You must be doing those Sunday shows, remotely from wherever the baseball game is.
Huh?
All right. So my first response is somebody owes me a whole lot of money. Because if I'm doing Sunday Night Baseball for ESPN, I have not seen $1 from it yet in my life. Alex, you are accurate that I do host on Fox Sports Radio on Sunday nights. I do that from my home. I do not do Sunday Night Baseball for ESPN. You have confused that voice with another human.
A voice like that.
I don't know.
John Shambi?
Boog Shambi and I have, by the way, something. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
No, it's, he's doing the color commentating. He's the only other person that has a voice for the Frog.
I know who you're talking about. That's his name. I'm blanking. Former is it Eduardo? Is that I'm blanking on the last name.
Perez?
Eduardo Perez.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks. Yeah, me and Eduardo Perez get
What is going on here?
mistaken for each other a lot.
Yeah. You were going to say that you and Boog have something in common?
Me and Boog have something big in common, and it's not throwing potatoes.
I was just going to ask you if it involves a potato.
It kind of involves it involves a potato, but not thrown it at someone.
A love of French fries.
No, the fact that we both worked the same job in Idaho, home of the potatoes.
Gotcha.
Boog Shambi was my predecessor as the number 2 broadcaster with the Boise Hawks minor league club of the Angels at the time. I think they're an affiliate maybe of the Cubs. Maybe they're independent now. That stuff changes all the time. But back in the 90s, Boog was right before me as a minor league broadcaster with the Boise Hawks. And when I got there, they were like, dude, you got big shoes to fill. The guy that was here got a big job with ESPN, and we think he's going to do really well. And now he's become like the man. Yep. He is a phenomenal baseball broadcaster. But they were like, but that's good. Like, the job that you have is good luck. It's good luck. It's going to lead to big things. Boy, were they wrong. Here I am with you.
Oh, boy, stuck with the Dibber, exactly. Talking about potatoes and Draymond Green.
Don't be disrespectful.
Totally.
Oh, my God. Eduardo.
Well, you learn something every day.
It must be a Friday at 5 o'clock. My God.
Yep.
Come on, dude. That's funny. Eduardo Perez and me. Same guy.
I'll have to listen to his voice. I don't know if he has the same sort of deep voice as you. I'm trying to think about it in my head, and I'm not really getting it lined up.
Yeah, a little baritone-y, Yep. Yeah, sound like a big dumb guy, kind of a thing. Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, all right, 888-957. Man, I'm underpaid. That like Dave Fleming would look at that schedule and be like, it's a little busy. Like, you might want to chill out and like drop a job or two.
With Shambi?
No, if I actually was also doing Sunday Night Baseball in addition to Fox Sports Radio at the same time. That's pretty tough.
Right.
Flem could do it, but not many.
So in between pitches, you're talking to Ephraim, and then you got to analyze a baseball game and then back to Ephraim?
I mean, it's kind of what I was doing the show in the middle of the Warrior game 7 last Sunday night.
No doubt.
I wasn't paying attention to a damn thing Ephraim was saying.
Yeah.
And he knew it. I was like, I like what you said. You should say it again.
Yeah, say it longer this time. Warriors on 5. Go ahead and say that again, Ephraim.
Oh God! All right, let's go to Tim in Walnut Creek. Hi, Tim. What's going on with you?
What's up? Well, actually, you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Caller?
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to tell Dibs that I'm actually not from Walnut Creek. I live in the creek, and I'm the guy he threw the tomato at. Just kidding.
Okay.
Oh, if you had held the just kidding for a little longer, that I would have liked that delivery even better because you would have scared the crap out of him. But you said tomato, not potato.
Right.
So that was a clue.
Ah, shit.
Oh, that's even worse. All right, there goes
There
Tim.
you go. There goes Tim. And also the individual.
There you go, YouTube.
The individual at whom I threw the potato, I guarantee had a much deeper voice than Tim. But there you go. That's what I used to.
Oh my God.
I would chalk that up right there, Mark, when I was a preschool teacher. That was a classic nice try, don't cry for Tim. Nice try, don't cry.
That was my favorite moment of the week by far.
It's pretty good. Oh, Casey Schmidt. It happens. Schmidt happens.
Okay, that guy waited on hold for I'm not even sure how long so that A, he could lie to you and say he was the one you threw the tomato at.
Right.
Even though it wasn't a tomato. And when we called him out on it, he said, oh, Schmidt, and left.
Yep.
All right.
It happens. It's a Friday. It's hot out there in the creek. It's 90 out there in the East Bay today. Make sure you hydrate, folks.
It's very warm.
No doubt.
It's very warm. By the way, we're going to keep going with the calls. This just popped into my head. What temperature would you want it to be if you could choose for every day forever? Like, how hot do you want it?
80.
80. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, 80.
I'm kind of with you, which is in a lot of places in the Bay, that's about what it is today. Depends if you're inland, if you're by the water, whatever.
I wonder what it is here in San Francisco. It's probably 72 or 3, which, for the city is...
We've been in here for about 4 hours, though.
Right.
I could look it up right now.
Yeah.
It's 72 right now where we are.
Yeah, that's what I was just guessing, 72, 73,
nice
which is...
job.
That's close to perfect. 80 might actually be a little warm. 78 might be the number, but just ballparking it. 80 is good. 80 is warm, but not hot. And you get a sense that, you're certainly not going to be cold. You get to 70. 70 is a nice number.
70 is a good number.
I do think that 80 is a good solid number.
I agree with you.
Might be a little warmer than 77. I don't know.
I'm going to miss a couple shows next week because we're going to be in an exotic locale.
Okay. What's the forecast for your exotic locale?
Well, this is why I brought it up. Because Christy and I were driving around today, and she's bummed. She's bummed because the forecast is like every day is like either 79 or 80. And she's like, that's not hot enough.
Oh, wow.
It needs to be 20 degrees hotter.
No.
What? She's like, yes, we get older. I like it even warmer.
Interesting.
I'm like, my God. Like, we're going to be going out and doing activities. I mean, yeah, there'll be pools and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, it'll be fine. But I'm like, 80 sounds amazing. She's like, too cold.
Wow.
So that's why I asked.
Yeah.
I was curious what your number was. Because, you rock me an 80 or an 85, happy. Because then it gets to night and you're still in the 70s.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah. 85 is about the breaking point where it starts to be a little bit too hot. I don't like it so hot that when I get in my car and, your car's been sitting in the sun and now your car is like 103 degrees because it's 85 out. I think 80 is a good number.
80 is a good number.
Yeah, even if the sun's beating down on your black all-leather interior, then it's, it's a Honda, whatever. It still isn't going to be too hot when you get in the car.
Let's see. A bunch of YouTube. JB, I'm too fat for anything above 80. Loco Moco like 72. A lot of 72s. Apollo Crew 75. Yeah, everybody likes somewhere between like mid-70s to low 80s. All right. Cool. So she was wrong. I just wanted to make sure.
Scoreboard.
Yeah. I got strength in numbers over here.
Well, and when it gets below like 70, and as a man with no hair, it gets cold in a hurry.
Sure.
And, then you start thinking about beanies and hats and the whole thing.
And you lost all that weight, so you don't have anything on your bones anymore.
Skinny and bald, like if it gets below 70, your boy's shivering.
You look like a hamstring.
Well, again, I don't even know how to take that.
Anyway, let's go to.
It's like being one of those hairless cats. You ever see those? You've seen the cats that are like.
What is going on here?
I've totally seen them. Yes.
Yeah. I'm much more like a hairless cat than I am a hamstring.
These former employers like purposefully got a hairless cat.
I mean,
it's just the most unsettling thing of all time. Like, I got nothing to. No, don't look at me like that.
No, I have to. I'm giving you my hairless cat face. All whiskers and eyes. We had a cat, my ex-wife and I, 10 seconds and we'll go to the phones.
Probably not.
The neighbor cat, the neighbors moved out, they abandoned their cat. Their cat was so matted.
Oh, that's awful.
Their cat was so matted with hair that we had to take the cat and have all the hair shaved off.
Yeah.
And so then Furby, rest in peace, we had a hairless cat. And this cat was all face, no hair. And I was like, dude, that's one ugly cat.
God. I never knew of all the impressions you do. The impression of a hairless cat is probably the best one you do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try to compose myself. Lucky in the city. Hi, Lucky. What are you doing?
I'm actually sitting out here in front of the cookie store, man, burning up, and I'm cracking up at you, Mark.
Whew.
Man, you got a future in comedy, man, because you are roasting my man, Div. What's up with that?
What kind of Lucky? I'm
he
a
called
big
me a hamstring, Lucky.
He's a hamstring. Yeah, I'm a big cookie connoisseur. What kind of cookies are you about to go get?
Probably some Hannah butter or whatever it's called, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's good, and
Yeah.
It's Friday, baby.
To add on to that, man, just imagine your old lady or your wife, Mark, getting getting a shirt with the picture of the alien and the Mona Lisa fit and saying that's the size of your head. That's what I get. So what you just gave him is like, it's a nice pass. I got 100 miles an hour heater at my head.
Oh, my God. That's funny. That's funny. All right, Lucky, what do you got on the Warriors here?
You know what I got, Mark, man. I'm a positive, optimistic Warrior fan, man. So you guys are saying we're in, fear of losing, maybe 2 or 3? I say we can get the next 2 out of 3 or 4. If Steph's going to be out until Game 6, I say we can get 2 with our squad. They're talented enough. They know the system. Jimmy Butler is there. Draymond knows how to play when he wants to. Loon is still there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go get 2 of these, get the chef back, and let's go forward. I'm ready.
Lucky, I don't listen. I do not hate that at all. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. All I'm saying, and Lucky, thank you, man. Enjoy the cookies. All I'm saying is, I do think that in the back of your minds, especially when you're assessing what you see, this is just me. Give the Warriors a little grace here. They just lost Steph Curry. Okay? You know what we haven't even brought up today? The emotional side of that and how that affected last night's game. If you're a longtime Bay Area sports fan, remember the play that changed the rule at the plate when Buster Posey broke the ankle? The Giants went on an immediate losing streak for a long period of time. And it was like they just couldn't function emotionally. They had lost their heartbeat. So last night, Steve is exploring different lineups. Players are playing who haven't been playing, and the team is getting used to life without their heartbeat, man. Like, give them a little grace. That's really all I'm saying. And prepare yourself for that. This may not work. Like, this is really hard, what is now being asked of the Warriors. By no stretch does that mean they can't do it. Not at all. I wouldn't be shocked if they won both home games. Maybe
I would be shocked.
Mildly surprised.
I would be shocked if they won both home games. Shocked.
Really?
Absolutely.
Huh. I wouldn't be. Nothing would shock me. I mean, you got Cleveland and Boston losing game 1 and 2 at home.
Right.
Nothing would shock me.
Well, those are losses to teams that are fully healthy and compromised.
Yeah.
And, or composed, rather. And I don't think that the Warriors are even any semblance of what they would be. Now, if Steph were still playing and it was 1-1 coming home, I would not be shocked if they won both of those games. And I look at game 2, in certain stretches of that game without Steph Curry, and you're trying to figure out who's going to work and what combinations and the rest of it. And even through it all, there were long stretches of that game where the Warriors were not only competitive, but they were better than Minnesota throughout portions of the game. You go down 13-0, it's going to be tough for a team that normally front runs to go out and win that game, yet you were down 13-0, and up until early in the fourth quarter, you played them pretty evenly from that point going forward. So I saw a lot of things that the Warriors can lean on in Game 3, and if it doesn't work, they can lean on it in Game 4. I expect at least a split. I would expect a split.
That's definitely the most likely outcome.
The second most likely to me would be you drop them both. The third most likely would be you win them both.
You may be right, and I still wouldn't be shocked. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't think that Minnesota has looked great. I think that Chase is a hard place to come get a victory. I think the Warrior defense is really good, and defense plays this time of year. And so, to me, that's probably going to be good enough to get one of them. And this may very well look exactly like the Houston series did in games 3 and 4 here. The Warriors came out without a star, and they were wobbly in the first half, but then they found themselves, went on a little run, and won the game. And then their star came back. Now, that won't happen in this particular case, but then their star came back, and man, we peacocked into game 4. We're up 2-1 and Jimmy's back. So we peacocked into that game. And then we got a big lead right away. And everyone's like, ooh, it's going to be party time. And then from that moment forward, it got hard and came all the way down to Şengün from 12 feet, and he missed. It may be like that. Like, if they need to get both, one of them is going to be by the razor of their chin. But, yeah, like, none of the 3 scenarios would shock me. Mild surprise if they can get them both.
I would be shocked if they got them both, and I would be less surprised if they lost them both. I do think that the split is most likely. And if you're going to get a split, in whatever game you get the win, a couple of things are going to have to absolutely be present. First and foremost, you're going to have people be able to shoot the basketball, and that's outside of Buddy. And, Draymond and Jimmy, not great three-point shooters. And if you're going to play Kuminga and TJD, and we'll have the Steve Kerr comments from today coming up very shortly, neither of them is a three-point shooter either. So guys who you do have, Pods, GP2 from the corner, Buttered, guys who are good at shooting the three, they're going to have good nights from the three
for sure
in order for you to pull off either one of these.
But that tends to happen a lot more at home than it does on the road. Moses Moody is shooting over 40% from three at home. He's shooting down close to 30% on the road.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't even know how much he's going to get. But I don't know that this is true. I feel like we talked about it one time before, but Brandon Pajemski, I feel like, has at least a better shot to have a big night at home than he does on the road. His shot is just a little bit off. God, it feels like a lot of momentum-changing three balls have been in his hands, and he's missed them all.
Yeah,
he's missed them all the last couple games.
He's averaging 15.3 a night in the postseason in the 3 home games.
Yeah,
he had 10. He had 26 and he had 10. And when he had 26, that was game 4 and that was a win. So I'm thinking about that performance. And you mentioned it. You needed a Şengün miss, well guarded by Draymond Green, to hold on and win that, and a great Jimmy Butler rebound. But that game, as I'm going back in my mind, that was a game where Pods was on an absolute heater. And you're probably going to need a game like that from somebody like Pods in order to get one of these wins at home.
Yep, 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your calls. Pair of Valkyries tickets for next Friday night is coming up within the next 10, maybe 12 minutes or so. Jonathan in Crystal Springs is next up. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for calling.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. First of all, Dibs, I want to squash our beef from yesterday. This was Jonathan from Mariners Point. I got no problem with you, my man. There's got to be a stack ranking, and it is what it is.
It's all love, Jonathan. I never took real umbrage. I just felt like your ranking was a little geographically biased, and for that, I took some umbrage. But I'm okay.
Hold on, you just said you didn't take umbrage, but then you said you did take umbrage. So did you or did you not take that umbrage?
You know what? Wow. There was some umbrage.
Yeah.
There was umbrage is umbrage, and umbrage is umbrage. There was some lowercase u umbrage, but I'm over it now, Jonathan. We're friends again.
I love it. It's great to be back from another golf course.
Yeah, I was going to say, you went from Mariners Point to Crystal Springs. Are you on tour, Jonathan?
I'm currently unemployed, so I'm working on my golf game.
Good for you, man.
So great.
Good for you. What's the handicap right now these days?
He's an 11.
11. I'm an 11.
Dude, how do you do that?
I don't know. It's just based on Jonathan's relative age and the fact that he's playing at courses of this ilk would tell me that he's not elite. He'd be playing at better courses. But he probably was a 14 or a 15 when he had a job. And now that he has no job, that number's coming down.
Crystal Springs is a pretty great course.
I love the Springs.
Yeah. Give Dibs a ding, Grandy. Give him a ding. That was really good.
Thank you.
Like, that was not, he just picked a number out of a hat. Jonathan, you're like a straight up 11, huh?
Incredible, yes. How old? You said my age. How old am I?
You're probably...
Your guessing game is.
Well,
yeah.
Honestly...
Blink 182. What's my age again?
Yep. See, he's out of work and he's golfing, which tells me that he probably doesn't have a house full of kids. He may have a kid. I'm going to put you, Jonathan, at 32 with a birthday coming up in September.
I appreciate the guess. You're very incorrect. I am 44. I have a house and 2 kids.
Oh.
But hey, you can't get them all right. That's why it's a guess.
44?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Buzzer. Is your birthday in September, Jonathan?
No, God, no. April.
February 13th.
February 13th.
There you go.
Oh, same birthday as John Bloom, voice of the Sun.
I love John Bloom.
John Bloom. All right, go ahead. Boy, Jonathan, maybe this is John Bloom. No, anyway, go ahead, Jonathan. What do you want to say about the Dubs tomorrow?
All right. First of all, the Steve Kerr slander needs to stop. Everyone praised him after Game 7, how genius he was. And that's what he's doing right now, just playing chess, not checkers, figuring out what's going to work. But for us to win one of these next two, which I do believe we will, I'm going to give you guys the choice of what will happen. Pre-Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga comes back. Moses is able to part the sea of bricks that he's been shooting for the last month and make some shots. Or we get true playoff Jimmy and he becomes an alpha scorer. Which of the three is the most likely to happen?
Okay, thanks, Jonathan, and have a good round.
Yeah.
Okay, so for everybody who let's recap that. What's the most likely of these three? What he called pre-Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga. And I want to grab what that means because that could mean something totally different from January to December to November. It's not like Jonathan was always scoring 25 a night pre-Jimmy Butler, but right before Jimmy's arrival and the injury and whatnot, Jonathan was playing his best basketball. So does that guy come back? Does Moses Moody find it and start contributing, or does playoff Jimmy show up and start scoring 35 or 40 in the game tomorrow night? What do you think's the most likely of the three?
It's the last one, playoff Jimmy.
Really?
Kuminga, just looking it up, in the 17 games before he got hurt, he was averaging 20 a night, 19.8. So that is the JK to which he was referring. I don't think that Kuminga shows up. I think Kuminga can be impactful. I don't know if he's going to be 20 a night.
Moses he had 18 Moody, last night.
He did. He was great. He was terrific. But Moses Moody getting out of the brick house, that's the one I'm hoping for. But I look at Jimmy Butler as a guy who is most likely of those three scenarios to kick into the gear that so many people want him to be in, even though he said last night, I'm going to play the right way. Everybody who's clamoring for me to shoot 30 times, well, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, I think because Butler's going to play the right way, the answer for me is Jonathan Kuminga. Because Jonathan Kuminga, I think, found at least some sort of a rhythm last night, and I hope it's that decisiveness. I don't know that he's going to be hot, but decisive. Just go. If you miss the shot, you miss the shot. Go. Stop standing there and going, do we do this? What about this? What about this? No, go. Just go. And he started doing that, and it led to dividends. And look, they're obviously going to need him. And I think he's probably going to play north of 25 minutes in this game, potentially. If he plays well, at least he will. So I think Kuminga for 20 points is, again, I'm not predicting it, but of the three, I'll take that as most likely. I'll take that as most likely. All right, the Steve Kerr sound is coming soon. Not quite yet, but we're going to give that to you here in just a few minutes. But at some point in just the next really, really few minutes, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Valkyries next Friday night. Their home opener, their first ever game that counts in San Francisco is next Friday night. We've got our second pair of tickets to give away. We're going to do that on the contest line in just a handful of minutes. The contest line is 415-523-4652. Don't call now. You won't win. Listen for the sounder. It's coming very, very soon.
Awesome. Just one quick postscript on Kuminga from last night. 5 rebounds. He had 5 rebounds, which is something that you and I were talking about going into the game. JK, no matter what happens with the scoring, you need to get in there and be active on the glass. And he actually got 5 rebounds, which you'd like to see 7 or 8, but 5 is better than 1.
Yep, he was their third leading rebounder. You also know my Kuminga thing, though, which he did not do, which is make your free throws.
Well, that was big.
Make your free throws.
In the first half, they were down 11 or 13, and he got fouled, and it's okay, and he missed them both.
Yeah, clankety clank. He went 1 for 4. So I have always been supportive of a Jonathan Kuminga who makes his free throws. Not the best decision maker, but yes, dude, you're going to get fouled a lot. Make your free throws. And he had done better. He had been doing so much better this year. So I hope he's hitting his free throws tomorrow night. All right, there it is. Contest time. It is on. Let's go. Do you want to win a pair of tickets to the first ever regular season home game for the Golden State Valkyries? It is a week from tonight on May 16th. All you need to do is be caller number 5 on the contest line right now. 415-523-4652. 4652. That's the number. Caller 5 is the winner. 415-523-4652. Pair of tickets to see the Valkyries open this thing up next Friday night at Chase Center on May 16th. And remember, for those of you who don't win, thank you very much for trying, and tickets are available at Valkyries.com. Here we go, man.
Good luck.
Another pro team here in the Bay.
And it's a hot ticket. I was just looking at the tickets at Valkyries.com, VALKYRIES.
Nice job.
And yeah, you're welcome. The cheapest ticket on the resale market is $85.
Whoa.
So I'm not saying that, oh boy, don't go because it's so expensive, but it just shows you how hot of a ticket, especially this first game, is.
Interest is very, very high. Obviously, we got another game at Chase Center tomorrow night, though. That is the Warriors and Wolves in Game 3. Steve Kerr had media availability today to talk about the state of the team and tomorrow night's game. Let's let you hear all of that. Here's Steve Kerr from earlier today.
What stuck out watching the game back from last night?
I think just how well Minnesota played, how physical they were getting to the loose balls, on rebounds. They generated a lot of extra possessions. And it's kind of what you would expect, from a team at home down 1-0. You watch the rest of the games in the playoffs. It's always a theme, how teams respond to losses. And now it's our turn to do that.
Draymond was, of course, kind of a major talking point nationally again today. How did you see? I don't know. I assume you guys met for films. How was he today? Just, I guess, how do you see the discourse and the situation and the technical kind of all that kind of impacting?
I don't think it'll impact the game. I wasn't aware of what happened in terms of the fan yelling the insults until I read about it this morning. So I talked to him about that, and we did talk about the technical count and just the whole set of circumstances. But I know Draymond well. He's going to be ready to go tomorrow. He's going to play a great game. He understands where we are in the series, and we have this great opportunity. And it's 1-1, and we've got home court advantage. We got our home crowd tomorrow, so he's excited. I'm excited, and we move past all that stuff.
I'm assuming we're not going to be able to talk to him prior to the game. So is there anything about that fan situation that you guys as an organization can share, or just any more details? It was relatively vague.
The only thing I can say is that the Timberwolves handled it perfectly, for their security to be on it and to remove the fan. Obviously, that stuff is ugly and unacceptable. And so we want to thank the Timberwolves organization for handling it as well as they possibly could. And I just think that things like this happen occasionally. Happened to me, a couple times as a player. Fans crossing the line, yelling stuff at you. It's painful. I can't sit here and claim to know what it would be like, to be in Draymond's shoes as a black man, to hear, racially insensitive comments like that. But I've heard my share of stuff that's really painful and hurtful, and it's not ideal, but you always want the support of the security and the crowd, the home crowd, and like I said, the Wolves handled that beautifully, and Draymond is handling it really well.
A lot of yesterday was obviously about finding rotations that work in this series. How much now? How quickly do you have to move to pare down the rotations, make your choices, and go?
Yeah, we have to move pretty quickly now. I thought last night was a great chance for us to see a lot of different people in action, different combinations. Now having watched the tape a couple of times, I have a much better sense of what I'm going to do, who I'm going to start, what the combinations will be like off the bench. And, of course, I'm not going to share any of those things with you.
What were some of the key keys last night when you guys were able to generate offensive advantages? What were some of the keys? What did you notice when you guys were able to generate, advantage?
Nothing unusual. The game is pretty simple. If you can play with pace and get the ball moving side to side, it softens up the defense. I thought when we ran into trouble, we were too isolation heavy. We kind of stuck several people into late clock situations with one-on-one situations, which are very difficult. I think we threw Moses the ball twice with 3 seconds on the shot clock, and basically disjointed possessions that led to those circumstances. So we've just got to be sharper execution-wise with our pace and our screening and getting the ball swung, all those things.
Steve, Jonathan Kuminga, hi, this is Kerr. Jonathan Kuminga had a really explosive game last game, and as you think about your combinations and who he's on the floor with, are some of those questions with how he plays with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green still on your mind?
Well, first of all, I was so impressed with JK and his play, but more importantly, just the way he's handled everything the last couple of weeks, staying ready, continuing to work. And, it's really important for him to get some rhythm, get some confidence, and I saw all of that last night. I think, what I said the other day, Kareth, I think rings true today. Everything has to be thrown out the window now without Steph. And so everything we've been doing the last month or two has been based on finding a formula that worked and sticking with that formula. And it's gotten us to this point. We're in a great spot. We're in the second round. We're 1-1 coming home, but there's no Steph. So everything has to be finding a new formula, and JK is absolutely part of that formula. And we can't sit here and, put together, any analytics from, the last few weeks that make any sense right now because there's no Steph and it's a completely different team. So the combinations are what they are. We're going to do what we think is best and bring it tomorrow and bring the energy and see what we can do. And JK is going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, if I can, just to follow up on that. So what do you think about the chess match or sort of the discussion among your coaching staff trying to, I wouldn't say solve a problem, but maybe being a little bit more blind because you don't have those analytics and doing some of this based on feel and film?
Yes, we have to do it based on feel, but we can also do it based on last night and having a tape to watch. And that's why I think that game was really helpful for us. Despite the loss, we learned a lot. The players learned a lot. And I think we'll have a concrete plan coming into tomorrow that we'll feel good about. And then, of course, we have to adapt and adjust based on how the game's going.
How comfortable you talk about Jimmy and Draymond being, exhausted at the end of this kind of travel schedule. How comfortable do you think you'll be already by game 3, really pushing their minutes back over 40 and beyond?
Well, we'll see. I thought it was at least helpful last night that we didn't overdo it. Draymond was at 29. I think Jimmy was at 34. So very manageable numbers. Hopefully that helps tomorrow. They each had the day off today, just a film session, nothing on the court, no shoot around tomorrow morning. So hopefully they'll both feel great and ready to roll tomorrow. And we'll see how the game goes.
Trace had mentioned last night that he hadn't played with very, very few reps with Jimmy. I know that ran some pick and roll last night. Just what do you think of that pairing and that combination and that action for those two?
They were really good together last night. I thought Trace's energy, his activity, his ability to finish. He caught a couple lob dunks. He got a couple buckets in transition. So it was really fun to watch him play. And, that's a guy who has done nothing but stay ready for 2-3 months since he's been out of the rotation. And so I couldn't be happier for Trace, couldn't be more proud of him for the professionalism and I'm excited to get him back out there tomorrow because he showed that he can be effective against his team, not only last night, but in the regular season where he had some good games against them too.
Coach for Janice Riddle from NBC in Minneapolis. I'm sorry I hopped on here late. Just about the incident that happened towards your player, can you comment overall your thoughts, your opinions on any fan directing a racial slur at any player during a game?
Well, it's unacceptable for any fan to do that to a player. And when you say it's unacceptable, there has to be action that goes with that term, and that's exactly what the Timberwolves did. Security immediately ejected the fan. So we are really grateful for the way the T-Wolves handled the situation. I know that Minnesota nice is a phrase to describe Minnesotans, and I found that to be 100% true. The last few days, every single person I ran into was so kind, and everybody was saying the same thing. Like, I'm pulling for the T-Wolves, but you guys are always welcome in our city, and it's a real thing. The hospitality in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, and so I never take words from one person and label a city with that. There's just going to be people, individuals. Sometimes they're drunk, whatever, who cross the line, and it's unfortunate, but it doesn't at all impact my view of the city of Minneapolis.
Just a quick follow-up on that. When fans have that kind of behavior, what's your opinion on if they should ever be able to go to an NBA game again?
It's a good question. I kind of leave that up to the league to decide. I mean, they have their protocols, their rules. But these ugly incidents are, I don't think they're common, but they do happen occasionally. And I mentioned earlier, they happened to me when I was in college. Not racial taunts, but taunts about my father, who had been killed in a terrorist act, and a year earlier or so, and. That was the most shocking moment of my entire playing career, to hear somebody, saying something like that was so personally, hurtful and painful and intentionally trying to hurt me. And so I empathize with every athlete, whether it's Draymond last night getting taunted about, racial taunts, whether it's, really anything. There's, it seems like a few times a year you read about, situations like this. I think Russell Westbrook in Utah a few years ago had to go through something like that. And it's unfortunate. But like I said, I believe most of these incidents are pretty isolated, and it's really important that people handle them the right way, and the Timberwolves absolutely handled it the right way.
All right, there it is from Steve Kerr covering rotations, lineups, the confidence of Jonathan Kuminga, the situation surrounding Draymond Green last night during the game. Beyond unfortunate. Time for more of your phone calls coming up next to discuss any and all of that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Edwards down the right side. Met by Jackson Davis. Backs up. Now makes his move. Power move to the rim. Scores. His ankle is fine. 104-85. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's been fun today. It's been fun this week. And I think when we see y'all next, we're going to be back at the Concourse inside Chase Center again on Monday.
I really look forward to that one. Those are fun shows.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you got tickets to Monday, make sure you come see us. And maybe, just maybe, we will all be high-fiving a 2-1 series lead with an opportunity in the pivotal Game 4 to take a 2-game advantage in the series.
And it's a 7 o'clock tip, which means you need to be inside the arena by 5 or 5:30. So we'll be on the air until 6, so come on out and see us.
Yep, absolutely. We got some calls that want to jump in. Let's get to them. But first, Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made only, 9 3-pointers.
One away?
Last night.
Yeah.
Got to have 10 for the donation. So this is not a donation sensation. Unfortunately, they just missed out on earning another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Buddy tried. His name is Buttered. He had 4 of them. Jimmy had 2. And a few others sprinkled them in. But the donation tracker is still amazing for Triples for Autism. It's at 66. And obviously another opportunity tomorrow. If you'd like to get involved and make a donation, we'd love that. Go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli's here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. All right, let's get out to the phones.
Let's go to the phones.
Will in the East Bay. Hi, Will. What's up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, hello.
Had a good day on the, thank you. Had a good day on the 9-hole par 3 over there in Pleasant Hill, and I'm ready for the tour, man.
Okay.
All right.
Any holes in one?
Oh, God, in my dreams.
Yeah, I know.
In my dreams.
You're trying, Will.
Hey, listen, guys. I kind of cut in late on your show. But one thing, after watching the last game, you know, you got a lot of second-tier players coming off the bench on the Warriors and throwing up bricks. You got Jimmy, really not engaged enough, okay? But I'm looking into this next game, okay? And all I could think, you know, was a movie, Saving Private Ryan, at the end, where they ran out of ammunition and they're igniting those rockets and throwing them at the enemy, okay? You know what? Take the defense and just let the dogs go, okay? If they foul, I'm not talking egregious here, gentlemen. I'm just saying just get up in their face through the whole game. And if you get a turnover, you know, maybe a quick basket here and there, fine. Somebody fouls out, next man up. Just let the dogs go. Let the defense go. Because we all talk offense, okay? But we can't rely on that. Maybe one guy here, Jimmy, you can rely on. But you know what? Call the dogs up on the defense. It's the best defense for the Warriors and the best defense in the NBA since he got on this team. Let him go. If we got to foul some guy out, that's okay. Just let him go because it's that time. It is that time.
Well, Will, I will tell you this, and thank you, Will. I think the intensity level that you're going to see tomorrow night is going to be different than what you watched last night. Last night had so many different factors to it. There's obviously it's the first game without Steph. Secondly, there's a feeling out factor the Warriors have amongst themselves, trying to figure out what works. You have players going in there who are lacking confidence. You have players going in there who haven't been playing at all. And then you have Minnesota's just unbridled passion for knowing that they absolutely had to win the game. And Steve has spoken to that, and you can agree with it or disagree, but you know, that leads us to tomorrow night where, and Steve just said it, if you were listening to when we just played his media availability today, he said that, okay, now we've got our group. now we've got our group. Like, sure, everything is always subject to change, but now we've got an idea of what we're going to do, and it's on paper, and it's kind of what Will just said. It's like, all right, go be dogs. Go do it now. And sure, I think everybody knows that. The defense, and this has nothing to do with Steph's injury. It'd be true even if he was healthy. If they're going to do this, they're going to do this with defense, and they're going to have to be total maniacs out there, completely.
Well, they're also going to have to start the game better, and I'm just looking at the log. They opened up 0 for 8, and it took them 4 minutes and 56 seconds to make a basket, during which time Minnesota went 5 for 8, and they had a couple of threes and an and one, and you're down 13-0 in a game that Minnesota was more rabid about winning. So, yeah, you're going to compete and you're going to go for the victory and all the rest of it, but you open up with a 5-minute scoreless drought and you're down 13-0. The die at that point was cast. So you come home for game 3, you might get into a similar spot, and game 3 might get away from you, but I guarantee in one of these next 2 games, it's going to be like game 4 against Houston was, which was a very tight nip and tuck, and you're going to get down to the final 4 or 5 minutes, and it's going to be who makes the big plays in the clutch to win a tight ball game.
The longer you go, the intensity ramps up. You can see it. The longer you watch the Houston and Warriors series, and you can see once you kind of cross after game 3, someone takes the 2-1 lead, and then boom.
Yep.
You start smelling the next round. The other team starts smelling elimination, and it gets really, really hot and heavy, and I expect that's what it'll look like starting on Monday. Idris in Hayward next up. Hey, man, what's going on? Thanks for the call.
Absolutely. How's it going, fellas? Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah,
we got
Idris.
you.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you know what? For me once, that game was over in the first quarter, fellas. It was like, it's like 28 to 7. But I do like how we fought back. JK got going, which was really good to see. My man Spencer looked like the moment was a little too big for him, but I expect him to bounce back. My boy Pods, Lord have mercy. Pods, man. I like his energy, but it's like he's Russell Westbrook without the good side. We need the good side to some of that up and down, you know what I'm saying? And as far as Dre is what he is. He's wild. He's not angry. He's wild. He's a little crazy. But at the end of the day, he's gonna be on. He knows he can't do this with Steph Curry. But I look forward to seeing he's gonna bounce back in this next game, and we're gonna know who we can run with. But other than that, looking forward to it. God bless y'all. Hopefully, we win this next game.
Yep. Thank you, Idris.
Idris, thank you very much.
Fool me one time, shame on you.
Fool me twice.
Fool me can't get fooled again.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the old George Bush. fool me can't get fooled again. There's an old saying in Tennessee. I think they have in Texas, and I know they have in Texas, maybe Tennessee. Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me can't get fooled again.
That's all true.
Shout out J. Cole.
Shout out J. Cole. Yeah, it's no role models, right? That's his song, and in the middle of the song, he has the actual quote from George.
Which George is it?
That is W.